Now, you have reached the level of a quasi-immortal king, and your combat power is even more powerful. You can forcefully enter the Shaoling Immortal Tower without the consent. Good fellow, are you going to force your way into the Shaoling Immortal Tower? Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation, and his eyes became strange. Despite the influence of his will, Wang Ping's simulation this time was really unruly, and he would do anything. However, although the Shaoling Immortal Tower is a weapon of the Immortal King, it is nothing to Wang Ping today. At the same time, obtaining it will not actually produce a qualitative change in the improvement of combat power. Wang Ping shook his head again and made a comment. Only in the hands of monks, and with the blessing of the monk's power, can the Immortal King artifact exert great power and help in the same battle. If the Immortal King artifact exerts its power alone, it will not be able to deal with the Immortal King level. Those who exist can only deal with quasi-immortal kings. In many cases, it is impossible to kill them. For this reason, the current simulated Wang Ping is really worthy of the Shaoling Immortal Tower, and it is very possible to forcibly conquer it. However, even if obtaining the Shaoling Immortal Tower would be helpful to Wang Ping, it would not be able to give Wang Ping the power to fight against the Immortal King. Of course, after I become the Immortal King, it would be a good choice to use it for paid simulations. Wang Ping muttered again. Forget it. After all, this Shaoling Immortal Tower has also helped me in the life simulation. Shaoling Immortal King and his daughter Chu Lingyin have also helped me. If I sacrifice him directly, it would be really... I feel a little sorry. Immediately, Wang Ping shook his head again and gave up the idea. While Wang Ping was thinking, the tech simulation continued. Next, you come to the location of the secret realm. Forcefully break open the secret realm and enter it. After you arrived, Shaoling Immortal Tower came to life and was very afraid of you. In response, you smiled slightly and expressed the hope that Shaoling Immortal Tower would surrender to you. In that case, you can take him to see a wider world. Shaoling Immortal Pagoda is not interested in your painting and just wants you to leave. Seeing that Shaoling Immortal Tower is not understanding, you sigh to express that you are offended. Then, you chose to take action to suppress the Shaoling Immortal Tower. And this also caused Shaoling Immortal Tower to have a stress reaction and began to resist fiercely. It has to be said that the Immortal King's weapon is still very powerful. Even if he relies on his own strength, many quasi-immortal kings are no match for him. However, among these quasi-immortal kings, you are definitely not included. Your combat power is superior to other quasi-immortal kings. It's just that the more you suppress it, the more Shaoling Immortal Tower will resist, causing you a lot of headaches. After thinking about it, you chose to use Shaoling Immortal Technique. As you performed the Shaoling Immortal Technique, Shaoling Immortal Tower's resistance became weaker and asked you in surprise why you knew the Shaoling Immortal Technique. In response, you chuckled, indicating that you had accidentally received the inheritance from the Immortal King Shaoling. Your answer silenced Shaoling Immortal Tower. After thinking for a long time, he said that he could give you a chance. If you can pass the Xinqing test, he will become your immortal weapon. Shao Lingxian Pagoda's words made you frown, and said in a cold voice that Shao Lingxian Pagoda was insulting you? Who can become a quasi-immortal king? Who is weak? Not to mention, if I want to test you, Shaoling Immortal Tower is not qualified. Hearing this, Shaoling Immortal Tower was a little angry, but could not refute. After all, what you said does make sense. However, as an Immortal King weapon, he also acts according to the rules and has dignity. So he said coldly that since he does not want to be tested, he will not recognize you as his master. In this regard, you are very speechless. This Shaoling Immortal Tower is really a dead brain. Then, you sighed and said that the Shaoling Immortal Tower's assessment was just to select the geniuses for training. However, you, a monster who has reached the level of a quasi-immortal king when you are less than 100 years old, have already appeared, but the Shaoling Immortal Tower is so rigid. If this is told, it will probably bring shame to the Shaoling Immortal King. Your words made Shaoling Immortal Tower stunned and looked at you in disbelief. Does that mean you are less than 100 years old? After asking this question, Shaoling Immortal Tower mocked again, saying that this is impossible, absolutely impossible. Not to mention that you can become a quasi-immortal king at the age of less than 100 years old. Even if you become a great emperor, it is absolutely impossible. Possible. You guy. Do you want to trick him into treating him like a 3-year-old? Seeing that Shaoling Immortal Pagoda didn't believe it, you laughed and directly revealed the origin of life. As the origin of your life emerged, the Shaoling Immortal Tower fell silent. There is no way he can see that you are indeed less than 100 years old. To be precise, he is a little over 37 years old. This really confused Shaoling Immortal Tower. What the hell is this? You can actually reach the level of a quasi-immortal king at the age of 37. Such an abnormal speed of cultivation is absolutely impossible to achieve even if you were a giant of the Immortal King. Even a creature above the Immortal King would not be able to do such a thing. In fact, even if the Immortal King teaches the law, it will take 1,000,000 years to build a person's cultivation to this level. When Shaoling Immortal Pagoda was doubting Ta Sheng, your plain voice sounded again, indicating whether Shaoling Immortal Pagoda wanted to recognize its master. If not, then forget it. You don't like to force others. Not to mention, an Immortal King weapon is nothing to you. After all, you will become the Immortal King soon. Your words brought the Shaolingxian Tower back to its senses, feeling particularly complicated. However, he put away his emotions, licked his face, and chose to recognize his master. You are very satisfied with this and accept the Shaoling Immortal Tower. After accepting him, you slowly said that your cultivation was won by gambling in the paradise of all heavens. As soon as these words came out, Shaolingxian Tower's heart instantly had 10,000 grass and mud horses galloping past, and he felt extremely regretful. No way. He actually forgot about the existence of paradise of all heavens. If it were a place like the paradise of all heavens, it would indeed be possible to achieve such an astonishing level of cultivation at this age. In other words, he was deceived. That is, when Shaolingxian Pagoda was going crazy in his heart, you spoke again, saying that you were lying to him. This was indeed the power you gained from your own practice. Otherwise, it would not be so complete and solid. Shaoling Immortal Tower fell into silence, feeling a little tired and not wanting to talk to you anymore. He finally figured out that you, the new master, seemed to have a sinister personality and liked to bully an honest guy like him. Seeing that Shaoling Immortal Tower was bullied into silence by you, you smiled and felt a little relieved. At the beginning, Shaoling Immortal Tower was very aloof in front of you, so this can be regarded as a small revenge and training. Well, it's really a bit of a joke to simulate Wang Ping's conquest of the Shaoling Immortal Tower. Wang Ping looked at the content of the tech simulation with a slightly subtle look. However, the process of conquering the Shaoling Immortal Tower is quite impressive. It can only be said that no matter where it is, the quasi-immortal king who is over 37 years old is really shocked. Wang Ping couldn't help sighing and continued to stare at the screen. If nothing else, the next step should be to head to the Immortal Realm. Today's simulated Wang Ping is very powerful. I wonder what kind of changes will occur after going to the Immortal Realm, and whether he can directly become the Immortal King. While Wang Ping had many thoughts in his mind, the words on the screen continued to appear. Next, you didn't say anything more, but directly opened the passage to the Immortal Realm and entered it. When you break into it and come to the depths of the Fairyland Passage, you will see Lu Daoxian. After Lu Daoxian saw you, his originally numb eyes shrank instantly, and a shocked look appeared on his face. I can't help it. Your appearance really shocked him. It was too outrageous for a quasi-mortal king to appear in the lower realm. As for the possibility that you came from the lower realm of the fairyland, that is impossible. There are indeed quasi-immortal kings in the lower realm, but there are also sealed quasi-immortal kings. There is absolutely no such thing as you. In other words, you are most likely a quasi-immortal king born in the lower realm. But that doesn't make sense. After all, there are no conditions for the birth of a quasi-immortal king in the lower realm. When Lu Daoxian was shocked, you smiled slightly and said that you were indeed a quasi-immortal king born in the lower world. and you also had a chaotic body. You hoped that Lu Daoxian could let you go to the fairyland. Your words made Lu Daoxian slightly startled, and he was even more shocked. Then, after he silently told you about the situation in the immortal realm, he asked you to find Chu Lingyin. In response, you smiled, indicating that you would do as Lu Daoxian said. However, you have something to ask for. Lu Daoxian was a little surprised and said that if he could do it himself, he would definitely help you do it. In Lu Daoxian's view, the immortal realm is in great need of existences like you. If you can become the immortal king, you will definitely be able to lead the creatures of the immortal realm to survive, and you will no longer have to hide in hiding. Seeing Lu Daoxian say this, you nodded with satisfaction and asked Lu Daoxian to hand over the quasi-immortal king's weapon to you. As soon as these words came out, Lu Daoxian's face froze and he hesitated. After all, his destined quasi-immortal king's weapon has been with him for so many years. How could he give it away so easily? However, what he said before was too full, and it seemed not good to refuse to give. Seeing Lu Daoxian's hesitation, you chuckled, indicating that you were just joking and don't take it too seriously. Hearing this, Lu Daoxian became even more embarrassed and finally gritted his teeth and gave you his quasi-immortal weapon. In this regard, your eyes became strange. You didn't expect Lu Daoxian to be so generous and even give away the quasi-immortal king's weapon. Immediately, you patted Lu Daoxian on the shoulder, indicating that you were just joking with him and didn't need to worry about it. If it were in the real world, Wang Ping would consider the next issue, but this isn't a simulation. Lu Daoxian's quasi-mortal weapon is really of no use to you. For this reason, it is naturally impossible for you to win someone's love and take away Lu Daoxian's quasi-immortal royal weapon. After all, the natal immortal weapon is actually similar to the heir of that monk. In fact, the relationship is closer than that of children. Seeing you say this, Lu Daoxian also breathed a sigh of relief and stopped mentioning that topic. Then, he will get out of the way and let you go to the fairyland. In this regard, you have no ink mark and chose to directly enter the fairyland. When you came to the immortal realm, you directly found Chu Lingyin. Chu Lingyin was shocked by your appearance, but also very happy at the same time. After all, having one more quasi-immortal king, and such a powerful quasi-immortal king, is a great thing for the immortal realm. For this reason, Chu Lingyin warmly entertains you. It was at this time that Xylingxian Tower appeared and reminisced with Chu Lingyin. Chu Lingyin looked at the Shaoling Fairy Tower with a particularly complicated mood. After all, this is what her father left behind, and she hasn't seen it for many years. In this regard, you did not stop one person and one tower from reminiscing about the past, and left here free and easy. After Chu Lingyin and Shaoling Immortal Pagoda reminisced about the past, you found Chu Lingyin again and asked her if she had a method that could help you quickly break through to the realm of the Immortal King. Regarding this problem, Chu Lingyin smiled bitterly and said there was no such way. It is very difficult to become an Immortal King. In the world, there may not be one opportunity that can help a quasi-immortal king break through to the level of an immortal king in every era. It is precisely because of this that the number of immortal kings is so rare. Hearing this, you are a little helpless, but you are not surprised by this result. It is indeed difficult to become an immortal king. Not to mention that it is very difficult to become an immortal king in this shattered immortal realm. Even in a complete immortal realm, it is very difficult to become an immortal king. For this reason, you also started to have a headache. If you can't become the immortal king, you can only hide from the demons all the time. If you go out forcibly and the demons discover your existence, they will definitely target you crazily. In other words, once it becomes like that, you will most likely die. Because your cultivation and combat prowess are enough to attract the attention of the Demon King of the Flame Demon Clan, and he will probably take action to get rid of you personally. Facing an existence at the level of the Demon King, you cannot have half a chance of winning. Even if you really want to face the devil, 5-digit talents and fixed-point teleportation will not allow you to escape. After all, A 5-digit talent is useless in front of a 4-digit talent and will be easily intercepted. You thought for a long time and came up with a compromise. That is to first try to understand the way of the Chaos Immortal King and the Chaos Immortal King Sutra. If you have these two configurations, coupled with the 5-digit talent Night Hunter, you may have hope of fighting against the Demon King. Of course, because the demons are not evil, but the cultivation system is different from the fairyland. You are not sure whether the 5-digit talent Night Hunter can have the same effect on dark creatures. However, if you want to confirm this, it's easy. Just find a demon and try it. Thinking of this, you just tried it directly. As a result, you'll be disappointed, because the demon you caught cannot trigger the effect of the 5-digit talent Night Hunter for you. Next, you start to ask Chu Lingyin whether Chaos Immortal King Yizong left any inheritance before his death. If he left any inheritance, where is his inheritance? Hearing this, Chu Lingyin was a little silent. Finally, she said that the death of Chaos Immortal King Yizong was too sudden, and the entire Taoist tradition had been wiped out, so the possibility of leaving a legacy was extremely low. Not to mention, the entire immortal realm was shattered, and many inheritances were lost in the process. You are very disappointed to receive this answer, but it is also expected. All I can say is that the senior in the first-generation chat group really did an amazing job. In the end, you can only give up the idea of relying on external forces. Find a way to realize the Tao on your own, and try to rely on the accumulation of time to realize the Chaos Immortal King Sutra and the Chaos Immortal King Way. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 years have passed. The quasi-demon kings of the Flame Demon clan arrived as expected and began to surround Chu Lingyin. It's just that this time, you didn't plan to escape directly. Instead, you chose to take a strong shot and kill the 4 quasi-demon kings of the Flame Demon clan one by one. Under your powerful combat power, the quasi-demon king is nothing, not your one-punch enemy. If you can't kill him with one punch, then give him one more punch. After killing the 4 quasi-demon kings of the Flame Demon clan, you knew very well that you would be targeted by the Flame Demon King next. For this reason, after you collected the trophies, you used the 5-digit talent and the talent of fixed-point teleportation without hesitation. The effect is to transfer you to an unknown world. That's right, you don't plan to go to the Sword Immortal world. Dark chaos will break out in the Sword Immortal world, which will only allow you to live for a while. However, it is impossible for you to go further in such a short time. Although you also guess that dark disasters are likely to break out in other worlds, you can't control that much. Now you just hope that you will be lucky enough to be transported to a world similar to a complete fairyland. In that case, you can save a lot of time and break through to the Immortal King level. It's just that this transmission obviously didn't achieve the results you wanted. Although you have successfully teleported to a world with an Immortal King, this world is also relatively lacking in resources and has only one Immortal King. And this Immortal King obviously has a self-centered personality and controls this world. For this reason, after you came to this world, this Immortal King discovered you and took action on you without hesitation. He asked you to let go of the sea of consciousness, let him plant the slave mark, and then completely surrender to you. Of course, you will not agree to this outrageous and unreasonable request. For this reason, you and Chu Lingyin took action together and launched an attack on it. However, you are only quasi-immortal kings. Facing the Immortal King, you are ultimately too weak and were easily killed by this Immortal King. Because of your death, this simulation ends here. I'm still dead. However, this free simulation has given me a lot of information, so it's worth every penny. Wang Ping looked at the ending of the text simulation and thought silently in his heart. There seems to be no point in the next simulation. Text simulation cannot show specific memory images. Even if it is a fixed-point teleportation to a very good world, I can't go there, and I won't be able to go to the next simulation either. In other words, I'm stuck again. Next, I have to upgrade the talent of Life Simulator, and then break through the level by refreshing powerful 4-digit numbers. Immediately, Wang Ping shook his head, gathered his thoughts, and planned to go to the paradise of all heavens. Wang Ping has never been Moji's character. When he decided to go to Zhutian Paradise now, he directly communicated with the Paradise Pass and opened the channel to Zhutian Paradise. Then, Wang Ping stepped forward and entered. Soon, Wang Ping's vision changed and he appeared in Alpha's library. I'm back. Although it's only been a little over a month, but to me it's been a long time. Wang Ping looked at the familiar library and smiled. Then, Wang Ping stepped forward, disappeared, and left here. The next moment, Wang Ping appeared in the hall and found Alpha. Wang Ping, you're back. Alpha looked at Wang Ping with mixed emotions. I have to say that Wang Ping's golden finger is really too perverted. In just a short time, he has far surpassed her. Moreover, Wang Ping's golden fingers were simply born for the Tower of Heaven. It is not that Zhutian Paradise does not have the talent to predict the future, but the Heavenly Tower is very special, and ordinary talents that predict the future are not safe and will be affected. Once there is an intelligence deviation, the consequences will be very serious. It is very likely that Wang Ping's life simulator will not be affected by Tianta games. To be honest, Alpha didn't understand the nature of Wang Ping's talent. Yeah, I'm back. Wang Ping nodded and found a seat to sit down very comfortably. Alpha, aren't you a machine? You actually drink black tea? Immediately, Wang Ping glanced at Alpha, who was making black tea, and said with a smile, who stipulated that the mechanical race cannot drink black tea. Alpha's hand paused slightly, and then he spoke calmly. Just be happy. Wang Ping smiled and said nothing more on this topic. Congratulations on becoming the quasi-immortal king. Next, you need to break into the Sky Tower again to find a way to win the 4-digit rule stone. Alpha was silent for a moment and then got down to business. I am confident in Tianta game, but I don't know if this Tianta game can refresh the rule stone for me. Wang Ping shook his head and said, it's impossible to refresh 4-digit props on the second level. Alpha said calmly. So, there is a high probability that you will not be able to obtain a 4-digit rule stone. Alpha, what do you mean? Do you have any idea? Could it be that your master has appeared? Wang Ping looked at Alpha, his eyes flickering, and he asked curiously. I don't know where the master is. However, I do have a way for you to get a 4-digit rule stone. Alpha was silent for a moment and spoke again. Any solution? Wang Ping rubbed his chin and asked curiously. You can choose to quit the Time Traveler chat group and join a powerful 3-digit force. With your talent, it is not difficult to join those forces and gain their attention. Alpha sighed and said with a complicated expression, What? Are you trying to drive me away? Wang Ping was stunned for a moment, showing an expression of surprise. Or are you afraid that I will tear you apart? After a pause, Wang Ping said in a joking tone again, I'm not afraid of you tearing me apart. With your personality, you wouldn't do that. Alpha was very calm and didn't care about Wang Ping's teasing. I just think that if you stay here, it will only hinder your development. After a pause, Alpha spoke again. Hey Alpha, you would actually say such a thing. It really surprises me. It really touches me. Wang Ping smiled and continued to tease Alpha. I'm telling you this seriously, stop joking. Alpha frowned and said with some annoyance. Wang Ping smiled hoarsely, then became serious, and said, Alpha, I am very nostalgic, and I don't like to move, so I'd better forget it after leaving the chat group and then looking for other forces to join. As for the 4-digit rule stone, I can definitely get it by breaking through the tower. If it doesn't work on the second level, just go to the 3rd level until I get this reward. If it doesn't work, I can play those special regional games. Why are you doing this? There are obviously safer roads, but you choose this dangerous road. Alpha was silent for a while and sighed. Is it safe? Is it really safe to join other forces? I don't think it is very safe. Not to mention, breaking into the Sky Tower must be done sooner or later. Now it is just a matter of breaking into the tower to get 4 figures. It's just a stone of rules. Wang Ping shook his head and said calmly. Regardless of whether Wang Ping wants to break into the tower or not, the person behind him will force him to break into the tower, and he will still choose the Abyss mode. This is a fate he cannot escape. Therefore, Wang Ping did not resist breaking into the tower. Wang Ping's words silenced Alpha. Now that you have made up your mind, I won't advise you. Finally, Alpha said this with complicated emotions. However, You are already far stronger than me, and you will become even stronger in the future, so it's time for me to give up my position as the chat group leader. Chat group leader? Wang Ping looked at Alpha with strange eyes and said, I hate trouble the most. If you leave it to me, I will just be a hands-off shopkeeper. You could be the hands-off boss, and the operation of the chat group can continue to be left to me. Alpha said silently. It seems that I have to take the position of group leader? Wang Ping rolled his eyes and complained. Don't dislike it. Although there is a little bit of oil and water, at least there is some oil and water. Alpha seemed to think that Wang Ping disliked the lack of oil and water, so he silently said this. No, I don't dislike the lack of oil and water. I just dislike the trouble. However, since I am a hands-off shopkeeper like the Tai Imperial Palace, it is not unacceptable. Wang Ping rubbed his chin and said with a smile. Both the first-generation Time Traveler chat group and the second-generation chat group have group leaders, and they are all the strongest people. He seems to be quite good as the group leader of the third-generation chat group. No, after the first-generation chat group was destroyed, the senior Time Traveler didn't seem to have established a chat group. Wang Ping thought of the first generation again and muttered, that one doesn't have a group, but he still has his own power. Alpha said silently, do you know what happened to that person in Paradise of all heavens? What kind of power did that senior Time Traveler establish? Wang Ping asked with interest. The Palace of the Dust King. Alpha struggled for 3 seconds before silently uttering these 3 words. Chun Palace. Wang Ping, who was still drinking tea leisurely, spat out the tea in his mouth when he heard these 3 words. You know, Wang Ping has reached the level of quasi-immortal king, and even in the Paradise of Heavens, it is a 5-digit existence. However, these 3 words shocked Wang Ping to such an extent that he could not control the tea sprayed out. You can imagine how shocked Wang Ping was. However, this is not Wang Ping's fault. I can only say that the words Chun Palace are too scary in the Paradise of all heavens. After all, this is a 2-digit force. There are only 36 2-digit forces in Zhutian Paradise. Excluding the 2-digit existences that have not created forces, there are only 20 such forces in the entire Zhutian Paradise. In other words, this is one of the 20 strongest forces in Zhutian Paradise. This means that his senior Time Traveler is now a double-digit existence. In the entire Paradise of Heavens, there are only 36 double-digit existences. Wang Ping took a breath of air and felt his scalp numb. Although he had long known the horror of the senior Time Traveler from Alpha's mouth, and Alpha had always warned him not to think about the senior Time Traveler, Wang Ping never expected that the senior Time Traveler would be so perverted. Level. Alpha. No wonder that senior Time Traveler wouldn't target you like the second-generation chat group leader Dao Yi. Because you are too weak and he is too strong. It is really unnecessary. Wang Ping couldn't help but sigh. Alpha. Alpha was a little angry. Although what you, Wang Ping, told is the truth, do you mean that I, Alpha, don't want to lose face if you say it so bluntly? That's his pattern. It has nothing to do with strength. Alpha couldn't help but retort. Yes, that senior Time Traveler has a pattern. To be honest, the first generation of senior Time Traveler who is still alive today does not have a low pattern, let alone the senior Traveler who has reached double digits. Wang Ping was filled with emotions. To be honest, Wang Ping really admires the senior Time Traveler from the bottom of his heart. After all, that guy didn't have such a good start. According to Alpha, he didn't even have a golden finger at the beginning. In other words, the talent has not even been awakened, and it is a completely bare makeup start. If you have talent, you may have awakened it later. As for the backer behind him, there is a high probability that it is not as strong as him. In fact, the possibility of him starting without a backer is extremely high. However, Wang Ping's backer is most likely this double-digit Time Traveler. If he was planning all this behind the scenes, it would really make sense. After all, the existence of 2 figures has terrifying methods and can do many incredible things. Of course, Wang Ping was not completely sure that the senior Time Traveler was plotting against him. It can only be said that the possibility has increased to 80%. I just don't know what he was thinking and why he would plot against me after such a long time. Wang Ping found it difficult to calm down. After all, Leng Yu has been waiting for him since the last era. In other words, the senior time traveler saw his existence at least 100 million years ago, and then started to play a big game. I don't understand. However, no matter how much I think about this two-digit traveler, I can't figure it out. Perhaps I'm the only one who has reached 3 or even 2 digits. Only then can we have a face-to-face communication with him and understand his purpose. Wang Ping sighed secretly in his heart. However, at that time, it was still unclear whether Wang Ping would live or die. Alpha, did that senior time traveler really not gather a generation of time travelers? After Wang Ping calmed down, he asked another question. Most of the people in the chat group of Generation Time travelers were looked down upon and dismissed by him. Therefore, after he demolished me, he did not create another chat group to bring those group members back. However, he still took them away. He has killed some people. And these people are now famous big shots, but in Jutian Paradise, these people basically act under Taoist names or pseudonyms. Alpha explained silently. If nothing else, Leng Yu should also be from the Chen Palace. However, before so many things happened to you, I thought Leng Yu was the type of person who was abandoned. At the end of the sentence, Alpha sighed. I see. Wang Ping nodded thoughtfully. It seems that he will meet Leng Yu again in the future. Leng Yu stayed in the upper realm for more than 100 million years. It can be said that he has worked hard and achieved great results. There will definitely be many rewards after returning to the Paradise of Heavens. Perhaps, Leng Yu's strength will be greatly improved when we meet next time. Forget it, there's no point in thinking so much. The only way is to continue to become stronger. Wang Ping shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Alpha, the second-generation chat group leader Dao Yi, hasn't he given you any trouble recently? Immediately, Wang Ping asked about another thing. Wang Ping, made such a big noise in the upper world not long ago and even directly issued a war post. Under such circumstances, with the character of the second-generation chat group leader Dao Yi, it is very likely that he will cause trouble for Alpha. Even Wang Ping would suspect that the second-generation chat group leader Dao Yi would find the Demon King no matter the cost and take action against Alpha and him. In the city, unless both parties start the game, he can't do anything to me. The only thing he can do is to let people do some disgusting things to me in front of my house. However, he will not do such boring and embarrassing things. We'll do it. Alpha shook his head and said, no action? The biggest abnormality is the lack of action. Perhaps the day when we will fight to the death is not far away. Wang Ping narrowed his eyes and said, Alpha, time is running out. I'm going to break into the tower. Only by getting some more powerful special items can I have the confidence to deal with him. Otherwise, with my current trump card, it's still very dangerous to face him. In Wang Ping's view, the second-generation chat group leader Dao Yi is not that easy to deal with. Perhaps this guy couldn't compare to him in terms of pure combat power. But in the paradise of all heavens, unless the power gap between the two sides is too great, the battle never depends on the power gap between the two sides, but on who has more trump cards and a better strategy. Today's Wang Ping, although his combat effectiveness has increased, he does not have many 5-digit props, and he does not have a single 5-digit talent that can assist in combat. Although the 5-digit talent Night Hunter can improve attributes in all aspects, this thing can only be effective when targeting dark creatures. In other words, this thing cannot help him deal with the insidious and cunning second-generation chat group leader Dao Yi. After all, Dao Yi is not a dark creature. Compared with the scarcity of his trump cards, it is completely unknown how many trump cards Dao Yi, who is known as a trickster, can bring out after having been in the 5 figures for so many years. For this reason, Wang Ping currently does not have the confidence to deal with Dao Yi. If the two sides fight, Wang Ping's winning rate will not exceed 30%. Therefore, Wang Ping had to go to the tower immediately, and even had to go to the tower continuously to gather enough trump cards. Well, go ahead, but don't be brave. You are my only hope for survival. If you die in the tower, I will probably be completely ruined by that guy Dao Yi in a short time. Alpha nodded, his expression becoming serious. Wang Ping looked at Alpha, walked over and patted her on the shoulder, smiling and saying, "Don't worry, I'll be right back." After saying this, Wang Ping directly took out the Paradise Pass and communicated with his mind. Then, Wang Ping appeared in the familiar private space of Tianta. Immediately afterwards, a familiar screen appeared in front of Wang Ping. The sound of Tianta also sounded accordingly. Ding! It has been detected that the player Tian Yin has returned from outside the park. He must play a Sky Tower game within 3 days. Would you like to play a Sky Tower game immediately? Play the Sky Tower game now. Wang Ping let out a breath and said in a deep voice. Ding! It has been detected that the player Tian Yin has conquered the first floor of the Sky Tower. The game on the second floor of the Sky Tower will be played next. Player Tian Yin is asked to choose from the following game difficulties. The smart voice of Tianta Intelligence sounded again. Is it only Abyss mode again? Wang Ping looked at the game difficulty displayed on the screen and was speechless. This is really, completely unreasonable and doesn't give him a chance to make a careful choice. I choose Abyss mode. Wang Ping sighed and had no choice but to make a choice. Ding! Congratulations to player Tian Yin for choosing the Abyss mode. The game map is Mengue Street. Player Tian Yin is asked to make relevant preparations within 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, you will be teleported to the game world Mengue Street. The smart voice of Tianta Intelligence sounded again. Tisk Mengue Street, it doesn't look like a good name at first glance. It must have something to do with weirdness. Wang Ping couldn't help but frown when he heard the name. Forget it, it's just weird. I have enough experience in dealing with it. As long as I'm careful, I should be able to survive. Of course, although Wang Ping thought so in his heart, he was still under considerable psychological pressure. After all, although Wang Ping has experience, Tianta Games is different from the outside world. In the Tower of Heaven game, he doesn't have much magic power to protect himself and isolate himself from the outside world. At the same time, he no longer had the power to destroy the world. Although his panel attributes are much stronger than other players because he passed the first level of the Sky Tower game, the role of panel attributes is not the most important when dealing with weirdness. Forget it. Let the soldiers come and cover the water with the earth. If I can't pass the test with this configuration, then I will really be a waste. Wang Ping sighed secretly and calmed himself down. With panel attributes several times that of other players, coupled with tech simulation, if he couldn't pass it, he would be a real waste. At the same time, if he can't pass, other players really don't have to live. While Wang Ping closed his eyes to rest, 10 minutes passed quickly. Wang Ping was wrapped in white light and teleported to the game world. When Wang Ping opened his eyes, he saw a gloomy street. Beside Wang Ping, 2 men and 2 women also opened their eyes one after another. The 4 of them first looked at the gloomy street in front of them with fearful faces, and then looked at each other. There was also a trace of fear in their eyes, and they distanced themselves a little bit. In the Tianta game, no one is a trustworthy teammate, and you can only pass the level on your own. Not to mention players who meet temporarily. Even teammates who come together as a team cannot trust each other gullibly. In Jutian Paradise, many people will do anything to pass the game's rating and special props. Among the 5, only Wang Ping was still very calm. He just glanced at the other 4 and said nothing more. It was at this time that Tianta Intelligence's smart voice sounded again. Ding! The game will officially start in 30 minutes. Players can silently recite the mission details in their hearts to obtain basic information about the game world and related missions. As this voice sounded, the remaining 4 people once again opened some distance between themselves and then began to recite the details of the mission silently in their hearts. Wang Ping, on the other hand, also silently recited the details of the mission in his heart. Soon, he got the basic information and related tasks of this game world, Mengue Street, in his mind. The background of this game world is only this eerie street called Mengue Street, and no other maps exist. There are 10 shops in this Fear Street. Among the 10 shops, there is something strange in all of them. The players have only one mission. That is, get 4 cheat coins. Each store has a weird coin in Weird's hand. Players need to randomly enter 4 stores and get 4 weird coins from Weird's hand. As long as 4 cheat coins are obtained, you can leave this game world after 24 hours. You have passed this game world, and you will receive a basic clearance evaluation and corresponding rewards. If 4 trick coins are not obtained after 24 hours, the game will be deemed to have failed and the player will be wiped out. If you want to improve your rating, you must obtain more cheat coins. 4 cheat coins, this is really difficult. Wang Ping narrowed his eyes and felt a wave of emotion in his heart. Weird and difficult to deal with. However, they need to kill 4 weirdos in a row before they can pass the level. Not only that, this game is obviously suspected of encouraging players to kill each other. After all, there are only 10 weirdos and 10 weird coins in total. However, there are 5 players participating in this game. This is totally not enough. In other words, only 2 players can pass the game and get a basic evaluation if they are exhausted. This is still the most ideal situation. Normally, players who are able to pass the level must be thinking about getting more cheat coins and improving their rating. In other words, all other players are enemies. It's worthy of being an Abyss difficulty Sky Tower game. It's really too dangerous. Wang Ping sighed in his heart. This is only the 2nd floor. It's hard to imagine how difficult the subsequent floors are. While Wang Ping sighed in his heart, the other 4 players looked a little ugly. The way they stared at the others became more and more fearful, and even became hostile. However, no one had any immediate thoughts of committing murder. After all, they don't know what kind of trump cards others have. If they take the lead and expose their own details, they may be killed. Not to mention, killing people now would not maximize their own interests. Theoretically, what is beneficial to oneself is that everyone clears 2 weird games, earns 2 weird coins, and then fights to identify the final winner. Of course, this is just a theoretical best-case scenario. Everyone knows how dangerous and difficult this thing is to deal with. Weird's growth potential is extremely high, and his ability can affect beings beyond his own level. When they were outside, they could still rely on their strength to gain some advantages when dealing with low-level weirdos. However, in the Tianta game, they have no power and only have mortal bodies. For this reason, they themselves are not sure about dealing with Wei. It is as difficult as climbing to the sky to kill 10 Wei. Perhaps, without them having to do anything themselves, other players would die in the weird game. I think we should cooperate first and deal with the weirdness together. What do you think? Wang Ping looked at the other 4 people, smiled slightly, and said, in the last game on the 1st level of Tianta game, several players did not cooperate well. However, in Wang Ping's life simulation, these players still played a role. That's why Wang Ping proposed cooperation at this time. Of course, Wang Ping does not expect them to cooperate, and Wang Ping will not reveal his talent. His main purpose is to give a signal to this group of people. Then, you can perform better operations in the life simulation. Cooperation? Cooperation is a genius. When a male player heard this, he glanced at Wang Ping and sneered. There is indeed no need to cooperate. Unless one of you can kill a weirdo, we can talk about cooperation. One of the women, with a somewhat indifferent expression, also spoke. The other 2 didn't say anything, but the meaning couldn't be more obvious. It seems that there is no chance of cooperation. Then you can choose a certain store to go in first. I am more of a gentleman and like to be courteous to others. Wang Ping shook his head, showing some disappointment, and then continued. Haha, are you staying outside alone and waiting for us to kill weird before hunting? The man who spoke earlier said in a mocking tone. In such a situation, everyone knows that the person in front may be targeted after entering. After all, when dealing with weirdness, who can guarantee that one will not be injured? Once someone doesn't go in and waits for them to come out after killing weird, then they are in danger. No one who dares to break into the Abyss mode on the 2nd floor of the Sky Tower is a fool. Either go in together. If anyone doesn't go in, we'll take action together to kill him first. The indifferent woman looked at Wang Ping and spoke again. Let's go in together. Anyway, I don't care. Wang Ping smiled and said no more. Seeing what Wang Ping said, the indifferent woman said nothing more and waited for the game to begin. The others also looked towards Menguiji with flickering eyes, not knowing what they were planning. Wang Ping had no intention of wasting any more time. He turned his back and said in his heart, System, I want to conduct a free simulation. Ding, the life simulator starts, and the free simulation begins. The system voice sounded. Then, in front of Wang Ping's eyes, A familiar screen appeared that only he could see, and the familiar words also appeared. You wait quietly for the game to start. When the game officially starts, you and the other 4 players all take action, each choosing a store and entering it. The store you walked into was the number 1 store. As you enter the store, its door suddenly closes. In response, you frowned and tried to open it, but found that there was no way to open it. It was at this time that the deep blue flames lit up, illuminating the store, and a gloomy voice also sounded, indicating that you should stop doing these useless efforts. Once you enter here, you will not be able to get out again, unless you clear his weird game and win the weird coins from his hands. Hearing this, you narrowed your eyes and looked at this weird man in strange clothes. Then, you took action and directly sacrificed the holy light scepter, shining towards weirdness. However, in the face of the holy light shining from the holy light scepter, Wei Wei remained indifferent. Wei even showed a more mocking look, saying that you don't have to waste your efforts. There are rules of the game. No matter what kind of props you use, it is impossible to hurt him. Only through Wei's game can you get trick coins to survive. You ignored Weird's words, just stepped on the floor, and with the help of 10 times the physical strength of an ordinary person, you exploded at a terrifying speed and smashed Weird's head with your fist. However, when your fist hit Wei's head, it penetrated directly, and Wei did not suffer any damage. Seeing this, you frowned, believing 70% of what Weird said. When you frowned, Wei also became more mocking, indicating that you are really an idiot and can't understand. He said it's useless. You still insist on embarrassing yourself here. You still ignored the weird ridicule. Your expression became calm, and you said very calmly, "What is the weird name, and what is the game? How to get started?" In response, Wei grinned and showed an evil smile, indicating that you can call him Tui. The Wei game here is called 1030. In other words, he is the banker, and as long as your final points are greater than his, you can win. When you heard the content of this game, you narrowed your eyes. You didn't expect that this weird game was actually this. However, although you were surprised, you also know very well that the game is definitely not that simple, and there must be hidden rules. Next, you start asking about the rules of the game. In this regard, Wei Wei has no intention of hiding it, and there is no way to hide the rules of the game. He said that at 1030, he would be the dealer and deal the cards. After the first card was dealt, if he felt that the number was low, he could add more cards until there were no more cards. The final result is whoever's card has the highest points wins. However, if during the process of adding cards it exceeds 10.5, it will be considered a sudden death, that is, it will be eliminated directly. If the cards of both sides are of the same size, whoever has fewer cards wins. If the number of cards in hand is the same, then look at the highest card. Whoever has the highest card is greater than the opponent wins. If the highest cards are also the same, then look at the pattern spades are the highest, and so on. Other than that, the flower cards are just half of it. However, although half past 10 is the highest, if 5 flower cards are drawn, it will be the highest flower card. If both have flower cards, who is bigger and who is smaller also depends on the rules above. Listening to the strange words, you narrowed your eyes, memorized all the rules, and calmly said that you could start. Weirdly smiles and starts shuffling the cards. Then he started dealing cards. You look at your first card and realize it's a 9 of spades. In response, you narrowed your eyes, and after thinking about it, you chose not to. He gave you a strange and contemptuous look and began to deal cards to himself. His first card was the 6 of spades. In response, his eyes flickered and he saw that the next card was the 6 of hearts. In other words, if he continues to ask for cards, he will definitely exceed 1030 and be out on the spot. However, Wei did not panic at all and directly used his ability to change the next card to a 4 of hearts. Then he calmly asked for a card. As he asked for a card, he turned over the 4 of hearts and then indicated the opening of the card. Then he showed a sinister expression, indicating that his was 10 points and yours was only 9 points. In other words, you lose. A weird and sinister expression. Since you lost, then prepare to become his card and be treasured here by him. Hearing this, you looked solemn and without hesitation took out the 5-digit special item curse doll and used it to tear it into pieces. As you used the 5-digit special item, the cursed doll, Tuyu's expression stiffened, and then his body shattered like a cursed doll. You looked at the dead Tuge and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. You thought this weirdo was truly invincible and could not be harmed. Now it seems that special props are still effective. However, you have a headache again. To deal with the first strange thing, a 5-digit special item, the cursed doll was used. How to deal with the next strange thing? A 5-digit mid-level special prop that will always be awesome. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation and silently gave the cursed doll a thumbs up in his heart. However, he quickly narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling that he had missed some details. After all, the previous Holy Light Scepter was useless against weirdness, but now the 5-digit special item cursed doll has an effect. Could it be that before the game starts, Wei cannot be hurt, but after the game starts or ends, Wei can be hurt? Or maybe it's because the Holy Light Scepter's level is too low, so it can't hurt Wei. It seems that it is necessary to obtain more information during the next simulation. The 5-digit special item curse doll is the trump card. You can use it, but you must not use it. Wang Ping thought silently in his heart. That is, while Wang Ping was thinking, the tech simulation continued. After you killed Tugue, you found that his body gradually disappeared and turned into a black coin that fell to the ground. This is the so-called trick coin. In response, you picked it up and left the store silently. When you leave the store and come to the street, you find that there is no one on the street. Seeing this, you make a judgment. The others probably haven't cleared the weird game yet. However, this is normal. After all, it only took a short time for you to go in, play the game, and then kill the weird ones. Unless others have special props like you, it would not take such a short time for other people to deal with the weird ones. Next, you have no idea of continuing to explore the store, but wait quietly to see if anyone can pass the weird game and how long it will take. However, after you waited quietly for half an hour, a sharp knife suddenly penetrated your heart, making his expression stiffen. You were furious in your heart, but you didn't expect that you would be attacked unexpectedly. For this reason, you burst out with terrifying power, trying to blow up the attacker. However, you hit nothing, as if nothing existed here. Soon, your consciousness became blurred. You pulled out the sharp knife, threw it away, and took out the Holy Light Scepter to treat yourself. The Holy Light Scepter not only has the effect of purifying darkness, but also has a healing effect. That is, when you are treating yourself and being alert to your surroundings, a blazing flame suddenly appears in your heart, detonating from the inside out, turning you into a burning man. The severe pain made your expression slightly distorted, and your consciousness quickly blurred and you fell to the ground. You were about to die. That is, just when you were about to die, a figure appeared strangely in front of you. That person was clearly an indifferent woman. The indifferent woman squatted down, looked at you with contempt, picked up a black trick coin you dropped, and took away the Holy Light Scepter from your hand. At this point, your consciousness fell into darkness and died once. However, because you have a 6-digit talent, Resurrection of the Dead, you were successfully resurrected. That is, after you were resurrected, you burst out with extremely terrifying speed and slammed into the woman. Your physique is far superior to other players, plus you have the effect of the 6-digit talent Explosive Blade. For this reason, your attack must be fast, accurate, and hard. The indifferent woman did not expect that you could come back to life. She showed a frightened expression and wanted to resist, but it was too late. Her head was exploded by your punch, and she was completely killed. With the death of the indifferent woman, you also begin to take inventory of her things. You found a total of 2 things. The 6-digit special item, the Flame Blade, has the effect that once the enemy is cut, a flame rune will be engraved on the cut area. After detonating it, it can instantly turn it into a burning person. The other prop is a special defense prop, also at a 6-digit level. Using this prop, you can defend and offset part of the damage. This damage offset effect is based on proportion, which can be said to be very practical. However, the more powerful the attack, the smaller the offset ratio. As for Wang Ping being able to blow her head off with one punch, it can only be said that Wang Ping's previous burst of power was too strong. Wang Ping's control of power is already amazing. In addition, his physique is 10 times that of ordinary people. In addition, coupled with the power multiplication effect of the explosive blade, the power he exerts is completely beyond the ability of other players at this stage. Even if it is having part of her strength reduced was not something this cold woman could resist. After you took these two things and took back your holy light scepter, you said coldly that it was your own fault and you will not survive. And then you used the effect of the flame blade to burn the woman's body. Next, you plan to continue to clear the weird game. Looking at the content of the text simulation, a cold light flashed in Wang Ping's eyes. In the Tianta game, none of the other players are kind. This indifferent woman obviously deceived others with her ability to be invisible and made the illusion of entering the store. In fact, her purpose was to wait and see. Indeed, it is much safer and more rewarding than playing dangerous and weird games on your own, sneaking up on other players and obtaining their weird coins and equipment. It seems that this woman must be killed before the game starts. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome to lose a life due to her sneak attack. Of course, before taking action, it is also important to find out the talents of other players and what special props they hold. Very important. While Wang Ping made a decision silently, the text simulation continued. When you came to store number 6, you saw something strange that was very familiar to you. This weirdness is the weirdness of the shop that you and Lin Yuan and others went to Qin Tian's world to eliminate. At the beginning, if it weren't for you, Lin Yuan and Kai Yonglong's talents, otherwise we really wouldn't be able to kill him. It's just that what you can't understand is why Wei, who was completely killed by Lin Yuan, appeared in the Tianta game. Could it be said that there is some mysterious relationship between Tianta and weirdness? Will all the weirdos removed by lawful forces like chat groups be recycled by him? When you see the weird store also looks at you. His eyes widened with an incredible expression. Then, he started to curse, scolding you for daring to deceive him in the first place. In response, you narrowed your eyes, but you didn't expect that this strange shop still had memories of the past. This makes you more and more curious about the relationship between Tianta and weirdness. Next, your expression is indifferent, indicating that he is weird. The lineups of both sides are different. Whoever dies can only blame your own incompetence. Not to mention, there is a saying among humans that it is romantic to die under the peonies and do tricks. If you have enjoyed it, it is considered a worthy death. Hearing what you said, Wei was very angry and continued to curse, saying that he was Wei, and he was so cool at being weird. If losing his freedom and being treated as an NPC every day was considered romantic, he would rather die completely. These words made you raise your eyebrows, and you got a lot of information. It seems that Tianta will indeed recycle weirdos and set them up to be like resurrectable NPCs. It can be resurrected, but there is no freedom at all. As long as the Tianta game starts, players will form a group to spawn monsters. Of course, it can also be seen from here that the weirdness of Mengue Street may be different for each player. After all, how long has this weird shop been dead? And how many years has the Tianta been in existence? If every player team encountered the same weirdness on the second level, then the time would not match up at all. Next, you didn't mean to continue talking nonsense about the weirdness of the store and asked him what the weird game was, and if you could let him pass it easily for the sake of being an old acquaintance. Hearing your words, the shopkeeper showed a strange expression of gritted teeth, indicating that he is an old acquaintance, such an old acquaintance, and today he will kill you for the sake of you, an old acquaintance. Next, the store's weirdness was telling him the rules of the game here. The rules of his game are very simple, that is, draw cards. You draw one, and he draws one. Whichever card you draw, you will suffer what effect. At the same time, Trick Coin is also among these cards. Hearing this, you raise your eyebrows, feeling that this game is quite similar to the store's weird abilities. However, one is to pay a price to make a wish and draw a card, which contains things to fulfill the wish. but it is more of a trap. But here, things have obviously changed, the store is weird, and you need to draw cards. Next, you suddenly got angry and hit the store's weird head. In the end, you found that just like before, you couldn't hurt him. Seeing your sudden attack, the shop snorted strangely, indicating that you knew his ability and still did this. It was a waste of time. You don't care that the shops are weird. You frown slightly, and you have some doubts that these weird shops are protected by rules. Of course, this store's weirdness is different from the first weirdness, because his own ability can protect him from harm. And the first weird thing, when faced with your attack, penetrated it. Thinking of this, you suddenly narrowed your eyes, feeling that the first weird ability might be able to penetrate. It is precisely because he can penetrate that the scepter of holy light is useless to him. Perhaps it is precisely because of his ability to penetrate that he can see what the next card is and play games with him with ease. No, the first weirdness didn't necessarily see through what the card was. He just changed the card. Also, there is no need to analyze the first weirdness at this time. Dealing with this weirdness is more important. Intelligence and so on. Just integrate it later. The main body, Wang Ping, looked at the screen, thinking silently, and passed the information to the text simulation Wang Ping. That is to say, after the interference of the main body Wang Ping, the simulated Wang Ping also received the message. Because he received your message, the simulated Wang Ping immediately gave up thinking about the first weird and calmly told the store weird to start the game. In response, the store snorted strangely and started the game directly. A deck of cards that you are familiar with appears in front of you, and the store mysteriously draws one, and then signals you to randomly draw one. Seeing this, you raise your eyebrows slightly and randomly drew a card. Then, you turned over this card with a strange pattern and showed a strange expression. Because the card you drew is actually a black coin. That is, when you looked weird, the shop smiled proudly and turned over his card, indicating that he had drawn the doll card and got a doll. Next, it's your turn to flip the cards. Facing the strange urging from the store, you silently turned over your cards. As you turn over the card, the pattern in the card becomes reality, and a black trick coin appears in front of you. When Shop Wei saw your card, his expression completely froze, showing a look of disbelief. After all, his current deck of cards has a total of 100 cards. Coupled with the influence of his ability, the probability of directly drawing a trick coin is only 1,000th. His grandma's, how did you get this 1,000th chance in one fell swoop? For a moment, the store's strange expression became distorted. This time, it was such a good opportunity for him to get revenge, but in the end, he lost the game in such a weird way. After the silence, the store started to curse and curse strangely, saying that you are really a damn queen-o. Even if he asked you to get out of here immediately with the strange coins, it would be an eyesore for him to look at you. In response, you smiled and said that we were destined to see each other again, and then left the number 6 store gracefully with the strange coins. Well, the way of clearing this level is really dramatic. It can only be said that luck is also a part of strength. However, the way of clearing this level is not reference. The text simulation has no memory, and the cards are the same. Next, when you draw a card for the first time, your luck may not be so good. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation with strange eyes, thinking silently in his heart. Forget it, take your time. Wang Ping shook his head slightly and continued to stare at the screen. That is, when you came out, you saw a player walking out of the number 2 store. That player is the male player who beat you. At this moment, he was covered in blood and looked quite miserable. However, it is obvious that although he was a little miserable, he successfully passed the weird game. In response, you narrowed your eyes, feeling that the other players did indeed have some skills. But yes, if you don't have the ability, you won't dare to choose the Abyss mode. At this time, when you are staring at this player is also staring at you. At the same time, he glanced at the black ash and a large amount of blood on the ground, and instantly guessed what happened. You chose store number 1 before, but now you come out of store number 6. In other words, you have already passed 2 stores. Although I don't know who this corpse belongs to, there is no doubt that a player had a conflict with you, and you killed him in the end. He doesn't care who made the first move. He only focused on one thing. That is, if you survive, then you will have at least 2 cheat coins in your hands. In fact, you may have 3 cheat coins on you. In this player's opinion, if you have 3 cheat coins in your hand, then he can clear the second floor of the Sky Tower as long as he kills you. For a moment, the player's heart was in turmoil, and murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He passed the weird game and almost lost his life. To be honest, he didn't have the confidence to survive the second weird game, let alone the third and fourth weird games. For this reason, doing it directly to you is undoubtedly the most cost-effective way. You are also aware of the killing intent of the player in front of you. In response, you chuckled and twitched your fingers at him, saying that if you wanted to take action, you could give it a try. Seeing you making such a provocative gesture, the player snorted coldly. He knows very well that you are irritating him and trying to make it inappropriate. However, he doesn't care about such low-level provocations. Next, this player walks towards you without any intention of taking out any weapons. That is, when he was about 10 meters away from you, your shadow suddenly squirmed and stabbed towards your back vest. In this regard, you reacted immediately and understood that this guy's talent should be to control shadows. You reached out to grab the shadow without hesitation, but failed to catch it. In this regard, you make a judgment that this shadow cannot be grasped, but you don't know how penetrating it is. If you can ignore the strength of your cultivation to a certain extent, it is a very good talent. Of course, although this kind of expressive power is average, the Tianta often has certain limitations on the effects of talents and props. Therefore, you cannot accurately judge how this player's talent will perform in the outside world. Many thoughts flashed through your mind, and you instantly gave up the idea of grabbing the shadow for defense. Instead, you suddenly stepped on the ground, bursting out with terrifying speed, and rushed towards the player controlling the shadow. The speed at which you burst out was so fast that the player was completely unable to react, and his head was blown off in an instant. That is, when you blasted this player's head, the shadow that was about to pierce your heart also stiffened for a moment, and quickly transformed into a shadow that looked like you. Is this a second? It seems that the physical strength rewarded by the Abyss mode last time is really great, giving me a huge advantage when dealing with other players. Wang Ping looked at the content of the tech simulation and couldn't help but sigh. However, this player does not seem to have any special props. It seems that they were consumed while playing games with weirdness. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, and he made another judgment. Then, Wang Ping continued to stare at the screen. After you killed this player, you touched the body. However, you found nothing but a trick coin, which made you a little disappointed. Next, you burned the body and waited quietly, wanting to see if other players could come out alive. However, half an hour has passed, and still no player has come out of the store. In this regard, you think these 2 players will most likely die in the weird game. In this regard, you shook your head, thinking that this was a normal development. It would be a magical thing if anyone could pass the weird game. Want to pass the weird game? Luck, intelligence, and trump cards are all really indispensable. Next, you chose to continue clearing the weird game. This time, you chose store number 7. When you step into Weird Shop number 7, you see a very fat, meaty weird man chopping meat and looking at you with a ferocious face. Then, this weirdness means that he only has one weird game here, and that is the cooking competition. Whoever's food is more delicious will win the final. You couldn't help but raise your eyebrows when you heard this. This is really all types of weirdness. Then, you start asking this weirdo, who is the referee? This fat man with a sinister face laughs strangely and sinisterly, indicating that you and he are both judges, and you need to eat your own food. As for whose food is more delicious, it depends on the body's instinctive reaction. You can't fool anyone by your body's reaction. At the end, Wei Wei, who was full of flesh and blood, said with a ferocious smile that if you lose, you will be cooked by him and eaten by him. Then, your human skin will also become his merits and be hung on the wall by him. You frowned slightly at these fat and weird words and glanced at the human skins hanging on the wall, knowing that they were the players who lost the game. This weird game is as simple and crude as the previous ones, but it definitely has some hidden rules. Perhaps this fat and weird person has the ability to make food delicious. It is also possible that this weird food contains some kind of poison or curse. Once the player eats it, he will die instantly. As long as the player dies, it will naturally be a weird victory. In other words, no matter what the situation is, a normal cooking competition between honest and weird is a very stupid behavior. After you thought about it, Fatty Weird announced the start of the game. Weird starts to chop meat vigorously and seems to be preparing to give you some pork rib soup. His method of chopping meat and making soup looks impressive. In this regard, you looked at it with an indifferent expression, with no intention of doing anything at all. You just watched Wei Wei cook quietly. Seeing this, Weird frowned and asked you why you didn't start. Faced with Weird's questioning, you calmly said that although the game had started, Weird didn't stipulate how much time you had to cook. In other words, you can drag it out as long as you want. Your words made Fat Weird snort coldly, saying that it was meaningless for you to drag out the time, because once the game started, even if you got 4 weird coins, you couldn't force yourself to leave. Only if you beat him can you leave. Weird's words made you squint your eyes, and you knew another hidden rule. Next, you continued to wait and observe Fat Weird's every move. In the blink of an eye, an hour and a half had passed. Weird said that his soup was completely cooked, and he drank it by himself, praising his cooking skills. In response, you squinted your eyes and finally smiled, because you have discovered a characteristic of this Fat Weird. This fat weirdo was afraid of heat during the soup cooking process and needed to wait for the soup to cool down before drinking it. That is to say, this weirdo is different from the 2 weirdos you experienced before, and it can be hurt physically. Seeing you smile, the weirdo snorted coldly and asked you what was so funny. In response, you looked at the fat weirdo with contempt, saying that the victory or defeat was already decided and you should die. Your words made the fat weirdo frown, and he was a little suspicious whether you had found a way to pass the level. While the fat weirdo was suspicious, you directly took out the flame blade and slashed at the fat weirdo. Your combat power was strong, and you instantly split the fat weirdo in 2. Immediately afterwards, the flame mark appeared on the weirdo's body, stimulating the terrifying power of fire, turning the 2 sides of the fat weirdo's body into 2 large fireballs. This made the fat weirdo scream, and it seemed to be in pain. Seeing this, you narrowed your eyes. Sure enough, this fat weirdo is different from the previous 2 weirdos and can be hurt, and it is very likely afraid of high temperature and fire. While you were thinking this, the fat weirdo began to curse at you, saying that you dared to sneak attack him and hurt him like this. Then, the fat weirdo's body that was cut in half strangely grew a new body and turned into 2 fat weirdos. Seeing this, you frowned and suspected that you had guessed wrong, and suspected that fire was not the weakness of this fat weirdo. Just when you had doubts, the 2 fat weirdos suddenly stiffened and then fell to the ground with a plop, burned to ashes, and turned into a weird coin. This sudden scene made you stunned. Then you smiled. Although you don't know whether the fat weird died from your flaming blade or from the effect of your colorful talent, instant death attack, as long as the weird is dead, nothing else matters. Next, you picked up the weird coin and left the 7th shop, ready to go to the next shop. However, when you came out, something unexpected happened. To be precise, you were slapped in the face. Because on the street, 2 players were confronting each other. The status of these 2 players was obviously not good, but they both survived. It was not as you guessed that they were probably dead. In this regard, you can only sigh that you still underestimated these players who dared to enter the Abyss mode. They still have 2 brushes. That is, when you sighed, both of them looked at you in unison, their eyes full of fear. Because both of them found that 2 people had died, but they didn't know who killed them. It can be said that facing someone who can kill 2 players, you must be extremely vigilant. You raised your eyebrows at the 2's vigilance, but didn't care. Instead, you showed a kind expression and asked them how many ghost coins they had obtained. In response to your inquiry, both of them were silent and treated your words as air. Seeing this, you smacked your lips knowing that it was meaningless to continue talking nonsense, so you could only get serious. For this reason, you thought about it and walked towards the man. Seeing you walking towards him, the man snorted coldly, and there was a murderous intent in his eyes. Then, the man's body changed, turning into a human-shaped white leopard, and also wearing claws. The next moment, the leopard man rushed towards you at a terrifying speed, and there were green wind whirlpools on his claws. It must be said that the leopard man is very fast, but for you it is nothing. Perhaps the current leopard man's physical strength is not weaker than yours, and his speed is even faster, but in terms of power control, he is completely incomparable to you. Obviously, his cultivation in reality is not that high. For this reason, when the leopard man attacked you, you moved slightly to avoid the attack, and then punched his head. However, just when you punched the leopard man's head, an extremely sharp water thorn appeared under your crotch and stabbed towards you. This sudden attack came too suddenly. It can be said to be fast, accurate, and ruthless, and it was difficult for you to dodge. In response, your pupils condensed slightly, and you directly activated the effect of the 7-color talent, Instant Youth, which greatly increased your physical strength again. Then, you easily dodged the water spike and looked at the female player who took action. Then you snorted coldly and rushed towards her. That is, when you rushed towards her, there was water surging in front of her, as if she was going to defend herself. You were dismissive of this and blew the water wall apart with a casual punch. However, your pupils suddenly shrank, and you saw a ball in her hand, which was glowing. The next moment, the ball exploded, forming terrifying energy that swept around. At this time, you have been unable to escape and have been affected. In the end, you survived because you had the defensive items you snatched from the transparent woman to offset part of the damage. However, you were also seriously injured and on the verge of death. When your flesh and blood were blurred, you saw a figure walking out of the shadows of shop number 10. That figure was clearly the female player from before. You looked at the place where the previous explosion occurred and saw only some broken and fleshless limbs. For this, you instantly understood why. Obviously, what appeared in front of you just now was not the female player's body, but some kind of stand-in prop. In response to this, you secretly sighed, knowing that this time it was your defeat. Sure enough, no one who dares to break into the abyss mode is simple, and there are real ruthless people and old cowards hidden. When you are sighing, the woman does not approach you, but quietly waits for your death. In response, you shook your head, knowing that there was no way out. Soon after, you will be completely dead. Because of your death, this simulation ends. He's still dead, but that's normal. I didn't expect to clear the level in one life. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation and thought silently in his heart. Then, Wang Ping glanced at the indifferent woman and the rather shy-looking woman without leaving any trace. These two women are so sinister. As for the two male players, they were easy to deal with. Of course, this may also be the reason why the two of them consumed too many cards in the strange game. However, no matter which player they are, as long as Wang Ping knows their general details, the next step will be much easier. Wang Ping can kill them easily. The next thing to consider is just how to maximize benefits. System. I want to conduct a free simulation. Afterwards, Wang Ping gathered his thoughts and said silently in his heart, "Ding, the life simulator starts, and the free simulation begins." The system's voice rang. Then, the screen appeared, and familiar words also appeared. You wait quietly, waiting for the game to start. Next, you select store number 1 as you did in the last simulation. The development this time is still similar to the last time. You can't hurt this weirdo, and the attack will penetrate it. After the game starts, your first card is still the 9 of spades, which makes your eyes flicker, thinking that the order of the cards may not change. Next, Weird said he wanted to draw a card. In response, you sneered and said, "Do you really want to draw cards? If you draw a card, 6 plus 7, it will explode." Your words made Wei's body stiffen. In this regard, you captured it keenly and determined that the weirdness should be able to see through the cards. Then, you mean that the weirdness will turn the card into a 4 of spades, reaching 10 points, thereby defeating you. Your words made the strange expression become even stiffer. However, he soon laughed again, indicating that if you have the ability to see through his true nature and know what he is going to do next, no matter what, he will still win. Then, Weird asked for cards and then spread them out. His card, as you guessed, is 6 of hearts plus 4 of spades. However, although Wei Wei was caught cheating, he did not panic at all and said it was his victory. Seeing this, you sighed, thinking that there would be no punishment for being weird after you discovered the cheating. For this reason, you have no choice but to use the 5-digit intermediate item curse doll. As the curse doll is torn to pieces by you, this weird thing is still dead. Next, you picked up the trick coins, left the store, and killed the indifferent woman. This time, because you were prepared, you didn't even use your resurrection ability. After killing the cold woman, you went to the weird part of the store. This time, you are still very lucky to draw a strange coin card. This makes you think deeply and wonder if this is the benefit Tianta gives you. For example, if you have participated in the weird action of eliminating this, you can clear the level for free. Next, after you kill the male player who came out of the second store, like in the last simulation, you go to the 7th store. After arriving here, although you could have killed him long ago, you still delayed doing so for an hour and a half. The purpose is to maintain consistency with the development of the last simulation. However, this time, you were not able to directly kill Fatty Weird. He was resurrected and split several times before being burned to death. Obviously, this fat and strange man is indeed afraid of fire, but the reason for his last death was that the effect of the 7-color talent, instant death attack, was triggered. After killing Fatty Weird and obtaining weird coins, you came to the outside world and saw the 2 players confronting each other. In this regard, you ignored the 2 people who were confronting each other. Without any hesitation, you directly activated the effect of the 7-color talent, Momentum Youth, and killed the female player hiding in shop number 10. Your outburst was too sudden. This kind of female tactical player couldn't react at all, and she was beaten on the spot by you. As the female player was killed by you, the stand-in who was confronting the male player also stiffened. At the same time, 4 strange coins also fell from her body. You are very shocked when you see these 4 strange coins. After all, you have only obtained 3 strange coins so far, but this woman has obtained 4. She has obviously cleared all the strange games in shops number 890. It's just that she is very greedy and wants a higher rating, even an SSS level rating, so she will stay and try to kill other players and seize the cheat coins. However, now it's all at your advantage. At this time, the male player did not expect that you could explode with such terrifying speed and directly kill the hiding female player. This made his expression change drastically, knowing that even if he tried his best, he could not be your opponent. For this reason, he chose to surrender, expressing the hope that you would let him go and he could become your slave in reality. In response, you smiled contemptuously, saying that the value he brought compared to the SSS level evaluation was too far apart. Then, you didn't mean to continue talking nonsense, so you took action and killed him directly. In this way, you have obtained 10 pieces of weirdness and also obtained some props from these players, becoming the final big winner. Because you have cleared the game, this simulation ends. Good guy, this is so smooth. Wang Ping sighed in his heart. Then, Wang Ping glanced at the shy-looking female player again and was amazed in his heart. Who would have thought that this woman could be so awesome? She had cleared 4 weird games by herself. However, this is all to his advantage. Next, Wang Ping had no careless thoughts and continued to simulate it for free many times. After finding that the ending was the same, he reluctantly relaxed. After all, this is a Tianta game and nothing can be done carelessly. If he dies unexpectedly and fails to clear the level, he is really dead and no one can save him. Soon after, the Tianta game started. Wang Ping acted as he did in the simulation, completing 3 weird games very neatly and killing all 4 other players. In this way, he easily obtained 10 cheat coins, as well as several 6-digit special props. This time, I must have reached the SSS level evaluation again, but I don't know what rewards there will be. Wang Ping's eyes were deep and looking forward to it. Tianta, I choose to return. Then Wang Ping opened his mouth and said, Ding, it has been detected that the main mission has been completed. Congratulations to the player for passing the second-level game world of the Sky Tower, Fierce Street. It was when Wang Ping chose to return that the smart voice of Tianta Intelligence rang. Then, Wang Ping was wrapped in white light, left the game world, and returned to his own exclusive room. Immediately afterwards, the clever voice of the Tianta rang again. Ding, it was detected that the player chose Abyss mode to complete the main mission, and the evaluation is a level. Ding, it is detected that the player has received 6 additional cheat coins. The evaluation has been improved. The evaluation is SSS level, and an SSS level Abyss treasure chest has been obtained. Ding, tower-wide announcement. Player Tian Yin selected the Abyss mode, passed the second-level game world of the Tian Tower perfectly, and obtained an SSS level evaluation. He became the 90th player to obtain an SSS level evaluation on the second level of the Tian Tower. Haha, it is indeed an SSS level evaluation. I feel comfortable now. Wang Ping smiled when he saw a series of messages appearing on the pop-up screen. In the Abyss mode on the first floor of the Sky Tower, there are still 98 people who have received SSS level evaluations. On the second floor, there are only 90 people left. Sure enough, as time goes by, fewer and fewer people choose the Abyss mode, and fewer people can get high evaluations. However, this time, it was a mandatory server-wide announcement, which once again put me at the forefront. Then, Wang Ping couldn't help but sigh again. But it doesn't matter. As long as I don't risk my life by exposing my game name, nothing will happen. Wang Ping shook his head, gathered his thoughts, looked at his reward, chose to receive the SS-level Abyss treasure chest, and opened it. As Wang Ping opened the SS-level Abyss treasure chest, golden light emerged, and the pleasant voice of Tianta Intelligence suddenly sounded. At the same time, some pictures and texts also appeared in front of Wang Ping's eyes. Ding, congratulations on opening the SSS-level Abyss treasure chest and receiving the following rewards. All attributes of Tianta game characters are plus 50. 5-digit intermediate special props, Forbidden Demon Realm. 5-digit intermediate special prop, Wings of Stars. 5-digit intermediate special props, Forbidden Demon Realm. A one-time prop, after use, it can form a wide range of Forbidden Demon Realm, banning all talents and props abilities below 4 digits. Within the realm, both parties can only fight with physical strength. P.S. This prop comes from the Tianta game and can be used in the Tianta game. However, the ability value will be adjusted to a certain extent, so players should use it with caution. 5-digit intermediate special prop, Star Wings. Using this talent, a pair of star-like wings can be generated behind the player's back, which greatly increases the player's speed and can also be used for defense. P.S. Because this prop is a special prop from the Tianta game, it can be used in the Tianta game, but the effect will be adjusted to a certain extent. Players can use the star wings to increase speed, gain flight capabilities, and defend, but using this prop will consume mental energy. Is it another combination of improving attributes and 2 special props? Wang Ping looked at what was found in the Abyss treasure chest this time and thought to himself. It has to be said that the things opened this time are much stronger than those opened on the first floor of the Sky Tower. The 5-digit mid-level special item, Forbidden Demon Realm, may not be of much use to the outside world. It can be said to be very useless. It is far worse than the special item of the same level, the Cursed Doll. But if this thing is placed in Zhutian Paradise, it is simply a super killer weapon. Once this thing is used, the talent and prop effects will be directly blocked, so that both parties can only duel with physical strength, which can be described as a bug. My good senior, originally I thought I would have to go through a few more floors of the tower before I could deal with you, but now it seems that you will soon become my defeated enemy. Wang Ping raised the corners of his mouth slightly, thinking in his heart. Originally, Wang Ping thought the talent and hidden props of the second-generation chat group leader were a bit tricky. Now, with the 5-digit special item, the Forbidden Demon Realm, Wang Ping can abuse him at will. After all, Wang Ping's physical strength is definitely not comparable to that of many people at the same level. At the same time, Wang Ping took the path of breaking through with force, which was completely different from the deceitful path taken by the second-generation chat group leader. The second-generation chat group leader, according to Alpha, can only be said to be average in frontal combat. He is very good at calculations, and his talent for trickery is a bit troublesome. The ability of the trick talent is to draw a card every minute. These cards have various abilities. Some summon extremely powerful monsters, some have control abilities, some have enchantments to enhance their combat power, and some can set traps. It can be said that the ability of the second-generation chat group leader is very versatile. As long as he designates his tactics at the beginning of the battle or selectively ambush people, he can completely defeat the weak and the strong. Facing the second-generation chat group leader with endless tricks, Wang Ping, who is now a bit immature and has insufficient trump cards, has a really low chance of winning against him. However, with the special item of Forbidden Demon Realm, the situation is different. The weird and changeable fighting style of the second-generation chat group leader will be forcibly changed in a head-on combat with him. Wang Ping is confident that he will blow it up in 2 or 3 blows. Of course, the specific situation still depends on the simulation. If I can find a way to kill it easily without using a 5-digit intermediate special item, the Forbidden Magic Field, through simulation, I won't need to use such a precious item. Wang Ping looked deeply and thought to himself. In the previous Tianta game, Wang Ping used a 5-digit mid-level special item, the Cursed Doll, to deal with the first weird thing. He still feels a little distressed. After all, the Cursed Doll is so powerful. Although it is only a 5-digit item and will soon be unable to keep up with his power level, this thing is definitely a big killer against difficult players in the Sky Tower game. However, there is nothing we can do about it. After all, the first one is weird. I can't think of a way to pass it. There are no flaws. Wang Ping sighed, a little helpless. Of course, Wang Ping also understood that compared to those big guys who were really proficient in calculations, he was not very smart, so he could only use this crude and wasteful method to pass the level. Next, Wang Ping checked the props obtained from the 4 players. The ultimate 6-digit special item, the Flame Blade. A 6-digit limit special prop, Injury Avoidance Talisman. After wearing it, you can reduce part of the damage. The 6-digit limit of the special props, Substitute Puppet. You can summon a puppet that is the same as the main body. The puppet has the same combat power as the main body. However, in the outside world, the power gained cannot exceed the 6-digit limit level. At the same time, the stand-in puppet can also use the owner's props, talents, and skills. However, some special talents and skills cannot be used. A 5-digit entry-level special prop, Starburst Ball, a one-time prop. Using this prop, you can blow up a galaxy universe in an instant. Good guy. No wonder that after the female player used this prop, she turned on the Instant Youth, removed the power, and added the injury-free talisman to simulate Wang Ping's death. If it is a one-time 5-digit number, it's understandable if it's an entry-level special item. Wang Ping looked at the introduction of the last special prop and sighed. Although the outside world is different from the Tianta game, its power can be seen from the destructive power introduced. It is normal for the simulated Wang Ping to be unable to block it. Next, do you want to continue the Sky Tower game? After Wang Ping put away these props, he couldn't help but think about it. Although, he had previously thought that with the 5-digit intermediate special item, the Forbidden Demon Realm, he would definitely be able to defeat the second-generation chat group leader. However, after Wang Ping calmed down, he still felt a little unsafe. After all, Wang Ping didn't know if the second-generation chat group leader had the props in his hands that could offset the effect of his talent. For this reason, it is undoubtedly safer to continue to break through the tower and obtain more powerful props. However, breaking into the tower may also be accompanied by consumption, and the props in his hand may also be consumed. For a moment, Wang Ping became a little confused. Forget it, let's be more stable first. I don't need to deal with the second-generation chat group leader immediately. Compared with the dangerous behavior of breaking into the tower to obtain props, I might as well waste more accurate Immortal King weapons to refresh some powerful 5 counting talents. That way, it will be safer. In the end, Wang Ping calmed down gave up the dangerous idea of continuing to break into the tower and chose to return. With Wang Ping's return, Wang Ping's figure was also wrapped in white light, leaving the Tianta space and returning to the outside world. Wang Ping, you're back. Alpha was relieved to see Wang Ping return safe and sound. Although she had previously heard the news that Tian Yin had cleared the Abyss mode again and obtained an SSS level evaluation, Alpha would not associate Tian Yin with Wang Ping because he had played a gambling game with Wang Ping. Therefore, she was relieved to see Wang Ping come back safe and sound. Well, I'm back. Wang Ping smiled and nodded. Alpha, where can I get a large amount of world origin? Then, Wang Ping asked directly. In reality, there are too few quasi-immortal royal weapons that Wang Ping can obtain, and he has to go to the immortal realm. For this reason, it is also time to use the origin of the world for simulation. The two payment methods can be coordinated with each other to maximize benefits. A large number of world origins? Alpha was stunned for a moment. Then his expression became serious, and he said seriously. The first one is science fiction weird. If you solve it, you can get 5 trillion group points. If you change it to the larger equivalent of Jutian Paradise, that is 50,000 source points. This amount is already huge. The second one is to launch a game between two heavenly forces. The winner can get all the resources of the loser. The third one is to go to Jutian Casino, where you can win everything or lose everything. That fool, Feng Mo Supreme, lost everything there and fled back to the upper world. He doesn't dare to go back to Jutian Paradise again. After thinking about it, Alpha came up with 3 ways to obtain many world origins in a short period of time. 5 trillion. Wang Ping stared at Alpha with strange eyes. He remembered that Alpha originally said it was close to 1 trillion group points. Alpha, as expected, took a lot for himself. And this was despite the fact that he had become a lot stronger later on, and Alpha was getting better and better towards him. God knows how much of the world's origin Alpha had stolen when dealing with Weird before. The operation of the chat group also requires the origin of the world. The use of various functions, especially the use of the teleportation function, consumes a lot of money. At the same time, I also need to repair myself, so hacking those origins of the world has not been possible before. Something about the solution. Alpha felt a little guilty after being stared at by Wang Ping, so he explained silently. Let's forget what happened in the past. I don't mean to blame you now. Wang Ping smiled, as if he understood Alpha's operation. Alpha used to be impersonal and cold, but now he has improved a lot and knows how to explain reasons and apologize. That's good. Alpha nodded. Are there 3 ways? Wang Ping rubbed his chin and started thinking. Is it a war between the forces of the heavens? A war between the lawful camp and the evil camp? Is the risk factor high? After pondering for a moment, Wang Ping asked curiously. Among the heavenly forces, there are 2 relatively extreme forces in the heavenly paradise. Those are the lawful alignment and the evil alignment. The concept of the lawful camp is to protect all worlds in the universe and obtain the origin of the world through the long-term method. The idea of the evil camp is to directly seize the origin of the world, regardless of the life or death of the world. If it can directly destroy the development of the established plot of the world and kill important figures in that world, then destroy and kill. If it can directly destroy the world, then directly destroy the world and maximize profits in a short period of time. Therefore, individual forces in the evil camp are often stronger than those in the lawful camp, because their development model is destined to develop very quickly. However, the price is just like a rat crossing the street. Everyone shouts to beat it. After all, people in the lawful camp are very worried about this group of destructive maniacs going to cause trouble in their own world. Once someone from the evil camp comes, a catastrophe may break out, which is something they cannot tolerate. After all, whether they are players who come to Jutian Paradise because they are 4-digit experts who sense the call of Jutian Paradise, or players who have traveled to a certain world, the world they are in is their basic base, is not allowed to be destroyed. For this reason, those who make up the lawful camp are basically local strong men of certain forces and time travelers who have a fixed way of traveling through the world. The people from the evil camp's heavenly forces basically have no fixed world to stay in. They are equivalent to existences like pirates from the heavens, wandering around, collecting world information, and dispatching tasks. When dealing with evil forces, there is no such thing as low risk. Even the relatively weak evil forces in the world, such as killing paradise, still have 4-digit experts standing in their midst. Alpha said silently. 4 digits? Wang Ping raised his eyebrows. It seemed that this killing paradise was a little stronger than he imagined. However, from this we can roughly judge the strength of Alpha in different periods. In a first-generation chat group, the peak Alpha should be the 4-digit limit or something close to the 4-digit limit. After being dismantled and reorganized by the senior time traveler in the first-generation time traveler chat group, his strength dropped probably to a relatively strong 5-digit level, and later he used the second-generation chat group to return to 4 figures. However, tragedy happened again. Alpha was demolished by Dao E of the second-generation chat group together with Killing Paradise. Then, the current Alpha is sadly only available at the 5-digit entry level. Maybe this 5-digit entry was obtained by Wang Ping and others who completed various tasks to help her get promoted. Otherwise, Wang Ping's Alpha might have only been in 6 figures when he first joined the group. 6 figures obviously cannot support a force in the heavens, but it also allows Alpha to connect different worlds, recruit people from the original Earth into the group, and monitor every move of the group members. It can only be said that the Time Traveler chat group is indeed not simple, and the founder of Alpha is indeed very strong. If it's 4 digits, we can't deal with it yet. You probably want to start a war with other evil forces in the world. Wang Ping gathered his thoughts and spoke. Yes, although Killing Paradise is weak, there are still evil forces in the world that are even weaker than him, which are equivalent to new forces. With your current ability, there is still more than a 50% chance of destroying them. Alpha nodded and said with great certainty, 50% probability? Too low. Wang Ping shook his head. Wang Ping didn't want to do anything risky. For this reason, we can go to war with other evil forces in the heavens, but we cannot do it now. He must refresh enough 5-digit talents or obtain enough 5-digit props before he can go to war. Otherwise, if you are not prepared enough, you will be destroying yourself. Although Wang Ping has always believed that there is a strong person behind him, Wang Ping will not really place his life on the strong person behind him, and all kinds of waves will fly. If you are too promiscuous and don't take your own life seriously, if the other party feels that you are not useful, then it may really be a tragedy. The third type is Zhutian Casino. This place is a place for gambling, and various gambling games. It's just that in that kind of place, your talent will be limited, so you want to win money there. You can only go on the field and fight to the death. Betting on yourself, plus the bonus of the death fight, is also a huge income. The premise is that you can keep winning, otherwise you are finished. Alpha nodded and continued. Gambling? If my talent is limited, I don't like gambling very much, so I'll forget it for the time being. As for the death match, I don't have enough cards right now, so I won't do it for the time being. Wang Ping shook his head and once again rejected Alpha's opinion. Then, we can only deal with science fiction and weirdness. Alpha frowned and spoke. The weird problem with science fiction is still the same. Even if you go to that universe now, your power will be restricted and you will become immortal. To be honest, it is very difficult to deal with. After a pause, Alpha continued. However, if you delay for a while and don't deal with it, then it will destroy that universe and then leave the universe. Has it developed to this level? Wang Ping frowned as he listened to Alpha's words. After all, it has been a long time since you left, so it is relatively normal for it to develop like this. After all, the level of your original life simulator was too low. After being affected by weird abilities, many of the simulated contents neither is accurate. Alpha nodded and said seriously, TSK, that was really a bit arrogant back then. I actually wanted to kill science fiction and weirdness. After Wang Ping heard this, he slapped his mouth and sighed. To be honest, he really didn't expect that even his life simulator would be affected by the other party's ability. However, now that I think about it, it is a matter of course. At that time, His life simulator was a 6-digit level talent, and the weirdness was at least a 5-digit level. Considering the special nature of the weird ability, he could break through the level and affect the higher level 4-digit level. The existence of the level is the Immortal King. When your ability level is lower, it is normal for you to be affected or even suppressed. If Wu Jun's golden finger hadn't brought a miracle and allowed them to escape from that world in a short time, otherwise they would have been in real trouble and might have ended up like the powerful time travelers in the second-generation chat group. The group is destroyed. I didn't expect that weirdness to have grown to this level, Alpha said silently. To be honest, I only discovered the clues by observing the situation of the universe recently. Although weird people's growth is different from that of paradise people, they don't need the rule stone and their growth ability is full. However, it takes a long time and the destruction of many worlds to improve their abilities to a large level. And this weird speed of improvement is a bit abnormal. At the end of the sentence, Alpha sighed, also a little scared. She also had a large part of the responsibility for not persuading Wang Ping at the beginning. Forget it. That's all in the past. Wang Ping waved his hand and said very casually. In other words, if no one takes care of that universe, it will be hopeless, right? After a pause, Wang Ping looked deeply and spoke. If no one takes care of it, it's really hopeless. Alpha nodded and said with great certainty, Wang Ping, do you want to? Alpha was stunned and suddenly guessed what Wang Ping was thinking. Yes, I want to blow up that universe and kill the weirdness completely. In this case, we should not be violating the rules. Wang Ping narrowed his eyes and spoke. It's not a violation, but do you have that kind of prop? Alpha said hesitantly. I was lucky. I met a girl in the Tianta game. She gave me a good gift. Wang Ping grinned and took out a ball. That was a trophy obtained from that very smart, shy female player. A one-time 5-digit entry-level special item, the Starburst ball. Is this a Starburst? Alpha looked very surprised when he saw this prop. Huh? Alpha, do you know this stuff? Since you know it, it's easy to talk about it. Wang Ping chuckled and felt that he didn't need to explain too much. Are you sure you met a female player in the tower, and she gave it to you? Alpha asked with a very serious expression. What's wrong? Does this thing have a big origin? Wang Ping's eyelids twitched slightly, and he had a bad premonition, guessing that he might be in big trouble. The origin of this thing is really great. As we all know, only special props recognized by Tianta can be used in Tianta games. Special props are often rewarded in Tianta games. However, there are exceptions. Alpha nodded and started to explain very seriously. Some powerful forces can produce certain special props, and none of these forces have less than 3 digits, because the forces with less than 3 digits cannot hold these precious production materials. In other words, the player you made friends with is from the 3-digit force Starfall Palace. You are lucky to be able to meet such a person. Take advantage of the opportunity. It should be beneficial to your growth in the future. After a pause, Alpha warned. Well, Wang Ping's face twitched, and he fell into silence. Damn, what does this mean? Does this count as directly offending a 3-digit force? Wang Ping looked at the Starburst ball in his hand and got a headache. Was this thing actually produced? Doesn't that mean that this thing may have a positioning function? No, the Sky Tower has the ability to shield. If other players who obtain the loot could be tracked in this way, everything would be in chaos. Soon, Wang Ping calmed down and felt that he should be safe now. What's wrong? You must have robbed it, right? Alpha saw something was wrong with Wang Ping's expression and became suspicious. For the sake of high evaluation, there is no other way. Wang Ping sighed. Then she's dead? Alpha was silent for a moment and then asked. Wang Ping nodded, coughed lightly and said, I blew my head off and then burned it to ashes. Alpha, Wang Ping, it's not a big problem. Although she has the Starburst ball, she may not be an important person in the Starfall Palace. And with the shielding mechanism of the Sky Tower here, the Starfall Palace may not be able to find me. Wang Ping spread his hands and said very calmly, Hey, the shielding mechanism of the Sky Tower is not omnipotent. You may expose something from other places. Alpha said very speechlessly. However, it's too late to say this. Let's play the game and don't let the information remain in my mind. After a pause, Alpha spoke. Alpha finally understood that Wang Ping was also a super troublemaker. It seems that except for the second generation who is under her control, the first and third generations are troublemakers and do things to scare her to death. Okay, Wang Ping nodded. Next, Alpha and Wang Ping played a game, causing Alpha's memory to be blocked. I'm going back to the fantasy world first. I'll wait until I get a few 5-digit talents, and then I'll get started on science fiction. Afterwards, Wang Ping said nothing more and chose to return to the fantasy world. That is to say, when Wang Ping returned to the fantasy world, the entire paradise was shocked because Wang Ping passed the second-level Sky Tower game and received an SSS level evaluation. After all, it hasn't been long since Wang Ping broke through the first floor of the Sky Tower and obtained an SSS level evaluation. Now, Tianyin, a player, has broken into the tower again and has once again received an SSS rating. This achievement is too amazing. Suddenly, more powerful forces wanted to find Wang Ping and win over him. Once maybe it was a fluke, but twice it can't be a fluke. However, all this has nothing to do with Wang Ping for the time being. Now Wang Ping has returned to the fantasy world. Next, it's time to deal with the sealed demon fairy. After Wang Ping came back, he looked in the direction of the Taiyuan Forbidden Land, stepped out, and headed there. However, Wang Ping did not enter the Taiyuan Forbidden Land immediately. Instead, he went to the Tao Palace. Once again, he left some resources and inheritance in the Tao Palace before entering the Taiyuan Forbidden Land. The Immortal King has died, and the demonic immortal has died. If you don't worship the king when you see him, your true life has been lost. After Wang Ping stepped into the Taiyuan Forbidden Land, he felt the fear of the demon immortal. He couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly and said this sentence with a hint of innocence. The sealed demon fairy. To be honest, the sealed demon fairy was really speechless. Although, through the previous terrifying fluctuations, he had already known that Wang Ping was an extremely powerful quasi-immortal king. But even though you are a quasi-immortal king, what you say is too pretentious. What is the death of the immortal king? The demon immortal is absolutely dead. If you don't worship the king when you see him, your true life will be lost. Is it possible that he has to bow down to you in the same situation? You haven't become the immortal king yet. Why are you pretending like this? In fact, even if you become the immortal king, you still can't show off like this. Little demon fairy, I will give you a chance to hand over your quasi-immortal king weapon. I will let you out and spare your life. Wang Ping saw that the demon fairy was pretending to be dead and had no intention of responding. He felt bored and started talking about business. The next development is no different from that in life simulation. He also released the demon immortal to reveal the cruel news that the immortal king was dead. And then Wang Ping destroyed the sealed demon immortal. Of course, his remains were not wasted. They were collected by Wang Ping and devoured after they evolved. Although Wang Ping could practice it himself, he found it troublesome and a little disgusted. The system consumes a quasi-immortal king weapon and performs a paid simulation. Wang Ping suppressed the quasi-immortal royal weapon of the sealed demon immortal and said in his heart, "Ding, consume a quasi-immortal king weapon. The life simulator starts, and the talent is being refreshed." The system's voice rang. "Ding, the talent has been refreshed successfully. Congratulations to the host for successfully refreshing the 5-digit talent. Deliberate Fist, the 6-digit talent. Love of the Stars, 5-digit talent, Charge Punch. With this talent, when the host is hurt, it will accumulate anger. The host can selectively convert the anger value into power and bombard it, dealing tons of damage. 6-digit talent, Love in the Stars. Good guy, are you here with a Charge Punch? It's a bit awesome." Wang Ping looked at the talent that was refreshed this time and was filled with emotion. If nothing else, this talent should be of some use. Although it is only a 5-digit talent, for him now it can still have the effect of increasing his combat power. It can be regarded as a trump card that can be used to deal with the group leader of the second-generation chat group. Of course, if possible, Wang Ping still hopes to refresh some talents that can control enemies or release control types. In the same situation, he no longer lacks strength, but he is afraid of control-type skills, talents, and props. Forget it, it's good to be able to refresh useful 5-digit talents, but you can't be too picky. Then, Wang Ping shook his head and muttered, "System, I choose the 5-digit talent. Charge Fist." Next, Wang Ping made his choice. As for the 6-digit talent Star Love, Wang Ping no longer had any interest in taking a look at it. Ding! Talent selection is successful. Life simulator begins. The system's voice rang again. Then the screen appeared, and familiar words also appeared. On the first day, you chose to go to the fairyland. The next development was similar to the previous simulation. I met Lu Daoxian and Chu Lingyin and began to develop and gain enlightenment. 100,000 years later, the Flame Demon Clan attacks. You choose to blow them up, seize their quasi-demon weapons, and then use the 5-digit talent and fixed-point teleportation to travel to an unknown world. This time, you are lucky enough to be transported to a world where the Immortal King exists, but is not so exclusive. You are developing in this world, and you want to use this to enlighten yourself and become a new Immortal King. Unfortunately, 300,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and you have failed to realize the truth. At this point in time, the dark chaos broke out, and a large number of dark creatures came to kill the world where you are. For a time, the whole world was shocked and began to join forces to fight against the dark creatures. Of course, you are not immune. After all, you've always suspected that this dark mess was directed at you. In the following battle, you showed off your might and killed one dark creature after another. Even the dark creatures at the level of quasi-immortal kings cannot take your attack. Your fighting prowess amazed even the immortal kings. However, the good times don't last long. Dark creatures at the immortal king level appear and start attacking you. Facing the dark creatures at the immortal king level, even if you have a 5-digit talent, Night Hunter, you are no match. You will be hit hard in a few hits. It's just that this time, because you have a 5-digit special item, the Star Wings, which increased your speed, you were not directly beaten to death like in the previous simulation. Seeing that you survived 2 or 3 moves, the dark creature at the Immortal King level praised you, and then started to take action again, trying to wipe you out completely. At this moment, you chose to release the 5-digit talent, the talent effect of Charge Punch. In an instant, the terrifying power exploded with your strongest blow, shaking the whole world. The dark creatures at the Immortal King level also did not expect that you could burst out with such terrifying power. They were caught off guard, and one of their arms was blown off by you. Although this dark creature at the Immortal King level regenerated his arm instantly, he was also shocked by your power. Not only the dark creatures at the Immortal King level were shocked, but also powerful people such as Lu Daoxian, Chu Lingyin, and the Immortal King of this world were also amazed and shocked. However, you are not happy at all. After all, this is your final blow. This blow only destroyed one arm of the dark creature at the Immortal King level, leaving you disappointed. You know you're dead. This is not because you are too weak, but because the dark creatures at the Immortal King level are too powerful. Next, without any suspense, you were completely killed by the dark creatures at the level of the Immortal King, and you died. Because of your death, this simulation ends. The text simulation stopped here, and many memory images and spiritual insights appeared in Wang Ping's mind. It's a pity. In fact, there is quite a lot of enlightenment this time. If the simulation Wang Ping is given more than 1,000,000 years, he may really understand the Chaos Immortal King Tao and the Chaos Immortal King Sutra. Once he has these two configurations, maybe we can really leapfrog the level and fight the dark creatures at the Immortal King level. After Wang Ping came to his senses, he shook his head and sighed. Of course, Wang Ping also understands that the dark creatures at the Immortal King level are not the main thing. The most troublesome thing is the original body of the source of darkness. If this problem is not solved, he will always be in danger. However, to solve this problem, cultivation at the Immortal King level is far from enough. He needs more power. Ding, the reward is generated successfully. The host can choose 2 rewards from the following. 5-digit talent, Charged Punch. A random Shinxian weapon. Chaos Immortal King Sutra, Yi Song Edition. 6-digit talent, love in the stars. Wang Ping looked at this reward with an expression of astonishment. Although Wang Ping has long known that the life simulator can refresh rewards for things he has never touched before, this is the first time that it has refreshed something he urgently needs. Yi Song's Chaos Immortal King Sutra was actually obtained like this. I'm really happy. With this Chaos Immortal King Sutra as a reference, I will probably be able to understand my own Chaos Immortal King the next time I pay for a simulation. Wang Jing and Chaos Immortal King Dao. By then, my combat power will be doubled, and I will be more secure against the group leaders of the second-generation chat group. At the same time, I may be able to break through in the life simulator. Wang Ping was happily thinking about various things. Then, Wang Ping made his choice without hesitation and said, System I choose. 5-digit talent, Charged Fist and Chaos Immortal King Sutra, Yi Song version. As Wang Ping made his choice, the method of using the 5-digit talent, Charged Fist, came to Wang Ping's mind. Immediately afterwards, Yi Song's version of the Chaos Immortal King Sutra also came to mind. After Wang Ping absorbed the knowledge of these scriptures, he showed an expression of wonder. It has to be said that Yi Song's version of the Chaos Immortal King Sutra is more mysterious than the Chaos Demon King Sutra, and it is more in line with his Tao. If the Chaos Demon King is a giant of the Immortal King, then Yi Song must have stepped out of this level with only half a foot. However, even such Yi Song was rejected by the ruthless person in the chat group of the first generation of time travelers. It's very sad that Senior Jun killed him. Wang Ping was filled with emotions and found it difficult to calm down. Whether it was Yi Song or the ruthless senior in the first generation time traveler chat group, he wanted to meet and have a chat. Unfortunately, there is no chance. At least, there is no chance now. Yi Song has been dead for a long time. Unless Wang Ping can swim in the river of time, he will never be seen again. As for the ruthless senior in the chat group of the first-generation time travelers, he is not qualified to meet him now. The road to becoming stronger is long and arduous. Wang Ping sighed and calmed down. Alpha, it's time for me to go to the sci-fi world to solve that sci-fi weirdness. Let's open up the coordinates and teleportation functions. Afterwards, Wang Ping contacted Alpha from the bottom of his heart. Wang Ping, I will open many functions of the chat group to you. You don't have to tell me when you want to use them. Alpha's voice rang out. Okay, that will be much more convenient. Wang Ping nodded, feeling that Alpha was getting easier and easier to talk to. Wang Ping, I don't recommend that you go to that world by yourself. You should consider a safer method. Alpha's voice sounded again. Don't worry, I won't do anything risky like that. Wang Ping had a smile on his face. If it weren't for the fact that extraordinary power would be suppressed, Wang Ping would choose to gather an incarnation of power and go there with props to blow up the universe. However, since he would be suppressed, Wang Ping had no choice but to use the special prop of the stand-in puppet he got from the Shy Girl. This special prop can be used in the Sky Tower, and it will obviously not be suppressed by science fiction and weird abilities. Immediately, Wang Ping used the ability of the surrogate puppet to create an exact replica of himself. Although he only has the power of a true immortal, it doesn't matter. Wang Ping doesn't expect to complete the task with his power anyway. Then, Wang Ping made another operation and opened the transmission channel, preparing to let the stand-in puppet take the Starburst Pearl to the world where Wu Jun is. Oh, speaking of this, I haven't made a fuss in a long time. Since I'm going to blow up Wu Jun's universe, I'd better inform him. Wang Ping rubbed his chin and opened the chat group page after a long absence. Wang Ping, group leader, at all group members. Zaya Junzi, I'm going to blow up your universe soon. I'll let you know. Wu Jun, 20 damn it. Brother Wang actually bubbled up. Shocked. Qin Tian, 77. Damn it, Brother Wang has actually reached the level of exploding the universe? It's so terrifying. Zhanghu 5, as expected of Brother Wang, he is so awesome. By the way, Brother Wang has actually become the real group leader. What happened during our crazy liver mission? Shocking. Lin Yuan, 80. We went to the paradise of all heavens and met Alpha. It should have been a transfer of rights. Brother Wang said he could blow up the universe, so he can definitely do it. All I can say is that Brother Wang is awesome. Kai Yonglong 1, it is worthy of my brother, but it is a hanging. This is really a big group. In other words, what is the universe, alas? That is really a big scene. Let's follow us. Seeing this group of old people cheering each other up, Wang Ping couldn't help but laugh. This feeling has been long gone. Because Wang was pushed too hard by the people in the second-generation chat group, he could only earn resources desperately and simulate to become stronger. Also, because his life simulator was so perverted, the members of the chat group really couldn't keep up with his rhythm, and they were no longer even qualified to form a group with him to fight boss. However, no matter what, these people are the ones who have gone through the most difficult years with him, and they can be regarded as the veterans of the chat group. It's been a long time since I sent you a big red envelope. Let's improve their strength. Wang Ping thought for a while and directly sent a super big red envelope. This super big red envelope contains a variety of precious cultivation resources and cultivation techniques. However, this big red envelope can only be received by those elderly people Wang Ping knows. As for new people who join later, they are not eligible. Of course, Wang Ping was in a good mood and did not ignore the newcomers. Giving them too many resources would only bring disaster to them. For this reason, Wang Ping once again sent a big red envelope. This big red envelope contained many mid and low-level resources that anyone could grab. Although, in Wang Ping's opinion, there are only mid to low-level resources that is still relative. Wang Ping's level is too high. In his eyes, the middle and low-level resources are treasures for newcomers and even old people. After all, these are resources that can be of great use to the divine realm, the holy realm, and even the supreme being. For a moment, the chat group went crazy. Whether they were old people or newcomers, they were all shocked and even more ecstatic. They licked Wang Ping wildly and blew Wang Ping to the sky. Tsk, tsk, tsk. It feels pretty good to give out a red envelope once in a while. Wang Ping smacked his lips as he watched the chat group being bullied by various bosses. Words of thanks to the bosses flooded the screen. It's a pity that he has gone far after all. After a pause, Wang Ping sighed again. As he became stronger and stronger, this group of people was thrown away by him. It was impossible to chat and spank together like before. Next, Wang Ping had no intention of continuing to chat with this group of people, and directly started his own action. The scapegoat was teleported to Wu Jun's universe by Wang Ping. When the scapegoat arrived in that universe, Wang Ping saw that the scapegoat's power was directly suppressed and turned into an ordinary person. TSK, this sci-fi is weird, it's really scary. I just don't know if this starburst ball can work. If it can't explode, it's all in vain. I've already pretended to do it. It would be too embarrassing if it can't explode. Wang Ping clicked his tongue and chose to let the scapegoat detonate the starburst ball. As Wang Ping's order fell, the starburst ball in the surrogate puppet's hand began to shine brightly and exploded instantly. The terrifying energy swept through the universe in an instant, destroying everything. A universe evaporated in an instant, leaving nothing behind. The scene is quite shocking. Even Wang Ping has never seen such a scene in reality. Although not long ago, he had prevented an explosion that was more terrifying than this. The star explosion ball is still powerful. It is indeed a special prop created by three-digit forces. Wang Ping used the chat group function to see this scene and sighed with emotion. Ding! It has been detected that the sci-fi weirdo has died, and the universe is also destroyed. We are collecting the origin of the sci-fi weird and uploading the results to the Sky Tower at the same time. Ding! The upload was successful and a response was received. This chat group has obtained a total of 50,000 sources of world origin. At the same time, collect the world origins that have escaped from the universe and obtain an additional 10,000 sources of world origin. At this moment, the mechanical voice of the chat group sounded, making Wang Ping raise his eyebrows. I see. After killing Wei, not only will Wei bring income, but also income from uploading to the Sky Tower? The relationship between Tianta and Wei is more complicated than I thought. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking to himself. For a moment, Wang Ping felt that the strange thing was caused by the Tianta. However, whether the strangeness was caused by the Tower of Heaven has nothing to do with who I am today. After all, my strength is still too weak, and knowing too much will only increase my worries. Wang Ping shook his head and quickly threw the distracting thoughts out of his mind. Next, Wang Ping plans to use the origin of the world to conduct a paid simulation. System. If I use the world source to perform a paid simulation, how much world source will be consumed? Wang Ping asked silently in his heart. Ding! It has been detected that the host cultivation level has reached the 5-digit limit, which requires consuming 10,000 degrees of world origin. The system's voice rang. 10,000 sources. This is really expensive. It's scary. I finally killed the sci-fi weirdness. Can I only simulate it 6 times? Wang Ping couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard the price. For a moment, he felt that using the origin of the world to perform paid simulations was a very luxurious act. After all, the origin of the world is much more versatile than the quasi-mortal king's weapon, and it is also more difficult to obtain. Although the quasi-mortal king's weapon is also very precious, it can still be easily obtained as long as Wang Ping goes to the immortal realm. After paying once, try the difference of simulating the origin of the world. Then it is better to get the immortal king artifact for paid simulation. The origin of the world can be used as a backup or used in critical moments. Wang Ping thought for a while and then made a decision. The system consumes the source of the world. I want to conduct a paid simulation. Then, Wang Ping said from the bottom of his heart. Ding! Consume 10,000 sources of world origin. Start the life simulator and refresh your talents. The system's voice rang. Ding! The talent has been refreshed successfully. Congratulations to the host for successfully refreshing the 5-digit talent. Jedi counterattack. The 6-digit talent. Breaking the curse. 5-digit talent, Jedi counterattack. With this talent, the more dangerous the host situation is, the more powerful the host can burst out. However, because this talent is only a 5-digit talent, there is a limit to the power that can be increased, so don't expect that this talent can increase your power infinitely. 6-digit talent. Curse breaking. Using this talent, you can break some control-type talents, props, and skill effects. However, because this talent is only a 6-digit talent, the ability to break curses has an upper limit, so I hope the host will pay attention. TSK. The 6-digit talent to break the curse is such a pity. Wang Ping looked at the 2 talents that were refreshed this time and couldn't help but smacked his lips. If this curse-breaking talent was worth 5 figures, Wang Ping would have no choice. Unfortunately, this thing is only a 6-digit talent, so its value is greatly reduced, and its scope of application is quite small. Although this thing may be of great use in the first few floors of the Tianta game, Wang Ping's current pursuit is to deal with the 2nd-generation chat group leader, and 6-digit talents are not enough. After all, the 2nd-generation chat group leader is a 5-digit existence, and the 6-digit control-resolving talent probably cannot beat the talent of the 2nd-generation chat group leader. System. I choose 5-digit talent, Jedi counterattack. After Wang Ping thought about it, he chose the 5-digit talent, Jedi counterattack. Although this talent has an upper limit, it can still increase strength. Like the charged punch, it can be used as a good trump card. Moreover, this talent seems to be passively triggered and does not need to be actively triggered, which is quite practical. Ding! Talent selection is successful. Life simulation begins. The system's voice rang. Then, the screen appeared, and familiar words began to appear. On the first day, you chose to act like the previous simulation and went to the fairyland and came to the secret realm of spiritual sound. After arriving at the spiritual sound secret realm, you will begin to practice in seclusion, begin to realize the Tao, and try to understand your own Chaos Immortal King Way and Chaos Immortal King Sutra. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 years have passed. Because you had Yi Tsong's version of the Chaos Immortal King Sutra for reference, you successfully realized the Tao in these 100,000 years, understood the Chaos Immortal King's Tao, and created your own Chaos Immortal King Sutra. At this point, Your combat power has increased to an extremely astonishing level. Now you have the confidence to compete with the 4-digit entry-level experts. That is, just when your self-confidence is bursting, the Flame Demon Clan attacks. This time, you still casually killed the 4 quasi-demon kings of the Flame Demon Clan and gained a lot of good things. Then, you asked Chu Lingyin to evacuate here. As for you, you continue to stay where you are, wanting to wait until the Flame Demon King arrives. You want to use the battle with the Flame Demon King to judge what level your own combat power is. Your behavior is incomprehensible to Chu Lingyin. She anxiously persuades you to leave, saying that you should not act out of emotion. After all, as long as you practice with peace of mind and break through to the Immortal King level, it is really safe, and the demons cannot easily find them under the protection of an Immortal King. However, you didn't pay attention to Chu Lingyin's persuasion. You just asked her to leave first. You knew it well. Seeing that he couldn't persuade you, Chu Lingyin sighed in his heart and chose to leave. Not long after, the Flame Demon Clan learned the news of the death of the 4 quasi-demon kings. The Flame Demon Clan was shocked, and the Flame Demon King was also furious. He left the seclusion directly, went to the Shaoxian realm, and found you. When the Flame Demon Clan arrived, you showed a feverish fighting spirit, saying that you had been waiting for a long time, and hoped that the Flame Demon King would not disappoint you. The Flame Demon King stared at you, and was very surprised to find that he felt some sense of danger from you. After all, it is very rare for a quasi-immortal king to threaten the existence of the Immortal King and Demon King. From ancient times to the present, those who can threaten the level of Immortal King and Demon King at the level of quasi-immortal king are all true perverts, who are bound to become immortal kings, and are even expected to set foot on levels above immortal kings. Once such a person grows up, it is really terrifying. The Flame Demon King thought of the tragic situation in the immortal realm back then, and a terrifying murderous intention emerged in his eyes, wanting to kill you and avoid future troubles forever. In this regard, you saw what the Flame Demon King was thinking, laughed loudly, and said that if he wanted to kill you, just try it and see if you could do it. Then, you took the initiative to attack the Flame Demon King. The Chaos Immortal King Sutra and the Chaos Immortal King Dao burst out without reservation. As you take the initiative to attack, the Flame Demon King also becomes serious, and his murderous intention towards you surges again. You have understood the way of the Chaos Immortal King and the Chaos Immortal King Sutra. In other words, as long as you give you some more time to accumulate, or find a shocking elixir, you can easily break through to the Immortal King level and become a powerful Chaos Immortal King. At that time, you will truly become a threat to the Flame Demon Clan and even the entire Demon Clan. For this reason, once the Flame Demon King takes action, he will go all out to kill you completely. It has to be said that the Demon King's combat power is indeed terrifying. Even if the Flame Demon King's cultivation is only in the early stage of the Demon King, which is equivalent to the early stage of the Immortal King and the 4-digit entry level, the Demon King is still the Demon King after all. With all your strength, even if you have understood the Chaos Immortal King Sutra and the Chaos Immortal King's way, still feeling tremendous pressure. However, although you felt tremendous pressure, you were not afraid at all. You laughed loudly and kept getting higher and higher. Although you have been suppressed, this also proves one thing. Now you do have a strong combat power to compete head-on with the Demon King and the Immortal King. If combined with other talents, you may have the power to defeat the devil. Next, as the pressure brought by the Flame Demon King increases on you, the talent effect of the 5-digit talent Jedi Counterattack will also gradually increase, improving your combat power. This makes the Demon King even more surprised. He feels that you're very difficult. If the battle continues like this, he may really not be able to defeat you. That is, when the Flame Demon King was very solemn, you found an opportunity and directly released the 5-digit talent that was full of energy, Charged Fist. As the Charged Fist exploded, the Flame Demon King was directly blasted away by you, and his body exploded. Although the Flame Demon King recovered instantly, he still suffered considerable trauma. This made his expression very gloomy and made him even more wary of you. Next, the Flame Demon King directly sacrificed something, and a strange rope quietly appeared and tied you up. This scene made your face change slightly, and you felt that your power was suppressed and you were unable to move. In this regard, you can only sigh in your heart. These powerful people who can enter the paradise of all heavens really have all kinds of trump cards, and it is too troublesome to deal with them. It can be said that at this level, strength cannot be judged by pure combat power. With the assistance of various talents, props, and skills, the weak may also be dormant poisonous snakes, capable of biting the strong to death. Seeing that you were unable to break free, the Flame Demon King snorted, indicating that you were proud of being able to force him to use a precious 5-digit top-quality item. Next, he will end your life. After saying this, the Flame Demon King began to accumulate strength, preparing to explode with the strongest blow to completely obliterate you. Seeing this, your face darkened. You knew you couldn't delay it any longer, so you directly used the 5-digit special item, the effect of the Forbidden Magic Field. 5-digit special props, Forbidden Magic Domain, can ban the effects of talents, props, and skills below 4 digits. For this reason, as soon as the effect of the 5-digit item, Forbidden Demon Realm, comes out, the effect of the rope item on your body disappears instantly. In response, you snorted coldly and broke away from him. This scene made the Demon King's pupils shrink, showing an expression of surprise. He didn't expect you to have such a trump card. Next, Flame Demon King tried to use the effects of other props, but found that none of them could be used, which made him look fearful. Your trump card is too powerful. At the same time, the Flame Demon King cannot judge whether this prop is just a prop to seal his opponent. If it is just a prop to seal him, then he will be in big trouble. If neither party can use the props, then he can still accept it. For a moment, the Flame Demon King's eyes flickered, and he did not dare to fight with you easily. However, he was not panicked at all. After all, although he can't defeat you, he has already contacted other Demon Kings when the war started. It will take some time for the other Demon Kings to arrive. He only needs to hold you back until the other Demon Kings arrive, and he can easily kill you. You naturally saw the Flame Demon King's thoughts, sneered, turned into a divine rainbow, and fled into the distance. Seeing this, the Flame Demon King's expression changed slightly. He wanted to pursue you, but he was very wary of your other trump cards. With this moment of hesitation, you quickly rushed out of the Forbidden Demon Realm and used the 5-digit talent fixed-point teleportation. As you use the 5-digit talent fixed-point teleportation, your figure is directly teleported, leaving this little fairyland and heading to other worlds. Seeing this, the Flame Demon King's face turned extremely ugly, knowing that a catastrophe might be coming to the Flame Demon Clan and even the entire Demon Clan. After all, it is unimaginable to what level a monster that can fight against this Demon King and injure him at the level of a quasi-mortal king. If he becomes an immortal king and fully grows up, his combat power will soar to a level. However, although the Flame Demon King is angry, he can only be furious. It is impossible for him to catch you again. Not long after, you fought with the Flame Demon King, injured him, and even managed to escape from his hands. The news spread, which shocked the Shaoxian realm and even the entire demon realm, and countless monks were horrified. Among them, Chu Lingyin was even more shocked to the extreme, followed by ecstasy. However, when she tried to contact you, she found that she couldn't contact you at all, and she couldn't help but feel worried again. I've finally grown to a level where I can compete with 4-digit beings. It's not easy. Wang Ping looked at the content of the tech simulation and was filled with emotions. Of course, Wang Ping also knew that if others heard what he said, they would probably hate him to death. What is not easy? It is not easy to cheat and grow to this level of combat power easily. Then they don't have to live anymore. Next, I should break through to the Immortal King level. Although, I guess I won't be able to receive the reward of Immortal King cultivation. Wang Ping shook his head again, thinking to himself, Today's life simulators only have 5-digit talents, and there is no way to obtain the cultivation level of the Immortal King. Unless he upgrades the life simulator again to a 4-digit talent level, he can receive the Immortal King cultivation level. However, the 4-digit rule stone is really troublesome. Wang Ping thought of the 4-digit rule stone again and couldn't help but click it and clicked his tongue. His grandma's, it would be great if he could just pick up a 4-digit rule stone. However, this is just a thought. Everything is there in dreams, but it does not exist in reality. Wang Ping complained about himself again, then calmed down and continued to stare at the screen. Your side, where you use the 5-digit talent and fixed point teleportation, is a world where the Immortal King exists, but it is not exclusive and is considered quite safe. After coming to this world, you start looking for news about the fairy fruit that can help you break through to the Fairy King level. If it were before, even if you got the Immortal Fruit, you wouldn't be able to break through to the Immortal King level. But now that you have understood the Chaos Immortal King Sutra and the Chaos Immortal King Tao, you just lack the energy to help you achieve the Immortal King Tao fruit. This is why you are so aggressive. In order to obtain this elixir, you even offered 3 scriptures as a trade. These 3 scriptures are the Chaos Demon King Sutra, the Chaos Immortal King Sutra, and the Shaolin Immortal King Sutra. The release of these 3 scriptures shocked the fairy world and made all the monks enthusiastic about it. In fact, even a strong person at the Immortal King level was very moved. For a time, there was even an Immortal King attacking you. However, you were not afraid at all. You unleashed a terrifying fighting power and fought against the Immortal King, proving that your fighting power has reached the level of the Immortal King. This made the other Immortal Kings give up their thoughts of suppressing you and snatching scriptures. After all, if a being like you is not killed completely and allows you to escape, it will be their nightmare. When you break through to the Immortal King level, they are destined to die in your hands. As for the Immortal King who fought with you, he could afford it and let it go. He directly apologized and gave you a lot of compensation. In this regard, you have no intention of continuing to enmity with him, so you choose to settle the grudge and accept these things. Not long after, a fairy king found you and traded with you with a fairy fruit. However, he does not want your 3 Immortal King scriptures, but he wants you to join his Immortal King palace and become a Taoist companion with his daughter. You were quite surprised by this. After thinking about it, in order to become an Immortal King as soon as possible and have a better chance of survival in the future, you chose to accept the Immortal King's request, join his Immortal King palace, and marry his daughter. Taoist couple. The fact that you joined this Immortal King's palace shocked this immortal world. For a moment, the other Immortal Kings were beating their chests, feeling depressed that they had no immortal fruit and no female heirs that they could produce. Otherwise, if they let you become their son-in-law, their power would become the strongest. If they could give birth to offspring, that is even more incredible. However, it's too late to say anything. They had no choice but to attend your wedding and send congratulations. In this regard, you lament the benefits brought by strength. Without strength, these old monsters would not be so kind and easy to talk to. Next, after the wedding is over, you will start practicing in seclusion and swallowing the Tao fruit, hoping to use it to break through to the Immortal King level. This time of retreat is for a full 100,000 years. 100,000 years have passed, and you have successfully broken through to the Immortal King level. When the terrifying Immortal King tribulation appears, you are not afraid at all. You face the difficulties and defeat the calamity. In the end, under the astonished eyes of many Immortal Kings, you successfully overcame the tribulation and became a powerful Immortal King. For a moment, you were extremely high-spirited. At this time, an Immortal King stood up and wanted to discuss with you. You laughed at this, did not refuse, and chose to fight with him. Although those 5-digit talents are no longer useful, because you have broken through to the Immortal King level, your background is so amazing. After breaking through to the Immortal King level, your combat power will still be greatly improved. For this reason, in this battle, you easily defeated this strong man in the early stage of the Immortal King, letting all living beings know your fighting power. Next, another immortal king takes action. This immortal king has a mid-stage immortal king cultivation level and is more powerful than the previous immortal king. This time, you fought with him and were completely suppressed, unable to defeat him. In this regard, you finally understand one thing. Although the chaos body is powerful, other immortal kings are not easy to mess with. At the immortal king level, the gap between each small realm is extremely huge, making it difficult to fight across levels. Unless you obtain a bunch of 4-digit talents, props, and skills, or evolve the chaos body into the chaos immortal body, you may be able to leapfrog the battle again and find it difficult to encounter an opponent at the level of the immortal king. When many thoughts flash through your mind, the immortal king you were fighting also stopped at the right time, indicating that the point was over. In this regard, you also knew that he didn't want to embarrass you, so you handed it over and thanked him. After the war came to an end, the immortal world calmed down again, and you began to continue practicing. You were not interested in paying attention to the changes in the outside world. The so-called competition between the geniuses in this immortal world was not taken seriously by you. In the final analysis, although you are still young, becoming the immortal king means you have an ancestor-level status. There are really too few things that can be taken into consideration by you. In the blink of an eye, nearly 200,000 years have passed. During these 200,000 years, although your cultivation has improved, you have not broken through to the middle stage of the immortal king. However, it's not like you did nothing. You have successfully forged your own immortal king weapon, Chaos Immortal Clothes. However, due to material limitations, the devouring immortal pearl failed to reach the level of the immortal king weapon, which is a pity for you. Not long after, the dark chaos finally broke out, making you look very solemn. Not only is your face solemn, but the expression of the immortal king in this world is also extremely solemn. The outbreak of dark chaos is not unusual, so the immortal kings in this world rarely fight to the death. Everyone knows that having one more immortal king will make them safer when darkness and chaos breaks out. It's just that the intensity of the dark chaos this time seems to be a bit beyond common sense, and its scale seems to be far greater than before, which makes them, the immortal kings, feel like a disaster is coming. In this regard, your eyelids twitch slightly as you listen to your father-in-law's muttering, knowing that you had probably tricked this fairy world. It should be said that wherever you go, misfortune will follow you. There is no way. The darkness and chaos are coming for you, and you can't escape no matter how you try. However, at this time, you will naturally not speak your mind, because once you say it, these immortal kings may not be able to help but kill you first. Of course, it's too late to kill you now. When the dark chaos breaks out, it will be impossible to stop, unless the incoming dark creatures die or the fairy world is destroyed. The third possibility cannot happen. I finally broke through to the immortal king level, but it's going to be cold again soon. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation and sighed, and then sentenced the simulation Wang Ping to death. Although the immortal king is very strong, it is still too weak compared to the original body of the source of darkness. I just don't know what intensity of dark creatures will come out this time. While Wang Ping was thinking, the tech simulation continued. Next, you and other fairy kings fight against the dark creatures. You were surprised to find that the 5-digit talent Night Hunter can actually provide you with a strength bonus. At least, this is the case when facing dark creatures. Although the increased power is much less than when you were at the quasi-immortal king level, it is still very good. For this reason, you easily killed a dark creature equivalent to the early stage immortal king, and then faced a dark creature equivalent to the middle stage immortal king. You fought with it and suppressed it easily. Although your combat power is much stronger now than when you first broke through to the immortal king level, the increased power of the Night Hunter also has an effect on you that cannot be ignored. For this reason, with your explosion, you actually directly destroyed this dark creature that was equivalent to the middle stage of the immortal king. Your achievements have amazed other immortal kings. They lament that you are indeed perverted and your growth rate is too fast. Moreover, You can actually leapfrog the level of a mortal king and fight. It is really amazing. However, the other immortal kings did not have much time to marvel at their achievements, because they discovered a terrifying thing. This time, the dark disaster showed no signs of weakening at all, but instead showed signs of getting stronger. This gave all the strong men an ominous premonition in their hearts, and a feeling of impending disaster. Just when they were thinking like this, a figure slowly walked from the sea of darkness. The terrifying power on its body made all the immortal kings change their expressions. Because the aura of this figure has reached the level of the great perfection of the immortal king. However, if it is just the immortal king Dzogchen, then they can still accept it. After all, they still have the powerful combat power of the immortal king Dzogchen. What frightens them the most is that this dark creature is obviously not a simple immortal king with Dzogchen cultivation. He is a being equivalent to a giant immortal king. If you want to become a giant of the immortal king, there are two conditions. One is to reach the immortal king's Dzogchen cultivation level, and the other condition is to have a powerful physique similar to or comparable to the chaos body. The giant immortal king is considered the most powerful among the immortal kings. Although it is impossible to kill the top immortal king in an exaggerated manner, it is not difficult to defeat him. The arrival of such a powerful existence means that this dark disaster is coming to exterminate the fairy world. For a moment, the expressions of all the strong men present were extremely ugly, and they had the idea of taking their own family members and escaping for their lives. However, they also know that the probability of escaping when the dark chaos breaks out is extremely low. Even if the immortal king goes to other worlds, he can only leave when the dark chaos does not break out. Even so, there is still the possibility of death. If you run for your life when the dark chaos breaks out, the probability of death is definitely higher than 99%. When many immortal kings were in serious moods, the immortal king in this immortal realm, who had the highest level of Dzogchen cultivation, stood up and said that there was no need to panic. He came to hold back the giant dark immortal king. The other immortals Wang assisted him and used powerful props to kill him. If they were to face the giant immortal king alone, none of them would have the confidence to win. However, the giant dark immortal king cannot enter the all-heavens paradise and cannot obtain those 4-digit props, so they still have hope of victory. Hearing this, the minds of the other immortal kings also became active, and they all nodded. Although no one wants to expose their trump card, now it's time to use it. Next, the war breaks out, and all the immortal kings work together to deal with the giant dark immortal king. Various 4-digit props appear, which will make you marvel. The final result of the battle is even more surprising and relaxing for you. Because under the premise that the immortal kings played in a very tacit team and used various props, the giant dark immortal king, who was much stronger than them, was killed by them. This also proves one thing once again. That is, because of the existence of paradise, it is not unusual for the weak to defeat the strong. However, before the immortal kings could breathe a sigh of relief, another terrifying aura appeared. This time, there was not just one giant dark immortal king, but 5. This made all the immortal kings in this immortal world fall silent. There are only 10 immortal kings in their world. Counting you as an outsider, there are only 11 immortal kings. However, there are 5 giant dark immortal kings that have appeared. How can we fight like this? How can we win? For a moment, all the immortal kings, including you, were in despair, frightened by the terror of the dark sea. They couldn't imagine how many powerful dark creatures lurked among them. When you are in despair, a giant dark immortal king speaks. He looks at the other immortal kings mockingly, saying that they are really working hard for you, an outsider. If it weren't for your existence, they wouldn't have set off such a terrifying dark chaos and completely destroyed this world. The words of the giant dark immortal king caused the expressions of the other immortal kings to change drastically, and they stared at you. Unexpectedly, the source of the dark chaos was actually you, an outsider. Although they don't know why you, an outsider, let the darkness pay so much attention to you, they don't want to think so much at this time, but hate you so much that they gnash their teeth. If it weren't for you, they wouldn't have encountered such a thing. Now they themselves will fall, and their ethnic group will also be completely destroyed. Such hatred makes them want to eat you alive. Even without the need for the giant Dark Immortal King to take action, the top Immortal King will attack you with an ugly look on his face, wanting to suppress you and hand you over to the giant Dark Immortal King. During this process, your father-in-law also looked complicated and had no intention of taking action at all. Seeing this, you sighed and had no intention of blaming them. After all, it really is your fault. For this reason, you chose to rush towards the giant Dark Immortal King and explode yourself directly. With your self-destruction, you will fall. Because of your death, this simulation ends here. As the tech simulation ended, many memory images and spiritual insights appeared in Wang Ping's mind, making it difficult for Wang Ping to return to his senses for a long time. The source of darkness pays more and more attention to me. However, he always attacks me at a rough time. Someone must be stopping him. Otherwise, he can attack me in advance. After Wang Ping came to his senses, he frowned. However, life simulators are now only 5-digit talents, and the simulation content cannot be fully trusted. It may be like science fiction and have simulation deviations. Or maybe the source of darkness is misleading me. Perhaps, in reality, there is not much time left for me. To do this, we must do our best to become stronger and not procrastinate. While Wang Ping was thinking this, the system's voice rang again. Ding, the reward is generated successfully. The host can choose 2 rewards from the following. Chaos Immortal Clothes, the Natal Immortal King's Weapon. 5-digit talent, Jedi Counterattack. 6-digit talent, Breaking the Curse. A random Quasi-Immortal King Weapon. Hey, this time I actually refreshed the Chaos Immortal Clothes of the Immortal King weapon level. It's really surprising. However, the fairy fruit that can help me break through to the Immortal King level was not refreshed. It's a pity. Wang Ping was a little surprised and a little pity when he saw the rewards that were refreshed this time. If there was that fairy fruit, Wang Ping could quickly break through to the Fairy King level through the Paradise of Heavens. At the same time, this fairy fruit can also be used repeatedly in life simulation. However, since there was no such thing, Wang Ping could only give up his thoughts and quickly made a choice. System, I choose. Chaos Immortal Clothes and 5-digit talent, Jedi Counterattack. Ding, the reward selection was successful and is being distributed. The system's voice rang. Then, Wang Ping felt that there was more information about 5-digit talent and Jedi Counterattack in his mind. At the same time, a piece of Chaos Fairy Clothes surrounded by fairy light also appeared in front of Wang Ping. However, that was not the Chaos Immortal Clothes rewarded by the system, but the Chaos Immortal Clothes worn by Wang Ping himself. This Chaos Immortal Clothes, just like when Wang Ping obtained the Devouring Immortal Pearl, evolved rapidly, and vaguely strange materials flew towards Wang Ping and merged into the Chaos Immortal Clothes. Obviously, the Immortal King weapon level Chaos Immortal Clothes are beyond the ability of the life simulator to create. So just like last time, the rewards are given in a way that reverses cause and effect. However, maybe it's because the life simulator has reached a 5-digit talent level, or maybe it's because there is no need to kill people this time. There is no cause and effect that Wang Ping needs to complete this time. I have to say that this result made Wang Ping very satisfied. After all, he has no intention of going to that fairy world for the time being. However, because the news of the birth of the Immortal King artifact was so loud, the whole world was filled with the charming Xinxia. Countless monks benefited from this. Their cultivation level advanced by leaps and bounds, and their enlightenment progressed as a matter of course. The so-called Age of Ending Law, in the afterglow of the birth of the Immortal King artifact, is really nothing. In fact, the movement here directly alarmed Lu Daoxian in the passage. Lu Daoxian crossed the passage and saw the situation in the upper world. He was quite shocked. His dead fish eyes also widened a lot, feeling a little incredible. It's outrageous that the immortal king of chaos artifact was born in the lower realm attached to the immortal realm. For a moment, Lu Daoxian couldn't help but take a step and went directly to the upper world, wanting to see what happened. However, when he came here with the brilliance of the immortal king's weapon, he saw Wang Ping. When Lu Daoxian saw Wang Ping, he was even more shocked. He had no idea that there was a quasi-immortal king in the lower realm. Moreover, this quasi-immortal king obviously followed the path of chaos. In addition, this quasi-immortal king's understanding of Taoism clearly surpassed him, and it seemed that he was only half a step away from reaching the level of the immortal king. Dare I ask, Senior, did you forge this? Lu Daoxian had many thoughts flashing through his mind and could not calm down, so he bowed his hands to Wang Ping. Although he has many doubts in his heart and does not know what Wang Ping's situation is, the master of the spiritual world comes first, so Lu Daoxian chooses to call him Senior, which is quite respectful. Although Wang Ping is a quasi-immortal king like him, quasi-immortal kings like Wang Ping who are about to enter the level of immortal kings are already existences that he needs to look up to. Not to mention, Wang Ping also followed the path of chaos, and even the Chaos Immortal King's weapon was forged in the lower realm in advance. These methods can be described as shocking. With Wang Ping's combat power, he could easily be killed instantly. For this reason, Lu Daoxian called the word Senior willingly. It was indeed forged by me. Wang Ping saw Lu Daoxian's thoughts and did not explain anything. He also disliked that it was too troublesome to explain, so he chose to think of himself as a senior. Congratulations to Senior for successfully forging the weapon of destiny. With Senior here, the immortal realm may be saved. Lu Daoxian congratulated with respect and said tentatively, I know the situation in the immortal realm. However, it is not the time yet. When I am completely invincible, I will naturally take action and lead you to drive out the demons. Wang Ping laughed and expressed his thoughts. Then juniors are waiting for good news from seniors. Lu Daoxian's face was filled with joy. After seeing hope, he no longer looked decadent. My friend, I have something to ask of you. I wonder if you're willing to help. Wang Ping chuckled, showing an indifferent expression. As long as it is something that the juniors can do, the juniors will definitely do their best to do good things for the seniors. Lu Daoxian said with a serious face. Very good. Wang Ping patted Lu Daoxian's shoulder and said, My immortal king's weapon is still a little imperfect and needs some quasi-immortal king's weapon to be smelted. Please inform the Immortal Alliance and ask them to get more quasi-immortal king's weapon. Come here. Of course, do it under the premise of safety. Senior, although this is in the lower realm and not in the immortal realm, for the sake of safety, it is better not to say the word immortal king. Lu Daoxian's expression changed drastically when he heard Wang Ping's words. Wang Ping was speechless and choked. The senior in the chat group of the first generation of time travelers scared the kid Lu Daoxian to such an extent that he started to tremble when he mentioned the fairyland and the fairy king. Don't worry too much. However, I will pay attention. Wang Ping sighed and said, I just want to know if you can get anything. This. Lu Daoxian showed a difficult expression. Senior, I wonder if my natural weapon will work. Lu Daoxian gritted his teeth and said. After hearing Lu Daoxian's words, his quasi-immortal weapon trembled, expressing his grievance. So, love disappears, right? Neither yours nor Chu Lingyin's. And I need more than one or two. Wang Ping spoke calmly. That's it? Lu Daoxian fell into thinking. Senior, I do know that there are several treasures in a place that may be able to help you. Then, Lu Daoxian's eyes flashed and he spoke. Oh, do you know such a good place? Wang Ping's eyes shone brightly, and he was quite surprised. Wang Ping had never heard Lu Daoxian talk about this in life simulation. However, Wang Ping thought about it carefully and found that in the life simulation, the simulation Wang Ping did not use the quasi-immortal king weapon, and he did not force it to be mentioned. It was normal for Lu Daoxian not to mention it. Although there are few secret realms of the immortal king in the immortal realm, there is still some. Although all these secret realms have disappeared because the immortal realm was shattered, I still know that there is a secret realm of the immortal king in one place. After Lu Daoxian pondered for a moment, he spoke. Where? Wang Ping asked curiously. Yuanxianji. Lu Daoxian's eyes flickered, and he said these three words. Yuanxian realm? Wang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. He had never heard of this name. The Yuanxian realm is not in the immortal realm, but in the lower plane affiliated with the immortal realm. It is a secret inheritance place left by a powerful demon king in the immortal realm in the lower realm. This place is also where I have been guarding the immortal realm passage, and I check it from time to time. I discovered it accidentally when I went to another plane, Lu Daoxian said with a serious face. Since it is an inherited secret realm left by a powerful demon king in the immortal realm, it should have a lot of good things, and maybe there are things that the seniors need. Wang Ping's eyes were subtle. Although he knew that the powerful demon king in the fairyland mentioned by Lu Daoxian must be referring to the fairy king, this way of talking was really strange. Senior, I will give you the coordinates right now. You can explore the secret realm when you have time. Lu Daoxian cupped his hands and condensed a ball of light. In response, Wang Ping nodded, accepted it, and accepted the message. I'll go take a look when I have time. Wang Ping nodded with satisfaction. In this case, the junior will resign first and continue to guard the passage. If the senior has any needs, just contact the junior. Lu Daoxian held his hands again and said seriously. Go ahead. If anything happens, I will contact you. Wang Ping nodded. Lu Daoxian nodded and bowed solemnly again before his figure disappeared. Yuanxian Realm, the Immortal King's secret realm? It's a nice place, but now is not the time to go there. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking to himself. Nowadays, life simulators only have 5-digit talents. Continuing to simulate is really a waste of resources. The more Wang Ping thinks about it, the more he feels it is a waste. After all, if you wait until the life simulator is upgraded to 4-digit talents, you can refresh various 4-digit talents. That would be really exciting. Go back to Zhutian Paradise. This time, go back and find the 4-digit rule stone as soon as possible. Of course, before that, it is also necessary to kill the second-generation chat group leader Dao Yi. Wang Ping's eyes showed a cold light, and he sneered. Now, he has understood the Chaos Immortal King Dao and the Chaos Immortal King Sutra. Although he has not yet reached the 4-digit level, he already has the power to fight with 4 figures. Perhaps, when he arrives at the paradise of all heavens, his spiritual power will be judged to be 4 digits. At that time, against the second-generation chat group leader Dao Yi, it will really be a crushing game. Wang Ping did not hesitate and chose to summon the Paradise Pass and went to the paradise of all heavens. When Wang Ping came back again, Alpha looked at Wang Ping strangely. Wang Ping, only a short time passed before he came back again. However, in just such a short period of time, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. It can only be said that as long as the resources are managed enough, Wang Ping's speed of becoming stronger will be shocking. While Alpha was filled with emotions, Wang Ping also discovered that his power had turned into the special power system of Paradise. However, his spiritual power was still not judged to be at the 4-digit level. It seems that I still have to keep up with the energy and physique to be judged as a 4-digit figure. In other words, it is necessary to break through to the Immortal King. However, my current combat power should be regarded as an exceptional 5-digit figure. Wang Ping felt his spiritual power and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The so-called exception means that the combat power has surpassed that level and can fight with existences of higher digits, but the spiritual power has not yet reached higher digits. Today's Wang Ping is a rare exception. Although he was only a 5-digit figure, it was enough to cause a sensation when word spread. Afterwards, Wang Ping gathered his thoughts, looked at Alpha, and chuckled. Alpha, we just talked about old times not long ago, so I won't chat with you. Next, I'm going to the Sky Tower to break into the tower. Let's talk later. Wait for me when I come out. It's time to take revenge for you. Revenge? Hearing these 2 words, Alpha was quite moved, and his eyes trembled. Well, I'm waiting for you to come back and avenge me. Then, Alpha showed a rare smile and said with great anticipation, I'll be back as soon as I go. Wang Ping nodded and went to the Sky Tower with the help of the Paradise Pass. The next moment, Wang Ping appeared in his private space in the Tianta, and a familiar screen also appeared in front of Wang Ping at the right time. The smart voice of Tianta intelligence also sounded accordingly. Ding! Player Tian Yin has detected your return from outside the park, so you must play a Sky Tower game within 3 days. Would you like to play a Sky Tower game immediately? Play the Sky Tower game now. Wang Ping's eyes flashed, and he spoke very calmly. Ding! It has been detected that the player Tian Yin has conquered the second floor of the Sky Tower, Fierce Street. You will next play the game on the third floor of the Sky Tower. Player Tian Yin is asked to choose from the following game difficulties. The smart voice of Tianta intelligence sounded again, and the content on the screen also changed. However, there was still only the Abyss mode, which left Wang Ping speechless. I choose Abyss mode? Wang Ping shook his head slightly and said calmly. This has happened twice, and he is completely used to it. Oh, Tianta intelligence, right? From now on, I will always choose the Abyss mode. If nothing else, I will just be stubborn. Then, Wang Ping curled his lips and said these words in a very pretentious manner. Since you can't resist, just lie down and enjoy it. It's also a good way to show off. Surprise! I would like to ask player Tian Yin, are you sure you want to permanently select the Abyss mode? Once the selection is fixed, it cannot be changed. Tianta Intelligence's slightly surprised voice rang out. Wang Ping looked at the screen in front of him, his eyelids twitching slightly. He said this pretentiously, but he didn't expect Tianta Intelligence to really respond to him, which was a bit of a problem. Could it be that what he thought was that Tianta was influenced by a certain big shot? For example, it was not the person in the chat group of the first generation of time travelers who influenced Tianta, but Tianta itself that was targeting him. After all, if Tianta really responds to him, he should not be able to see the abnormality that he can only choose Abyss mode. At the same time, there is definitely a problem with this fixed Abyss model. Once he chooses, he will really fall into the trap, and he can only choose Abyss mode in the future. God, it's really uncomfortable. Wang Ping was cursing in his heart, and for a moment, he was riding a tiger. After all, I just let it out as a pretense, but taking it back now is really a slap in the face. However, that's all Wang Ping thought about. Compared to safety, face is nothing but bullshit. For this reason, Wang Ping was ready to take back those words and pretend that nothing had happened. Ding! It was detected that player Tian Yin did not respond. The system defaulted to player Tian Yin's fixed selection of Abyss mode. Ding! Due to player Tian Yin's shocking behavior of daring to choose Tian Yin, Tian Tower will conduct a tower-wide report. Wang Ping was stunned as he listened to the series of voices from Tianta Intelligence. Damn it! I only hesitated for 3 seconds, and you gave me the default choice and gave me a server-wide announcement? You idiot! Why are you so stupid? Wang Ping was numb, really numb. For a moment, Wang Ping felt that he would definitely become a laughingstock in the paradise of all heavens in the future. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Player Tian Yin has great courage and has fixed the choice of Abyss mode. He cannot change his choice in the future. For this reason, as a reward, Tian Tower will increase a certain amount of rewards based on the corresponding evaluation. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Player Tian Yin has great courage and has fixed the choice of Abyss mode. He cannot change his choice in the future. For this reason, as a reward, Tian Tower will increase a certain amount of rewards based on the corresponding evaluation. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Player Tian Yin has great courage and has fixed the choice of Abyss mode. He cannot change his choice in the future. For this reason, as a reward, Tian Tower will increase a certain amount of rewards based on the corresponding evaluation. The continuous announcements from the Tianta made the entire Tianta space, and even the entire paradise of heavens agitated. In fact, even the powerful people who have never returned to the paradise of heavens have all received the notice. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Tian Yin, who is this player? Is he so brave? Haha, after so many years, there has never been a person who dared to choose the Abyss mode regularly. This guy is probably the first person in the history of paradise. The first man in history and the most reckless man in history are pretty much the same. I want to see how long he can live How long will he live? I don't think he will ever return to paradise. Outside the paradise of heavens, many powerful people who didn't know that Wang Ping had already passed the 2-story Sky Tower game and received an SSS rating were talking with strange eyes. The reaction of the powerful people in the paradise of all heavens was slightly different. Strong players below 3 digits have mixed reviews of Wang Ping. Some people think Wang Ping is awesome and admire him and even worship him. There are also some people who feel sourly that Wang Ping has received SSS level evaluations in a short period of time. He has completely drifted away and no longer pays attention to the Abyss mode. Sooner or later, something will happen to him with this mentality, and he will die in the Sky Tower. However, there are changes for those with more than 3 digits. This Tian Yin is really courageous. Not long after, he received 2 SSS level evaluations. However, I didn't expect that he was not satisfied yet and started to play the Sky Tower game again. This frequency of tower breakthroughs is also rare. It seems that he is a very ambitious person. Let's see how far he can go. Maybe, in less than 1,000,000 years, he will be able to talk to us as equals. The Sky Tower is the only place that can lead to double digits. So far, no world that can break through to double digits on its own has been discovered. As long as there are ambitious people, they will not choose anything other than the Abyss mode. Difficulty. It is extremely difficult to become a double digit by choosing a mode other than the Abyss mode. As for a single digit, choosing a mode other than the Abyss mode is equivalent to giving up the ambition of becoming a single digit. That's what I said, but those who dare to choose the Abyss mode have never appeared before. Everyone wants to leave a way out for themselves. After all, even our 3-digit or even 2-digit existences can't break through at the end. The Abyss mode is also disappointing. If you choose the fixed Abyss mode, the rewards will be increased, but you have to have a life to get them. Let me wait and see if you will fall into a desperate situation on a certain level and try all means to survive. Will he still dare to do so? Let's break into the tower. There is no second possibility. After experiencing that kind of thing, you will definitely be afraid of the Heavenly Tower. Either stop here and rely on the delay card to delay the time from entering the tower, or give up on the paradise of heavens. There are not many such people who will never come back. Wang Ping can guess what everyone in Zhutian Paradise is talking about, but now you no longer care about other people's opinions. His face was very stiff, and he wanted to dismantle the Tianta intelligence. Damn, it was really fixed, and an announcement was made to him. Although there seemed to be additional rewards for permanently choosing the Abyss mode, these rewards are insignificant compared to the risks associated with doing so. For a moment, Wang Ping was really on the verge of crying. Sure enough, you can't be too pretentious in places that you can't control. If you are not careful, it will lead to unimaginable consequences. Pretending to be cool can only be done when you are in complete control and when facing someone who is far weaker than you. Ding, congratulations. Congratulations to the player for fixing the Abyss mode. Next, the player Tian Yin will enter the game map on the 3rd floor of the Tian Tower. The map is called Chisha Surname. Player Tian Yin is asked to complete the relevant work within 10 minutes. Get ready. In 10 minutes, you will be transported to the game world. 7 kills. The smart voice of Tianta intelligence sounded again. This time, Wang Ping clearly heard the gloating voice of Tianta intelligence. For a moment, Wang Ping's face turned darker, and his desire to dismantle the Tianta intelligence became stronger. However, Wang Ping finally took a deep breath and calmed down. He is not qualified yet, far from qualified to dismantle the tower intelligence and so on. He has to figure it out slowly. The surname of Chisha is a strange name. Afterwards, Wang Ping frowned and began to analyze the game world map. However, although the name game is strange, the danger of this game is definitely not less than the Fear Street on the 2nd floor of the Sky Tower, and it is very likely to be more dangerous. For this reason, one must be more careful. Based on the name, I can't tell what kind of world this is, and I can't figure out what kind of game content it will be. I can only adjust my mentality. Wang Ping rubbed his eyebrows and slapped his mouth. While Wang Ping waited quietly, 10 minutes passed quickly. Then, Wang Ping was wrapped in white light and teleported to the game world on the third floor of the Sky Tower. When Wang Ping regained consciousness and his vision became clear, he found himself in an ancient castle with a Western style. And around Wang Ping, there were 6 players. This made Wang Ping raise his eyebrows slightly and glance at them, a little surprised. This is the 3rd level of Abyss Mode. It's really surprising that so many people choose Abyss Mode. Tisk, when we get to the 3rd floor of the Sky Tower, the waiting time is indeed longer than the first 2 floors of the Sky Tower. But no matter what, we finally have enough people. When Wang Ping glanced at the others, they were also analyzing silently. One of the men wearing an exaggerated grimace mask stretched and smacked his mouth. These words made Wang Ping raise his eyebrows slightly, knowing one more thing. That is, each floor of the Sky Tower game seems to require a fixed number of people to start the game. If there are not enough people, the game will not start, but the players will be asked to wait until there are enough people. Apparently, he was very lucky the first 3 times. Each time he started the game in seconds and was the last person standing. Of course, in the first 2 floors of the Sky Tower game, according to this Ghostface player, the number of people to choose is still relatively large. After reaching the 3rd floor, the number of people gradually decreases, and you need to wait in line. Hey, who of you is that Tianyin? If we calculate the time, it is extremely likely that Tianyin will be the last person to gather enough people to start the game. Following the grimacing player, a fat player smiled and glanced at Wang Ping and others. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of other players flickered. Thinking of this, they also scanned the others. Fat man, you are the first to say this, which is a bit suspicious. Maybe you are Tianyin yourself, and you are trying to offend the suspicion by being the first to speak. The female player with the rabbit headdress looked at the fat player and said meaningfully, "How could I be Tianyin? You, fat man, will not change your name or surname. You are from the god of Food Palace." The fat player was a little depressed and directly exposed his arm. Then, a special pattern of crossed knives and forks appeared in front of Wang Ping and others, making everyone else look surprised. One is surprised by the fat player's behavior of revealing his identity, and the other is surprised by the fat player's identity. The god of Food Palace is a relatively special force in the paradise of heavens. It gathers many foodies from all over the world. They are proud of eating, believe in the supremacy of food, and use eating as a method of spiritual practice. Rumor has it that all creatures other than humanoids are on their diet. The god of Cookery Palace not only has a unique concept, but its power is also extremely powerful. It is a 3-digit force, and it is also considered a very powerful type among the 3-digit forces. Oh, it turned out to be someone from the god of Cookery Palace. It's really surprising. It is said that the god of Cookery Palace can create special space-type props. No matter where you are, it will carry delicious food with you and make delicious food. I don't know if it is true. A man in a suit combed his hair and asked curiously. Of course it's true. While the game hasn't started yet, would you like to have a nice meal with me, fatty? By then, we will be companions. We will cooperate sincerely and pass the 3rd floor of the Sky Tower together. The fat player chuckled and said, "Boring. Who dares to eat other people's food in the Tower of Heaven?" The woman covered in black robe said coldly, "By the way, isn't the topic twisted? Isn't it Tian Yin we are discussing?" The last player, Shota, who looked a little weak, said cautiously, "It doesn't matter what Tian Yin is. In my opinion, he is just an arrogant man, so there is no need to care." Wang Ping spoke calmly. "Compared to this, do you want to cooperate sincerely and pass the level together," as the fat man said? The Sky Tower game is inherently dangerous, and the Abyss mode is even more dangerous. In the first 2 Sky Tower games, I only succeeded by cooperating with other players. Passed without any risk. Hey, cooperation? If you are willing to swear on the Tower of Heaven and tell me your real player name and all the talents, props, and skills you have, I don't mind cooperating with you. The grim-faced man chuckled and said slightly mockingly, Hey, who do you think is the fat man? Remember to call him Fatty. Do you understand?" The fat player stared at Wang Ping and yelled, "It seems that sincere cooperation is impossible. However, I still hope that we can help each other in times of danger to increase the probability of passing the level." Wang Ping shook his head slightly and said with pretense of regret. Regarding Wang Ping's words, except for weak Chi Shota, all the other players looked nonchalant. It was at this time that Tiantao Intelligence's smart voice finally sounded again. "Ding, the game on the third floor of Tiantao. 7 kills will officially start in 30 minutes. Players can recite the mission details silently in their hearts to obtain basic information about the game and related missions." As this voice sounded, Wang Ping and others skillfully began to recite the details of the mission silently in their hearts. Soon, Wang Ping obtained the basic information and related tasks of the game map, 7 kills, in his mind. The background of this game world is only this mysterious castle, and no other maps exist. The castle cannot be destroyed. In this castle, there are 7 different shadows. The players have only one task, and that is to kill the 7 shadows. Players, if they kill a shadow within 24 hours, they will get a basic evaluation even if they clear the game world. Then, for every additional shadow killed, the score will be improved. If you kill 7 shadows, you will get a perfect clearance rating. Kill shadow. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, and he was analyzing secretly in his heart. It seems that this game is different from the second-level game of Sky Tower, Fear Street, which directly pushes other players to the opposite side. If players cooperate sincerely, they can all pass the level. However, all players can only receive the most basic evaluation. This is probably intolerable to ambitious players. Players who dare to enter the third level of the Sky Tower are all not good and very ambitious. If they only want to get a basic evaluation, they will definitely not choose the Abyss mode. They might as well choose the next level mode and try to pass the level perfectly. Such an evaluation will get more rewards than the basic evaluation of the Abyss mode. It seems like they are destined to plot against each other and fight for their lives. Wang Ping thought silently in his heart. However, this is fine. Killing all other players, obtaining an SSS level rating, and monopolizing all rewards is what Wang Ping wants the most as a DJ ending. As the saying goes, a dead Taoist friend will not die a poor Taoist. System, I want to conduct a free simulation. Immediately, Wang Ping spoke in his heart. Ding, life simulator starts, free simulation begins. The system's voice rang. Then, the screen appeared, and familiar words also appeared. You wait quietly for the game to start. After the game starts, you take action and disperse to different places. When you are taking action, you are also scanning the walls of the castle, trying to find information to clear the game. Finally, you saw a painting on the wall. There were 7 shadows on the painting. There were different words on the shadows. Yili Wang Xiao Lin Wu Zhang. Above the shadow figure, there was a long bloody knife cutting across it. You looked at this strange mural and squinted your eyes, feeling that this painting should contain key information to clear the game. Perhaps, if you want to kill these shadows, you need special equipment. If you don't find this special equipment, you will not be able to kill these shadows. In addition, you still have a question, that is, why these shadows have different surnames. Theoretically, if they're just some game monsters, there is no need to give them surnames. After you thought about it, you thought of the name of the game on the 3rd floor of the tower. 7 kills. Perhaps, the game name also hides important information for clearing the level. However, you have no idea what information is hidden in it. Just when you were thinking, a shrill scream rang out, causing your pupils to freeze slightly. Then, after thinking about it, you rushed towards the direction where the screams came from. When you rushed over, you found that other people had also come here, standing in front of a room with solemn faces and watching. You frowned and walked over and looked into the room. Then, you saw a very terrifying scene. Among the 7 people, the male player in the suit had died tragically. His body was chopped into small pieces, and the room was filled with blood, pieces of internal organs, and broken limbs. You look at this scene solemnly and ask them if they saw the death of the male player in the suit. Facing your inquiry, other players looked at the grimace male player. Obviously, the grimace male player was the first player to get here. Seeing everyone looking over, the male player with the grimace snorted, saying that although he was the first one to come over, when he came over, The male player in the suit had already died and turned into this ghostly appearance. Listening to the grim-faced male player's words, your eyes flickered, but you didn't believe it all. After all, every player has selfish motives. One more player, one more hope of reaching a high rating. For this reason, if the grimmest player is extremely confident and thinks that he can solve the 7 shadows alone, then it is possible for him to choose to solve other players first to prevent being robbed or stabbed by others. To be precise, not only the grimmest players may do this, but other players may also do this. For a certain player, whether it is the 7 shadows of Tianta game or other players, they are prey. Next, you sighed and said that the game on the 3rd floor of the Sky Tower was indeed dangerous. Not long after, a player had already died. How about everyone working together to tide over the difficulties? Regarding your words, after struggling with what you said, Weak Cheese Shota raised his hands in agreement, saying that cooperation is indeed possible, and continuing to act alone is too risky. After the weak boy spoke, the female player with the rabbit headdress also flashed her eyes and began to think about whether to cooperate. Although she also wants to get high ratings, the game has just started and people are already dead, which is obviously a bit unusual. Acting alone, the risk factor is indeed higher. Cooperating with other players and acting together is safer, and you can also monitor the actions of other players. As for the question of whether to get a high rating or to stab someone in the back, that depends on the situation. It seems that the female player in the bunny headdress is not a murderer, but she is not a good person either. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation and thought to himself. However, this is also a normal thing. Those who can break through the 3rd level of the Abyss mode, no matter how innocent and cute they appear, cannot be a good person. Not to mention others, he, Wang Ping, was not good at making mistakes. He was very skilled at stabbing and other things. However, something happened at the beginning, and it was a bit troublesome. Wang Ping sighed secretly in his heart, hoping to find a perfect way to pass the level in the 30 minutes of simulation before the game started. Otherwise, he will have no choice but to give up on completing the level perfectly and stay alive first before talking about you. While many thoughts flashed through Wang Ping's mind, the words on the screen continued to appear. Not only the female player with the rabbit headdress, but also the fat player and the black-robed female player also chose to cooperate after thinking about it to prevent it from happening again. Only the grimmest player snorted coldly, glanced at you deeply, and left without saying a word. In this regard, you frowned slightly, feeling that this grimmest player was too arrogant. The fat player looked at the grimmest male player, chuckled, and wiped his neck, seeming to say that the grimmest male player was very suspicious and should he be killed directly to solve the hidden danger. Seeing the actions of this fat player, your and other players' eyelids twitched slightly. You thought this fat guy looked kind-hearted and was very enthusiastic before, but he turned out to be more ruthless than anyone else. The fat player saw others staring at him. He spread his hands and said that he was just joking and hoped you wouldn't take it seriously. After hearing this, you curled your lips, not taking the fat man's words seriously at all. Just kidding, this guy's expression and eyes just now didn't look like he was joking. Next, you guys watched each other, acted together, and after briefly sharing information, you discovered that you had all encountered that strange painting. This shows that although this painting can be seen everywhere, it is not secret information, but public information. In other words, if you want to pass the level better, you still have to find or analyze the secret information. After you discuss it, each of you has his own agenda and says you can go look for the bloody long knife first. It must be a key tool to deal with the shadows. After your discussion, the female player wearing a rabbit headdress took out a prop and said that as long as she wears this thing on her wrist, she can know the location of other teammates and share the information she sees with other players. People. In other words, as long as you have this thing, you can act separately, improve efficiency, and monitor other people's actions. However, this is only theoretical. In fact, who wants to believe that this thing is just a simple information sharing prop? If this thing has any hidden abilities that will be triggered once it is worn, that means putting one's life in the hands of a player with a rabbit headdress. This is something you cannot tolerate. For this reason, whether it is you, the fat player, the black-robed female player, or the weak boy player, they all rejected the proposal of the female player with a tiara on her head. Seeing this, the female player with the tiara on her head looked helpless and shook her head to express regret. There is such a good information sharing tool, but everyone abandons it because of trust issues. You chuckled and said to continue to act together. If you can't find the bloody sword or are not attacked by shadows within 2 hours, then act separately and don't waste each other's time. Your words are recognized by other players and they have no objections. Next, you continue to act together, exploring the secrets of the castle, carefully opening the doors one after another to see what is inside. You will find that the decorations in these rooms are different. Some are girls' rooms with various dolls, and the atmosphere is pink. Some are very messy or even dirty, which can easily make people with mysophobia very uncomfortable. In the blink of an eye, nearly an hour has passed. Nearly an hour passed, and you never met the grimmest male player again, but you finally found your target. The bloody long knife was found by you in a room. This bloody long knife was inserted into a withered corpse, and the word "Wu" was still on the blade. You looked at the withered corpse and then at the bloody sword. Both of them looked a little solemn. Then you all came up with a guess. Since there is a surname on the bloody sword, does it mean that the shadow representing the surname Wu can only be killed with the bloody sword engraved with the surname Wu? If this is the case, it means that there are 6 other bloody swords, corresponding to the other 6 shadows. If this is the case, it will be very troublesome, and the shadow will become difficult to kill. In addition, the problem of how to distribute the bloody swords and human heads will also be magnified, further increasing the possibility of backstabbing each other. Of course, if a bloody knife corresponds to a shadow, that would be fine. If there is a restraint relationship, it would be nerve-wracking. Although this rule is a bit outrageous, considering that this is the Abyss mode, anything can happen, and this possibility really exists. While your face was solemn, the black-robed female player frowned. Her eyes flickered. She glanced at the bloody sword, and then glanced at you, not knowing what she was thinking. The fat player licked his lips and smiled, indicating that the ownership of the bloody sword obviously needs to be determined. He suggested that ownership should be determined in a simple and direct way, such as guessing or throwing dice to avoid disputes. As the fat player's words came out, the player with the rabbit headdress agreed, saying that this could avoid bloodshed to the greatest extent possible. Wiki Shota said that he can do it, and as long as he can continue to form a team, he can accept it. You glanced at the group of people and nodded. In the end, you chose guessing. After the guessing game, you won the final victory and pulled out the bloody sword. That is, after you pulled out the bloody sword, other players stared at you with strange eyes. In this regard, your expression remains unchanged, indicating that time is tight, so you should go find other bloody swords. That is, when you just stepped out of this room, the room door closed automatically. Then, the light bulbs on the ceiling began to flicker, which looked very strange. This scene caused your expressions to change, and your expressions to become serious. You clenched the bloody sword in your hand, ready to take action at any time. That is, just when you are ready to take action, a black shadow squirms and appears strangely in front of you, staring directly at you with its oily green eyes. This scene makes you squint your eyes and identify the strange black shadow in front of you as the monster spawned in this Tianta game, and it is also the target you need to kill. However, if you calculate the time, this shadow appeared exactly an hour after the game started. For a moment, you had a guess in your mind, suspecting that the refresh frequency of the shadows might be 1 refresh every hour, until all are refreshed. If the rules are really as you have guessed, then the cause of death of the man in the suit can be determined to be a certain player, not shadow. That is, when you all have your own thoughts, the shadow in front of you takes action, and the black shadow attacks you at a weird angle. In response to this, your expressions all changed slightly, and you did not dare to come into direct contact with him. So you all took action using your magical powers. You choose to use your strong physical fitness to dodge at an amazing speed. The fat player is not as agile as you, but he directly took out a strange jade bracelet. The jade bracelet radiated light and protected his entire body. The player with the rabbit headdress summoned a strange big rabbit to carry her and jump far away in an instant, and the speed was actually faster than you. Only the weak boy showed a frightened expression and stood there, seemingly frightened. Seeing this, you all frowned, feeling that this weak Shota player was too strange. If his character and abilities were really as they appeared, it would be impossible for him to survive to the 3rd level of the Sky Tower, let alone choose the Abyss mode. For this reason, no one chose to save him no matter what the reason was. That is, just when the player Wiki Shota was about to be penetrated by the black shadow in his chest, the space around the player Wiki Shota distorted, directly twisting and swallowing the black shadow, and at the same time twisting and pulling the shadow in front of him. Seeing this scene, you all looked surprised. You didn't expect that the weak young boy had space-type talents or props. Although in the outside world, space-type talents or props can only be considered powerful and cannot be called the king of space or the respect of time at all. The strongest is the conceptual ability, but here all players are in the restricted Sky Tower game. Space-type abilities are definitely very powerful. You looked at the drag shadow, narrowed your eyes, and chose to take action. You ducked to Shadow's side, holding a bloody sword in your hand, and slashed at Shadow. That is, at the moment you slashed, a terrifying flame suddenly burst out from Shadow's body. Caught off guard, you were hit directly and burned to ashes. Not even damage reduction items could withstand this horrific damage. After you were burned to ashes, the bloody sword also fell down. Seeing this, the fat player chuckled and wanted to snatch the bloody sword. Not only the fat players, but also players with rabbit headdresses and female players in black robes also took action. The player with the rabbit headdress directly controlled his rabbit mount to jump over, spraying out amazing cold air. While extinguishing the flames, he also tried to freeze the fat player. Seeing this, the fat player snorted coldly, and his mouth became huge, looking quite scary. The terrifying devouring power also burst out from his mouth, swallowing up all the cold air. At this moment, the black-robed female player used some unknown means to reach the place where the bloody sword fell, picked it up, and slashed towards the shadow. At this point, the shadow was split into 2. However, this shadow was twisted and was not killed by the bloody sword. The chopped body recovered again and sprayed flames at the black-robed woman. In this regard, the black-robed woman anticipated this situation in advance and disappeared first. When she reappeared, she was already 100 meters away with a bloody sword in her hand. Sure enough, there is no one in this group of people who is good at all. When Wang Ping saw this scene, he sighed in his heart. However, his life simulator still has a high fault tolerance rate. Otherwise, he would have failed countless times along the way. The current situation is a bit bad. The bloody sword cannot kill shadows, which shows that different swords really correspond to different shadows. If you want to be able to kill 7 shadows, you have to find 7 blood swords, and at the same time prevent backstabbing by other players. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, and he frowned slightly. The danger level of this group of players is currently higher than that of Shadow. Wang Ping was thinking about whether to kill all other players immediately after the game started. In this case, you can deal with the shadows with peace of mind, without having to worry about being stabbed in the back. While Wang Ping was thinking about whether to kill this group of players in one fell swoop, the tech simulation continued. That is, when other players were taking action, you finally came back to life. The moment you are resurrected, you want to stay away from the shadows without hesitation. It's just that the moment you took action, the shadows were staring at you, and the shadows and flames were attacking you again. In response, your expression changed slightly, and you found it difficult to avoid. However, it is precisely because of this situation that the effect of the 5-digit talent Jedi Counterattack has exploded. Your attributes are soaring crazily at this moment, allowing you to easily dodge attacks and stay away from the shadows. Seeing that you have come back to life and can explode at such terrifying speed, other players look surprised. However, before they had time to say anything, the shadow attack came again. The targets of this attack are the fat player and the weak shot player who are too close to the shadow. Terrifying flames and shadows attacked the two of them. The weak Shota player remained unmoved and stood there, the space still helping him defend against all attacks. The fat player wears an energy shield and uses his devouring ability to swallow all attacks. Then, the fat player seemed a little impatient and actually rushed towards the shadow, maximizing the effect of his innate ability, and swallowed the shadow forcefully. Seeing this scene, your eyelids twitched slightly, feeling that this fat player from the God of Cookery Palace is really cruel. However, you're also curious whether the fat player can kill the shadow by means other than the blood knife. Under your gaze, the fat player burped after swallowing the shadow. It seemed that the shadow was completely dead and was destroyed by the fat player. However, the fat player's expression soon changed, because a strange black shadow appeared in front of everyone again, and this black shadow was obviously larger than the previous shadow. Everyone present is not an idiot, and they have guessed the reason for this change. When shadow is killed, it becomes more powerful. Of course, through comparison with the previous use of the blood knife to cut off the shadow, it can be inferred that using the blood knife to kill the shadow, even if the blood knife is of a different model, will not cause the shadow to become more powerful. While you were speculating in your minds, the resurrected shadow took action again, rushing towards the fat player and the weak Shota player. The speed and power of the shadows and flames became more terrifying. At the same time, the attack range has also become wider. Seeing this, the fat player's expression changed for the first time. Innate abilities are not infinitely usable. They require mental energy consumption. The greater the activation power, the greater the consumption. If this continues, he won't be able to hold on for too long. However, he does not have a flexible fighting style in the Sky Tower, nor can he adopt an agile style, so it is impossible to escape from the attack range. And if it swallows this shadow again, then this shadow will become more powerful, and it will be a certain death situation. For a while, the fat player had a headache, but the weak Shota player still looks like that, making people confused as to what he is thinking. Suddenly, the fat player looked at you and said with a ferocious expression that you must save him. Otherwise, he will continue to devour the shadow and make the shadow too powerful to handle, and everyone will die. The words of the fat player made your expressions change slightly. If the fat man really did this, it would be a big trouble indeed. If shadow continues to grow stronger, no one will be able to survive with shadow's power. For a moment, no matter you, the player with the rabbit headdress, or the woman in black robe, they were all a little annoyed and wanted to kill the fat player with 1,000 knives. Seeing that you didn't take action, the fat player showed a ferocious expression and took out a prop with strange runes, indicating that this thing could temporarily block this space. If you don't take action, you will die together. The words of the fat player make your murderous intention towards him even stronger. It was at this time that a change occurred. The fat player's body and the energy shield that protected him were suddenly torn apart. Blood and flesh were spread all over the ground and were turned into ashes by the black shadow intertwined with flames. This sudden scene made your pupils shrink suddenly, showing expressions of surprise. You guys are staring at the direction of the player weak Chi Shota. At this moment, there were no weak Shota players, only a strong man whose whole body was covered with bloody evil energy. And the scope and degree of distortion of the space around him have become even more terrifying. Obviously, the fat player was killed by the changed weak Shota player. For a moment, all of you were extremely afraid of the changed and weak Shota players. The player in front of you may be the most dangerous existence among the 7 of you. When you are all very frightened, the changed weak Chi Shota player looks at you with his wild eyes. His expression is very cold, his eyes are very cold. There is no murderous intention, just pure coldness. Then, the changed weak Chi Shota player made a move. He instantly appeared in front of the female player, with a rabbit headdress on her head. That is, the moment he appeared, the body of the female player with the rabbit headdress twisted and deformed, exploded, and blood spattered all over the ground. This scene makes your complexion change slightly, widening the distance between you and the changed weak Chi Shota player. The expression of the female player in black robe also changed, but she took action. Under the feet of the transformed Wiki Shota player, a strange black creature appeared and stabbed the transformed Wiki Shota player in the crotch with a black sharp knife. However, before the black sharp knife could hit, the black sharp knife and the strange black creature were twisted and exploded. Immediately afterwards, the changed Wiki Shota player looked at the black-robed female player with indifferent eyes. That is, when the changed Wiki Shota player looked at the black-robed female player, the black-robed female player's face was gloomy, and she disappeared into white light. That is, after the black-robed female player disappeared, the changed Wiki Shota player appeared not far from where she was, distorting everything around her. This scene makes your pupils suddenly shrink, and you are quite surprised. You don't understand why the black-robed female player disappeared. Could it be that this black-robed female player also has space abilities? Something's wrong, very wrong. Wang Ping frowned and looked at the simulated text. The polar reversal of Wiki Shota players is surprising, but it is also expected. Anyone who dares to choose the Abyss mode on the 3rd floor of the Sky Tower is definitely not a good person. But the disappearance of this black-robed female player seemed extremely abnormal. Because according to the description of the text simulation, the simulation Wang Ping did not seem to react to her sudden disappearance, but his real body Wang Ping could see it clearly. The female player in black robe turned into white light and disappeared. In the Sky Tower, people who turn into white light and disappear are usually transported into the game world or leave after completing the main mission. Nowadays, the female player in black robe turns into white light and disappears. Doesn't it mean that she has quietly completed the main mission of this game world, obtained a basic evaluation, and can leave at any time? If this is the case, by what means did she complete the main mission and kill a shadow? Except for the separate actions at the beginning, the black-robed female player and the simulated Wang Ping and others acted together and were not separated. In other words, the female player in black robe killed a shadow and completed the main mission in the short period of time after the game started. But how could there be no movement when dealing with shadow? Moreover, the female player in black robe had not found the bloody sword before. The bloody sword is a special item, and there is no way to hide it. Could it be that this game called 7 Kills is not just about killing shadows? Wang Ping's pupils condensed slightly as he thought of a possibility. The 7 Kills surname kills not only shadows but also players. 7 surnames. If the player's form is these 7 surnames, and killing the player with this surname can complete the main mission and obtain a basic evaluation, then it can be explained. He, Wang Ping, represents the king. The female player in the black robe killed the male player in the suit and killed a surname. So she completed the main mission and can leave at any time. If the surname of the male player in the suit is Wu, then the word Wu on the bloody sword has some profound meaning. Perhaps this means that only after the death of the male suit player named Wu can a bloody long sword with the corresponding surname emerge. If other players are killed, a bloody sword with the corresponding surname will continue to appear somewhere in the castle. Compared with dealing with shadow, killing other players is the shortcut to speed through the game and get the highest rating. As for getting a perfect SSS rating, you also need to kill more players to deal with shadow. If you kill less, if the bloody sword does not match the shadow, it will still be impossible to kill. There is a lot of luck involved. Wang Ping analyzed it silently in his heart and sighed inwardly. Although he has long known that wisdom and luck are the most important in the heavenly paradise, especially in the heavenly tower, and strength is secondary, his previous feelings were not that deep. Now, 3 times in the Tianta game, he has become more deeply aware of the gold content of this sentence. Haha, now that we have guessed so many things, it will be easy to handle. Immediately, Wang Ping's eyes flickered and his whole body relaxed. Next, the relaxed Wang Ping continued to stare at the screen. On the screen, words continued to appear. After the black-robed female player left the game world, the changed and weak Shota player was eyeing you and wanted to kill you too. In this regard, you look gloomy and plan to use the 5-digit special item, the Forbidden Demon Realm. As long as this prop is used, the space talent that was originally very dangerous will become ineffective. As long as the changed weak Shadow player loses the space talent he relied on, with your physical strength and combat skills, you can easily kill this player instantly. However, just when you were about to use your space talent, a mutation suddenly occurred. After the change, the player's body suddenly stiffened and seemed to lose the ability to move. This scene will make you very surprised. Immediately afterwards, something even more surprising happened. After the change, the weak player suddenly stopped using his natural ability. His temperament also changed, and his body gradually became smaller and returned to its original shape. That is, when the changed weak Shadow player changed back, the shadow that was ready to move suddenly attacked the changed weak Shadow player, stringing it together into a hedgehog, and the terrifying power of fire also exploded, burned it to ashes. This weird scene makes your eyelids jump wildly, and you realize that something is weird. Maybe other players have taken action. However, the only remaining players are you and the Grimace player. Could it be that the Grimace player took action? That is, when you are surprised and thinking wildly, the field of vision in front of you suddenly changes, from the corridor of the castle to the green prairie. There are a lot of rabbits jumping around you on the grassland. When you saw this weird scene, your expression changed drastically, and you knew that you were under some kind of illusion. Judging by the style of this illusion, it might have been the work of the female player with the rabbit headdress. Perhaps the female player with the rabbit headdress has never died. You have long been affected by her illusion-like talent, and many of her actions are in an illusion. If that's the case, that's really terrible. This is really a reversal of sorts. Wang Ping's expression became serious. If the previous plot developments were all illusions, then it would be really troublesome, which means that all his previous judgments were wrong. This Tianta game is really dangerous. Wang Ping sighed secretly in his heart and continued to stare at the screen, hoping that things would not develop into the worst-case scenario. Many thoughts flashed through your mind, and while your complexion changed, you also used the 5-digit special item, the effect of the forbidden magic field, without hesitation. As the effect of the 5-digit special item, Forbidden Demon Realm, unfolds, your eyes change and your vision changes back to the castle. However, your vision has changed somewhat compared to before. This change is that the female player with the rabbit headdress on her head who was supposed to die appears again in your field of vision. At this time, she is not riding a rabbit, but is looking at you and the surroundings with eyes full of surprise and even fear, as if she wants to know who broke her talent and banned her from using talents and props. Permissions. You look at the player with the rabbit headdress on his head, his expression gloomy, and your previous judgment is completely confirmed in your heart. However, you have no time to worry about this female player with a rabbit headdress on her head. Because your talent effects are also banned, you can only dodge the shadow's attack in a hurry. However, you were weakened and did not escape the attack after all, and your arm was pierced by the shadow's spike. Seeing this, your complexion couldn't help but change greatly. After all, Shadow still has the ability of fire. As long as he activates the ability of fire, you will die without a single body. It's just that something happened that made you depressed. Shadow didn't use the fire ability, as if it couldn't be used. This makes you instantly guess. The shadow in front of me may be the shadow formed after the death of the player named Wu in suit. It not only has the characteristics of a shadow, but also can use the talent of the player named Wu in suit. So, after the 5-digit item Forbidden Demon Realm is deployed, the shadow in front of you can no longer use the fire ability. If this is the case, in this game, if you die, will a shadow be generated that can use the life simulator? If it really turns out like that, it might make other players despair. Moreover, even if you can't use the life simulator, just being able to use your other talents is still a big trouble. Some abilities have limitations on you, but the immortal shadow does not. In addition, the shadows formed after the death of other players are also a problem. After all, except for the male players in suits, their talents are also not ordinary. Many thoughts flashed through your mind, and you became more and more afraid of the shadows. While you are fearful in your heart, you also retreat with all your strength, trying to get rid of the shadow's next attack. Unfortunately, Shadow is only restricted in its natural abilities, and its own strength has not been weakened. For this reason, you did not escape the clutches of the shadow after all, and were directly killed by this shadow. Because of your death, this simulation ends. As the tech simulation ended, Wang Ping frowned and glanced at the player with the rabbit headdress without leaving any trace. This female player's natural ability is really a problem. Wang Ping was not sure whether the player with the rabbit headdress had used his talent to affect other players before the game started. If the other party has already used the ability, it will be really troublesome. This means that Wang Ping may have to use a 5-digit special item, the Forbidden Demon Realm, to deal with her. In that case, Wang Ping will lose an extremely powerful trump card. Perhaps we can experiment to see if we can use talents or props to influence other players before the game starts. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking secretly in his heart. It would be easier if she couldn't be affected before the game starts. We can just launch a sneak attack at the start of the game and kill her on the spot. Thinking of the end, Wang Ping felt a strong, murderous intention in his heart. At this time, Wang Ping was no longer the rookie he was before. The emotions and murderous intent in his heart were noticed as soon as they appeared. Now, Wang Ping's heart was in turmoil, and his expression and breath were as calm as water, so that no one would notice what he was thinking. Then, Wang Ping said from the bottom of his heart, "System, I want to continue the free simulation." Ding! The life simulator starts and the free simulation begins. The system's voice rang. Then, the screen appeared, and Wang Ping's familiar words also appeared. Next, you chose to test the female player with a tiara on her head, hoping to see if she could use her talents and abilities to influence other players before the game officially started. After your research, you found that other players cannot use talents and props to harm other players or affect other players before the game officially starts. This result makes you feel relieved. However, it was also because of your behavior that you completely angered other players and attracted all the hatred. They all complained about you, and several of them wanted to take action against you. In this regard, you are still unmoved, quietly waiting for the game to officially start. When the game officially starts, you will kill the female player with a rabbit headdress without hesitation. However, when you acted, the female player with the rabbit headdress seemed to be prepared. A ray of light flashed, forming a protective shield like a 6-pointed star, directly protecting her. As your fist landed on the hexagram shield actually changed and controlled you. At the same time, all other players also launched attacks on you. You are very familiar with the attack methods of these players, but you have never seen the innate abilities of the Grimace players. The Grimace player takes action and transforms into a flame demon, using terrifying flame abilities. You are very familiar with this ability. After all, that's what Shadow was capable of as described in the last simulation. This also means that the refresh mechanism of Shadow is random. An hour later, a Shadow is refreshed. The first Shadow to be refreshed is the Shadow with the talent of the Grimace player, not the Shadow of the male player in the suit as you might guess. This situation is undoubtedly very bad. After all, if your Shadow is randomly refreshed, you will have to kill yourself too, and a bloody sword with your last name will be refreshed. If you don't do this, you won't be able to refresh the bloody sword to kill the Shadow and get an SSS rating. But if you do this, you will die. Of course, if you can refresh the bloody sword through the resurrection of your innate ability, that would be acceptable. Otherwise, we can only delay the time until other Shadows are refreshed and kill them. Many thoughts flash through your mind. At the critical moment, because of the talent effect of the 5-digit talent Jedi Counterattack, all your attributes were greatly improved. You did not hesitate to use the 5-digit special item, Forbidden Demon Realm. As the effect of the 5-digit special props, Forbidden Demon Realm unfolds, all attacks disappear, and the 6-pointed star that imprisons you also shatters. This scene made the pupils of the other 6 players suddenly shrink, showing expressions of fear. They did not expect that you actually had such a terrifying special prop. You glanced at them with a cold look on your face, indicating that they were proud of themselves for being able to force you to use the one-time special item as an SSS level evaluation reward. After hearing your words, the expressions of all the other players changed, and they were shocked again. Because your words have undoubtedly revealed that you are Tianyin. When the other players were shocked, you didn't waste time and attacked them fiercely. The first target of your attack is the female player with a rabbit headdress on her head. Facing your attack, the female player with the rabbit headdress showed a frightened look and wanted to dodge. However, the gap in physical strength and skills made the melee capabilities between you very different. For this reason, the female player with the rabbit headdress was mercilessly beaten to the head by you. After blowing the head of the player with the rabbit headdress, you attack the weak Shota player and kill him easily. Seeing you so brutally killing two people at once, the fat player, the female player in black robe, the male player in suit, and the grimace player all had very ugly expressions. They didn't have the courage to confront you head-on and wanted to escape separately. However, they tried to escape, but naturally it was too late. You burst out with amazing speed, easily caught up with them, and killed them one by one. After you kill them one by one, you start looking for the bloody sword as quickly as possible. Finally, you found 6 bloody knives with different surnames in different rooms. That is, after you found 6 bloody swords with different surnames, a shadow appeared in front of you. The ability of this shadow is still the flame shadow. Seeing this flame shadow, you finally breathed a sigh of relief. It would be much easier if the first shadow that spawned was a fixed flame shadow no matter how the players died, and you could kill them easily. Next, you don't hesitate and directly fight this flame shadow. Because you already knew his details, you easily killed him with the bloody sword. Of course, during the battle, you also tested the effectiveness of that bloody long knife one by one. Finally, you judged that the bloody long knife named Lin is effective. Apparently, the Grimace player's last name is Lin. As you kill the flame shadow, you hear the smart voice of Tianta Intelligence congratulating you for passing the level. In response, you looked happy and chose to return. Because of your choice, this simulation ends. Wang Ping looked at this text simulation, his eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. This simulation was completed quite easily. However, it is a pity to use a 5-digit special item, the Forbidden Demon Realm. Continue the simulation and see if you can kill all other players without using the Forbidden Demon Realm. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking to himself. Then, Wang Ping continued to simulate. However, something happened that gave Wang Ping a headache. If he didn't use the 5-digit special item, Forbidden Demon Realm, he wouldn't be able to easily wipe out other players, and they might even join forces to fight back. These players are really not easy to mess with. It's really not that easy to pass the Tianta game perfectly. Wang Ping sighed in his heart. On the second floor of the Sky Tower, in order to pass the level perfectly, he used the Cursed Doll, and this time it seemed that he was going to use the Forbidden Demon Realm as well. However, although Wang Ping regretted that he needed to use the 5-digit special item, the Forbidden Demon Realm, a big killer, Wang Ping was never a hesitant person. When it's time to use it, you have to use it. As for how to deal with the second-generation chat group leader Dao E, we can only think of other ways. Perhaps after clearing the Abyss mode on the 3rd floor of the Sky Tower this time and getting an SSS level rating, the prizes and effects of the rewards far exceed the 5-digit special props of the Forbidden Demon Realm. Speaking of which, after I chose the Abyss mode, Tianta Intelligence said that my reward amount would be increased. Maybe it is not impossible to get a 4-digit prop this time. Wang Ping's eyes were shining brightly, and his heart was full of expectations. Next, Wang Ping gathered his thoughts and waited silently, waiting for the game to begin. After the game started, Wang Ping used the 5-digit special item, Forbidden Demon Realm, without hesitation. As Wang Ping used the 5-digit special item, Forbidden Demon Realm, all the players present noticed the abnormality and their expressions changed. Welcome to my realm. Next, I invite you to die and continue my legend. Wang Ping glanced at the other 6 players whose expressions changed greatly and said politely with a smile on his lips. As soon as these words came out, the other players instantly understood that Wang Ping was Tianyin, and that the abnormal situation in which they were unable to use talents and props was caused by Wang Ping. Immediately, the fatty player and others launched a siege towards Wang Ping in a tacit understanding. In response to this, Wang Ping's expression remained unchanged, and he punched one child at a time, killing all the players with extraordinary backgrounds. Next, it's time to explode gold coins. Wang Ping glanced at the corpses all over the ground, smiled, and began to touch the corpses one by one. Wang Ping got 2 props from the Ghostface player. The first item is the Ghostface mask worn by the Ghostface player. It is a 5-digit low-level special prop. Wearing this Ghostface mask can hide one's own aura and face, making it difficult for people to see the depth. Its shielding effect cannot be seen through even by Xianxian. In addition, this Ghostface mask can also summon some ghosts to help you fight. The second item the Ghostface player possesses is the 5-digit low-level special item Ghost Dance Transformation, which can transform into monsters and monsters, improving his combat effectiveness in all aspects. 2 5-digit low-level props are pretty good. Although, for me now, 5-digit low-level special props are no longer useful. However, they should still be of some use in the Tianta game. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking silently. Unfortunately, these things are stolen goods and cannot be sold casually. Otherwise, Wang Ping would like to dispose of these stolen goods and replace them with the origin of the world. There are hidden dangers in carrying these stolen goods with you after all. Throw it away, but I can't bear to throw it away. Next, Wang Ping started touching the corpse of the fat player again. The fat player has 3 special props on his body. 5-digit intermediate special props storage ring. In the Tianta game, it can store 1,000 cubic meters of things, but in the outside world it behaves very horribly. It is the size of a small universe, with a living world in it, a wide variety of ingredients. 5-digit low-level special props, light particle barrier. It can form a defensive barrier like light particles and can strengthen the defense strength by consuming mental power. 5-digit low-level special props, space confinement, a one-time prop. Using this prop, you can block a certain range of surrounding space so that no one can escape. This fat player is really good, and he has a lot of good things. Wang Ping clicked his tongue in surprise. However, neither of these 2 players have 6-digit special items. Did they consume them in previous games? It should be. Many props are consumables, and it is normal to use them. Wang Ping thought of this question again and muttered. Just like him, if he didn't want to use the cursed doll and the forbidden demon realm, he ended up using them. Next, Wang Ping gathered his thoughts and continued to touch the corpse. His target this time is the female player with a rabbit headdress on her head. The female player with the rabbit headdress also has 2 5-digit special props on her body. 5-digit low-level special props, rabbit headgear. You can summon a rabbit with freezing ability to assist in combat. 5-digit intermediate special prop, 6-ray array, a one-time item. Using this item, you can form an amazingly strong defensive barrier to block attacks. If you encounter a very powerful attack, you can even choose to form a 6-ray trap to trap the enemy. Trapped. P.S. This prop can be used passively and will be automatically triggered as long as it suffers a life-threatening attack. Put in the outside world, it is enough to resist attacks at the quasi-immortal king level. The props of this female player with the rabbit headdress are pretty good. However, she actually has 5-digit mid-level special props. Could it be that she has also reached a high rating on the 2nd floor of the Sky Tower? SSS level. It should not be, but SS level should be possible. Wang Ping looked at this 5-digit intermediate special item, the 6-ray light array, his eyes flickering. However, Wang Ping thought about the illusion talent of the player with the rabbit headdress, and felt that it was indeed possible for her to achieve a high rating of SS level. Next, Wang Ping began to touch the corpse of the male player in the suit. This time, Wang Ping was a little disappointed, because this male player in a suit doesn't even have a special item on him. No wonder this guy was killed first. He is indeed a weakling. With this background, he dares to choose the Abyss mode on the 3rd floor of the Sky Tower. He is really ambitious. Wang Ping looked around but couldn't find any special props and couldn't help showing a look of disgust. Next, Wang Ping touched the body of a female player in black robe. This time, Wang Ping found a special prop. 5-digit low-level special prop, shadow melting black robe. This prop allows players to blend into the shadows, which is a good ability. Hey, this sign. After Wang Ping stripped off the black-robed female player, he found the same mark on the back of his hand as the male player in a suit, and he couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. No wonder that in the first life simulator, the female player in black robe was the first to kill the male player in suit. It turned out that they were from an organization and came in as a team. It was because of their acquaintance that the mural made the black robe the female player had a guess about the game. In the end, her judgment was correct. It was indeed killing the surname. After Wang Ping thought about it, he sighed. If he doesn't have a life simulator, it's not so easy to know the true meaning of the game content. I have to say, this female player in black robe is really ruthless. She kills her teammates first to protect her base at the beginning. Wang Ping slapped his mouth. However, I can understand it. After all, this symbol represents a certain evil force in the world, and killing teammates is a routine operation. The last one is Shota. I hope he has some powerful items. Wang Ping calmed down and touched the body of the Shota player. Then, Wang Ping obtained 2 more props. 5-digit low-level special props, Desperate Situation Transformation. Wearing this prop will make the user very timid, but when faced with a desperate situation, it will be reversed in 2 levels and become wild. All attributes will be greatly improved, and at the same time will reduce the mental energy consumption when using talents. 5-digit low-level special item, Justice Bracelet, a one-time item. Using this item, you can specifically judge an evil creature to justice and eliminate it. P.S. The upper limit of the ability is 5-digit legend, and the effect in the Sky Tower will change. These 2 props are of no use to me. It seems that this Shotai player mainly relies on his own natural ability to be so powerful. Wang Ping looked at these 2 props and couldn't help but frown slightly. The prop of Desperate Transformation will affect the character. At the same time, props with a mere 5-digit level are really useless to him now, and wearing them would do more harm than good. Wang Ping, has a life simulator and needs to be calm when doing things. To pursue a little improvement in strength while abandoning a calm personality is to put the cart before the horse. As for the second prop, it is even more useless. From the outside world, it cannot help him at all. Perhaps it would be of some use in the Sky Tower. However, the conditions for using this prop are a bit harsh, and it is only a 5-digit low-level prop. As Wang Ping reaches higher levels in the tower, the effect it can exert will definitely gradually decrease. Not to mention, this thing is a one-time use. Forget it. It's better not to come to a conclusion so quickly. It would be embarrassing if you were accidentally slapped in the face. Wang Ping shook his head again, gathered his thoughts, and put all these props into the storage ring he stole from the fat player. Next, it was time to deal with the shadows, and Wang Ping began to take action. Subsequent development has not changed much from the life simulator. Wang Ping found the blood blade and killed the first shadow, completing the clearance requirements. I want to return. Then, Wang Ping spoke to Tianta Intelligence. Ding! It has been detected that the main mission has been completed. Congratulations to the player for passing the 3rd-level game world of the Sky Tower. 7 kills. That is to say, after Wang Ping chose to return, the smart voice of Tianta Intelligence rang. Then, Wang Ping was instantly enveloped in white light, leaving the game world and returning to his own exclusive room. Immediately afterwards, the clever voice of the Sky Tower sounded again. Ding! It was detected that the player chose to complete the main mission in the Abyss mode on the 3rd floor of the Tower of 7 kills. The evaluation is a level. Ding! It is detected that the player has made 7 kills. Passed the level perfectly. The evaluation has been improved. The evaluation is SSS level, and an SSS level Abyss treasure chest has been obtained. Ding! Tower-wide announcement, player Tian Yin selected the Abyss mode, passed the 3rd-level game world of the Sky Tower perfectly, and obtained an SSS level evaluation. He became the 85th player to obtain an SSS level evaluation on the 3rd level of the Tian Tower. Phew, it's really an SSS level evaluation. I feel better now. Wang Ping smiled when he saw a series of messages appearing on the pop-up screen. To be honest, although he was 90% sure of getting an SSS level rating, he was actually worried about one thing. This matter is that the 7-kill surname needs to kill his own shadow and make up for the 7-kill surname in order to obtain a perfect evaluation. Now it seems that the conditions of Tianta are not so harsh. Just kill 7. These 7, whether they are shadows or other players, just make up for 7 heads. However, in this third level, are there only 85 players with SSS level evaluations left? This is really getting harder and harder. You know, this is only the third level. Wang Ping couldn't help but click his tongue when the Tianta intelligence prompt sounded again. I just don't know if all the players who have passed the game and received SSS level ratings have grown to levels above 3 digits. If this is really the case, then Wang Ping can already be called a 3-digit candidate. TSK, 3 digits, that's strong enough. However, 3 digits can't satisfy my current ambitions. Wang Ping smacked his lips and sighed, then gathered his thoughts, looked at his reward, and chose to receive the SS level Abyss treasure chest and open it. As Wang Ping opened the SSS level Abyss treasure chest, golden light emerged, and the pleasant voice of Tianta intelligence suddenly sounded. At the same time, some pictures and texts also appeared in front of Wang Ping's eyes. Ding! Congratulations on opening the SSS level Abyss treasure chest and receiving the following rewards. The physical attributes of the Tianta game character are plus 200. 5-digit top-notch special props, broken light. 4-digit rule stone. 4-digit low-level special props, rain of death. 5-digit top-notch special prop, broken light. A one-time prop. After use, it can form a light of destruction. The power of the light of destruction is extremely terrifying, enough to destroy a 4-digit entry-level expert and make it impossible to resurrect him. Even if you have 4-digit low-level resurrection items, you can't revive him. P.S. This prop comes from the Tianta game and can be used in the Tianta game. However, the ability value will be adjusted to a certain extent, so players should use it with caution. 4-digit rule stone. Owning this item allows your talent to evolve into a 4-digit talent. 4-digit low-level special prop, Rain of Death. A one-time prop. After use, it can form a torrential rain with the breath of death, corroding everything. Even a 4-digit legendary level expert would not dare to touch it easily. When several elite levels of powerhouses come into contact with the Rain of Death, their lives will be corroded by the Rain of Death, and they will perish quickly. P.S. This prop comes from the Tianta game and can be used in the Tianta game. However, the ability value will be adjusted to a certain extent, so players should use it with caution. P.S. This prop is very dangerous. If used improperly, it will affect the user to death, so please pay special attention. Fuck! Wang Ping was shocked when he looked at the items awarded this time. Although he knew that after he chose the Abyss mode permanently, the amount of rewards would be increased, but the increase was probably too much. After all, under normal circumstances, even if he obtained an SSS level evaluation on the 3rd floor of the Sky Tower, he would only be able to obtain 2 5-digit high-grade special props. However, this time he actually obtained a 5-digit top-grade special prop and a 4-digit low-level special prop. In the end, he actually got a 4-digit rule stone. The 4-digit rule stone, this is what Wang Ping dreams of. Before, Wang Ping was very worried about how to obtain these 4-digit rule stones, and he was thinking about whether he would need to go to the 1st or 20 floors before he could obtain items of this level. He really didn't expect that he would get this thing on the 3rd level. It can only be said that blessings and misfortunes depend on each other. Although it is definitely a big pitfall to choose the Abyss mode permanently, the extent of the reward increase is also amazing. Wang Ping was amazed in his heart. He was very satisfied with the reward items this time. He was extremely satisfied. Next, I only need to refresh the cultivation rewards through the life simulator, and I can easily become a 4-digit existence. As long as I become a 4-digit existence, I can deal with the 2nd-generation chat group leader Daoi. That's really a father beating his son, rubbing him at will. No matter how weird his talent is, it can't make me sick. Immediately, the corners of Wang Ping's mouth raised slightly, and he began to imagine the scene of beating the 2nd-generation chat group leader Daoi. At first, I thought that the Forbidden Demon Realm was needed to deal with him, and it would be troublesome to use the Forbidden Demon Realm. Now it seems that the Forbidden Demon Realm can be exchanged for so many good things, and it is a huge profit. Next, with a thought, Wang Ping left the Tianta space and returned to the villa where Alpha was. Alpha, give me a cup of milk tea. As soon as Wang Ping came back, he smiled and snapped his fingers at Alpha. Alpha seemed to understand something about this. His eyes brightened, and he obediently went to make tea for Wang Ping. At the same time, the entire Zhutian paradise was once again shocked because Wang Ping received an SSS level evaluation. After all, Wang Ping had just chosen the fixed abyss mode, and now he had received an SSS level evaluation. This kind of ability is really amazing. Tianyan, the second-generation chat group leader Dao, he also heard the notification tone and was shocked and even a little envious. This Tianyan, I don't know who he is so perverted that he was able to break through 3 levels in a short period of time and obtain an SSS rating. If I can continuously obtain SSS level evaluations like him and show my potential, then there will be no place in this world. Dowie murmured to himself. However, in the end, he sighed and abandoned this boring fantasy. He has never chosen the abyss mode, and after breaking through the 9th floor, he did not dare to break through again. The shadow of being infinitely close to death was still fresh in his memory and filled with fear from the bottom of his heart. Although the Sky Tower is a shortcut to becoming a strong person, the dangers involved are enough to make most people tremble and fear. Next, Dao Yi gathered his thoughts, showed a cold look in his eyes, and contacted someone directly. Soon, a dark figure appeared in front of Dao Yi and said in a sinister voice, "Haha, Dao Yi, you are really ruthless. You actually sold everything in the second-generation chat group and let your subordinates, brothers, heirs, and even heirs all become slaves, just to summon the devil's one-time authority. You don't need to say more. As long as we can deal with Alpha and that guy, everything will be worth it." Dao Yi snorted coldly and spoke. It's interesting. I hope you can succeed." The black shadow smiled strangely, dropped a black mist-like object, and made a deal with Dao Yi, then quickly disappeared. A dead Taoist friend is not a poor Taoist. As long as I am alive, everything is possible. Dao Yi's face was gloomy, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Then he left his residence, went directly to where Alpha was, and crushed the black mist-like prop in his hand. As the black mist-like prop in Dao Yi's hand was crushed by Dao Yi temporarily gained the authority of the Demon King and could force a certain person or force to play games with him. However, because this Demon King's authority is a castrated version, the only games that can be played are pure duels. The game will only end if one party dies or surrenders. However, buying such props is not a glorious thing, so Dao Yi has no interest in making it widely known. For this reason, on the way here, he arranged various formations to seal everything here. Alpha and my good juniors, all get out of here. Dao Yi stood in the sky, looking down at the villa area below, and shouted coldly. In the villa, when Dao Yi first arrived, Wang Ping noticed his presence and was a little surprised. After Dao Yi used the Demon King's authority, Wang Ping was even more surprised. The authority of the Demon King? No, the authority of the temporary Demon King? Dao Yi, he is really willing to spend a lot of money. Alpha also looked up and looked outside, quite surprised. My growth rate is too terrifying. He is so anxious that he jumps over the wall. It is understandable that he can do such a thing, Wang Ping said calmly after drinking the black tea leisurely. Although there was some deviation from his plan, Dao Yi suddenly attacked, making it impossible for him to upgrade to 4 figures before fighting with him. However, Wang Ping's own strength is strong enough, and he also has many good things, so Wang Ping is not really afraid of Dao Yi. It's just that he used to prefer to be more stable. Aren't you going to come out? Since you don't dare to come out, then just go and die. Outside, seeing that Wang Ping and Alpha had no idea of coming out, Dao Yi snorted coldly and took action directly. Terrifying power brewed from his palm and struck towards the villa. When fighting in the paradise of heavens, the destructive power will be limited. For this reason, it may not seem as powerful as the outside world, but its power is actually not weakened at all. As a strong man with a 5-digit limit, Dao Yi is still very scary when he attacks with all his strength. However, this is only for the ordinary 5-digit limit. For Wang Ping, Dao Yi's own strength was too weak. Facing this attack, Wang Ping just mobilized his own power and formed a chaotic energy shield, which easily blocked Dao Yi's attack, leaving the villa without any damage. Then, Wang Ping's figure moved and appeared in the outside world, staring at Dao Yi from a distance of 1,000 meters. At this moment, Dao Yi glanced at the intact villa and then at Wang Ping, his expression ugly. Through the simple test just now, he understood one thing again. Wang Ping is even more powerful than he was not long ago, when he had people bring props to blow up the universe. In such a short period of time, his strength has been greatly improved. This speed of improvement was so abnormal that it made him crazy with envy. It's really sad that Dao Yi, who has been practicing for so many years, could be surpassed so easily by a junior. Ah, are you sore? Wang Ping stared at Dao Yi, seemingly reading his thoughts, and couldn't help but sneer. Humph, your talent is indeed very strong. But this talent that allows you to quickly improve your cultivation is destined to be impossible to use in combat. Talents all have advantages and disadvantages, and there is no perfect talent. Dao Yi snorted coldly and did not answer directly, but said with a sinister expression, "And you have grown so fast. Although your power is very powerful, how many props from the paradise of all heavens do you have? In other words, although you may be stronger than me in terms of pure power, in the paradise of heavens, the outcome of the battle has never been about who is more powerful. Today, you will die in my hands. Then, I will use the temporary Demon King authority to seize your talent, and let me reach the top." At the end of the sentence, Dao Yi looked crazy, opened his arms, and showed his ambition. Haha, I'm really confident enough, and I'm not afraid of the wind blowing my tongue. Wang Ping sneered. Then, Wang Ping had no interest in continuing the nonsense with Dao Yi, so he took action decisively, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Dao Yi, and the chaos immortal fist struck hard at his face. Although Wang Ping did not dare to use a life simulator to simulate in Jutian Paradise, as it would be easy to be discovered by the boss, but when dealing with Dao Yi, Wang Ping had a high error tolerance and was fearless. That is, when Wang Ping took action, a deck of cards appeared in front of Dao Yi's eyes, and a card floated out. This card has one word on it, forbidden. As this card appeared, Wang Ping found that his body was imprisoned, his power was suppressed, and his fist stopped in front of Dao Yi. Is it a trick talent? It's really troublesome. Wang Ping frowned slightly. The first card is imprisonment. Poor junior. You are so unfortunate. Dao Yi looked at the imprisoned Wang Ping with a mocking expression. While saying this, a red-black long sword appeared in Dao Yi's palm and stabbed Wang Ping's chest fiercely. Not only that, Dao Yi also felt that it was not safe, so he directly used a special prop. 5 arc-shaped energy blades appeared next to Wang Ping, cutting towards his body at different angles. However, when Dao Yi's attack and these props were about to hit Wang Ping and cut Wang Ping into ruthless corpses, one of the props was triggered. This prop is clearly the special prop, the light particle barrier, that Wang Ping took from the fat player. It's useless. This sort of mine has the special effect of shattering the energy shield. Although it can only be activated once in a while, it is enough to determine the outcome. Seeing the light particle barrier appearing on Wang Ping's body, Dao Yi smiled ferociously and easily broke the light particle barrier with his red and black sword. Since he wanted to kill Wang Ping, he naturally anticipated many situations. Although he didn't think Wang Ping would be able to obtain a variety of props in a short period of time, he still prepared for the worst. Props to break the protective shield, props to weaken recovery, props to avoid resurrection. He was as prepared as possible. For this reason, he was 80 to 90% sure of killing Wang Ping. Therefore, he came here directly, intending to catch Wang Ping and Alpha in one fell swoop. Just when Dao Yi thought he was about to kill Wang Ping, something strange happened. A defensive barrier once again appeared on Wang Ping's body. This defensive barrier is a 5-digit intermediate special item, a 6-ray light array, taken from the player with a rabbit headdress on his head. With the appearance of the 6-ray light array, Dao Yi's attack with the long sword and the attacks of the 5 arc-shaped energy blades were all blocked. Then, the special effect of the 6-ray light array, a 5-digit intermediate special prop, was triggered, and the 6-ray light array turned into a 6-ray trap array, imprisoning Dao Yi in turn. What? Dao Yi did not expect such a thing to happen, and his expression changed drastically. This kind of prop that can withstand his attack and trap him in turn must be at least a 5-digit top grade. If not, it's a 5-figure, one-off special. Wang Ping, you have only been in Jutian Paradise for a long time. Why are there such special props? In addition, the previous defensive shield item was also at a level of over 5 digits. However, the previous props were probably decoys, which meant that he might have been predicted to have defense-breaking props. Dao Yi, you are indeed very stable and ruthless in your work, but it's a pity that you provoked a fool like me. Therefore, you are destined to die here today. When Wang Ping said this with a cold face, another prop appeared in the sky. This prop, also taken from a female player with a rabbit headdress on her head, can summon a rabbit with freezing ability to assist in combat. The next moment, a huge rabbit appeared in the sky. Cold air began to condense in its mouth, and it was aimed at Dao Yi. This scene made Dade's pupils suddenly shrink. Although the aura of the rabbit in front of him seemed very weak, Dao Yi didn't dare to bet because he was afraid that this rabbit had special abilities. After all, this is a rabbit turned into a prop. The strength is secondary, the most important thing is ability. According to the rules of battle in Jutian Paradise, no matter what kind of props the enemy uses, they must be taken seriously, otherwise they may die miserably. Hateful. Immediately, Dao Yi gritted his teeth and directly used the life-saving props. A ray of light flashed, and the restriction of the 6-ray light array on Dao Yi was forcibly broken. After breaking through the confinement of the 6-ray light array, Dao Yi embarrassingly dodged the freezing ability of the frozen rabbit. In order to ensure nothing went wrong, he also used a prop that could increase speed, turned into a black shadow, and disappeared in the original place. Land. Because Dao Yi ran away, Wang Ping was affected by the air conditioning and was submerged in it. Seeing this, Dao Yi not only did not gloat about his misfortune, but his expression was very gloomy. Because Dao Yi knew that he had been fooled. If the freezing ability of this frozen rabbit was really terrifying, Wang Ping would definitely find a way to avoid it. However, he took this blow forcefully, which shows that this frozen rabbit is really just the same. Just like what he perceived, it is a weakling, and at the same time, it has no special ability to freeze and seal. Sure enough, as the cold air beam disappeared, Wang Ping appeared in front of Dao Yi intact. TSK, you are indeed a senior. You have so many props on you. But how many props do you have left to consume? Wang Ping looked at Dao Yi, who was running away, and said mockingly, I should be the one to ask you this. I really didn't expect that not long after you came to Jutian Paradise, you already have so many powerful props. However, this should be all your trump cards. Dao Yi snorted coldly. Next, I don't need to waste props in a hurry to kill you. I just need to wait for the natural ability to be refreshed and draw cards again. As long as I draw a good card, I can ask you, a good junior, to die. After a pause, Dao Yi said with murderous intent. His next actions are likely to make Wang Ping guess his battle plan, so there is no need for him to hide it. He might as well say it openly to increase pressure on Wang Ping and make him appear as impatient as possible. You are not good enough to ask me to die. Wang Ping sneered, and a pair of star-like wings appeared behind him. As soon as the wings appeared, Dao Yi's pupils narrowed slightly, and he retreated further, fearing that Wang Ping's new prop had some strange abilities. At the same time, Dao Yi was secretly cursing Wang Ping, wondering why he had so many high-grade props. It's boring to see you scared. Wang Ping sneered, feeling that the strength of his body was gradually recovering and the power of the imprisonment was gradually weakening. He began to activate his strength and wanted to break the imprisonment. At the same time, Wang Ping also used the special prop of Ghost Transformation stolen from the Ghostface player. Although the grade of this thing is not high, if it can increase its power, it can be improved a little. Wang Ping will not dislike it now. Other than that, improving strength is secondary. Creating psychological pressure on Dao Yi is the most important. Thinking of this, while completing the Ghost Transformation, A ghost face mask also appeared on Wang Ping's face, blocking Wang Ping's aura, and at the same time summoned the ghost and pounced towards Dao Yi. Don't think you can scare me with these boring tricks. I won't suffer a second loss after suffering a loss once. Being ridiculed by Wang Ping again, Dao Yi snorted coldly and stopped being fooled. He chose to attack these summoned ghosts with long-range attacks. Previously, it was because the distance was too close and Wang Ping was trapped by the 6-ray light array that he was so anxious and was forced to use a card. However, he will not make the same mistake twice. Regardless of whether these ghosts have any special abilities, as long as they carry out long-range attacks and prevent these ghosts from touching themselves, there will basically be no problem. Perhaps there are some mechanical monsters whose abilities can only be triggered by attacking, but Dao Yi also has a solution: just summon his own spiritual pet to try and make mistakes in battle. And Dao Yi did just that, summoning a spiritual pet worthy of a 5-digit legendary level to crush these ghosts with long-range attacks. Originally, a spiritual pet of this level would not be of much help in combat, but it was good for deciphering whether the enemy's attacks were dangerous. It is indeed a lie. My good junior, I want to see what else you are capable of. Dao Yi sneered, waiting for the opportunity to come. His trick talent, no matter which card it is, has very abnormal abilities. For example, his imprisonment card can imprison an enemy for 1 minute, and also has the effect of weakening its power. Although the effect of this confinement ability will be reduced according to the strength of the enemy, and it is not mechanical and can definitely imprison for 1 minute, Wang Ping's 5-digit limit, although stronger than him, is enough to imprison for 58 seconds. More than that time, and with his trick talent, he can draw a card in 1 minute, and the previous card effect will not disappear after drawing the card. In other words, if the first card drawn is the imprisonment card, the outcome is often determined. It's just that Wang Ping is too weird, so he doesn't have 100% confidence. If you want to see what else I can do, then you have to keep your eyes open to see how you ended up here. Wang Ping chuckled, and the power in his body began to explode, and the restrained power began to quickly disintegrate. How can it be? When Dao Yi saw this scene, his pupils suddenly shrank, showing a look of fear. How long had it passed? Wang Ping had actually begun to regain his strength and break free from his imprisonment. This kind of power can only be achieved by 4-digit beings. Could it be said that in terms of strength alone, Wang Ping is no less than a 4-digit being? Are you actually a 5-digit breaker? Dao Yi's expression was extremely ugly, and his face was full of disbelief. He clenched his fists and roared, "If you get the answer right, then I'll reward you with death." Wang Ping moved his body, and the power of imprisonment was gradually eliminated by him. "Damn! You forced me to do this." The Taoist expression was extremely ferocious, and he directly sacrificed an object. This item is the only 4-digit prop that Dao Yi has obtained. 4-digit low-level prop, reverse source speed. After using this prop, the origin will be reversed and huge power will be gained, allowing the user's power to forcibly reach a 4-digit level. Although, the price of using this item is that you can no longer improve your power. The user's power will be permanently fixed. Unless you have extremely precious high-level items for treatment, you will be locked at this level for the rest of your life. With Dao Yi's ambition, he would never use such a tool unless he was in a desperate situation. He has great ambitions. He not only wants to reach 4 digits, but also wants to reach the ultimate 4 digits, or even 3 digits. However, the appearance of Wang Ping forced him to this point, and his future path was blocked by Wang Ping. Kill him. As long as I kill him and get your talent, I can hope to move on. The side effects of this item are nothing. Dao Yi was talking crazily in his heart. However, just when Dao Yi took out the 4-digit Niyuan bead with a crazy look on his face, Wang Ping frowned slightly and directly took out the 5-digit top item, the Light of Destruction. Wang Ping didn't understand what the prop Dao Yi took out was. He only knew that this prop must be very strong, and it was Dao Yi's final trump card. For this reason, Wang Ping no longer had the idea of saving props, and chose to directly use the 5-digit top-notch prop, the Light of Destruction. As the 5-digit top item, the Light of Destruction, was used by Wang Ping, a black-gray aurora formed instantly and shot towards Dao Yi. Before the light of destruction shot towards Dao Yi also used a 4-digit prop, the source-breaking bead. With the use of the 4-digit item, the source-breaking bead, Dao Yi felt an unprecedented power. This power fascinates him, giving him the illusion that the world is in his hands. The power of the Immortal King level is too powerful compared to that of the Quasi-Immortal King. With this power, I can kill him easily. Even a 5-digit breaker can't really fight against a 4-digit one, let alone my powerful talent. Dao Yi became confident again and didn't care that the light of destruction was flying towards him and was already close at hand. His face was full of indifference, and he burst out with terrifying power, trying to easily stop the light of destruction. However, his expression quickly stiffened, and his power was easily pierced by the light of destruction, opening a big hole in his head. The destruction attribute of the light of destruction began to spread from his wounds, causing everything about him to begin to shatter and disintegrate. Then, Dao Yi quickly turned into ashes without even having time to say a last word. With Dao Yi's death, a parchment appeared in front of Wang Ping, declaring Wang Ping's victory. At the same time, Wang Ping also gained everything from Dao Yi. Theoretically, this is how a loser in the Demon King's game should be. However, because Dao Yi was completely dead, Wang Ping naturally had no way to obtain the ownership of Dao Yi. In addition, Dao Yi doesn't have any props. Obviously, in order to deal with him, Dao Yi also replaced his own props and turned them into powerful one-time props. For this reason, Wang Ping consumed many props in this battle, and all he got was Dao Yi's talent. 5-digit talent, Trick Card. This talent can be said to be very powerful. Unfortunately, for me, it is about to lose its effect. I will soon advance to a 4-digit existence, and the life simulator will also be optimized to a 4-digit existence. Wang Ping shook his head and muttered to himself. If he wants this trick talent to be of great use to him in the future, he can only get another 4-digit rule stone. However, he finally got this thing from the Tianta game. He didn't think he would be so lucky every time to get a 4-digit rule stone. Not to mention, as long as the life simulator talent reaches the 4-digit level, he can madly refresh the 4-digit talent. At that time, it was much more convenient than using 4-digit rule stones to upgrade this 5-digit talent and trick card. These items should all be destroyed. Next, Wang Ping looked at his mini props and raised his eyebrows slightly. Originally, he didn't plan to use these props, but Dao Yi's talent and the props he prepared were more troublesome after all. For this reason, just to be on the safe side, he used these props in battle. These props are all dirty things. Those who dare to break into the Abyss mode on the 3rd floor of the Sky Tower, like the Fat Player, are definitely not simple. Their backgrounds are all amazing. Among them, the worst ones were the male player in a suit and the female player in black robe. Both of them came from dark forces with 4-digit extreme experts. However, Wang Ping didn't find any props from them, so there was nothing to worry about. The others are probably from 3-digit forces. Such a huge force is not something Wang Ping can afford to provoke now. For this reason, since these props have been used, they must all be destroyed. Otherwise, when the protection of the Sky Tower disappears or the information is leaked, Wang Ping will be in big trouble. Immediately, Wang Ping destroyed all these special props, turning them all into dust and floating in the air. Dao Yi, dead. Alpha's figure appeared beside Wang Ping and sighed. Recalling the past, Dao Yi at the time was also like Wang Ping, leading the chat group forward. The root cause of the conflict between her and Dao Yi was more that she was not right. After all, she overexploited the members of the 2nd-generation chat group. Because she planted such a cause, she reaped such a result. Dao Yi targeted Wang Ping because he felt the threat brought by Wang Ping, and it was more her reason. I don't care about the past. I only know that we have different positions. He has targeted me many times and wanted to kill me. This is enough for me to kill him completely. Wang Ping looked at Alpha and said calmly. Not to mention, this time he came to die. I just sighed. The dead Dao Yi is better than the living Dao Yi. Alpha shook his head slightly and said. Then, Alpha looked in a certain direction and muttered to himself. It's a pity that Dao Yi should have sold the 2nd-generation chat group. Otherwise, The origin of those chat groups should be of great benefit to you. What do you mean? Wang Ping was startled and asked curiously. I once said that the one in the first-generation Traverser chat group didn't want to be controlled by me, and he took action against me for some reason and dismantled me, Alpha said after a silence. And the reason is from the origin of the special prop of the Traverser chat group. The creation of the forces of the heavens cannot be separated from special props. Without this special prop, you are not qualified to connect the heavens and let the members walk in the heavens. Therefore, people without this special prop are not qualified to create the forces of the heavens. And the origin of the special prop of the Traverser chat group is a very special existence among many similar special props. It has the ability to collect the origin, optimize the origin, and transform it into its own origin. It also has the effect of upgrading people without side effects. My creation can easily become stronger, relying on the origin collected by the special prop of the Traverser chat group. At the end, Alpha's expression was very complicated. You mean the one of the first generation of the Traverser chat group dismantled you in order to break through the shackles and reach a higher level and took away most of the origin of the special prop of the Traverser chat group? Wang Ping showed a surprised expression and said, "That's it." At that time, he was already at the limit of 4 digits. However, it's not that easy to reach 3 digits. So, while I was eyeing him, he was also eyeing me. Alpha spoke slowly. That is to say, the senior in the first generation of the Traverser chat group broke through to 3 digits with the help of the origin of the Traverser chat group. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, and he muttered to himself, "No, although the effect of the origin of the Traverser chat group is amazing, it can't reach the 3-digit field after all." At that time, I was only 4 digits, so it was naturally impossible for him to upgrade easily. Alpha shook his head and rejected Wang Ping's guess. That is to say, he relied more on his own abilities, and these origins played a supporting role, which was the opportunity for him to break through. Wang Ping said thoughtfully, "That's it?" Alpha nodded. "However, there is one thing I can't figure out. He could have taken away all the origins, but he chose to keep some of them, and even chose to let me go." After a pause, Alpha said this sentence again with considerable confusion. She had been suppressing this question in her heart for too long, and had never told anyone about it, and no one was worthy of her speaking it out. However, now, Wang Ping was an exception. Who knows what that person thinks about this? Wang Ping also frowned slightly, thinking that this was indeed a big mystery. It was obvious that Alpha could be killed completely, and all the origins of the Traverser chat group could be seized, and even the ownership of the special prop of the Traverser chat group could be taken away. However, the senior of the first generation of Traverser chat group chose to let Alpha go and did not completely take away the special prop of the Traverser chat group, which was really strange. Speaking of which, Dowie and Killing Paradise also dismantled you, but they could not completely kill you and seize the origin of the Traverser chat group. Wang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly and thought of this matter again. The situation is different. I played a gambling game with a person of the first generation of Traverser chat group. Dowie and Killing Paradise calculated me and attacked me. Alpha shook his head and said, "I see." Wang Ping nodded thoughtfully and then said, "Speaking of which, Dowie is dead, and the only enemy left is Killing Paradise. Killing Paradise is a relatively weak chaos evil force. They dare not act blatantly in the paradise of all heavens, so Dowie cannot join them in the paradise of all heavens to deal with us." Alpha nodded and said, "In other words, I need to find them and kill their leader, right?" Wang Ping rubbed his chin and said, "That's it. Although these chaotic and evil forces are hidden very deep, and some are not even in the paradise of heavens, it is not difficult to find them by using intelligence organizations at a cost." Alpha said with murderous intent in his eyes. "It's really not a matter of spending money." Wang Ping nodded in agreement. "However, I haven't completely reached the 4-digit level yet, so I won't take action against them for the time being. Now, I need to return to the fantasy world and break through to the Immortal King level." After a pause, Wang Ping spoke again. "Breakthrough Immortal King?" Alpha was stunned and then said in shock, "Have you obtained a 4-digit rule stone?" "Unexpected income," Wang Ping said casually. Great, Alpha said with joy on his face. As long as your talent has evolved to the 4-digit level, it will be easy to become an immortal king, or even a giant immortal king. By then, the time traveler the chat group can slowly grow again. Slowly growing? Wang Ping's eyes were a little strange, and he chuckled. What's wrong? Am I right? Alpha was a little confused. It's wrong to say grow slowly. Wang Ping's eyes were bright, and his ambition was revealed. And he said, what I want is not to grow slowly. There is no need for me to develop such things as power. That way it's a waste of time and can't keep up with my pace. With my talent, I can quickly grow to the extreme level of 4 digits, or even 3 digits. At that time, countless people will choose to join without us developing our power. Alpha looked at Wang Ping with shock on his face. He didn't expect that Wang Ping was so ambitious and wanted to become a 3-digit person in a short period of time. However, given the special nature of Wang Ping's talent, if he could obtain a 3-digit rule stone, it would indeed be easy to become a 3-digit existence. If you think about it this way, there are really a lot of monsters in her time traveler chat group. Of course, there are monsters in the 1st and 3rd generations, but the 2nd generation is more embarrassing. The strongest Dao, he has only reached the 5-digit limit, and has not even reached the 4-digit level. It can't be said that E is too weak. It can only be said that I suppressed them too hard, and the 1st and 3rd generations are too strong. Alpha thought silently. Next, Wang Ping did not continue nagging and reminiscing with Alpha, and said directly, Dao Yi's death is expected to be spread to the killing paradise soon. In addition, Dao Yi will be given temporary Demon King authority. The power is also a threat, so I need to become stronger as soon as possible. I know. Alpha nodded and said, just go back to the fantasy world. I won't leave here. Wang Ping nodded. Next, Wang Ping did not say anything more and chose to summon the Paradise Pass, thereby leaving the paradise of all heavens and turning into white light and disappearing in front of Alpha. In the fantasy world, after Wang Ping came back, he took out the 4-digit rule stone and optimized his talents. As the 4-digit rule stone was integrated into his body, Wang Ping found that his talent had been optimized. However, there is no change in function. It is still tech simulation and paid simulation. However, paid simulation can refresh 4-digit talents. In addition, the paid simulation has an additional feature that surprised Wang Ping. This function allows a free special simulation to be performed every 10 minutes on each floor of the tower. This free special simulation gives you access to all memory screens, just like the paid simulation. In other words, this function is purely for conquering the Sky Tower. Although the free simulation is easy to use, it is still easy to miss information because it is just text. However, if there is a memory screen, it will be different. The extension of information will make it easier for me to pass the level. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, full of expectations for the future of the Sky Tower. Next, it's time to explore the Yuanxian world. I hope there is something I need in this Yuanxian world. After Wang Ping gathered his thoughts, he looked at Yuanxian realm, the lower realm where the Immortal King's secret realm is located, and muttered to himself. His simulation requires a quasi-immortal king weapon. When he becomes the Immortal King, he will need the Immortal King artifact. For this reason, he is not greedy. He only hopes that there are 5 quasi-immortal king weapons and 1 immortal king weapon in this Yuanxian world. These resources should be enough for him to simulate the Immortal King to the middle to late stage. If you're lucky, you might be able to go 1 step further. Then, with a thought in Wang Ping's mind, the figure disappeared like a phantom, heading to the place where the Yuanxian realm was. Not long after, Wang Ping came here and sensed the existence of Yuanxian realm. No wonder this Yuanxian realm has not been discovered for so many years. This restriction is so powerful, not to mention the Emperor of the lower world and the very few true immortals who exist. Even the Xianxian cannot discover this secret realm, let alone bring it to the world. It's open. After Wang Ping felt it, he made an evaluation. Similar to the secret realm where Shaoling Immortal Tower is located, if there is no correct way to open it, no one can discover this place, enter it, and obtain the inheritance of the Immortal King. Perhaps only Lu Daoxian, is the only one who is idle and bored to pay attention. Only the quasi-immortal king of the lower realm can discover this place and try to enter it. However, this little restriction will not trouble me." Then, Wang Ping chuckled and began to brew up terrifying power, intending to use the Chaos Immortal Fist to forcefully break the restriction. However, before Wang Ping could take action, the restriction began to become elusive and disappeared on its own initiative. Immediately afterwards, the entrance appeared in front of Wang Ping. "Oh, that's quite interesting." Wang Ping looked at this scene with a strange look in his eyes. He guessed that existences like the Shaoling Immortal Tower in the Immortal King's secret realm were aware of his presence and were frightened by him. So he took the initiative to open the secret realm. That's right, if he didn't choose to let go, then with one punch, except for the top-notch Immortal King artifacts and quasi-Immortal King artifacts in the secret realm, he would probably destroy them all. Wang Ping doesn't care about this. Anyway, the purpose of coming here is just for the quasi-Immortal King artifact and the Immortal King artifact. He is interested in other treasures, but not very interested. However, for the existence that protects the Immortal King's secret realm, it is different. Next, Wang Ping stepped forward and entered the secret realm. As Wang Ping entered the secret realm, the entrance to the secret realm was closed again. This made the Emperor and the quasi-immortals who discovered the abnormality here quite shocked and regretful. Of course, they also knew very well that even if the secret realm was not closed, it would not be their fault. Although Wang Ping's aura just now did not leak much and was controlled by him to a very small range, it was enough to make them feel frightened and have a kind of spiritual soul. The feeling of fragmentation. Under such circumstances, anyone who is not a fool will know that Wang Ping is a legendary immortal, and even ordinary immortals cannot be so strong. At this moment, after Wang Ping entered the secret realm, an illusory figure appeared in front of Wang Ping. This figure is clearly the owner of the Yuanxian secret realm, the Yuanxian King Canyon. "Fellow Taoist, if you want to come in, just say it. Why make such a big noise to destroy my inheritance place?" Yuanxian King Canyon said helplessly. "I'm already here, but I have no intention of opening the secret realm, so I can only use some arrogant means. I hope fellow Taoists don't blame me," Wang Pingfeng said calmly. Wang Ping knew very well that before, the residual immortal king in front of him thought he was just a quasi-immortal king, so he had no interest in paying attention to it. Since the immortal king's remnants exist, it is impossible for the quasi-immortal king to force his way in. However, when Wang Ping exploded with immortal king-level combat power, the situation was completely different. The power of the immortal king, even if it is only close to the level of floor tiles, is enough to destroy this secret realm where the immortal king's remnants exist. Of course, I won't blame fellow Taoist. I just don't know why you came here this time. Yuanxian King Canyon was silent for a moment, then said helplessly. Wang Ping, a quasi-immortal king, was able to erupt with power at the level of an immortal king, which shocked him. This was why he was so polite. Otherwise, even if Wang Ping was a real ordinary immortal king, he would not be so polite. After all, even if the secret realm is destroyed and many of his arrangements are erased, he can still be reborn, but it will be different if he offends Wang Ping, a figure who is likely to become a giant immortal king in the future. Even if he were to live another life and reach the top again, or even go one step further, he would just be slapped to death by Wang Ping. "I came here this time to borrow something from fellow Taoist monks." Wang Ping smiled slightly and said, "What can I borrow?" Yuanxian King Canyon had a bad feeling in his heart and asked, "Borrow some Immortal King weapons and Quasi-Immortal King weapons. If you could lend me all the Immortal King weapons and Quasi-Immortal King weapons you have here, I would be very grateful," Wang Ping said very directly. Yuanxian King Canyon's face darkened, and he wished he could give Wang Ping a beating. "What do you mean by borrowing some Immortal King weapons and Quasi-Immortal King weapons? You think this is cabbage. Moreover, if it is said to be a loan, it is definitely the kind of loan that will never be repaid." For a moment, Yuanxian King Canyon felt very depressed, thinking that he had met a robber. He had never expected that a person like Wang Ping would be so shameless. "I wonder what fellow Taoist wishes are." Wang Ping chuckled and said, I believe in borrowing and repaying, and it is not difficult to borrow again. If fellow Taoist is willing to borrow, then I will not treat him badly in the future and will give him money. Friends are enough to repay. Borrow. Of course I am willing to borrow it. King Yuanxian Canyon did not believe Wang Ping's words. However, people had to bow their heads under the eaves, so he could only answer depressedly to prevent his years of planning from coming to nothing. Very good. Wang Ping nodded with satisfaction. Soon after, Wang Ping took away his immortal king's weapon and the 4 quasi-mortal king's weapons he had accumulated under the depressed gaze of Yuanxian King Canyon. Although there are only 4 quasi-mortal king weapons, one less than the original target, it is enough. After Wang Ping left Yuanxian's secret realm, he was quite satisfied with the results of his trip and planned to return to Tai Emperor Palace for a paid simulation. Soon, Wang Ping returned to Tai Imperial Palace and said directly from the bottom of his heart, "System, I want to conduct a paid simulation." Ding. Consume a quasi-immortal king weapon. The life simulator starts, and the talent is being refreshed. The system's voice rang. Ding, the talent has been refreshed successfully. Congratulations to the host for successfully refreshing the 4-digit talent, gold medal for immunity from death. The 5-digit talent, invincible Xiaoqiang. 4-digit talent, death-free gold medal, a one-time special talent. Using this talent, the host will not be harmed for half an hour. No force can harm the host, and no magical power can affect the host. Effect. P.S. Because it is a one-time talent, it has effects beyond the talent level. Even if it exceeds the 4-digit level, as long as it does not reach the 3-digit level, it is within the scope of this talent's ability. 5-digit talent, invincible Xiaoqiang. With this talent, the host's resilience will be greatly improved, becoming what ordinary people call an unbeatable Xiaoqiang. Fuck! Wang Ping was really shocked when he saw the talent that was refreshed this time. Wang Ping never thought that the life simulator, his innate talent, would be upgraded and he would be given 2 powerful talents. 1 5-digit talent, 1 4-digit talent. Especially the 4-digit talent, it's so awesome. Death-free gold medal, immune to damage, control, and power for half an hour. This ability seems to be similar to Kai Yonglong's ability, but the two are completely different. Because Kai Yonglong's current talent level is not even 5 digits, let alone 4-digit talent. In addition, Kai Yonglong's golden finger does not have the effect of being immune to control and power. With this talent, I can try to go deep into the world of life and death, see the secrets, and then try to revive the chaos immortal grass. Wang Ping thought with a burning gaze. The 4-digit talent, the death-free gold medal, is definitely the top talent among the 4-digit talents, with the ability to surpass the 4-digit talent. As long as it is not a 3-digit existence, it cannot break this ability effect. In other words, unless there is really a 3-digit existence in the world of life and death, and this 3-digit existence personally attacks Wang Ping, Wang Ping can enter and exit the world of life and death safely, and find a way to revive the chaos immortal grass. Has the opportunity to obtain the chaos immortal body finally come? Wang Ping muttered to himself. Then, Wang Ping said in his heart without hesitation, "System, I choose the 4-digit talent gold medal of immunity. Although the 5-digit talent unbeatable Xiaoqiang is not bad, it cannot be compared with the 4-digit talent gold medal of immunity. So there is no need to hesitate at all. Not to mention that this talent is 5 digits. Even if it is 4 digits, it cannot be compared." Ding! Talent selection is successful. Life simulation begins. The voice of the system rang. Then the screen appeared, and familiar words also emerged. On the first day, after thinking, you went to the world of life and death. After you stepped into the world of life and death, you found the Naiha Bridge and walked into it. At the same time, you also activated the effect of the 4-digit talent free death gold medal without hesitation to prevent being transferred out by the terrifying existence in the world of life and death, and you didn't even have time to react. Your choice was correct. When you stepped into it, the familiar voice sounded, and then you felt a terrifying force trying to transfer you away. However, this force acted on you and was resisted by the effect of the 4-digit talent free death gold medal, and it did not work. This scene made you breathe a sigh of relief. This also made the bridge keeper on the opposite side of the Niha bridge look surprised. He didn't expect you to have such a skill. Then, you bowed your hands, indicating that you had no intention of disturbing him. The purpose of your coming here was to use the power of the world of life and death to revive the withered chaos fairy grass, and hope that the senior could help you. Your words made the bridge keeper frown slightly. Finally, he sighed and said that you would hand over the withered fairy grass to him, and he would use the power here to revive it. When the chaos immortal grass revives, you need to leave here as soon as possible. This is not a place where you can stay for a long time. Hearing this, you are overjoyed and thank you repeatedly. At the same time, you promise that as long as the chaos immortal grass revives, you will leave immediately and never stay. The bridge keeper nodded, without saying much, mobilized the power of life and death, revived the withered chaos immortal grass, and then gave it to you. You took the chaos immortal grass. Your face was full of joy, and after bowing to the depths of the Niha bridge, you quickly left here. After you left, the bridge keeper sighed and said that the chaos immortal body was about to be born again. Is this the self-rescue of this world? However, it is a pity that even if the chaos immortal body is born, it is impossible to save this world. Good guy, this chaos immortal grass. It was really easy to obtain. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation and was quite surprised. Then, Wang Ping looked at the last line of text and raised his eyebrows. What level of existence is this bridge keeper? And his words are a bit explosive. Is this fantasy world going to end? As I get stronger and stronger, the more secrets I come into contact with, the more I feel that the world is really fragile. Such a powerful fantasy world is going to end. Perhaps only the paradise of the heavens is eternal. As for the single digit, it has never been realized and cannot be taken seriously. Wang Ping sighed and was filled with emotion. Then, Wang Ping collected his thoughts and continued to stare at the screen. You don't know the sigh of the bridge keeper. After leaving the world of life and death, you went to the fairyland. You know very well that when the chaotic fairy body is born, the upper world cannot bear this terrifying physique. The terrifying heavenly tribulation is enough to turn many worlds into ashes. For this reason, for the safety of these worlds, and to make your own chaotic fairy body perfect, you must go to the fairyland. When you went to the fairyland, Lu Daoxian looked at you and was very respectful to you, and he was also looking forward to the changes you would bring after going to the fairyland. You didn't say much to Lu Daoxian, and quickly came to the fairyland. After arriving in the fairyland, you didn't look for Chu Lingyin, but directly found a place, set up a formation, and began to refine the chaos fairy grass to transform your physique. In the end, you spent nearly 100,000 years to successfully refine the chaos immortal grass, transforming your body into a chaos immortal body. With the birth of the chaos immortal body, the terrifying power of heavenly tribulation began to brew. The source of this catastrophe is not only formed by the broken fairyland, but also affects other worlds. In other words, the will of the entire fantasy world condensed into this terrifying disaster. The appearance of the heavenly tribulation alarmed all the powerful people in this fantasy world. Whether they were immortal kings or the very few beings above the immortal kings, they were all alarmed by the heavenly tribulation she, showing expressions of surprise. The demon kings in the demon realm are also shocked. They don't know where this disaster came from and why it came so suddenly. Facing this terrifying catastrophe, you looked very solemn, but you were fearless and began to overcome the tribulation. I have to say that this catastrophe was really too terrifying. Even you now barely survived and almost didn't make it through. If you hadn't realized the great truth at the last moment, sacrificed your life, and had a great transformation in your will, you would have really fallen into the catastrophe. As you survive the catastrophe, the chaos body completely transforms into the chaos immortal body, allowing your combat power to soar to a terrifying level. You laughed, feeling extremely powerful. That is, after you successfully obtain the chaos immortal body, the heavenly tribulation dissipates, and the obscured heavenly secret gradually becomes clear. For this reason, the flame demon king who controls the little fairy realm is aware of your existence. This shocked the flame demon king. Then, he went directly to Shaoxian realm and found you. You look at flame demon king, your old rival, very calmly, and your expression does not change at all. Compared to your calmness, flame demon king's expression was extremely serious, and he felt an extreme sense of danger in you. For this reason, the flame demon king's eyes flickered. He wanted to retreat, and he didn't want to fight you. However, the flame demon king didn't want to fight you, but you didn't want to let him go, so you laughed and killed him. Seeing this, the flame demon king's expression changed, and he was also a little angry and chose to fight you. Although he is afraid of you, this weird quasi-mortal king, it does not mean that he is afraid of you. As a powerful demon king, he naturally has the dignity of a demon king. However, the flame demon king's expression soon changed again, because he only exchanged a move with you, and his body exploded after being hit by you, and he suffered heavy injuries. If you do it again, he will definitely die. You looked at the miserable situation of the flame demon king, and were also shocked by your own fighting power. To be honest, although you know that you are very strong and can definitely kill the strong people in the early stage of a mortal king or early demon king with the cultivation level of quasi-mortal king, you did not expect that you will kill him before you use all your strength. Flame demon king, a strong man in the early stage of the demon king, was directly hit hard. In other words, you are now powerful enough to be able to kill a strong person in the early stage of a mortal king or early demon king with one strike. This makes you have to marvel at the tyranny of the chaos immortal body. You laughed loudly and attacked the flame demon king again. In response to this, the flame demon king's complexion changed drastically, and he wanted to escape. However, he was no match for you at his peak, and he is even less likely to be your match now. Even if the Flame Demon King uses the 5-digit top-notch item that once trapped you, it won't help. Now you can no longer make decisions based on 5 figures. For this reason, this confinement-type prop will explode with a casual blow from you. Immediately afterwards, you killed all the struggling Flame Demon Kings with a random blow, causing them to fall completely. The Demon King fell, and blood rained down in the demon realm, which shocked them. Many Demon Kings were surprised. They did not expect that a Demon King would fall. This fallen Demon King seemed to be the Flame Demon King. Although the Flame Demon King is only a strong man in the early stage of the Demon King, he has not just stepped into the Demon King level, and he is not considered a floor tile at the Demon King level. For a while, the Demon Kings began to investigate the cause. On your side, after killing the Flame Demon King, you did not quickly go to other worlds as you did in the past. Instead, you found Chu, Lingyin, and others, took them away, and then used the 5-digit talent fixed-point teleportation. I left the small fairyland and went to the fairyland you are familiar with. After arriving in the familiar fairyland, you show terrifying power, just like the previous simulation. Although you are hiding something, you are still strong enough. For this reason, you still became the son-in-law of that immortal king and father-in-law, and became a Taoist couple with his daughter. Because you became the son-in-law of the fairy king, you successfully obtained the fairy fruit. After you swallowed the fairy fruit, you began to retreat. This time in retreat, the time you spent in retreat was shorter than in the previous simulation. After only 80,000 years of retreat, you broke through to the immortal king level and ushered in your own immortal king tribulation. This time the immortal king tribulation is more terrifying than the immortal king tribulation you experienced in the previous simulation. However, you are fearless and still face the difficulties and overcome the catastrophe. All the immortal kings were extremely shocked when they saw you going through the tribulation. They were shocked by the power of the tribulation, and even more shocked by your fighting power. Your combat power is too powerful, so powerful that they find it incredible. You have just broken through to the immortal king level, and you have actually exploded with combat power comparable to the top Immortal King. This kind of combat power is really too terrifying. All the Immortal Kings are amazed and horrified. Even the only top Immortal King in this immortal world is impressed by your fighting power. He feels that the winning rate in a battle with you will not exceed 50%. At the same time, this top Immortal King also remembered the terrifying catastrophe that swept through the Sea of Darkness and his immortal world 80,000 years ago, and couldn't help but suspect that that catastrophe was also caused by you. The reason for that heavenly tribulation may be due to your physique. Only the legendary Chaos Immortal body can cause such a terrifying catastrophe and at the same time allow a being who has just stepped into the Immortal King level to gain such terrifying combat power. In the end, under the ups and downs of many strong men, you successfully overcame the tribulation, completely broke through to the Immortal King level, and the Immortal King Dao fruit was completely formed. For a moment, you were so high-spirited that no one in the world could rival you. Your Taoist companion is also looking at you with great admiration and feels that he is very lucky to have a Taoist companion like you. At the same time, I also hope that I can be pregnant with your heir and make my family more prosperous. As for Chu Lingyin, she has some complicated emotions. She hopes that you can return to the little fairy realm, but unfortunately, she cannot decide your will. She can only hope that you can remember this. Next, in order to verify his guess, the top Immortal King invites you to fight and wants to compete with you. These words shocked the immortal world, and they all became interested, feeling that they were expected to see the battle of the top Immortal Kings. This was also something that benefited them a lot. You were very surprised by this. You did not expect that the person you invited to fight this time would be the top Immortal King. In response, you laughed and did not refuse. For you who have just made a breakthrough, if there is a close battle, it will also have many benefits for you. If you can understand the Tao of this top Immortal King in battle, it will definitely make it easier for you to improve your cultivation and deepen your understanding of the Chaos Immortal Tao. Subsequently, a shocking war broke out between you. You fought outside the fairy world and fought in the Sea of Darkness outside the fairy world, causing a great commotion. The final result of the battle shocked all the Immortal Kings. Because you just started fighting against the top Immortal King, you were still evenly matched, but as time went by, the battle became more and more intense. You became braver and braver, improved quickly, and actually started to suppress the top Immortal King. In the end, you completely suppressed it. If there was no fight to the death, the outcome of this battle would have been very obvious. This has to shock all the Immortal Kings. Having just broken through to the Immortal King level, he has the power to defeat the former #1 person in the Immortal Realm, which is really terrifying. If you wait for another breakthrough in your cultivation, your combat power will be so terrifying. Perhaps, as long as your cultivation reaches the middle stage of the Immortal King, you will have the power to defeat the Immortal King Giant. When all parties were shocked, you also stopped at the right time, praising the fighting power of the top Immortal King, and also grateful for the guidance of your seniors. Seeing that you were so polite and gave him enough face, this top Immortal King had an extremely good impression of you. He laughed and wanted to be friends with you forever. In this regard, you did not refuse and chose to agree. Although in the previous simulation, this top Immortal King took action against you, it was all for a reason. It was indeed you who tricked everyone, so naturally you would not blame them. Next, the Immortal Kings from all over the world appeared one after another, congratulating you on becoming the Immortal King, and sending them precious gifts. In this regard, you accept them one by one and are very polite to all the Immortal Kings. Finally, the top Fairy King was also very enthusiastic, saying that since all parties were generous, he could not be too shabby, and directly gave you a top-quality fairy medicine. This top-quality elixir is enough to help you improve your cultivation from the early stage of Immortal King to the middle stage of Immortal King. Seeing this, you were very happy and chose to accept it. I have just broken through to the Immortal King level, and I have the combat power to defeat the veteran top Immortal King. This Chaos Immortal body is really terrifying. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation and was very surprised. He originally thought that although the Chaos Immortal body would greatly increase his combat power, it shouldn't be too outrageous. He estimated that the Immortal King in the early stage would be able to compete with the Immortal King in the late stage. Who would have thought that the Immortal King actually fought against the top Immortal King in the early stage and defeated him? Although this is not a life and death battle, it is terrifying enough. After all, the previous simulation of Wang Ping, when he had a perfect chaotic body, was unable to defeat the Immortal King in the early stage and defeat the Immortal King in the middle stage. It can only be said that the same realm is extremely powerful. According to what the bridge guard said, maybe the Chaos Immortal body can be rated at a 3-digit level in the All Heavens Paradise. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking secretly in his heart. However, this is normal, and only a 3-digit rating can increase the combat power of simulated Wang Ping to such a terrifying level. Next, the simulated Wang Ping should be able to successfully break through to the middle stage of the Immortal King. By then, it will be enough to deal with the giant Dark Immortal King, but I don't know if a more powerful existence will emerge from the Sea of Darkness. There is a high probability that it will appear again. After all, the strange strength is beyond imagination. If there really is an existence more powerful than the giant Immortal King, it will be the legendary Quasi-Immortal Emperor. The power of the Quasi-Immortal Emperor, far superior to the Immortal King. It is not an opponent that the current simulated Wang Ping can defeat. Wang Ping murmured to himself, thinking about the next development, and was not optimistic about the next development. Afterwards, Wang Ping gathered his thoughts and continued to stare at the screen. Next, after you are polite, you are saying that you have just broken through to the Immortal King level and need to retreat to practice, so you have returned to the retreat place again. Seeing that you are such a monster and you are practicing so hard, many Immortal Kings are amazed, thinking that you are really an ascetic monk, and it is normal for you to achieve what you have today. Perhaps their immortal world is really going to give birth to a being far beyond the giant of the Immortal King. In the blink of an eye, another 200,000 years have passed. During these 200,000 years, you successfully broke through to the middle stage of the Immortal King with the help of the elixir given to you by the top Immortal King, and your combat power soared again. At the same time, you also relied on the items donated by other Immortal Kings to successfully upgrade the Devouring Immortal Pearl to the level of Immortal King artifact over the years. Then, you choose to leave. The purpose of your exit this time is to leave this fairyland. This fairy world is of great help to you. You don't want this world to be destroyed by the chaos of darkness. What happened in the last simulation, you don't want to have it happen again. Chu Lingyin was very happy to hear that you were leaving this fairyland and trying to find a way to return to the fairyland. She was looking forward to returning to the fairyland with you. As for your father-in-law and Taoist companions, they were quite surprised when they heard that you were leaving temporarily and asked you if you had anything to do. In this regard, you did not hide it and told the reason. Your father-in-law is quite surprised by this. He didn't expect you to come from such a world. After thinking about it, he felt that you could invite more fairy kings to the little fairy realm. That way, you can compete with the demons. Otherwise, you alone may not be able to do anything alone. After a pause, your father-in-law, the Immortal King, said again that it would be the best thing if you could continue to practice hard and improve your cultivation to the late stage of the Immortal King, or even return to the Immortal King's great consummation. At that time, you will be able to compete with the entire demon realm, and no one will be your opponent. You are very grateful for the advice of your father-in-law, the Immortal King, but you still choose to refuse. After all, you don't have much time, and you must leave this fairy world. As for taking the Immortal King back from this immortal realm, it looks good, but there are also many troubles involved. Other Immortal Kings may not go, and going will do more harm than good. After all, you can come and go freely between the fairy realm and the demonic realm on your own, and no one can stop you. But if you go back with others, you will have more worries. Unless top Immortal Kings and Immortal King Giants are with you, ordinary Immortal Kings will only be a burden. Seeing that you have decided to leave, your father-in-law, the Immortal King, sighed, and stopped trying to stop you. At your level, if you decide to do something, it is impossible for others to change your will. Your Taoist companion is very anxious. She wants to go with you, but is afraid of dragging you down. She can only hope that you will solve the problem quickly and come back quickly. In this regard, you nodded, and after saying goodbye to the two of you, you left this fairyland, crossed the Sea of Darkness, and looked for a way to return to the fairyland. The Dark Sea is very dangerous. It is said that the immortal king escaped across the sea and narrowly escaped death. However, a narrow escape from death is only for ordinary immortal kings. For you now, it is nothing. As long as the strange source does not target you personally, you have nothing to fear from the threat of the Dark Sea. After all, your combat power now exceeds that of the giant immortal king, and few people in the world can be your opponent. It's just that the Sea of Darkness is too vast. It can also be said that this fantasy world is too vast. You have been searching for 20,000 years, but you have not found the way back. In these 20,000 years, you have found many worlds, stayed in these worlds, fought against many powerful people, and even fought against a giant immortal king, defeated him, and obtained many amazing wonders. Things. Unfortunately, although you have done many shocking things, you have never been able to find your way back. As the time approaches, you stand alone in the Sea of Darkness, with a look of sadness on your face, preparing to face an extremely difficult life and death battle. As for Chu Lingyin and other people from the Little Immortal Realm, you place them in a safe world. You plan to face all this alone and don't want to affect any innocent people or the world. While you are waiting, the Sea of Darkness riots, and one dark creature after another appears in front of you, wrapping you up. Among them, there are many dark creatures at the Immortal King level. However, to you today, these are weak people and nothing. For this reason, you kept your expression unchanged, your clothes fluttering, and you had no intention of taking action, so you just ignored them. Seeing you being so arrogant, those dark creatures at the Immortal King level were very angry and launched a siege against you. Faced with the siege of these dark creatures, you just punch them at random and completely blow them up, leaving no trace of their corpses intact. Your power makes other dark creatures frightened, and they dare not attack again. In this regard, you still ignore these weaklings, stare into the depths of the source of darkness, speak indifferently, and tell the lurking dark immortal king giants to get out. As you finish speaking, the Sea of Darkness rioted again, and dark figures appeared in front of you one after another. Finally, 10 giant dark immortal kings appear and surround you. In response, you narrowed your eyes and said indifferently that Weird really thinks highly of you, and dispatched 10 giants of the Dark Immortal King to deal with you at once. However, he underestimated you after all. 10 giants of the Dark Immortal King are not enough for you to kill. Your words made all these Dark Immortal King giants furious. After all, as a giant of the Dark Immortal King, there are few opponents in the world. When have they ever been so despised? For this reason, a giant Dark Immortal King takes action and comes to kill you. In response, you snorted and punched him away, causing his body to explode. Although he recovered quickly, he also suffered considerable trauma. Seeing this, the expressions of other Dark Immortal King giants all changed. They didn't expect you to be so powerful. You glanced at the 10 Dark Fairy King giants indifferently, and indifferently asked them to come together. Otherwise, they would not even have a 10% chance of winning. You know, after 20,000 years of travel, relying on the ability to swallow fairy beads that have reached the level of the Immortal King's weapon, simulation Wang Ping's cultivation seems to have advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the level of the peak of the middle stage of the Immortal King, which is far from the late stage of the Immortal King. Just one step away. In addition, Wang Ping's understanding of the Chaos Immortal Way and the Chaos Immortal King Sutra has become more profound through these years of simulation. His current combat power is not comparable to that when he just broke through to the middle stage of the Immortal King. Not to mention, he also has the bonus effect of the 5-digit talent Night Hunter. Although the bonus effect is not big, there is still a little bonus. The sum of these factors is the source of Wang Ping's strength, and the confidence that gives him the confidence to kill all these dark immortal king giants with 1 against 10. The giants of the top 10 dark fairy kings looked solemn and no longer angry. After all, your previous performance was too amazing, and you are indeed qualified to say the words to let them come together. This is not pretending, but stating a fact. Next, the war broke out. The 10 dark immortal king giants gave up their dignity as dark immortal king giants and began to attack you together. In response to this, you laughed and were not afraid, and started a life-and-death fight with the 10 dark fairy king giants. This battle was very brutal. Although you are very powerful and your combat power has surpassed the level of the giant immortal king, you are still 1 against 10 and the pressure is great. For this reason, you chose to use a 4-digit low-level special item, Reign of Death. Although Reign of Death is only a 4-digit low-level item because it is a one-time item, even a 4-digit legendary level expert dare not touch it easily. The 4-digit legend corresponds to the existence of the Immortal King giant level. In the case of 1 against 10, using a prop like the Reign of Death, which kills 1,000 enemies and damages 800, will naturally be very effective. As expected, with the use of the special prop of the Reign of Death, all the 10 dark immortal king giants had some headaches. In this regard, you are fearless and continue to sacrifice your life as a fighter. By the end of the battle, you were extremely traumatized. However, the 10 giants of the dark immortal kings were even worse than you. Only 3 of them were killed by you, and they were also seriously injured. At this time, your lives are in danger at any time within the scope of the Reign of Death. At this moment, these 3 dark immortal king giants are a little scared of being killed by you. Even though you are obviously at the end of your strength, the 3 of them still dare not act rashly, for fear of being dragged down by you. Seeing that these 3 dark immortal king giants did not dare to attack, you laughed loudly, and without any intention of escaping, you took the initiative to kill the 3 of them. Seeing this, the 3 dark immortal king giants cursed in their hearts that you are really a madman and can only fight. In the end, you successfully killed the remaining 3 dark immortal kings, but you yourself also completely perished here. With this, the war that shook many worlds in the Sea of Darkness came to an end, and the traces of your battle will remain here permanently and cannot be easily erased. Because of your death, this simulation ends here. With the end of the text simulation, many memory scenes and spiritual insights appeared in Wang Ping's mind, and his mind was non-ping. He originally thought that it would lead to the existence above the giant dark immortal king, but he did not expect this result. However, this result is normal. The giant dark immortal king is not a simple character. The simulated Wang Ping was able to fight 1 against 10 and kill them all with his peak cultivation level in the middle stage of the Immortal King. He was already powerful enough and had a remarkable record. It seems that it will take many more simulations to pass this fantasy world. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking to himself. Just when Wang Ping was thinking like this, the system's voice rang at the right time. Ding! The reward is generated successfully. The host can choose 2 rewards from the following. Chaos Immortal Body. The peak cultivation level of the Immortal King in the middle stage. Swallow Fairy Beads, Immortal King's Weapon. A random Immortal King weapon. Fairy King Fruit can assist in breaking through to the Fairy King level. This reward is really good enough. Wang Ping looked at the newly refreshed rewards with a smile on his face. The Chaos Immortal Body he wanted most was directly refreshed, which was very comfortable. However, what to choose as the second reward is a question. Cultivation is definitely not something I can choose for the time being. If I choose it, I won't be able to get more 4-digit talents with the Quasi-Immortal King weapon. After thinking about it, choosing the Fairy King Fruit is the most cost-effective. Next, after Wang Ping thought about it, he made a decision. If possible, he didn't want to simulate Wang Ping and continue to teleport to that fairy world. After all, once you go, it's hard to come back. Wang Ping now hopes that the simulated Wang Ping can break through to the realm of the Immortal King in the Little Fairy Realm or the Demon Realm. As long as he can break through to the realm of the immortal king here, Wang Ping can know the plot development of the main worlds of the little immortal realm and the demonic realm, and make corresponding plans. For this reason, with this fairy fruit, Wang Ping couldn't help but wander around in the next simulation. System I choose: Chaos, Immortal Body, and Immortal King Fruit. Now that he had made a decision, Wang Ping said without hesitation in his heart, "Ding, the reward selection was successful and is being distributed." The system's voice rang. Then, Wang Ping discovered that a fairy fruit appeared in his inner world. Immediately afterwards, Wang Ping, withered fairy grass, appeared in front of Wang Ping's eyes, and then quickly bloomed and integrated into Wang Ping's body. This also caused Wang Ping's physique to begin to change, and he quickly transformed into a chaotic fairy body. This scene is very familiar to Wang Ping. It only occurs when something beyond the scope of life simulator creation is created. Obviously, as Wang Ping speculated, the Chaos Immortal Body is really a physique comparable to three-digit talents. Therefore, this kind of reversal of cause and effect occurs. Now, I'll make a lot of money. Wang Ping was all smiles. He didn't expect that his first three-digit talent would be obtained in this way. Then, as if Wang Ping remembered something, he couldn't help but look in the direction of the world of life and death. Since cause and effect are reversed, perhaps the bridge guard at Niha Bridge also noticed the abnormality and discovered his existence. However, Wang Ping stared for a long time and found nothing unusual, so he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, he had just returned from All Heaven's Paradise, and there was no way he could escape to All Heaven's Paradise again. Not to mention, in the face of such a terrifying existence, even if he wanted to open the passage to the Paradise of Heavens and escape, he would probably be intercepted and killed before he could enter. I'm careless. If you choose the Chaos Immortal Body, you should choose the corresponding cultivation level. This will be more secure. Otherwise, even if you use the four-digit talent and death-free gold medal, you won't be able to save my life. Wang Ping sighed secretly in his heart. It can only be said that fortunately the bridge guard was not his enemy. Otherwise, his life would really have been lost here. Next, let's continue the simulation. After Wang Ping thought about it, he said silently in his heart, "The system consumes a quasi-immortal king weapon and performs a paid simulation." Ding. Consume a quasi-immortal king weapon. The life simulator starts, and the talent is being refreshed. The system's voice rang. Ding, the talent has been refreshed successfully. Congratulations to the host for successfully refreshing the five-digit talent. Energy conversion, the six-digit talent. Summoning the undead. Five-digit talent energy conversion. The host can selectively convert his own mana into life force or life force into mana. Six-digit talent, summoning of the undead. The undead souls of dead monks can be summoned to assist in combat. The upper limit of summoning is below fairyland. Didn't you develop a four-digit talent? What a pity. Wang Ping looked a little disappointed at the talent that was refreshed this time. Although five-digit talent is also very good, for Wang Ping now, five-digit talent is really nothing, and it is not a great help to him. However, this talent is a bit interesting. Is it equivalent to being able to freely switch between health bars and blue bars? After Wang Ping calmed down, he muttered, "There seems to be no level limit for this talent, and it may be usable even at the Immortal King level. If so, it might be of some use. Although this effect is a bit meager for a five-digit talent, it is better than nothing. At least, this thing is much better than the six-digit talent. Summoning the undead. System, I choose the five-digit talent energy conversion." Immediately, Wang Ping made his choice. Ding, talent selection is successful. Life simulation begins. The system's voice rang. Then, the screen appeared, and familiar words also appeared. On the first day, you chose to go to the immortal realm. The bridge guard of Niha Bridge watched you leave with many thoughts in his heart. After you came to the immortal realm, you did not contact Chu Lingyin and began to find a place to retreat and swallow the fairy fruit. In the end, it only took you 50,000 years to successfully break through to the Immortal King level. This time, the reason why it takes 50,000 years is naturally that you have accumulated many experiences and the breakthrough efficiency is naturally much faster. Following your breakthrough, a terrifying catastrophe appeared, alarming the Flame Demon Clan. In this regard, you have nothing to fear and can overcome the disaster on your own. In the end, under the shocked eyes of the strong men of the Flame Demon Tribe, you successfully overcame the disaster. After you overcame the tribulation, you escaped directly and did not stay to take action against the Flame Demon Clan, because that would be meaningless. Next, you start walking in the fairy realm, or even go to the demon realm, looking for opportunities to help you break through. In the blink of an eye, 50,000 years have passed, and you have achieved nothing. Your only achievement is to save Chu Lingyin and others. At the same time, during these 50,000 years, you have been pursued and intercepted by the major demon kings in the demon realm. You were a little impatient about this, but you had no intention of fighting them. After all, you are still a little afraid of the two demon kings in the demon realm. You are still at the early stage of the immortal king, and you are no match for the demon kings. In addition, these demon kings are not like the dark immortal kings born in the dark sea. Because of strange reasons, they cannot enter the paradise of the heavens and do not have various strange props. The two demon kings in the demon realm should have various props. For this reason, even if you are stronger than them, you can't be careless. Considering many factors, it is naturally better to avoid fighting, and that is indeed what you did. In the blink of an eye, another 100,000 years have passed. 100,000 years have passed, and your cultivation has progressed, but you are still some way from the middle stage of the immortal king. However, your understanding of your own immortal path and the Chaos Immortal King Sutra has reached a new level, which is considered a good gain. Not long after, the entire demon realm was shaken. The opening of a forbidden area caused a stir among the powerful people in the entire demon realm. There are even powerful immortal kings, and even immortal king giants coming from outside the demon realm. Obviously, this forbidden area is no secret to the demon king of the demon realm, or even the top experts in the outer realm. There are huge opportunities in it. You are wandering in the demon realm, so naturally you know the existence of the forbidden land. You use the secret method you created to change your body and hide it. You plan to enter this mysterious forbidden land and explore what kind of opportunities there are. When the time is right and the strong men from the demon realm enter it one after another, you will take action and break into it as well. As you enter it, you will find that the world in this forbidden area is very strange, and there is a strange Taoist charm in the air. This pervasive Taoist charm is obviously superior to the immortal king or the demon king. In this regard, you have a feeling in your heart, and you feel that there may be a being above the immortal king or the demon king in this forbidden area. Such a being would be the legendary quasi-immortal emperor or quasi-demon emperor. Only such a character can have such an amazing Taoist charm. Next, you explore this forbidden land, looking for the opportunities you need. One day later, you found an elixir, which surprised you. However, after you, another immortal king arrived, and he also set his sights on this immortal medicine. Between you, without too much nonsense, an amazing battle broke out. In the end, you successfully defeated this powerful late-stage immortal king and made him use props to escape. In this way, you successfully obtained this elixir. However, although you think you can successfully break through to the middle stage of the immortal king with the help of this elixir, breakthrough also takes time. You obviously don't have that time when exploring in the forbidden area. For this reason, you choose to put away the elixir and continue exploring the forbidden area. During the next adventure, you not only encountered powerful men from time to time, but were also attacked by some strange creatures in the forbidden area. The situation was not very good. Although, now you have the combat power to surpass the top immortal king. Even if you face the immortal king giant, you still have the capital to touch it, but you do not have enough trump cards, plus there are many strong men in this secret realm. They are not good friends, so they are naturally difficult to deal with. However, although you have suffered considerable trauma in the collisions, you have also gained a lot, and you have also learned some secrets in this forbidden area. This forbidden area is a forbidden area formed after a quasi-demon emperor sat down. Rumor has it that it contains the original blood essence and many treasures left by the quasi-demon emperor. Especially, the quasi-devil emperor scriptures are particularly precious. If they can find it, they can hope to use it to understand the realm above the immortal king and become a more powerful being. This is also the reason why these demon kings, and even the fairy kings from outside the territory, risked their lives to come in. Although they also knew that there might be great dangers and the rumors might be a trap, their yearning for the legendary realm made many strong men rush in without hesitation. Of course, not all strong men are keen on the original essence, blood and inheritance left by the quasi-demon emperor. Most of the strong men care more about their own lives. After all, as demon kings or fairy kings, they are already powerful enough, and their lifespan is endless, so there is no need to take risks. For this reason, more powerful people just want to get some benefits without risking their lives. You, of course, have different ideas from those strong men who fish in troubled waters. After you know the secrets of this forbidden area, you naturally want to obtain the original blood essence and blood of the quasi-demon emperor and the quasi-demon emperor's scriptures, so as to become more powerful. Powerful! After all, you have a death talisman behind you. If you don't become stronger quickly, you will die miserably. Finally, when the time is right, you come to the legendary demon source valley. When you come here, you will see a huge demon turned into a stone statue. Not far from the giant demon, the two giant demon kings of the demon realm, the 5 top demon kings, and the top fairy kings and fairy king giants from the outside world stood opposite each other, staring at each other. Then, they suddenly broke out into a shocking battle, start attacking each other. You were quite confused when you saw this scene. After all, fighting each other before the opportunity arises is not in line with the style of these strong men. However, you soon understood the reason, because you find that these strong men are not really engaged in a life-and-death battle, but they are keeping each other in check. And all the Taoist energy formed by each collision was absorbed by the giant demon. Then, when the battle was fierce, the huge demon cultivator's mouth turned red, and a drop of blood appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This drop of blood appears black and red and contains extremely huge energy. You were also very surprised when you saw this drop of blood, because this is most likely the original blood essence of the legendary quasi-demon emperor. You really didn't expect that the blood essence and blood of the quasi-demon emperor would appear in this form. Obviously, the battle between strong men is the key to gain benefits. However, there is definitely some secret in it. Perhaps this quasi-devil emperor did not die, but was sealed here for some reason and turned into a stone statue. Then, if he wants to unblock it, he must attract strong men to fight and absorb their Taoist energy to break the stone seal. You can guess this. All the strong men present can guess it, but they still do it. This is not because they are not afraid of the consequences of the quasi-demon emperor's resurrection, but they are simply betting that this collision will still not resurrect the quasi-demon emperor. After all, how could a quasi-demon emperor be resurrected and easily break the seal and be resurrected because of the fake beatings of these immortal kings? You didn't expect that the truth is like this. This made you frown. After all, in such a situation, you can't obtain the original blood essence of the quasi-demon emperor, let alone get the scriptures of the quasi-demon emperor. In this regard, you sighed and gave up the idea of risking participation in the fight. After all, if you break into it, you will definitely be besieged by the demon king of the demon realm. Under such circumstances, the fairy kings in the outer realm may not necessarily help you, and there is a high probability that the mantis will catch the cicada and the oriole behind. Compared to the risks that need to be paid, a drop of the quasi-demon emperor's original blood essence is really nothing. Not to mention, the possibility of you getting this drop of blood essence is slim. After making the decision, you chose to leave. After you left, the powerful men in the demon realm snorted coldly, thinking that you were quite sensible. If they weren't afraid of strong men from outside the region, they would have killed you long ago. Next, you no longer have the desire to explore the forbidden area and choose to leave. After leaving the forbidden area, you find a retreat place and start to retreat. That is, when you were in seclusion, the war in the forbidden area came to an end. The Demon King of Clear Space and the Demon King of Yuanshi each received a drop of blood essence, and a giant immortal king from outside the territory also received a drop of blood essence. However, regarding inheritance, no one got it. Soon after, the forbidden area was closed, the demon realm returned to peace, and the strong men from outside the region also left one after another. And you, not paying attention to the changes in the outside world, are still in a state of retreat. In the end, it took you less than 50,000 years to successfully break through to the middle stage of the Immortal King. When you break through to the middle stage of Immortal King, you choose to exit. You know very well that there are only about 50,000 years until the dark disaster strikes, and you must take this opportunity to take a further step. Otherwise, you are likely to fall into the hands of the giant dark Immortal King. Although you have the experience of fighting with them, if there is another war, you will most likely not die and will only pay the price of serious injury and death, but this price is still too high. Not to mention, you don't think that the giant Dark Immortal King is the most powerful enemy. For this reason, you have made a decision to rob the Demon Clan by force, and use the blood essence of the Quasi-Demon Emperor to allow you to break through to the late stage of the Immortal King and even the level of the Immortal King's great consummation in the remaining 50,000 years. You concealed your actions and chose to attack the Jinkong Demon Clan where the Jinkong Demon King is located. You sealed time and space and attacked the Clear Sky Demon Clan. This made the Clear Sky Demon King furious, and a world-shattering war broke out with you. However, although the Clear Sky Demon King is furious, his combat power is not as good as yours after all. After all, now you can kill even the top 10 Dark Immortal King Giants. For this reason, the Demon King of Clearance was injured by you just after the fight. Your fighting power scares the King of Clear Space. You look at the Jinkong Demon King and ask him to hand over the original essence and blood of the Quasi-Demon Emperor, and you can spare him and the Jinkong Demon Clan from death. In response to your threat, the King of Clear Space looked extremely gloomy. Finally, he laughed loudly and said that if you want to kill him, you can't. When saying this, the Clear Sky Demon King also used his trump card. His trump card is a powerful prop from the All Heavens Paradise, which has the effect of a 4-digit combat power. As you are weakened, the Clear Sky Demon King regains confidence and starts fighting with you. In response to this, you sighed, feeling that the King of Clear Space was seeking his own death. You continue to have a shocking war. Although you have been weakened by the Clear Sky Demon King, your combat power is still superior to the Clear Sky Demon King. However, after being weakened, it will take a long time for you to kill the Clear Sky Demon King. As the battle progressed, the face of the Clear Sky Demon King became more and more ugly. He felt that your fighting power was too strong. If you continue like this, he will really be killed by you, and the Jinkong Demon Clan will be completely wiped out by you. In the end, the Clear Sky Demon King chose to compromise and hopes to have a truce with you. He said that as long as you are willing to cease the war and vow not to invade the Jinkong Demon Clan again, he will hand over the original blood essence of the Quasi-Demon Emperor. Although vows and the like have no substantial power for people of their level, strong people are arrogant and will not go back on their promises easily. Hearing this, you showed a satisfied smile and said that as long as the King of the Sky surrenders the original essence and blood of the Quasi-Demon Emperor, you will not take action against the King of the Sky and the King of the Sky. After the Demon King of Clear Space was silent, he handed over part of his original blood essence that he had refined over the years and asked you to leave quickly. In this regard, you are very satisfied with your eyes and accept this drop of original essence and blood. Then you said that you still want to take action against the Demon King of Yuanshi, so the restriction will not be lifted in the next 50,000 years. I hope the Demon King of Clear Space can understand. Hearing this, King Kong's expression changed. He didn't expect your ambition to be so great. However, people had to bow their heads under the eaves, so the King of Clear Space had no choice but to agree. In this regard, you have gained a lot and left with satisfaction, and the Jingkong Demon Clan has been closed. The abnormal situation of the Jingkong Demon Clan made other Demon Clan very surprised and felt a little uneasy. Yuanshi Demon King frowned and went directly to the Jingkong Demon Clan and found that the Jingkong Demon Clan was blocked by an extremely powerful restriction. Even he could not break it in a short time. For a moment, the Yuanshi Demon King also had a haze in his heart and had a bad premonition. That is, when the Demon Clan was disturbed by you, you chose to retreat again to refine this drop of the original blood essence of the Quasi-Demon Emperor. Although the Demon King of Yuanshi is nothing to you now, you are also worried about the powerful trump card that the Demon of Yuanshi has. For this reason, it is the safest thing to continue to improve your strength and then take action against the Demon King of Yuanshi. Not to mention, it takes time to refine the Quasi-Demon Emperor's original essence and blood to break through to the late Immortal King stage. The significance of you continuing to attack the Yuanshi Demon King is actually not very big. Finally, you entered a state of seclusion and began to use the power of the immortal swallowing magic beads that you cultivated as the Immortal King's weapon to devour and absorb the original essence and blood of the Quasi-Demon Emperor. In the blink of an eye, 50,000 years have passed. Your cultivation has reached a critical stage, and you are about to break through to the late Immortal King stage. It was at this moment that the dark chaos struck, and the dark creatures at the Immortal King level appeared one by one, alarming the entire demon realm, making the demon realm feel like it was about to perish. This made all the demon kings look extremely solemn. They gave up their prejudices and began to join forces to fight against the dark creatures at the Fairy King level. However, with the increase in the number of dark creatures at the Immortal King level and the emergence of 5 giant dark Immortal Kings, the demon realm can no longer withstand it. Some powerful demon kings even have the idea of abandoning everything and escaping to the paradise of the heavens. Although it is said that if you go to the paradise of all heavens and have to break into the tower, it is a matter of narrow escape in life, but at least it is better than staying here and not having any chance of death. That is, when some demon kings were thinking this way, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared, sweeping across the entire demon realm and even the nearby sea of darkness. I didn't expect that the demon realm still has the inheritance of the Quasi-Demon Emperor. However, this inheritance must also have problems. Since coming to the upper planes of the immortal realm and the demon realm, there are pitfalls in all the secret realms above the Immortal King. Those old monsters are alive. It's been going on for too long, and few people have truly left a legacy. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation and sighed in his heart. However, this pitfall of the Quasi-Devil Emperor's inheritance has nothing to do with Wang Ping for the time being. He is more concerned about the darkness and chaos. If nothing else, the simulated Wang Ping should have broken through to the late Immortal King stage. The combat power of the Immortal King in the later stage should be completely superior to that of the Immortal King Giants, and they will never be dragged to death by the 10 dark Immortal King Giants like the last simulation. While Wang Ping was thinking secretly, the text simulation continued. The appearance of the terrifying aura attracted the attention of all the powerful men, and they all showed expressions of surprise. After all, this aura is too powerful. Although it seems to be only in the late stage of the Immortal King, its strength is more than that of the late Immortal King. In addition, this aura is very familiar to them. It is the aura of you, the Immortal King of the Immortal Realm. Among these people, the face of the Clear Sky Demon King, who has escaped from the restriction, is even more solemn. After all, you defeated him when you were in the middle stage of the Immortal King, let alone the late stage of the Immortal King now. Now, your combat power is definitely capable of sweeping the entire field. This made him feel mixed. After all, with such a powerful fighting force, it may be possible to stop this terrifying dark chaos. However, Your existence is no less of a threat to the demon realm than the dark disaster. At this moment, the giants of the Dark Immortal King are also looking in your direction one by one, showing fearful expressions for the first time. Then, they collectively abandoned their opponents and headed towards where you were. Even something happened that frightened the demon kings of the demon realm. Not only did these Dark Immortal Kings attack the place where you were retreating, but 5 giant Dark Immortal Kings appeared and attacked where you were. In other words, in this dark disaster, there are a total of 10 Dark Fairy King Giants. This number is enough to destroy these demon kings several times. However, something happened that shocked and frightened the demon kings of the demon realm even more. Faced with the attack of the 10 Dark Immortal King Giants, you looked calm and punched out one of the Dark Immortal King Giants, killing it completely. Such horrific achievements made all the demon kings feel horrified and shocked. After all, this is the giant Dark Immortal King, not just some trash. One punch at a time is really outrageous. Such terrifying combat power is probably far superior to that of the giant Immortal King, and perhaps not too far from the level of the legendary Quasi-Mortal Emperor and Quasi-Demon Emperor. Your outburst also frightened the remaining 9 giants of the Dark Immortal King. They stopped in their tracks and did not dare to take action at will. It is neither a fight nor a fight. Seeing that the 9 Dark Immortal King Giants are very timid, you sneer and say that the Dark Immortal King Giants are nothing more than that. Since they dare not take action, then let them all die. While saying this, you attacked again, punching each Dark Immortal King Giant one by one, killing these 9 Dark Immortal King Giants like killing chickens and dogs. Your record makes the demon kings of the demon realm tremble with fear. After all, you are an immortal king, and in a sense, an enemy of the demon realm. After the Yuanshi demon king was silent, he took a step forward and was very polite to you. He first thanked you for calming down the dark disaster, and then said that the demon realm and the immortal realm were not hostile. The Flame Demon Clan's attack on the immortal realm was the behavior of his clan. They will clean up the door and make amends to the creatures of the immortal realm. Hearing this, you were quite surprised and felt that the Yuanshi Demon King was also a flexible person. For this reason, you said lightly that this was not enough. Since you acquiesced that the Flame Demon Clan could do this, it was also a sin. For this reason, the Demon Clan also needs to take out a drop of the original essence blood of the Quasi-Demon Emperor and many resources for compensation. The Yuanshi Demon King's face changed slightly, and he finally sighed, knowing that in the end, strength is the key to success in this world, and right and wrong are not the most important things. For this reason, the Yuanshi Demon King said that they would make sufficient compensation. Then, the Yuanshi Demon King directly took out a drop of the Quasi-Demon Emperor's blood that he had refined more than half, and gave it to you. In this regard, you did not mind that the blood was half refined, and calmly accepted it. Next, you planned to leave the demon realm and go to other worlds. Just when you had this idea, the change occurred again. A blood-colored figure came from the distant dark sea. Every time he took a step, the body of a demon king exploded. Seeing this scene, the faces of the Yuanshi Demon King and other demon kings all changed, and they were extremely frightened, because they knew that a great terror was coming. The person who came this time was likely to be the legendary Quasi-Mortal Emperor and Quasi-Demon Emperor. Although the Quasi-Mortal Emperor and Quasi-Demon Emperor are only rated at the 4-digit limit in the paradise of all heavens, this is only because the power of the Quasi-Mortal Emperor and Quasi-Demon Emperor cannot reach the 3-digit level. And it does not mean that the Quasi-Mortal Emperor and Quasi-Demon Emperor are only at the ordinary 4-digit limit. In fact, the power of the Quasi-Mortal Emperor and Quasi-Demon Emperor is far above the 4-digit limit, and some of them exceed the 4-digit rating. For this reason, the Immortal King is no different from an ant in front of such an existence. Even the giants of the Immortal King and the Demon King are no different from ants in front of such an existence, and will be killed at will. At this moment, all the Demon Kings have only one thought in their hearts, that is, to flee to the paradise of all heavens immediately. Facing such a terrifying existence, if they continue to stay here, they will only die. For this reason, what family, what creatures in the demon realm are all thrown behind their minds. Only if they are still alive, the demon realm will have a future. However, facing such a terrifying existence, it is too late for them to escape. As this terrifying existence took another step, the blood-colored ripples crossed the dark sea and swept towards this side. In an instant, the bodies of all the demon kings became stiff, and then exploded one after another. As for the characters below the demon king, it goes without saying that they had already turned into dust. Even you, facing this blood-colored ripple, is very uncomfortable. Although your body did not explode, it is also very uncomfortable. You stare at the blood-colored figure with a solemn expression, knowing that your death is coming. Although you are very powerful now, you have no chance of survival when facing the dark quasi-immortal emperor. As for fighting with him, it is even more a fool's dream. However, although you know that there is no chance of winning, you don't have the idea of waiting to die. You burn your origin without hesitation and kill the blood-colored figure. Seeing you killing towards him, the blood-colored figure did not mock you, but praised your courage. If you were not a being who must die, he would choose to recruit you. You didn't respond to the blood-colored figure's praise, but just launched your strongest attack. However, your powerful attack that burned the origin could not shake the blood-colored figure at all. After the blood-colored figure destroyed your attack, he praised you again, saying that if you can improve your cultivation to the level of the great perfection of the immortal king, and at the same time improve your chaos immortal body to the perfection realm, you may still be qualified to fight him. However, although you are powerful now, you are still too weak compared to him. After the words fell, the blood-colored figure slapped out with a palm, killing you. Because of your death, this simulation ends here. As the tech simulation ended, various cultivation insights and memory images appeared in Wang Ping's mind. Finally, Wang Ping let out a long breath and muttered to himself. The performance of the simulated Wang Ping this time is already strong enough, but it's a pity that the dark quasi-mortal emperor is really too powerful, and it's not an existence that the current simulated Wang Ping can fight against. Is the cultivation of the immortal king great perfection a perfect chaos immortal body? Wang Ping's eyes flickered, and he felt helpless. There is nothing wrong with the cultivation of the immortal king great perfection. However, it is not an easy thing to make the chaos immortal body perfect. After all, he has no idea how to make the chaos immortal body reach the realm of perfection. Without intelligence, it is undoubtedly a foolish dream for him to make the chaos immortal body perfect. But it doesn't matter. I don't have to perfect the chaos immortal body. As long as I improve my cultivation to the level of the quasi-immortal emperor, I won't be afraid of this bloody figure. The bloody figure is the quasi-immortal emperor. And if I become a quasi-immortal emperor, I won't be afraid of anyone in the same realm. Wang Ping's eyes were shining brightly, and he had full confidence in his own fighting ability. That is to say, when Wang Ping was full of confidence, the system's voice rang at the right time. Ding, the reward is generated successfully. The host can choose 2 rewards from the following: 4-digit talent and death-free gold medal. 5-digit talent, energy conversion. Swallow the immortal demon pearl, immortal king weapon. Immortal king's later cultivation level. Wang Ping was very surprised when he saw the reward that was refreshed this time. After all, the last reward did not yield a 4-digit talent or a death-free gold medal, but this time it actually did, which is amazing. It seems that after the evolution of the life simulator, there are still hidden functions. For example, talents that have appeared before may also be refreshed. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, and he speculated. In this case, the 4-digit talent and death-free gold medal is undoubtedly a must-choose. As for the second reward, what should I choose? Wang Ping glanced at the reward, feeling a little confused. Normally, choosing the immortal king weapon, the immortal swallowing demonic bead, is undoubtedly the best choice. After all, If he chose to cultivate, he would miss several opportunities to develop his talents. However, if he chooses to cultivate, he will really be invincible in the fairy and demon realms. By then, there will definitely be no shortage of Immortal King's weapons and Demon King's weapons. At the same time, there will be no lags. To be honest, with the current simulation process, if there is no very powerful 4-digit talent as a variable, then the simulation will be meaningless and will always be stuck. Forget it. Let's simulate the remaining 2 quasi-immortal king weapons for a fee. If the 4-digit talents and levels are not refreshed, then you must choose cultivation to break the game. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking to himself, "System I choose. 4-digit talent, death-free gold medal and immortal swallowing magic bead, Immortal King's weapon." Immediately, Wang Ping made a choice directly. Ding! Reward selection successful. The system's voice rang. Then, an additional piece of information appeared in Wang Ping's mind, which was how to use the 4-digit talent and death-free gold medal. Immediately afterwards, a Fairy King weapon also appeared in Wang Ping's inner world. That is the Immortal Swallowing demonic bead that has reached the level of Immortal King weapon. However, what surprised Wang Ping was that with the appearance of the Immortal Devouring magic bead, which was only a true immortal weapon, the Immortal Devouring magic bead, which was only a true immortal weapon, disappeared. It seems that the Immortal Devouring demonic bead of the Immortal King weapon level has replaced the Immortal Devouring demonic bead of the true immortal weapon level, rather than the appearance of a new Immortal Devouring demonic bead. Wang Ping thought silently, "Master, I have become stronger." At this time, the excited voice of the Immortal Devouring Demon Pearl rang out, conveying joy to Wang Ping. This made Wang Ping raise his eyebrows slightly, knowing something again. That is, the weapon spirit of the true immortal weapon that swallows the immortal demonic pearl has outlawed the weapon spirit of the Immortal King weapon. This is quite humane. I know that the immortal swallowing magic bead at the level of a true immortal weapon belongs to me, Wang Ping. The spirit of the Immortal King's weapon is simulated by Wang Ping. Wang Ping couldn't help but chuckle. "Well, very good. Keep up the good work." Immediately, Wang Ping perfunctorily praised the weapon spirit that had swallowed the immortal magic bead, and then continued the simulation. However, the next 2 simulations were blocked, as Wang Ping expected. First of all, no powerful talents were refreshed. Both times were useless 6-digit talents and 5-digit talents. Then, the simulated Wang Ping will be beaten to death by the bloody figure in the end. In addition, the rewards are quite shabby, and you can only choose one. It can be said that the greater gain from these 2 simulations is the superposition of insights from practice. However, if you simulate a quasi-immortal weapon once and get an Immortal King weapon, it is not a loss. As for the second reward, Wang Ping pressed his eyebrows and looked at the reward list. Then, Wang Ping chose the cultivation reward without hesitation. As Wang Ping chose cultivation rewards, Wang Ping's cultivation also began to rise steadily. The early stage of the Immortal King, the middle stage of the Immortal King, the late stage of the Immortal King. As Wang Ping's cultivation reached the late Immortal King stage, Wang Ping felt that he was extremely powerful. This is not an illusion. Wang Ping now has few opponents in the world. The only ones who can pose a threat to Wang Ping are the lurking dark quasi-immortal emperor and the few quasi-immortal emperors in the world. The current Wang Ping can definitely be regarded as one of the top 10 experts in this fantasy world. However, I still can't float. Even if I really become the top powerhouse in this fantasy world, as long as I don't become the strongest, I may fall. Not to mention, the weirdness has not been solved yet. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking secretly in his heart. As long as that weirdness exists, Wang Ping must continue to work hard to become stronger. Only by becoming a 3-digit figure, or even the best among 3-digit figures, and becoming an invincible existence in this fantasy world, can he be called safe. Thinking of this, Wang Ping's agitated mood gradually calmed down. System, how many resources do I need to conduct a paid simulation now? Immediately, Wang Ping asked in his heart. Ding! It has been detected that the host cultivation has reached the late stage of Immortal King. The number of resources required for paid simulation is 2 Immortal King weapons. The system's voice rang. 2 Immortal King weapons? In other words, I can only simulate it once. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking to himself. There are a total of 5 Immortal King weapons on him. His natal Immortal King weapon Chaos, Immortal Clothes, and Immortal Swallowing Demonic Beads must not be used for paid simulations, and he was reluctant to part with them. In addition, Shaoling Immortal Tower has been helpful to him and cannot be used for payment. For this reason, only the Immortal King artifact of Yuan Immortal King and the Immortal King artifact obtained by Wang Ping's Refresh Reward can be used for paid simulation. System, I want to conduct a paid simulation. Wang Ping didn't care about the consumption of 2 Immortal King weapons and said directly from the bottom of his heart. Ding! 2 Immortal King artifacts are consumed. The life simulator is started, and the talents are being refreshed. The system's voice rang. Ding! The talent has been refreshed successfully. Congratulations to the host for successfully refreshing the 4-digit talent, Innate Tao Seed. The 6-digit talent, Ghost Steps. 4-digit talent, Innate Tao Seed. With this talent, the host's understanding will be greatly improved, and it will be easier to enter the state of enlightenment, which can be called Tao Seed. 6-digit talent, Ghost Step. With this talent, the host's speed will be slightly improved, and the improvement will be even greater in the dark. Hey, another 4-digit talent. And this 4-digit talent is also the type I need. Wang Ping looked at the talent that was refreshed this time and showed an expression of surprise. Today's Wang Ping is already in the late stage of Immortal King cultivation. As long as he works steadily and continues to simulate, his cultivation level will be improved to Immortal King consummation sooner or later. Then, he needs to try to understand the Taoism at the Quasi-Immortal Emperor level and comprehend the Chaos Immortal King Sutra to the level of the Quasi-Immortal Emperor Sutra. However, unless one achieves ultimate enlightenment in a life and death battle, practicing slowly will definitely be very time-consuming. The ultimate epiphany in a fight to the death is undoubtedly a very difficult thing, and it is rare. For this reason, Wang Ping is more inclined to slowly realize Taoism. Now, with this 4-digit talent, Natural Tao Seed, and superimposed Chaos Immortal Body, Wang Ping felt that he was not far away from understanding the Immortal Way and Chaos Scriptures at the Quasi-Immortal Emperor level. Perhaps, as long as the effect is triggered once deeply and the state of deep enlightenment is entered, simulating Wang Ping will be able to reach that realm. At that time, his combat power will soar again, reaching an incredible level. Perhaps, in this simulation, I can hopefully fight against that bloody figure. Wang Ping's eyes were bright, and he was looking forward to it. Although there is no perfect Chaos Immortal Body, understanding the Taoism and scriptures at the Quasi-Immortal Emperor level is also very terrifying for improving combat power. System, I choose the 4-digit talent Innate Tao Seed. Immediately, Wang Ping said in his heart and made a choice without thinking. He had no interest in taking another look at another 6-digit talent. Ding! Talent selection is successful. Life simulation begins. The system's voice rang. Then, the screen appeared, and familiar words also appeared. On the first day, you chose to go to Shaoxian Realm. After arriving in the Shaoxian Realm, you still did not look for Chu Lingyin and others, but simply went to the Demon Realm. Your first battle is with the Flame Demon Clan. After killing the Flame Demon King casually, you took away all the good things in the Flame Demon Clan's treasure house. The destruction of the Flame Demon King shocked the entire Demon Clan, and the Demon Clan began to investigate the cause. In this regard, you didn't hide your thoughts. You just said that you will fight against the entire Demon Clan with one person's power. If they are willing to recognize you as their master and hand over all the treasures that are beneficial to the powerful people at the Immortal King level, you can spare their lives. Your extremely arrogant remarks made the entire Demon Clan angry. Those Demon Kings couldn't bear it anymore, and all moved out to kill you. Among them, naturally include the Yuanshi Demon King and the Clear Sky Demon King. In this regard, you look at these demon kings with expressionless faces and feel that they are too weak. Next, you attack without mercy and kill all the demon kings who choose to be your enemies, easily achieving the achievement of the senior traveler in the first-generation chat group, who killed one person through an entire area. Good guy, cheating is so cool. Wang Ping looked at the content of this tech simulation and was filled with emotions. At first, he was shocked to the extreme by the performance of the senior time traveler in the first-generation chat group. With the power of one person, he killed all the immortal kings in the immortal realm and scared all the creatures in the immortal realm to the point where no one dared to call themselves immortals. Now, he has easily achieved such an achievement. Moreover, he is currently in his 30s. All I can say is that the life of cheating does not need explanation. Next, with the resources of the demon realm, it should be easy to break through to the immortal king's Dzogchen cultivation level. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking to himself, and continued to stare at the screen. Next, you use the immortal swallowing magic beads to devour all the corpses of these demon kings, and at the same time obtain all the resources on them. Then, you begin to practice in seclusion, hoping to break through to the level of immortal King Dzogchen as quickly as possible. The fall of all the demon kings also shocked the entire demon realm. All the powerful demons trembled and were extremely frightened. At this moment, they experienced what the creatures in the immortal realm felt 120 million years ago. In the immortal realm, one person killed him, and no one dared to become an immortal. He still lives in the shadow of that person. Now, they also experience this feeling. Although you have not made anyone in the demon clan dare to call him a demon, your record of killing the demon king is not inferior to that one at all. While you were in seclusion, your achievements gradually reached the ears of the powerful people in the immortal realm, such as Chu Lingyin and Lu Daoxian. They were shocked to the extreme. They felt that the time had really come true for the immortal realm. They did not expect that you would be born. This kind of invincible immortal king is comparable to the original monster. The creatures in the fairyland are overjoyed. They feel that with a strong person like you as their backer, they can finally take a breath and live uprightly in the little fairyland. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 years have passed. With the help of many resources from the demon realm and the corpses of demon kings, you successfully broke through to the level of immortal King Dzogchen. After you break through to the level of Dzogchen, you still have a lot of resources left. However, you know very well that these resources are not enough for you to break through to the level of quasi-immortal emperor. The difference between the immortal king and the quasi-immortal emperor is really huge. In addition, you have never understood the Taoism and scriptures at the quasi-immortal emperor level. For this reason, you have no intention of leaving seclusion and continue to retreat. This time, you begin to gain enlightenment. Because of your 4-digit talent and innate Tao seed, your process of enlightenment was extremely smooth, and you were once again lucky enough to enter a state of deep enlightenment. In the blink of an eye, 150,000 years have passed. These 150,000 years of enlightenment have benefited you a lot, and you are only half a step away from understanding the Taoism and scriptures at the quasi-immortal emperor level. However, you did not continue to retreat, but chose to come out. The reason why I chose to leave seclusion was because the forbidden area of the quasi-demon emperor was about to be opened. Although your previous combat power was enough to break it open by force, in order to prevent accidents, you naturally had no idea of breaking it open by force. After entering the forbidden area, you have not paid attention to the treasures in the forbidden area. After all, for you now, unless it is a material that can create a quasi-mortal emperor weapon or a treasure that helps you break through to the quasi-mortal emperor level, the rest is really of no use to you. It just adds a little wealth. That's all. However, the materials that can create the quasi-immortal emperor weapon and the treasure that can help you break through to the quasi-immortal emperor level obviously do not exist in this forbidden area. It should be said that, let alone that it does not exist here, it is still unknown whether such naturally formed treasures still exist in the entire fantasy world. For this reason, you naturally have no idea of wasting time looking for it. You came directly to the stone statue, transformed by the quasi-demon emperor. After arriving in front of the stone statue, you did not mean to pretend to fight. Instead, you burst out with extremely powerful force and hit the stone statue itself fiercely. However, your blow did not break the stone statue. Its energy was actually absorbed by the stone statue. In response, you narrowed your eyes, feeling that this stone statue of a quasi-devil emperor was really weird. However, there should be an opportunity hidden in this to help you break through to the quasi-immortal emperor level. For this reason, you don't want to miss out. Although you are very powerful now, you are not sure of fighting the dark quasi-immortal emperor in 50,000 years. For this reason, you will break through to the level of a quasi-immortal emperor at all costs within 50,000 years to cope with the crisis that will come in the future. Next, you continue to bombard the stone statue, and the energy is absorbed by it. Then, you clearly felt that the life breath of the stone statue became more and more vigorous. As time went by, the cracks on the stone statues became larger and larger. In addition, you also sensed that a terrifying demonic energy was reviving. You know that this quasi-devil emperor is about to recover. However, you are fearless and are ready to fight with it. For this reason, you did not stop and continued to bombard the stone statue. A quarter of an hour later, the stone statue exploded, and the ultimate demonic energy spread, causing the entire forbidden area to tremble. Among the stone statues, a figure with magic horns and blood-black wings behind it slowly opened its eyes and stared at you. His aura became more and more terrifying, enough to crush the immortal king. However, when you face such a character, you are still fearless. Your expression is indifferent, and you even have a mood to compare in your heart. The quasi-demon emperor in front of him was obviously sealed here for some reason. The years of being sealed were very long. Even if he created this forbidden area in some way, attracted strong men to fight, and absorbed external energy to break the seal, it still consumed a lot of money. In other words, although the quasi-demon emperor in front of him is a strong man at the quasi-demon emperor level, he is not in his peak state, but in a very weak state. For this reason, the sense of oppression given to you by the quasi-demonic emperor in front of you is much worse than that of the dark quasi-mortal emperor coming across the sea. At this moment, the quasi-demon emperor saw you facing him without any fear, with a calm expression. He couldn't help but snorted and said arrogantly, "If you don't worship the emperor before you see him, you will be punished." 4-digit talent, true damage. The effect of this talent is to completely ignore the physical defense, allowing his attacks to deal maximum damage. This thing is equivalent to hitting the source. I just don't know if it will be blocked by the shield. According to game experience, it should be blocked by energy, such as shields. Wang Ping analyzed silently. However, even if it is blocked, it is still abnormal enough. After all, this talent can exert great effects whether in the outside world or in the Tianta game, and it is a talent that can bring miracles. However, this 5-digit talent, Resurrection of the Dead, is a bit strange. It is not marked as a one-time talent. Can it be used repeatedly? Wang Ping looked at the 5-digit talent Resurrection of the Dead again, and was very surprised when he saw the introduction of its talent effects. It cannot be used repeatedly. It is a one-time talent, just like the 6-digit talent Resurrection of the Dead. The system's voice rang. "Tis, that's such a pity." Wang Ping smacked his lips in regret after listening to the system's words. If it can be used repeatedly, this 5-digit talent, Resurrection of the Dead, is definitely not inferior to the 4-digit talent, and in a sense, it is even better. System, I choose the 4-digit talent, True Damage. Then, Wang Ping made a choice in his heart. Ding, talent selection is successful. Life simulation begins. The system's voice rang. Then, the screen appeared, and familiar words also appeared. On the first day, you chose to forcibly break through the forbidden area where the quasi-demon emperor was, and release the quasi-demon emperor. You once again had a shocking battle with the quasi-demon emperor. This battle is completely different from last time. Although you did not use the 4-digit talent and death-free gold medal, you can still fight against the weak quasi-devil emperor. In this battle, you also successfully tested the effect of the 4-digit talent true damage. The effect of this talent is more powerful than you imagine. It actually ignores energy shields and other means. Just like the name of the talent, as long as you can hit the enemy, you can deal the most realistic damage. This is because this talent is too buggy. The Quasi-Demon Emperor took a big move and was filled with damage. His originally weak origin was greatly traumatized, and his combat power dropped to a level inferior to yours. This also knocked the weak Quasi-Demon Emperor into confusion. I didn't expect that your natural ability was so buggy. However, you didn't give the weak Quasi-Devil Emperor time to breathe and started attacking crazily. In this regard, the weak Quasi-Demon Emperor's scalp is numb and he does not dare to take your attack forcefully. He can only choose to dodge to avoid being traumatized again. However, such a battle is obviously not possible. If this continues, the weak Quasi-Demon Emperor knows very well that he will be consumed to death by you. Good guy, the effect of this talent is really awesome. Wang Ping looked at the content of the tech simulation and was amazed again and again. It's really unbelievable that the weak Quasi-Demon Emperor was beaten so violently by the simulated Wang Ping. It can only be said that if the enemy does not know that he has such a talent, he will definitely suffer a big loss. After all, normal battles involve alternating between attack and defense. Who knows that you have a perverted talent that can completely ignore defense and attack the source directly? It was too cruel to go down all at once, directly inflicting heavy damage on the enemy and weakening the enemy a lot. Perhaps this simulation can break through to the quasi-immortal emperor level. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, and he was looking forward to the next development. While Wang Ping was looking forward to it, the tech simulation continued. Next, the Quasi-Demon Emperor felt that he could not hold on any longer, and he roared angrily, telling you not to do too much, otherwise you will both perish. At this you sneered and said that if he could do it, then give it a try. Your words completely angered the Quasi-Demon Emperor. He used the moves from the last simulation to take away your body. However, this time, he is undoubtedly destined to be unlucky. When the soul of the Quasi-Devil Emperor invaded your sea of consciousness, you did not hesitate to use the effect of the 4-digit talent and death-free gold medal. With the blessing of the 4-digit talent and death-free gold medal, the Quasi-Demon Emperor is completely unable to corrode your soul and cannot cause you the slightest harm. On the other hand, you can completely ignore the defense and launch a terrifying attack on the Quasi-Demon Emperor. You discovered that the effect of the 4-digit talent, true damage, does not only refer to the essence, but also has the blessing of talent in the soul. For this reason, the Quasi-Demon Emperor was completely numb. I didn't expect you to have so many disgusting abilities. He wants to escape from your consciousness. However, you obviously won't let him succeed. Nowadays, the positions of hunter and hunter have been completely changed. In the end, the soul of the Quasi-Devil Emperor was suppressed and crushed by you in the unwilling roar, and the soul mark was erased. Then, you used the immortal devouring demonic pearl to temporarily accept it, planning to slowly refine it in the future. After killing the Quasi-Demon Emperor, you also collected the body of the Quasi-Demon Emperor, packed up the forbidden area, and took it away, found a good place, and started to retreat. Under such circumstances, 100,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. You have smelted the bones of the Quasi-Demon Emperor and successfully upgraded the Chaos Immortal Clothes and Immortal Swallowing Demonic Beads to the level of Quasi-Immortal Emperor weapons. The reason why I chose to upgrade my life weapon to the level of a Quasi-Immortal Emperor weapon first is because I remembered one thing, that is, you were once bound by the Chaos Demon King with an item. As long as you reach the 4-digit limit level, you need to revive him. The resurrection period is 10,000 years. In other words, if you break through to the Quasi-Immortal Emperor level, you will undoubtedly reach the 4-digit limit rating of the Paradise of All Heavens. At that time, the item will take effect, and you must do everything you can to revive the Chaos Demon King. However, you currently do not have that kind of 4-digit item on you, and it is undoubtedly unrealistic to want to revive the Chaos Demon King. And once you fail to do this, you will be sanctioned by the rules of the paradise of all heavens and fall completely. This is undoubtedly something you cannot accept. Therefore, you will first get other things done and finally choose to break through. In this way, nearly 200,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Nearly 200,000 years have passed, and you have successfully refined the corpse of the quasi-demon emperor and broken through to the level of the quasi-immortal emperor. As you reach the level of quasi-immortal emperor, you feel that you are extremely powerful, and the terrifying power fascinates you. You think that you are now invincible. If the immortal emperor does not come out, you will be the most powerful being in the world. That is, when you think so confidently, you have a sense, see a corner of the future, and see that the dark disaster is about to break out. Finally reach the level of quasi-immortal emperor. I originally thought there would be some twists and turns, but I didn't expect it to be so smooth. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation and was quite surprised. After quasi-immortal emperor, there is immortal emperor. Immortal emperor is a 3-digit existence in the paradise of all heavens. I just don't know if there is still such a person as immortal emperor in this fantasy world. Wang Ping's eyes flickered and he muttered to himself. In Wang Ping's opinion, there is still a possibility that immortal emperor exists in this world. After all, without a 3-digit existence sitting in, it is impossible to prevent the existence of other worlds above the fairyland from coming in. The senior in the chat group of the first generation of traversers was not interested in these things. In addition, if it was Wei Yi, it should be suppressed by the immortal emperor, not the senior in the first generation of traversers chat group. After all, Wei Yi appeared long before the senior in the first generation of traversers chat group. When that senior was still in the 4-digit realm, slaughtered the immortal king of the immortal realm, and shattered the immortal realm, Wei Yi had existed for a very long time. Therefore, from this point, it can be judged that Wei Yi was definitely not suppressed by him, but by someone else. This person is likely to be the strongest person in this fantasy world, a figure of the immortal emperor level. However, all this is just my guess. Whether it is true or not remains to be verified. Wang Ping muttered to himself with a gleam in his eyes. Then he continued to stare at the screen. Soon, you came back to your senses with a calm expression. You don't need to see the future for the dark disaster. After all, you already knew the exact time. Then, you took a step, left the demon realm, appeared in the dark sea, and took the initiative to kill into it. You displayed an extremely powerful divine power. Wherever you went, the aura of the quasi-immortal emperor naturally dissipated, causing all the dark creatures to be destroyed. No dark creature could survive, not even the dark immortal king giant. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of you. This figure was the blood-colored figure that had once killed you, the powerful dark quasi-immortal emperor. After the blood-colored quasi-immortal emperor appeared, he stared at you, no longer looking down on you as in the previous simulation, but with a solemn face. He sighed and said that he did not expect you to be able to step into the level of the quasi-immortal emperor so quickly. You laughed and said that you had left him too much time, otherwise he would not have been able to grow up. The blood-colored quasi-immortal emperor shook his head and said that this was unavoidable. After all, his master was entangled by someone and could not clearly see through the past, present, and future. By the time they reacted, you had already grown up. You listened to the words of the blood-colored quasi-immortal emperor with many guesses in your mind, which also verified some of your guesses. Just when you were about to ask further, the bloody quasi-immortal emperor attacked you without any warning. The terrifying power stirred up, causing the entire dark sea to shake, and countless worlds were also trembling because of this powerful force. You were not surprised or angry about the bloody quasi-immortal emperor's attack, but you just burst out with terrifying fighting power and collided with him. You just collided with each other, and the bloody quasi-immortal emperor was knocked out by you and suffered a lot of injuries. The 4-digit talent, True Damage, gives you an advantage in the process of frontal combat. Not to mention, You are stronger than the bloody quasi-mortal emperor. For this reason, even though the bloody quasi-mortal emperor is different from the weak quasi-demon emperor, he still suffered a loss just after the fight. After the bloody quasi-mortal emperor recovered from his injuries, he was amazed at your strength. Later, he said that although you are strong, you are fighting alone after all. So, you are destined to die here. As the bloody quasi-mortal emperor's words fell, 3 extremely powerful auras appeared here. Apparently, 3 more dark quasi-mortal emperors appeared. You stare at the 4 dark quasi-immortal emperors. Your expression is extremely serious, and you feel great pressure. If you are fighting in the same situation, you have nothing to fear from anyone. If you fight 1 against 2, you have nothing to fear. But with 1 against 4, even you will not be able to survive. After all, who can be the weak one who can become a quasi-immortal emperor? Even if you are stronger than them, you can't defeat them all with 1 against 4, even if you have 4-digit talent and true damage. Perhaps, only by raising your chaos immortal body to the realm of perfection can you kill them all with 1 against 4. The 4 quasi-immortal emperors, including the bloody quasi-immortal emperor, did not give you much time to think. They chose to attack together and kill you. In this regard, you feel great pressure, and in an instant you are at an absolute disadvantage. At the same time, because of the collision of the 5 of you quasi-immortal emperors, the entire sea of darkness became even more turbulent. All the upper planes were shaking crazily. This made all the immortal kings who perceived it extremely frightened, a feeling of impending disaster. It was in this dangerous situation that a figure in white came across the sea and joined the battlefield. This makes you and the 4 dark quasi-immortal emperors quite surprised. They did not expect that there are other surviving quasi-immortal emperors in the world. However, what surprises you even more is the identity of this quasi-immortal emperor. The identity of this quasi-immortal emperor is actually Yi Tsong, the body of chaos who should have fallen. Yi Tsong, the giant immortal king who was supposed to die in the hands of the senior in the first-generation traveler chat group, did not die. Instead, he broke through the limit and reached the level of a quasi-immortal emperor. Seemingly seeing your surprise, Yi Tsong sighed and said that he was indeed dead, but was just resurrected. You were very surprised when you heard this and vaguely guessed something. If nothing else, this may have been done by the person in the first-generation chat group. Otherwise, who would dare to resurrect Yi Tsong? During your conversation, the 4 dark quasi-immortal emperors said with indifferent expressions, "So what if you have a quasi-immortal emperor coming to your aid?" In front of them, there is still only one outcome: defeat. You and Yi Tsong didn't say much, and joined forces to deal with these 4 dark quasi-immortal emperors. I have to say that the gap between quasi-immortal emperors is really not that big. Although Yi Tsong helped you share the pressure and blocked a dark quasi-immortal emperor, you were still surrounded by dangers, and it was very difficult to fight with 1 against 3. Seeing this, Yi Tsong sighed, lamenting the uncertainty of fate, then repelled his opponent and came to your side. Yi Tsong's behavior surprised you. You didn't know what he was going to do. After all, there is no point in temporarily getting rid of your opponent and joining your side of the battlefield. That is, when you were thinking like this, Yi Tsong's body suddenly broke apart, turning into pure chaotic origin and integrating into your body. At the same time, a voice also sounded. The condition for the perfection of the chaos immortal body is that a quasi-immortal emperor with a perfect chaos body needs to voluntarily sacrifice. Otherwise, the chaos immortal body will never reach the realm of perfection. Hearing this, you were shocked. You finally understood why Yi Tsong was alive and became a quasi-immortal emperor, helping him at the critical moment. If nothing else, all of this was the work of the senior time traveler in the first-generation chat group. He has already planned everything and paved the way for him. In other words, Yi Tsong is a tool man through and through. He is a pitiful pawn under the hands of the senior time traveler in the first-generation chat group. The meaning of his existence is to wait until you become a quasi-immortal emperor and help you reach the top. Absolutely top. For a moment, your heart was extremely complicated. Yi Tsang's fate was like this, and what fate will befall you all? After all, you are just a pawn in the hands of the senior time traveler in the first-generation chat group. Where will your fate be? When you sigh, you find that your chaos immortal body has undergone great changes after absorbing the chaos origin transformed by Yi Tsang, becoming extremely powerful, and your aura is also rising steadily. Seeing this, the expressions of the four dark, quasi-mortal emperors were all solemn, and they launched the most powerful attack on you without hesitation, intending to kill you completely before you completely transform. However, their idea failed. Facing the full blows of the four dark quasi-mortal emperors, you just waved your fist lightly and broke them all open. At the same time, all four dark quasi-mortal emperors were knocked away by you. Their bodies exploded. They suffered extremely serious injuries, and they were almost killed by your punch. The four dark quasi-mortal emperors recovered their bodies with difficulty. Looking at you, who are invincible, they were all silent. They know very well that although you are both quasi-mortal emperors, your combat prowess is not in the same field at all. If you want to kill them, it is just a matter of one more punch. This does not mean that they are too weak. It can only be said that the chaos immortal body in the perfection domain is too powerful, which has caused a qualitative change in your strength. Seeing that the four dark quasi-immortal emperors fell into silence, their fighting spirit gradually declined. You felt bored and punched them all again, killing them all. In this regard, four dark quasi-immortal emperors are missing from the world, and a powerful quasi-immortal emperor is also missing. I didn't expect that things would develop like this. Wang Ping looked at the content of the tech simulation, and his mood was also very complicated. He didn't expect that Yi Tsang would appear in this way, and he didn't expect that the simulated Wang Ping would obtain the perfect chaos immortal body in this way. Next, either we have to deal with weirdness, or we just can't die. Then, Wang Ping's eyes flickered and he thought to himself, at the level of simulating Wang Ping, unless he commits suicide or reaches 3 figures of weirdness to deal with him personally, he really can't die. It is obviously difficult for Wei Wei to do it himself. If he could take action, he would have done it long ago and wouldn't wait until now. It doesn't seem right. According to the bridge guard, when the chaos immortal body was born, this world is also hopeless. Obviously, a strange outbreak is not far away. I just don't know if the bridge guard will bring the chaos immortal body into the perfection domain. Count it in. Wang Ping's eyes flashed, and he murmured to himself. While Wang Ping was thinking, the tech simulation continued. You feel very complicated. Looking into the depths of the dark sea, you seem to see a terrifying existence. You were silent for a long time and used your great magical power to purify the darkness of the Sea of Darkness and protect a large number of worlds surrounded by the Sea of Darkness. After doing this, you left here and went to the world of life and death. After arriving in the world of life and death, you will meet the bridge guard. The bridge guard at this moment has no secrets in your eyes. The bridge guards are undoubtedly quasi-immortal emperor-level beings. However, even if he is a quasi-immortal emperor, he cannot be your opponent. It's just that what matters to you is that a quasi-immortal emperor can be the bridge keeper. The person behind the bridge keeper must be the immortal emperor. At the same time, it is this immortal emperor who suppresses the weird and protects this world. When you stare at the bridge guard is also looking at you. Obviously, he wasn't surprised that you were here. Finally, the bridge guard spoke, saying that you do have amazing potential. This may also be a characteristic of people from the mysterious original Earth. At the end of the sentence, the bridge guard fell silent and changed his words to say that what he said was not quite right. This should be because you are a different kind. Other people from the original Earth do not have such perverted talents as you. You smiled at the bridge guard's words and didn't explain too much. You just stared at the bridge guard, expressing that you wanted to know the truth about the source of darkness. And where was the senior immortal emperor who protected all living beings? In response to your inquiry, the bridge guard was silent for a long time and sighed, indicating that you have become a quasi-immortal emperor and have a perfect, chaotic, immortal body. So you are qualified to know the biggest secret in the world. Immediately afterwards, the bridge guard pointed to the Wangchuan River and Naiha Bridge and said, "Do you know the reason for the emergence of this world of life and death?" You shook your head and said that you only knew that this should be done by the senior immortal emperor. But why the senior immortal emperor created such a strange place in the world of life and death? You can't guess the reason. It must not be just for the sake of deal with weirdness. The bridge guard nodded and agreed with your guess, saying that the immortal emperor of Samsara created the world of life and death, the Wangchuan River, and the Naya Bridge not to deal with the weird but to resurrect his daughter. When these words came out, you were very surprised. With the immortal emperor's ability, it is impossible for him to be unable to resurrect his daughter. Not to mention, the bridge guard said the words, "Reincarnation Immortal Emperor." Obviously, the path taken by this immortal emperor who silently protects all living beings should be the path of reincarnation. It is impossible that his way cannot resurrect a person. Then, you narrowed your eyes, guessed the reason, and spit out the words, "Tian Tower Game." The bridge guard nodded, indicating that your guess is correct. The daughter of the immortal emperor of Samsara did die in the Sky Tower game. Because of the special nature of the Sky Tower game, once you die in the Sky Tower game, you are completely dead and cannot be resurrected. However, the immortal emperor of Samsara is unwilling to give up. Since the props in Paradise don't work, he wants to resurrect his daughter with his own Taoism. This is undoubtedly a fight against the rules of the Tianta. Listening to the words of the bridge guard, you can't calm down. It has to be said that senior immortal Emperor Samsara is indeed a great father and has great courage, and he actually dares to challenge the rules of the Sky Tower. However, although you admire the immortal Emperor of Samsara, you also know very well that the ending of all this will not be too happy. As you might have guessed, the bridge guard spoke again. The rules of the Sky Tower were obviously not something that the Samsara Immortal Emperor could compete with. Although the senior was stunning, he still failed to revive his daughter. But, even so, the Immortal Emperor of Samsara still had no intention of giving up. He chose to try to reincarnate his daughter and used the memory of her daughter's existence to create a soul. This soul could hardly be said to be his own, but this could be regarded as entrusting his support to the immortal emperor of Samsara. Hope. Then, this soul began a long reincarnation, and the soul gradually wanted to get closer to the daughter of the reincarnated immortal emperor. To this day, the people guarding the bridge don't know where this soul has gone. Then, something weird happened. That weird ability is very simple. It spreads darkness, absorbs darkness, grows to the extreme, and the darkness is immortal. He will last forever. As long as you are a living being, there will be a dark side in your heart. For this reason, unless all living creatures are destroyed, this weird thing cannot be killed. Listening to the words of the bridge guard, you feel awe-inspiring. No wonder the source of darkness exists in every world, but there is no turmoil. It turns out that it is absorbing dark emotions. You have also encountered the weirdness of absorbing negative emotions. However, the weirdness of growing to this stage has never been seen before. No wonder this weirdo has never died. Alpha also said that this weirdo is unkillable, so it turns out that's the case. If nothing else, it is impossible for the existence of 3 digits to kill this weird thing. Whether 2 digits can kill it is unknown. Maybe the 2 figures didn't care about this weirdness and were too lazy to take action, or maybe they couldn't kill him completely. Of course, the second possibility is very small. After all, a 2-digit existence can destroy all the heavens and all the worlds at will, and even restore all the heavens and all the worlds in a single thought. Using this kind of method to kill a 3-digit weirdo is just a matter of thought. For this reason, there is a high probability that the 2 figures are not interested in taking action. Perhaps there is also a double-digit calculation involved in this. While you were thinking, the bridge guard spoke again. This weirdness was too dangerous. So after this weirdness appeared, the immortal emperor of Samsara did one thing, which was to use his own reincarnation path to drag Weird's body into endless reincarnation to prevent him from causing harm to the world. This approach can greatly slow down the speed at which Weird becomes stronger, while isolating his influence on the outside world. As the bridge guard spoke, he sighed, indicating that the Samsara Immortal Emperor was waiting for someone who could help him kill the strange person. It's a pity that after so many years, no one has grown to the level of the Immortal Emperor. Hearing this, you frowned slightly, a little confused. After all, the senior time traveler in the first-generation time traveler chat group has reached a double-digit level. Could it be that the people guarding the bridge don't know of his existence? Seemingly sensing your doubts, the bridge guard shook his head and spoke again. He said that there was indeed a being with the same force as you, and now he is the supreme figure, but he is not a primitive earthling like you who traveled to this world, so he is not included in this list. The words of the bridge guard make you very shocked. After all, you have always subconsciously thought that the senior in the first-generation traveler chat group was the same as you and Lung Yu. He traveled to this world and grew up with the help of this world. Unexpectedly, that person did not travel to this world. However, a new question arises. Since he did not travel to this world, did not grow up in this fantasy world, and was not recognized by the world, why did he destroy the immortal realm without suffering the sanctions of the chain of order? Alpha, didn't that person travel to the same fantasy world as me? Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation. His face was also filled with astonishment, and he contacted Alpha. No. Alpha's voice rang. Then why did he kill all the immortal kings until no one dared to call them immortals? And why did he want to destroy the immortal realm? Wang Ping was very puzzled. At that time, I could no longer eavesdrop on his voice. I didn't know many of his secrets. Alpha was silent for a moment and then spoke. However, I also have some speculations. If nothing else, he should have obtained some kind of special prop. The prerequisite for this special prop is to reach a certain world where no one dares to call him an immortal and become the only immortal in the world. Immortal Realm just met the conditions, so he came over. As for the reason for destroying the immortal realm, I don't know. However, since he did it, he must have gained huge benefits from it. He rarely does things that are not beneficial. At the end of the sentence, Alpha felt very complicated. That's right. Wang Ping nodded thoughtfully. You did say that he is the ultimate egoist. Alpha, what's wrong? Wang Ping noticed something strange about Alpha and raised his eyebrows slightly. Nothing, Alpha said vaguely. You must have some grudge against him for tearing you apart, so you smeared him. However, as I gradually became stronger and became more and more involved with him, it seemed that we would have to meet him sooner or later, so you felt guilty. Wang Ping has become a quasi-immortal emperor. His intuition is so sharp, and he started to complain with strange eyes. I didn't. By the way, I have something else to do, so I'll go and get busy first. Alpha dropped these words and went diving. TSK, this Alpha really has a guilty conscience. Wang Ping smacked his lips. Sure enough, whether they are mechanical creatures or humans, when evaluating other people, they will include personal emotions and speak in a direction that is beneficial to themselves. No, it should be said that Alpha is becoming more and more humane. If it was the original Alpha, he probably wouldn't do this. After a pause, Wang Ping concluded with a smile. After summarizing, Wang Ping continued to stare at the screen. Next, you didn't hide your thoughts and ask the questions in your heart. The bridge guard also gave an explanation for this. It is precisely because of the behavior of the supreme being that destroyed the fairyland that such order and rules appeared in this world. This kind of rule is equivalent to the world's self-protection mechanism. When you heard this, you had a weird expression. You didn't expect that this rule was created by the senior in the first-generation chat group. It is also thanks to these rules that you can narrowly survive in the hands of the second-generation chat group. Of course, considering that person's plan against him. Even without this order rule, the main body, Wang Ping, should not die. However, this is just a theory. What the real development will look like, no one can say for sure. Now that the questions in your mind have been answered, you feel that there is little point in staying here. For this reason, you plan to get out of here. However, You remembered that you were bound by the Chaos Demon King with special props. If you reach the 4-digit limit, you will have to resurrect him within 10,000 years. Now, you have broken through to the level of quasi-mortal emperor and have surpassed the 4-digit limit level, reaching a level between the 4-digit limit and 3-digit level. For this reason, that prop must have taken effect, and you must resurrect him within 10,000 years. Otherwise, even you now will definitely die. After all, the rules of Paradise are not something you can resist today. Unfortunately, it is obvious that you cannot easily revive him based on your own words. Although there are treasures or props in this world that can resurrect the giant immortal king, those things are difficult to find in a short time. For this reason, you looked at the bridge guard again and made a request to him, hoping that he would use the reincarnation path of the world of life and death to resurrect the Chaos Demon King and let him reincarnate, preferably as a pig. Hearing your words, the bridge guard looked a little strange. However, he has no intention of rejecting your request. Finally, you went to the demon realm, dug out the remaining thoughts of the Chaos Demon King, and threw them to the bridge guards. After the bridge guard's operation, the Chaos Demon successfully entered reincarnation and was reincarnated as a pig. At the same time, a restriction was planted on the Chaos Demon King. Even if he could re-enter the path of cultivation as a demon cultivator, he would not be able to transform in this life. You are very satisfied with this result. After all, you were tricked by the Chaos Demon King, but you were very angry. However, you have also considered that the Chaos Magic Scripture has indeed helped you, so you have no intention of killing them all. Disgusting the Chaos Demon King like this is the best way to deal with it. Next, you say goodbye to the bridge guard and plan to find a quiet place to retreat and practice hard and try to reach the realm of the immortal emperor. Seeing you were about to leave, the bridge guard stopped you and told you something. That is, don't be too credulous about the future you see. You have reached the level of quasi-mortal emperor, and you should know very well that the future can be interfered with. Even the past can be interfered with. If it weren't for your special characteristics, the quasi-immortal emperor would have completely relied on the river of time to swim back and kill you. Even some giant immortal kings who practice the way of time can also do this kind of thing, but they need to pay a high price. However, even if you come from the original land and have the blessing of the immortal emperor of reincarnation, you still cannot believe in the future you see. After all, the immortal emperor of samsara is very strong, but weird is even more dangerous. No one knows that he has surpassed the immortal emperor of samsara and interfered with the future you see. When you hear the words of the bridge guard, you feel awe-inspiring, and a sense of crisis appears in your heart again. At the same time, you also understand something again. It turns out that behind you is not only the senior in the chat group of the first generation of time travelers, but also the immortal emperor in this fantasy world who protects you. However, if you think about it carefully, you may think this is normal. If you perform a life simulation, you will be discovered by powerful beings. The immortal emperor of samsara, as a 3-digit existence. How could he not discover that you are conducting life simulations and predicting the future? Not only the reincarnation immortal emperor, Wei Wei must also know about it. Perhaps, only if your life simulator reaches a 3-digit talent level can you avoid their perception and interference. And when you perform the simulation when you are still weak, there is no reason for the accident. It is just that the two parties have been playing games. Of course, the time when you were noticed may be later. At least, he should not have been noticed when he was in the purple spirit realm. At that time, the source of darkness did not exist. In other words, when you came to the upper world and performed the simulation, Wei discovered your existence through the source of darkness. And the same was true for the immortal emperor of reincarnation. However, considering the special characteristics of the immortal emperor and weird, you have just traveled through time, and there is an abnormality in the long river of time, and the possibility of being noticed by them is not small. For a moment, you couldn't calm down and sighed in your heart. Sure enough, if you travel to this fantasy world and there is no one behind you, even if you have a powerful plug-in, you will never grow up, and you will be easily strangled in the cradle. I can only say that when you come out to hang out, you really need to talk about the background. This is a wise saying no matter which world it is in. I haven't traveled through time yet, but just after traveling through time, I'm being taken care of by a bunch of old monsters. It really makes my teeth hurt. Wang Ping was really speechless when he saw the content of this tech simulation. However, Wang Ping was speechless and had no choice but to do as he should. Only when he reaches 3 digits, or even 2 digits, can he have the right to speak. Afterwards, Wang Ping calmed down and continued to stare at the screen. Next, after you calm down, you handed over your hand and thanked the bridge guard for the reminder. Then, you left here and began to practice asceticism. In the blink of an eye, 1,000,000 years have passed. Millions of years have passed, and the world has been peaceful, with nothing major happening. Wei Wei is still in a state of being involved by the immortal emperor of reincarnation, unable to make any big moves. And you have been enlightening for millions of years, and you have understood the Taoism of the quasi-immortal emperor to the extreme. Unfortunately, the immortal emperor's way is too elusive, and you have no way of starting to break through that bottleneck. However, although you have not broken through that bottleneck, you have done a lot in these 1,000,000 years. For example, all the people and forces related to you, such as the Tai Emperor Palace, were brought to the little immortal realm by you, which can be said to be a real promotion. At the same time, with your amazing Taoist methods, you merged the small fairyland and the demonic realm into one world. Half of it is the realm of immortals, and half is the realm of demons, sharing the world. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000,000 years have passed, and you still have not been able to realize the truth. This makes you feel very uneasy, and you always feel that it can't go on like this. For this reason, you came to the world of life and death again and made a request to the bridge guard. This request is to meet the immortal emperor of Samsara. The bridge guard is not surprised by your request. He just left a meaningful sentence. This sentence means you should sit down and die. Listening to the bridge guard's words, you were stunned and fell into silence. You know very well that this sentence is not meant for you, but for the main body Wang Ping. Obviously, the immortal emperor of Samsara noticed something and reminded Wang Ping of his body in this way. If you don't sit down and continue to waste time here, you may put Wang Ping in danger. In the end, you have complicated emotions, looking at the world from a distance with nostalgia and reluctance, which eventually turned into determination. You chose to take the initiative to sit down. As you sit down, this simulation ends. As the tech simulation ended, many images of insights and memories appeared in Wang Ping's mind. There are too many pitfalls. Emperor Samsara, what did you see? After Wang Ping absorbed the memory, he frowned. Just when Wang Ping was thinking, the system's voice rang again. Ding, the reward was generated successfully, and the host received the following rewards. The cultivation level of the quasi-immortal emperor. Chaos immortal body, perfect domain. 4-digit talent, true damage. Quasi-immortal emperor weapon, chaos, immortal clothes. Quasi-immortal emperor's weapon, swallowing immortal beads. As the rewards were refreshed this time, Wang Ping's pupils suddenly shrank. It should be a happy thing to get all the rewards this time, but the implications are quite astonishing. After all, this way of refreshing rewards has never happened before. This was obviously reminding him of something. To be precise, it has been made clear. When alarm bells rang in Wang Ping's heart and a storm arose, his cultivation also began to soar from the level of immortal King Zakshan to the level of quasi-immortal emperor. At the same time, Wang Ping's chaos immortal body also transformed into the realm of perfection. Yi Tsang, somewhere, felt some kind of change, sighed, and gradually turned into a point of light and disappeared. However, before disappearing, he stroked his sword gently and looked into the distance with a deep gaze, not knowing what he was thinking. When there were changes on Yi Tsang's side, Wang Ping also had 4-digit talent and true damage information in his mind. Immediately afterwards, the two quasi-immortal emperor weapons, chaos immortal clothes and swallowing immortal pearls, appeared. To be precise, It was his chaos immortal clothes and devouring immortal beads that transformed him to the level of a quasi-immortal emperor. At this moment, Wang Ping became the most equipped quasi-immortal emperor, exactly the same as the simulated configuration before Wang Ping took the initiative to sit down. However, despite becoming extremely powerful, Wang Ping was still not very happy, but his expression was extremely solemn. Wang Ping took one step, left the demon realm, and came to the depths of the dark sea, waiting quietly. While Wang Ping was waiting, the terrifying darkness broke out, and the four dark quasi-immortal emperors and dark immortal kings that Wang Ping was familiar with appeared. "It looks like you're still a step too slow," a dark quasi-immortal emperor said with great regret. "The immortal emperor Samsara is really difficult to deal with. Even if our master wants to completely hide it from him, it will be difficult to do so," the bloody quasi-immortal emperor said with a cold face. Now we're in trouble. After all, we can't beat him." Among the four dark quasi-immortal emperors, the only woman also spoke. However, what she said made people feel like she was teasing Wang Ping. "It's useless to talk more. Let's fight. With the power of the monarch, we can kill all the quasi-immortal emperors." The last dark quasi-immortal emperor spoke. As the words of the last dark quasi-immortal emperor fell, the dark sea became turbulent, began to fade, and turned into its original appearance. Although it is equally dangerous, as long as you reach the true immortal level, you can try to cross the sea, go to other realms. As the sea of darkness faded, endless dark power began to pour into the bodies of the four dark quasi-immortal emperors, causing their power to rise with terrifying momentum. When Wang Ping saw this scene, he immediately chose to stop it, but found that his attack was useless. Although he broke some of the darkness, he could not erase it all in a short time. However, Wang Ping still had no intention of stopping, and bombarded with all his strength, trying to erase as much darkness as possible so that their power would increase to a smaller extent. At this moment, Wang Ping finally understood the meaning of the conversation between the bridge guard and the simulated Wang Ping, and also understood the importance of the prompts of the life simulator. Without these prompts, if the four dark quasi-immortal emperors suddenly appeared and launched a sneak attack on him, he would definitely die. Even though he has become the most qualified quasi-immortal emperor, he is still not sure of victory when facing the four dark quasi-immortal emperors blessed with strange powers. To be precise, it was not that he was not sure of victory, but that if he did not escape to the paradise of heavens, he would definitely die. Because when erasing the darkness, he had already seen the outcome of the battle through a free simulation. This battle was his defeat. If he chooses to stay and fight, if he doesn't choose to give up the endless creatures in this world, if he doesn't give up on the Tai Emperor's palace and many other forces, and if he doesn't flee to the paradise of the heavens, he will definitely lose. However, it is not without a turnaround. Chong! It was at this moment that a stream of light came across the sea and appeared in front of Wang Ping. This sword is clearly a quasi-imperial weapon, Yizong's natal quasi-immortal imperial weapon. This is the only turning point. Weird, you can see my simulated future, but you can only see and interfere. If I draw the talent to break the game, can you really stop me? Wang Ping held Yizong's natal immortal emperor weapon and murmured to himself. Then, Wang Ping said sorry to Yizong's natal quasi-immortal emperor weapon and planned to conduct a paid simulation. "Don't worry, if we can save this world, my master and I will die without regrets." The sound of the quasi-immortal emperor's weapon rang out. After Wang Ping fell silent, he sighed and chose to speak. "The system consumes a quasi-immortal emperor weapon, and I want to conduct a paid simulation." Ding! Consume a quasi-immortal emperor weapon. The life simulator starts, and the talent is being refreshed. The system's voice rang. Ding! The talent has been refreshed successfully. Congratulations to the host for successfully refreshing the 4-digit talent. Fearless Heart. The 6-digit talent. Love of the Stars. 4-digit talent, Fearless Heart. A special talent that has effects beyond the talent level. Only when the host has strong faith can it be activated, allowing the host to undergo a fundamental transformation. 6-digit talent, Love in the Stars. 4-digit talent, fearlessness, special talent? It seems like I'm pretty lucky. Wang Ping looked calm and continued to destroy the darkness, while his heart was filled with waves. The emergence of this talent gave Wang Ping a vague guess. This is a test for him. If you can pass the test and undergo transformation, then live. If you can't pass the test, you die. He doesn't have a second chance. Even if he ruthlessly uses the devouring immortal pearl as a consumable for his second life simulation, there will be no good results. He will not be able to develop any exceptional 4-digit talents, and he may not even have 4-digit talents at all. My good senior, you are forcing me to grow up. Wang Ping sighed secretly in his heart. The emergence of this talent, including everything he experienced, was too coincidental. It was so coincidental that he had to suspect that everyone, including Wei Wei and the immortal emperor reincarnation, had been plotted by that person. Perhaps, after that person grew to double digits, he was able to calculate all of this. 120 million years ago, he just saw something for some special reason. But no matter what, everything in this world is within his calculation. This is for sure. System. I choose the 4-digit talent, fearless heart. After Wang Ping sighed, he made a choice in his heart. Ding! Talent selection is successful. Life simulation begins. The system's voice rang. Not long after, the transformation of the 4 dark quasi-immortal emperors was completed, and they became extremely powerful. The bloody quasi-immortal emperor takes the lead to fight you. After the transformation, the bloody quasi-immortal emperor became extremely powerful. Even you can't defeat him in a short time. After a brutal battle, you successfully defeated the bloody quasi-immortal emperor. However, under the power of darkness, the bloody quasi-immortal emperor recovered easily without any weakening in strength. This makes you silent. The bloody quasi-immortal emperor mocked you. Then, the other 3 dark quasi-immortal emperors also took action, killing you together. Facing the siege of 4 dark quasi-immortal emperors who are no weaker than you, you have no chance of winning and are about to fall. This makes your heart full of torment. You want to stay bravely and fight to the death with the 4 dark quasi-immortal emperors. You want to activate the 4-digit talent, fearless heart, and let the miracle happen. But you also think that as long as you can escape from here with your growth rate, you will definitely become a 3-digit existence in a very short time. As long as you reach 3 figures, it will be absolutely effortless to obliterate these 4 dark quasi-immortal emperors. In fact, as long as you become a 3-digit existence, you can reflect this world and resurrect all the dead. In other words, only when you are alive can you have infinite possibilities and hope. You become more and more shaken, comforting yourself in your heart, and your desire to escape becomes stronger. It is a taboo to waver in a deadly battle, especially when you are already in danger. It is a taboo among taboos. For this reason, you were easily found an opportunity and were severely injured by the 4 dark quasi-immortal emperors. You feel that your body is collapsing and your soul is disintegrating. You are becoming more and more frightened. You don't want to die here. At this moment, Alpha's voice also rang out, indicating that the Green Hills would not have to worry about running out of firewood. This is like the last straw that breaks the camel's back, letting you break your defense. For this reason, you take out your Paradise Pass and want to escape to the Paradise of the Heavens. In the end, you successfully escape from the Paradise of all heavens. Because you have gone to the Paradise of all heavens, this simulation ends. Wang Ping looked at the content of this text simulation and the memory images that appeared in his mind, and he fell into silence. No matter how real the simulated memory scenes are, they are still simulating Wang Ping's experience. Although it can bring him combat experience, things like can only truly grow through personal experience. This time, the simulated Wang Ping is not the previous simulated Wang Ping who has experienced tens of thousands or even millions of years of practice, but the Wang Ping who is most like his original Wang Ping. In other words, Wang Ping has never changed. He has been struggling to develop and become stronger easily. In terms of willpower, compared to the strength of his cultivation, he is still too weak to be seen. Escape? Wang Ping murmured to himself. If you don't run away, it seems like you're going to die. If you die, there will be nothing. Only by living can you have hope. Haha, Wang Ping, you're a weakling after all. If you want to run away, just run away. It's shameful to run away, but it works, right? The bloody quasi-mortal emperor looked at Wang Ping and sneered. Hey, no matter how hard you struggle, you can't be our opponent. In the future you see, you will die in our hands. In reality, you will still die in our hands. Another dark, quasi-immortal emperor spoke. They share a strange vision, and naturally they also see the future simulated by Wang Ping. The scene in the life simulation of Wang Ping being beaten up by them and running away in a panic made him disdainful. Wang Ping is indeed very strong. Even if they are strangely enhanced in strength, they are no match for Wang Ping if taken alone. But Wang Ping's character is really terrible among the first-level quasi-immortal emperors. Not to mention among the quasi-immortal emperors. Even the immortal king, he cannot compare. Germany doesn't match his position. In the final analysis, he is just a giant baby born from his talent. The female quasi-immortal emperor sneered. Wang Ping remained unmoved by the ridicule of the three quasi-immortal emperors. These people were stimulating him and provoking him, not wanting him to escape. Compared to those strong men who became emperors on their own, I really am nothing. The experience of life simulation cannot be regarded as my real experience. Wang Ping stared at the four dark quasi-immortal emperors and spoke calmly. While saying this, Wang Ping recalled the various experiences in the life simulation and recalled the people who had taken care of him and had a profound friendship, master-disciple relationship, or love with him. In his heart, hard to calm down. This experience was not something he experienced personally, but it was real enough and touching. Wang Ping is very calm now, and he also knows very well that it is unrealistic to escape and become a three-digit number and then fight back. If he chooses to escape now, he may have lost the qualification to advance to the three-digit level. He will be given up by the immortal emperor of Samsara and will be given up by the senior in the first-generation chat group and will lose the qualification to be a chess piece. If you think about it further, what can he do even if he becomes a three-digit figure? What he faces is weird. If Wei Wei kills the immortal emperor of Samsara and destroys this fantasy world, what can he do even if he becomes a three-digit figure? With 3 digits, can he really kill Wei? Can he really reflect the world and resurrect everyone? Can the world and characters swallowed by three-digit weirdness be easily resurrected? Wang Ping could not deceive himself. Resurrection is definitely impossible. In other words, if he chooses to escape, his future will be cut off, and all those who are related to him will die completely. It's good that you understand this. The bloody quasi-immortal emperor spoke again. Now that you know it, just like a bereaved dog, run away from us. That way, you can still save your life. Don't provoke me, I won't escape. Wang Ping stared at the four dark quasi-mortal emperors and said coldly, although I am greedy for life and afraid of death, I am not a timid or ungrateful person. Since I have the burden of there are so many, and even a quasi-mortal emperor and a quasi-mortal emperor are sacrificed for me. So I will definitely fight to the end and kill you all to keep the world safe. Arrogant. Everyone can tell you big words, but in the end you will just run away like a lost dog. The dark quasi-immortal emperor continued to attack Wang Ping's Taoist heart. Regarding the ridicule of the dark quasi-immortal emperors, Wang Ping had no intention of continuing to talk nonsense. Now that he has made up his mind, he will not change it. For this reason, Wang Ping directly activated the 4-digit talent and death-free gold medal talent effect without hesitation. Through the previous memory scenes, Wang Ping knew how powerful these 4 dark quasi-immortal emperors would be once their transformation was completed. Therefore, instead of waiting for their transformation to be completed and then fighting 1 against 4 to obtain the damage-free effect for half an hour, it is better to use it now and do your best to weaken the extent of their transformation. After all, if they wait until their transformation is completed, even if Wang Ping activates the 4-digit talent, death-free gold medal, damage-free, and the effect of burning the source without side effects, he can barely defeat one of them. If they had attacked together from the beginning, without a one-on-one duel like in the life simulation, Wang Ping would have been passively beaten, involved, and controlled, making it difficult to fight back. At that point, activating the damage-free effect will be meaningless. In addition, Wang Ping is also very worried about one thing. That is, the future of this life simulation will still be interfered with, and his record will not be as good as the life simulation. For this reason, if you want to break the game, you not only need to be fearless, but you also need to do things that are very different from those in the life simulation. As Wang Ping used the effect of his 4-digit talent and death-free gold medal, he did not hesitate to start burning his own roots, raising his combat power to its peak state. Then, Wang Ping took action and began to weaken the power of darkness without any scruples. This guy is really decisive. Wang Ping's actions made all 4 dark, quasi-immortal emperors narrow their eyes and snore coldly. Wang Ping directly used his trump card to forcibly weaken their ability to become stronger. This was indeed the most correct approach. They had to admire this judgment. However, your struggle is meaningless after all. The 4 dark, quasi-immortal emperors sneered and continued to improve themselves. After half an hour passed, they forcibly absorbed the last part of the dark power and began to attack Wang Ping together. Destroy the Tao, destroy all things, and everything will perish. The law of time and space distorts the past, present, and future. The infinite divine light reflects all things, turning everything into pure dark light, making people feel frightened. This is the avenue of light and the avenue of darkness. Endless blood appears out of thin air and sucks everything in the world. It affects countless creatures in the world, and it is difficult for heaven to escape. The 4 dark quasi-immortal emperors took action together, and countless worlds showed signs of destruction. The long river of time was affected, and stormy waves began to appear. This time and space became extremely chaotic. If a giant immortal king appears here, traces of its own existence will be distorted and annihilated. At this moment, even Wang Ping felt a fatal sense of danger, and he felt the breath of death. Wang Ping almost died many times. However, it was not a real life or death crisis because the life simulator would give him hints to save him from disaster. At the same time, there is someone guarding him behind him so that the real disaster of death will not come. But this time is different. This time no one will help him. No one will help him. He needs to face the disaster of death. And this is the first time he faces the disaster of death. I am Tianyan. I am chaos. I am invincible. Even if one is against 4, I have nothing to fear. Wang Ping roared, driving out all the shadows of death in his heart, not wanting to escape in embarrassment like in the life simulation. Wang Ping showed the coercion of the quasi-immortal emperor. The chaos energy lingered, stirred up the boundary sea, and suppressed the turmoil of the long river of time. He thrust out both fists and endless chaos energy erupted, enveloping his powerful Taoist methods to confront the 4 dark quasi-immortal emperors head-on, colliding with their Taoist methods. The collision of Tao and Dharma distorts everything, as if the past, present, and future have become meaningless and blank, and there is a hole in the long river of time. However, it does not mean that all the time in this world has holes and was destroyed. Even a quasi-mortal emperor would be unable to bear such a cause and effect. What was destroyed was everything at this point in time. Because of the chaos in the long river of time, there is a vacancy. The giant immortal king does not know what is happening here, and the world will not know that a war between quasi-mortal emperors is taking place here. Only the quasi-mortal emperors of the past, or the quasi-mortal emperors who may be born in the future, can see what is happening here. However, even they could only watch and did not dare to interfere. Although the quasi-mortal emperor is powerful, when it comes to the long river of time, he cannot act rashly and will be burdened with unbearable consequences. The terrifying battle continues. The bloody quasi-mortal emperor wanted to intervene and kill the weak Wang Ping, but Wang Ping stopped him and forcibly blew one of his arms. However, the bloody quasi-immortal emperor didn't pay any attention. He instantly recovered and counterattacked with a sneer, directly opening a big hole in Wang Ping's body. The other three dark quasi-mortal emperors also had no martial virtue at all and launched terrifying attacks. Wang Ping roared angrily, instantly recovered his body, and fought with them, his body exploding again and again. Although it is said that Wang Ping has a chaos immortal body and walks on the avenue of chaos, and his vitality is definitely the most tenacious among the quasi-mortal emperors, but even with the strongest vitality, there are moments of decline. No one can reach the top without reaching the top. Eternal. Although Wang Ping used his trump card to interrupt the transformation of the four dark quasi-mortal emperors from the beginning, the situation was not as bad as in a life simulation. He barely had room to fight back, but he could only barely fight back. If this continues, Wang Ping will still be dead, with no way to survive. I have to escape. Fighting alone, there is no way to survive. You are already a quasi-immortal emperor. Even if you go to the paradise of the heavens, you still hope to become a 4-digit breaker, and you may also become a 3-digit existence in the future. When the time comes, you can overlook the heavens and be high up. Why bother with some ants? Forget about death. A magical sound rang out from Wang Ping's mind. Wang Ping, stop struggling. If you die, everything will be over. Alpha's voice seemed to be ringing, especially anxious. A bunch of despicable people. Don't even think about messing with my mind. Wang Ping was momentarily shaken, but he soon woke up and roared angrily. However, as long as there is a momentary wavering, this vulnerability will be infinitely magnified. This is human nature and a strange ability. Everyone has two sides, and it is normal for light and darkness to coexist. And Wang Ping was led to give up everything, be ungrateful, and run for his life alone, which is the dark side. This side was gradually being enlarged until it swallowed up Wang Ping. He's finished. Noticing Wang Ping's subtle changes, a dark quasi-immortal emperor sneered. It's just an inevitable development. In front of our Lord, his struggle is in vain. The bloody quasi-immortal emperor sneered. Even if he wanted to escape, it would be impossible for him to escape. From the beginning of the war, any escape route for him has been blocked. The future he saw was deliberately guided by our Lord. The moment he wanted to truly escape, he would revealing a huge flaw. The third dark quasi-immortal emperor spoke. When that moment comes, it will be the day for us to kill him and eat him. Another dark quasi-immortal emperor sneered, with murderous intent and greed in his eyes. If a quasi-immortal emperor with a perfect chaotic immortal body is swallowed by him, he will gain great benefits. While the four dark quasi-immortal emperors secretly communicated, more terrifying power erupted, intending to completely wipe out Wang Ping. Faced with the increasingly terrifying attacks of the four dark quasi-immortal emperors, Wang Ping, who had a weak Taoist heart, could not bear it. His body exploded again, he suffered trauma, and his recovery speed also slowed down. This, like a chain reaction, frightened Wang Ping. His dark side expanded even more, and he had the urge to run away immediately. Have you finally reached your limit? The bloody quasi-immortal emperor sneered, full of murderous intent, and actually began to burn his source, brewing a terrifying killing move. In the future Wang Ping saw, Wang Ping had killed him. This time, it's time for him to come back with revenge. Immediately afterwards, while Wang Ping was tired of dealing with the killing techniques of the other three dark quasi-immortal emperors, and also taking advantage of Wang Ping's huge weakness, the bloody quasi-immortal emperor took action, and the terrifying killing techniques exploded. He wanted to kill Wang Ping completely. Zhang! It was at this moment that two aurora appeared, blocking Wang Ping's back. That was the strong light blooming from the devouring immortal pearl and chaos immortal clothes. These two quasi-immortal emperor weapons, as if to recall Wang Ping's true heart, broke away from Wang Ping's control and joined hands to attack the bloody quasi-immortal emperor, facing this most powerful blow. Master, don't be afraid of death. Don't be afraid of darkness. Only by fighting to the death can you find a way out. Master, although my time with you is very short, You will always be the master that I admire by swallowing immortal beads. The four dark quasi-immortal emperors are definitely no match for the master. I believe that the master will be able to kill them. However, I can no longer fight side by side with my master. Two different voices rang in Wang Ping's ears. Then, the two quasi-immortal emperors self-destructed without hesitation. With the sudden self-destruction of the chaos immortal clothes and devouring immortal pearls, the most powerful method planned by the bloody quasi-immortal emperor was blocked. This scene made Wang Ping's eyes gradually widen, and the fear in his heart gradually dissipated, replaced by sadness and anger. Although Wang Ping thought about those righteous words before the war, he believed that the memory scenes were also true, and he was willing to fight for this group of people. However, there is a difference after all. Although it can indeed strengthen his Taoist heart, it is not enough. At the same time, no one really dies. However, now, the existence that truly belongs to him has died, and the existence closest to him died for him. Wang Ping finally experienced huge emotional fluctuations. Escape? I have clearly said that I will not escape again. Wang Ping clenched his fists and roared angrily. At this moment, Wang Ping finally strengthened his faith again, wiped away all the darkness and fear in his heart, fought with his seriously injured body, and killed the bloody quasi-immortal emperor, trying to pull him on his back. Even if he died, Wang Ping would kill the bloody quasi-immortal emperor and kill the dark quasi-immortal emperor who forced the chaos immortal clothes and devouring immortal pearls to self-destruct. That is to say, when Wang Ping firmly believed and attacked the bloody quasi-immortal emperor with the determination to die, and wanted to hold him back, the effect of the four-digit talent, Fearless Heart, was finally triggered. As the effect of the four-digit talent Fearless Heart was triggered, Wang Ping's power began to soar. Although his injuries have still not recovered, his strength is increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Wang Ping's brain became clear. He completely forgot about life and death, and fell into a very strange state. Fearless, unafraid, ethereal. Wang Ping's change was noticed by the bloody quasi-immortal emperor, which caused his complexion to change drastically, and he shouted coldly, "No!" He has activated the effect of the four-digit talent Fearless Heart, and it is getting stronger rapidly. This is a huge variables. Stop holding back. Burn the source. Use the strongest power, and wipe him out completely. The expressions of the other three dark quasi-immortal emperors also darkened. They did not expect such a change, and they all began to burn their origins and increase their power to the extreme. As the four dark quasi-immortal emperors raised their power to the extreme and launched a terrifying attack on Wang Ping, the entire world sea was shaken by turbulent waves, and countless worlds were affected and wiped out. In fact, even the long river of time has been greatly affected, resulting in constant turbulence both upstream and downstream of the long river of time. This also attracted the attention of the quasi-immortal emperors upstream and downstream of the long river of time. They stared at this shocking battle. Their hearts were shaken, and they could not calm down. After all, neither the four dark quasi-immortal emperors nor Wang Ping are pure quasi-immortal emperors. They are much more powerful than ordinary quasi-immortal emperors. At this moment, all the quasi-immortal emperors up and down the world sighed, feeling that Wang Ping would definitely die. Although Wang Ping's power seems to be rising, this level of power is not enough to face the most powerful blows of the four dark quasi-immortal emperors at the same time. In addition, Wang Ping himself had already suffered heavy losses, making it even more impossible to take on these horrific attacks. For a time, a quasi-immortal emperor wanted to come along the long river of time to help Wang Ping fight against the four dark quasi-immortal emperors. However, before he could take action, his body exploded. Although he recovered, he undoubtedly suffered a very serious trauma. Such a huge cause and effect is beyond my ability to bear. The quasi-immortal emperor murmured to himself with palpitations. The next moment, Wang Ping was hit by the strongest blows of the four dark quasi-immortal emperors. His body was completely shattered, turned into nothingness, and gradually floated away. Only one eyeball full of cracks existed here, staring at the four dark quasi-immortal emperors. The look in this eye was still fearless, and ethereal, as if it didn't care about its own fate of imminent death. Your talent does make you unafraid of death, but that's meaningless. You deserve to die. You still have to die. A dark quasi-immortal emperor sneered, grabbed Wang Ping's eyeballs, and destroyed him without mercy, not wanting to leave any way for Wang Ping to survive. Although he felt that it was a pity that he could not devour Wang Ping. In order to prevent the occurrence of mutations, they had to kill them all. Seeing this scene, all the strong men sighed in their hearts, feeling that the war was about to end. Wang Ping had been mercilessly suppressed by the four dark quasi-immortal emperors. The four dark quasi-immortal emperors had the same idea and planned to go back to resume their lives. The variable Wang Ping is dead. They just need to continue to wait for the darkness to fall. At that time, the Master will give them supreme power, so that they can also hope to reach the 3-digit level. However, it was at this juncture that a sudden change occurred. Endless chaotic energy suddenly filled the air, sweeping across this area and the entire boundary sea, and a terrifying energy was brewing in it. Not good. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the four dark quasi-immortal emperors suddenly shrank, and they had an ominous premonition in their hearts. Then, they took action without hesitation, intending to completely erase this chaos. I am chaos, reborn in chaos. Chaos is the source of all things, the ancestor of all things, and can transform all things. One after another, the sounds of natural rhyme sounded, which shocked people. At the same time, the avenue of this fantasy world also resonated with the sound of this voice. Endless splendor appeared. Countless worlds and seas began to evolve into chaos, and chaos fairy lotus bloomed. Then, a figure walked out of the chaos fairy lotus. Every step he takes will leave a footprint of chaos, which will then turn into a lotus of chaos and evolve all things. This scene caused the expressions of the four dark quasi-immortal emperors to change drastically, revealing expressions of fear. Although Wang Ping didn't have the slightest power at this moment, his energy alone was enough to scare them away. This is definitely something that the quasi-immortal emperor cannot do. Could it be that he has been reborn from the calamity of death and has reached the level of immortal emperors? The voice of the only female dark quasi-immortal emperor trembled. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You and I should both know that only one immortal emperor can be born in this world. Unless the samsara immortal emperor completely falls, it is impossible for a second immortal emperor to be born. The expression of the bloody quasi-immortal emperor changed, and he shouted in a low voice. Yes, he absolutely cannot be the immortal emperor. He is just reborn. So what if you are reborn? If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. The remaining two dark quasi-immortal emperors had gloomy expressions and erupted with shocking murderous intent. Then, the two of them worked together to kill Wang Ping. The mayfly shakes the tree, but it is not your own ability. Wang Ping looked at the two of them with clear eyes and said these 8 words calmly. Arrogant. Seeing that Wang Ping just uttered these 8 words and still didn't make any move, the two dark quasi-immortal emperors became furious and unleashed the most powerful killing techniques. Time and space are being annihilated, and chaotic energy is being destroyed. However, facing such a powerful attack from the two dark quasi-mortal emperors, Wang Ping's expression still did not change at all, and he did not even have the idea of taking action. He just took another step. With this step, another chaos immortal lotus gradually bloomed. Then, the terrifying attacks of the two dark quasi-immortal emperors disappeared strangely, as if they had never appeared. This made the two dark quasi-immortal emperors stiffen, their pupils shrink, and they felt fear for the first time in a long time. This feeling was something they had only experienced when they first met their master. The two dark quasi-immortal emperors were terrified and wanted to escape from Wang Ping. But it was too late. No one could see how Wang Ping made his move. The bodies of the two dark, quasi-immortal emperors gradually dissipated, turned into chaotic energy, and completely fell. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the quasi-immortal emperors from the upper and lower reaches of the long river of time were all shocked to the extreme and felt that the scene in front of them was too weird. After all, these were two dark, quasi-immortal emperors who were far superior to ordinary quasi-immortal emperors, and they were wiped out so easily. Is this method still something that a quasi-immortal emperor can do? Is this mysterious strong man in front of him really not an immortal emperor? At this moment, the bloody quasi-immortal emperor and the female dark quasi-immortal emperor were also silent. The shadow of death emerged in their hearts. After many years, they finally felt the breath of death again. "It's useless for you to kill us," the female dark quasi-immortal emperor said hoarsely. "As long as the master is alive, we will be resurrected. You will also be completely wiped out by the master. I am the Chaos Emperor. I walked out of the chaos. I am invincible in the chaos, and I can transform all enemies in the world." Wang Ping looked at the female dark quasi-immortal emperor calmly and said this sentence lightly. After the words fell, the body of the female dark quasi-immortal emperor also began to disintegrate and turned into chaos. Before dying, the female dark quasi-immortal emperor looked at Wang Ping in a daze. Looking at Wang Ping's invincible power, she recalled the past, sighed, and finally turned into chaos. This time you won. But we will meet again." The bloody quasi-immortal emperor laughed ferociously and wanted to self-destruct. However, just when he wanted to self-destruct, Wang Ping appeared in front of him before that and pressed his face with a palm. At this moment, Wang Ping's expression was no longer as calm as before, but expressionless and very cold. This made the bloody, quasi-immortal emperor's expression stiffen. He found that his power was actually dissolved again, and he could not self-destruct, and he could not move. "You want to die? But it's not that easy." Wang Ping said this indifferently, and directly used the Chaos Dao method. In an instant, the bloody quasi-immortal emperor's body was planted with restrictions, and he knelt down, while his soul was wrapped in a ball of chaotic energy, ruthlessly crushed and ruthlessly reorganized. Die can't die. Live can't live. What greeted the bloody quasi-immortal emperor was the seal and torture of endless years. Then, Wang Ping threw the bloody quasi-immortal emperor to the center of the boundary, with a casual flick of his hand. The creatures of countless worlds, no matter what their cultivation level was, could miraculously see the figure of the bloody quasi-immortal emperor and understand the sins he committed. After solving the bloody quasi-immortal emperor, Wang Ping put his hands together, and the chaotic energy that permeated the boundary began to surge. Those destroyed worlds were reorganized in chaos. Those destroyed creatures were reborn in the chaos. Everything returned to its original state. That is, after Wang Ping did all this fantasy world completely restored peace and tranquility. The only remaining hidden danger was the strange entity dragged into the reincarnation by the reincarnation immortal emperor. Wang Ping's eyes were deep, surrounded by chaos, as if he saw the scene in the reincarnation, which made him squint his eyes involuntarily. However, Wang Ping did not say much, but took a step forward and disappeared in the sea of boundaries. After Wang Ping left, all the creatures in this fantasy world began to praise Wang Ping, and they knelt down to Wang Ping involuntarily, respecting Wang Ping as the Chaos Emperor. The Emperor of Heaven can be equal to the way of heaven. The world of life and death, the road of reincarnation. Wang Ping came here. The bridgekeeper seemed to have been waiting for Wang Ping for a long time. He sat in front of the stone table, toasted Wang Ping, and said with a smile, "Congratulations to you for taking that step and gaining a new life. You will become the immortal emperor in no time." It was just a fluke. Wang Ping raised his wine glass, looked at the immortal wine in front of him, drank it all, and shook his head. He successfully triggered the effect of the 4-digit talent, Fearless Heart, fearless, and ethereal. However, this was not enough, and he was still shot dead. However, the 4-digit talent, Fearless Heart, is indeed a talent that surpasses the talent level and can be comparable to the 3-digit talent. Its improvement is not only in combat power, but also in the improvement of Taoism perception. The ethereal state has improved his perception of Taoism to the extreme. For this reason, before he died, he successfully realized the Chaos Avenue and the Chaos Immortal Emperor Sutra, becoming an existence comparable to the Immortal Emperor. The Chaos Immortal Emperor Sutra can transform all things into chaos, and also allow him to return from chaos. After he returned from the Chaos Immortal body was truly perfect. In the previous simulation, Yi Tsong, the quasi-immortal emperor, sacrificed him, but only reached the realm of pseudo-perfection, not true perfection. However, this is normal. Yi Tsong only achieved the perfection of the chaos body. Although he is a quasi-immortal emperor, it is impossible for him to achieve the chaos immortal body with a 3-digit rating, which is considered extremely powerful among the 3-digit talents and physique props. For this reason, after he broke and then established, returned from the chaos, and was reborn from the chaos immortal body reached the true perfection realm. Therefore, he can be so powerful. The 4 quasi-mortal emperors whose power was enhanced by darkness and whose origins were burned were as weak as ants in front of him. He could wipe them out at will without deliberately taking action. Although he is not an immortal emperor and does not have the immortal emperor Tao fruit, his body, soul, and magic power have reached a level close to that of an immortal emperor. At the same time, he already has combat power comparable to that of an immortal emperor. Fellow Taoist, you are deliberately releasing some of your strange power and interfering with the future I see. Wang Ping looked at the bridge guard in front of him and spoke again. When Wang Ping first arrived, he already knew that the bridge guard in front of him was no longer a bridge guard, but the will of the Samsara Immortal Emperor. Therefore, the bridge guard dared to call him, who was already comparable to the Immortal Emperor, a fellow Taoist. Otherwise, a quasi-immortal emperor would never dare to call himself a fellow Taoist in front of a figure at the level of an immortal emperor. Except for the situation where the relationship between the two parties is very close. The word fellow Taoist can only be used when the status and realm are the same. You can say that the bridge guard, or to be precise, the will of the Samsara Immortal Emperor nodded and acknowledged this. However, there are some things that you should be able to see by now. The Immortal Emperor of Samsara sighed and said, "This weirdness is very strong, and it continues to get stronger. I want to suppress him in Samsara all the time. Very soon. Disaster. So, you need help, and you hope that I can stand up again and become an existence comparable to the Immortal Emperor and help you kill Wei together?" Wang Ping nodded slightly and said, "Yes and no." Immortal Emperor Samsara nodded, shook his head, and said with deep eyes, "What I have done is my personal will, and it is also that person's will." That one. Wang Ping was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "My senior, the one from the Qin Palace?" Although Wang Ping had some guesses, he did not expect that the Samsara Immortal Emperor would also intervene and interfere with his will. "Yes." Immortal Emperor Samsara nodded, stared at Wang Ping, and spoke slowly. "So, you have no choice from the beginning. You must move forward and defeat the enemy. You gave me a lot of hints in the life simulation. I should have thought of this a long time ago. However, I was still too young after all, and I failed to understand this after the fierce battle." Wang Ping said softly. "However, fortunately my two partners helped me. Otherwise, no matter how lucky I am, I will still die." While saying this, Wang Ping summoned 2 objects. These 2 objects are the Chaos Immortal Clothes and the Devouring Immortal Pearl. The Chaos Immortal Clothes and Devouring Immortal Pearls also resurrected from chaos. However, compared to Wang Ping, who was unable to become the Immortal Emperor due to world restrictions, the Chaos Immortal Clothes and Devouring Immortal Pearls did not have this restriction. After recovering from chaos, they were a blessing in disguise and were about to be promoted to Immortal Emperor weapons. However, this process takes some time. Having so little experience is a good thing. The immortal emperor of Samsara looked at Wang Ping's chaos, immortal clothes, and devouring immortal beads, and sighed. It's indeed a good thing. Wang Ping stared at the will of the Samsara immortal emperor, and his eyes had seen the past of the Samsara immortal emperor through the long river of time. The Samsara immortal emperor is not as lucky as he is. In his era, strange things appeared, and he fought against them, and the process was very tragic. In the end, his Taoist companions, his Taoist friends, his children, all his followers, and the fairyland creatures in countless worlds all chose to sacrifice with the help of a special prop. Only one was just born. His daughter was not sacrificed. As a result, with the power of sacrifice, he broke through that bottleneck with great difficulty and became the first and only immortal emperor in the world. After attaining the level of the immortal emperor of Samsara used the immortal emperor of reincarnation method to drag weirdness into endless reincarnation, curbing most of weirdness's influence on this fantasy world, and started a long road of confrontation with weirdness. This is the past of the Samsara immortal emperor. Theoretically, as an immortal emperor and an immortal emperor cultivating the great way of reincarnation, the reincarnation immortal emperor should be able to easily resurrect those who sacrifice themselves. However, the reality is that he cannot do this. Because all his strength was used to contain the weirdness, he couldn't escape at all. At the same time, that special prop also has great limitations. Even the immortal emperor cannot resurrect the sacrificer. As for the experience of the only surviving daughter of the Samsara immortal emperor, Wang Ping had already known that she died in the heavenly tower. Therefore, the Samsara immortal emperor lamented that having less experience is also a good thing, because Wang Ping had too little experience. In reality, he did not have many Taoist companions, fellow Taoists, heirs, or followers, so he became a quasi-immortal emperor because of two things. The destruction of the weapon will cause the seeds to explode. If it were like the immortal emperor of reincarnation, it would be really tragic. Did you obey the one to resurrect those who were sacrificed, and your daughter? Wang Ping stared at the immortal emperor Samsara and sighed. The two-digit figure is undoubtedly in existence, standing at the apex of the paradise of all heavens, and even all the heavens and worlds. But those who can become a three-digit number, unless they have special experiences, are basically proud, and it is impossible to surrender casually to a two-digit number and obey its orders. Those who do this have their own special purposes. I can't resurrect them, so let's talk about double digits. The immortal emperor of Samsara had a complicated expression and sighed. As for my most beloved little daughter, she also wanted to help me suppress the weirdness and help me find a way to resurrect those people. So she never listened to my advice and chose to bravely choose to enter the Sky Tower and choose the Abyss model. However, it is so easy to break into the Abyss mode of Tianta. She eventually died inside and could not be resurrected. At the end of the sentence, Immortal Emperor Samsara's face was filled with bitterness, and he looked very decadent. He is the first immortal emperor and is invincible in the world, but he is so incompetent that he cannot resurrect those people, cannot stop his little daughter, and cannot resurrect her. Even with two digits, it's impossible to resurrect fellow Taoist's daughter. Wang Ping sighed and said, "Indeed, no one can resurrect the existence that dies in the Sky Tower, unless someone climbs to the top of the Sky Tower and becomes a one-digit existence, an eternal existence, an omniscient and omnipotent existence." Immortal Emperor Samsara nodded and said in a deep voice, "However, it is impossible to become that kind of existence. It is indeed difficult. After all, even two figures died on the 89th floor. Reaching the top is a luxury." Wang Ping's eyes flickered, and he murmured to himself, "No, it's a rumor that the two figures died on the 89th floor." Immortal Emperor Samsara looked deeply and shook his head to reject Wang Ping's words. "What?" Wang Ping was stunned for a moment, a little shocked, etc. Immediately, Wang Ping reacted quickly. The information he knew was all obtained from Alpha. Alpha, who only had 4 figures at his peak, had become less than 6 figures before he traveled through time. The information obtained by such a being is most likely just hearsay. However, how can the real information about the existence of two-digit numbers easily appear in the public eye? In addition, Alpha only said that two figures died in the tower, but did not specify who. If the two figures are not dead, then the publicly known record of breaking into the Sky Tower is also wrong. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, and he asked a question. It was indeed the 89th floor before. However, the current record is the 90th floor. There is an important reason why no one can reach the top of the 100th floor. The immortal emperor of Samsara shook his head slightly and said, "What's the meaning?" Wang Ping frowned slightly and asked curiously. As you know, to break through the Sky Tower, you need enough people to start the game. The mechanism of the Sky Tower is very strange. The first 29 floors basically require a team of more than 5 players. From the 30th floor to the 59th floor, 4 people are needed to guarantee the minimum. From the 60th to the 89th floor, 3 people are needed to guarantee the minimum. When it comes to the 90th floor, the situation is different. It not only requires 2-digit beings to participate in the game, but also 3 players. It also requires players who have obtained SSS-level Abyss evaluations on all floors. In other words, by the 90th floor, there are no more people who can start the game. Because even in the Paradise of Heavens, except for that one, there is no other player who has achieved this achievement. The immortal emperor of Samsara spoke slowly, with admiration and regret for that existence in his eyes. Listening to the words of the immortal emperor of reincarnation, the threads in Wang Ping's mind instantly connected. He finally understood why the senior in the chat group of the first generation of time travelers wanted to plot against him and train him. At the same time, he finally understood that his only choice of difficulty in the Sky Tower was Abyss mode. Because the senior in the first generation chat group is training himself to be teammates in Tianta games. He has great ambitions. He obviously wants to climb to the top of the Sky Tower, become a single digit, and become the omniscient and omnipotent Eternal One. And he, Wang Ping, must be one of the most suitable players carefully selected. Because of his talent, he was born to break into the tower. However, it is impossible to bet on such an existence alone. In other words, besides him, there may be many chess pieces he cultivated in all the worlds. However, those chess pieces probably did not meet his requirements and died in the process of growing up. Like him, Wang Ping, he would have died if he had not survived this test. However, Wang Ping also knew very well that although he had survived this level, there would still be a lot of trouble ahead. If the purpose of the person in the first generation chat group is to climb to the top of the Sky Tower, so he can cultivate some players who can reach the 90th floor and obtain SSS level evaluations throughout the process, then the next trouble he will face is that he must climb to the top of the Sky Tower. The tower went all out and tried every means to get the highest rating. It's not that any floor needs to reach the SSS level rating, but all floors must reach the SSS level rating. If he does not reach the SSS level evaluation in any layer, he will still be judged as an unqualified chess piece. When the time comes, it is difficult to predict what fate will await him. Perhaps because of his high-end combat power, he would be accepted into the palace and become a high-level official. It's also possible that you think he's too useless and just get rid of him. In other words, for his own safety, Wang Ping could only try his best to rush the tower and had no other choice. Fellow Taoist, do you need me to take action? Wang Ping gathered his thoughts, looked at the immortal emperor of Samsara, and asked, "You can't kill him even if you take action. Only a 2-digit existence can completely kill this weirdo. Of course, if you can get some special 3-digit top-quality props in the tower, it may be possible to kill him, erase." The immortal emperor, Samsara, shook his head. "That's it?" Wang Ping nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that this strange thing was more difficult to deal with than he thought. Next, you should go to the Paradise of all heavens. There is nothing in this fantasy world that can enhance your power. The immortal emperor of Samsara sighed. "Unless I die, if you want to become an immortal emperor, you can only go to the Paradise of all heavens." "I know." Wang Ping nodded and said, "However, I still have some things to do before I leave. I am a person of my word, and everything I promise will come true." "Good." The immortal emperor of Samsara nodded. Next, Wang Ping did not continue chatting with the immortal emperor of Samsara and left here directly. He went back to the Tai Emperor's palace and flew to the immortal realm with the Tai Emperor's palace and the people who had been associated with him. At this moment, the immortal realm has been restored by Wang Ping using Taoism. It is no longer broken and has returned to what it was like in its heyday. At the same time, creatures like the Black Abyss Demon Lord who had been painted by him were also resurrected by him. Among them, the Chaos Demon King is also included. In the life simulation, Wang Ping reincarnated the Chaos Demon into a pig demon in a wicked way. However, Wang Ping is now the Emperor of Chaos. He is ambitious and has no interest in doing such boring things. However, there was one person, Wang Ping, who did not have an assembly line resurrection. This person is Yi Tsong and his natal sword. Yi Tsong sacrificed it to Wang Ping, and his natal sword became the fuel for Wang Ping's life simulator to start. In this case, there is a certain price to pay for resurrecting him. However, Wang Ping no longer cares. Yi Tsong, I have met the Emperor of Heaven. Thank you very much for resurrecting me. After Yi Tsong was resurrected, he looked at Wang Ping, smiled warmly and humbly, raised his hands and said, "You're welcome. You deserve this." Wang Ping nodded slightly and said, "I always feel like I'm always on the road to death and resurrection." Yi Tsong smiled and teased himself, looking very open-minded. "Your number of deaths is indeed unique." Wang Ping also smiled and joked. Wang Ping also saw Yi Tsong's past. Yi Tsong was born with a chaotic body. The process of growing from a farmer to the strongest in the fairyland was very difficult, and he actually died several times. However, he also had great luck and great opportunities. He had obtained some resurrection props from the heavens or strange local treasures, so he was resurrected. Then he was killed and resurrected by the one in the first generation who took the initiative to sacrifice because of him and is now resurrected. I'm going to the paradise of all heavens. Do you want to come with me? Wang Ping extended the invitation without any airs of being the Emperor of Heaven. I won't go. If you go there, you have to break into the tower. The mortality rate is too high. Yi Tsong quickly waved his hands, pretending to be scared. If possible, I just want to stay in this world and be a leisurely quasi-immortal emperor. I have no more thoughts about the pinnacle of the avenue and double digits. After a pause, Yi Tsong said calmly, "That's good." Wang Ping nodded and didn't think there was anything wrong with Yi Tsong's display. After all, in all the worlds, how many people can have such great achievements as him and be as messy as him? It's quite good. However, the biggest hidden danger has not been eliminated yet. Only that person can get rid of that weirdness. If the weirdness is not eliminated, I won't be able to truly relax. Yi Tsong shook his head and said, "Don't worry. Since the Samsara Immortal Emperor has an agreement with that person, nothing will happen. Not to mention, I'm still here." Wang Ping patted Yi Tsong's shoulder and spoke calmly. The Emperor of Heaven is so powerful that he will definitely be able to reach the top of double digits in the future and catch up with that person. When the time comes, I hope you can help me beat him up. Yi Tsong chuckled. You are really not afraid of death. You actually dare to say this. Wang Ping looked at Yi Tsong, who was complimenting him strangely, and became a little out of character, and said with a smile, "What's there to be afraid of? He's died so many times anyway. Not to mention, he's not interested in arguing with a small person like me now." Yi Tsong said very calmly. "Ah." Wang Ping smiled and didn't refute this sentence. Indeed, if that person was such a calculative person, he wouldn't have achieved such a great success. Let's talk later. I'm leaving first. Then, after Wang Ping said this, his figure disappeared, leaving Yi Tsong a little dazed. In the purple spirit realm, Wang Ping returned to this lower plane after a long absence. He walked in the world, visited many places, and left some places of inheritance out of interest. Finally, Wang Ping returned to the place where he first crossed over. He looked at the sleeping black turtle, knocked on his head with interest, and woke him up from his sleep. Who is it? Who dares to disturb this turtle's sleep? The black turtle was furious and wanted to get angry. However, when the black turtle saw Wang Ping's face, He shuddered all over, and the little turtle was really scared. Why are you back? Black Turtle said cautiously. He really couldn't see through the person in front of him, and he was also ridiculously strong. Although it has only been about 10 years since Wang Ping left, Black Turtle felt that Wang Ping must have become so powerful that even gods would be in awe of him. Come back to see you. Wang Ping smiled warmly. By the way, I'll give you some immortal fate. Immortal fate? Black Turtle was stunned. What is immortal? He has never heard of it. Without waiting for Black Turtle to think more, Wang Ping pointed a finger and let Black Turtle fall into a deep sleep. The terrifying immortal charm was transforming his body. Then, Wang Ping climbed on the back of the Black Turtle and saw the fire-patterned demon tiger, the mount he originally accepted out of interest. Master, you are back. When the fire-patterned demon tiger saw Wang Ping, it showed a happy expression and ran over excitedly. Wang Ping was also interested in this. He appeared on the back of the fire demon tiger in a flash, patted his tiger head, and said, "Come on, take me for a ride." "Yes. Master, please sit down." The fire demon tiger nodded and ran excitedly in the sky. Not long after, Wang Ping stretched leisurely and also gave the fire demon tiger a chance to become an immortal. Next, Wang Ping came to Qi Village, and no one noticed his arrival. Wang Ping looked at the people of Qi Village who were laughing and playing and chuckled. The secluded life in Qi Village these years is not bad. After the blood curse of Qi Village disappeared, their talents gradually emerged, and many geniuses appeared. However, the people of Qi Village still had no intention of leaving the forest, and lived a secluded life relying on the resources he had given in the lower world. As for Qi Feng, because he had been fished out to the upper world a long time ago, he naturally went to the fairyland with him. Qi Feng's parents were also resurrected by him, which was considered to be his dream come true. After all, Qi Feng wanted to reach the peak because of the big pie he had drawn at the beginning. After reaching the peak, he could revive his parents. It's time to go. After Wang Ping left some inheritance in Qi Village again, he took out the Paradise Pass, left here, and went to the Paradise of All Heavens. Wang Ping, congratulations on becoming a 4-digit exception. After Wang Ping came back, Alpha's voice rang. Alpha was very uneasy at this time. After all, what Wang Ping did was too scary. Although she always knew that Wang Ping's potential was very abnormal, it was too outrageous to grow directly from a mortal to a 3-digit existence in just a dozen years. It's just luck, Wang Ping said with a smile. It seems that I came back at the right time. Suddenly, Wang Ping narrowed his eyes, saw a corner of the future picture, and said, "What do you mean?" Alpha was stunned. In the process of killing Dowie, I used many special props given by others. Now, the elders of these people have come to find me. Wang Ping's eyes flickered and said calmly, "Oh." Alpha was stunned. Then, she seemed to have guessed something, and her face changed. "What gift?" Wang Ping clearly killed those players and took the items they carried as trophies. Now, the elders are here to take revenge. Don't panic. Although my identity should have been leaked, they still can't do anything to me. Now I am no longer a weakling who can be arbitrarily squeezed by others. Wang Ping found that Alpha was a little frightened and spoke calmly. 3-digit beings cannot come to the lower level of the Paradise of All Heavens at will. And Wang Ping is a rare 4-digit exception who can fight with 3-digit people. In other words, even if those big guys come to the world in the form of incarnation, Wang Ping is not afraid of them. Not to mention, since these people are old antiques who have lived for so many years, they will not easily go to war with him, a person with unlimited potential, for a junior. Unless the other party has special props that can easily kill him, they will do so. But the life of a junior is not that valuable. Lastly, since he was an important chess piece in the first-generation chat group, it was impossible for that person to sit back and watch this group of forces destroy him. For this reason, Wang Ping is no longer as nervous as he was in the past. Today, Wang Ping has the capital to dominate in the Paradise of All Heavens, and is no longer a pathetic weakling. You're right. Wang Ping's words made Alpha startled. After she came to her senses, she calmed down and said with a complicated mood, Your current strength is no longer afraid of three-digit forces. It's just that we've been through too much misery before, and this is a stress reaction. Understandable. Wang Ping nodded and glanced at Alpha sympathetically. Then, Wang Ping stepped forward and reached the sky, waiting for the enemy to come. Soon after, the space was rippled, and figures appeared in front of Wang Ping. Somewhere on the body surface of these people, there are special tattoos, which are the same tattoos as the original Fat Player. Obviously, this group of people came from the three-digit power of the god of Cookery Palace. In addition, there are spatial ripples appearing. Then, the people from Xingyun Pavilion also appeared in front of Wang Ping. After the people from these two forces appeared, they originally wanted to scold Wang Ping and make him guilty. However, when these two parties realized that they could not see through Wang Ping's true identity, they held back the words they were about to say. After all, in order to make Wang Ping plead guilty and obtain Wang Ping's ownership this time, they brought a four-digit legendary Demon King here. However, even the four-digit legendary Demon King couldn't see Wang Ping's true identity, so this situation seemed too abnormal. Moreover, Wang Ping obviously knew that they would come one step in advance, and his behavior of waiting here in advance also seemed very suspicious. For a moment, their momentum suddenly weakened, and they were unable to get off the tiger. Tianyin, you killed my young palace master of Xingyun Palace in the Tian Tower game. Do you think you are guilty? However, after the people in Xingyun Palace were surprised, they still spoke and scolded Wang Ping. He did not believe that Wang Ping could grow from a mere 5 figures to an extreme 4 figures in just a few months. Since Wang Ping is Tianyin and has received 3 SSS level evaluations, it is not surprising that he got a prop that can cover himself and see Yika's future. The Tianta game is a fair competition, and there is no one to kill anyone. She died because she was too weak. How can I say that I killed her? Wang Ping stared at the people in Xingyun Palace and sneered. Is it possible that you, the people in the Starfall Palace, are only allowed to kill others, and others are not allowed to kill your people? Not to mention, how do you know that it was me who killed her, and not that she failed to pass the game and died in the game? In the game, no matter whether it's right or wrong, I only know that you are Tianyin. You played a game with our young palace master, killed the young palace master of our Xingyun Palace, and got the special props of our Xingyun Palace. That's enough to convict you. The 4-digit legendary powerhouse from Xingyun Palace snorted coldly, full of murderous intent and completely devoid of any reasonable thoughts. On the side, the people from the God of Food Palace chose to watch quietly. After they found out that Wang Ping was Tianyin through the props, they investigated many things and also discovered that Wang Ping was using the Starburst bead in a certain universe. In addition, the young master of the Starfall Palace also died in the game on the 2nd floor of the Sky Tower not long ago. For this reason, a lot of information was connected together, and they naturally knew that Wang Ping had most likely killed the young palace master of Xingyun Palace. This time, they roped in Xingyun Palace just to let Xingyun Palace test Wang Ping's background. Although the people in the Starfall Palace are not fools, compared to his God of Cookery Palace, where only one 4-digit extreme level descendant died, the person who died in the Starfall Palace was the young palace master, who was also the 3-digit powerhouse, the daughter of the Star God. In other words, the hatred of Xingyun Palace is greater than theirs. Even if they know that their God of Cookery Palace may be using them, they will not give up. One good one is enough to convict me. Since you want to convict me, you have to see if you have the ability. If the Star God comes in person, I will be afraid of him. As for you, you're not qualified. Wang Ping spoke calmly and had no intention of continuing to argue with Xingyun Palace. In the final analysis, whether it is the previous fantasy world or the paradise of heavens, it all depends on strength. Without strong enough power, no one will reason with you. Dare to call Lord Star God by his name. You will be punished by an extra degree. The people in Xingyun Palace listened to Wang Ping's arrogant words, and their expressions became even more gloomy. Then, the 4-digit legendary Demon King from Xingyun Pavilion stepped forward and directly used his Demon King authority to force Wang Ping into the game. In an instant, Black parchment scrolls began to fall from the sky. The devil game has begun. This time, it was different from Dao Yi's time. That time, Dao Yi had some cover, but this time, there was no cover. The people in this city all looked at the sky in fear, looking at the falling black parchment, knowing that the Demon King's game had begun. For a moment, everyone ran away into the distance, fearing that they would be involved in the devil's game. After all, the Demon King is a special being, and it is rare for a Demon King with less than 4 figures to act so unscrupulously. Facing such a terrifying existence, you have to run as far as you can, and don't watch the fun. Otherwise, it would be a real tragedy if he was targeted by the 4-digit devil. That is to say, when the residents of the city fled in panic, the space where Wang Ping was located also underwent wonderful changes. Endless stars emerged, forming a strange star maze. Obviously, this is the exclusive Demon King game for this Starfall Pavilion Demon King. Once the game starts, the venue will change. Wang Ping was not surprised at all by this change. He just casually glanced at the contents on the black parchment scroll. This devil game is very simple. Participants need to escape from the star maze within the specified time. In every star, there may be a trap or useful information. During the process of participants entering the star maze, the Demon King and his subordinates can attack the participants. In the same way, participants can also seize the opportunity to fight back against the devil. If they can kill the devil, the game will end directly. Is it Starfall Palace's exclusive game, Star Labyrinth? If the Star God comes in person, it will be a bit troublesome. Wang Ping spoke calmly. Wang Ping is now considered a 4-digit breaker and can compete with 3-digit players. However, his talent is still only 4 digits. As a 3-digit existence, it is very simple for the Star God to interfere with his simulation like the Samsara Immortal Emperor. Although he would be aware of this interference, it would ultimately destroy his life simulation. In other words, if he wants to crack this game, he can only compete with the Star God in a battle of wits and strength, which will be very troublesome. It's a pity that this game is not led by the Star God himself. After all, it is just a weak Demon King with a 4-digit legend. Although the 4-digit legendary Demon King is considered a figure in the Paradise of Heavens, he is too weak for the current Wang Ping. Just keep talking tough. In my game, even a 4-digit player can't say that he can win for sure. So what do you think? The voice of the Demon King of Xingyun Pavilion rang out, and he was very unhappy with Wang Ping's arrogant look and tone. Wang Ping did not continue to say anything more to the Demon King of Starfall Pavilion. He just casually glanced at somewhere in the star territory maze. In an instant, the dangerous star field maze exploded, and the Demon King of Starfall Pavilion and his subordinates all exploded and died suddenly on the spot. In the face of absolute strength, any game is bullshit. Although the heavenly paradise is a test of wisdom, when the power reaches a certain level, most games are nothing. Only special games like the Heavenly Tower game can scare those who are truly strong. Hiss! The people in the Xingyun Palace died suddenly, making the people in the God of Food Palace take a breath and feel their scalps numb. At this moment, they felt chills all over their bodies, and they had an incredible guess in their hearts. That is, the Tian Yin in front of them is definitely not a 5-digit figure, nor is he the 4-digit extreme powerhouse they had previously guessed, but the legendary 4-digit figure breaker. Those with 4-digit numbers that break the rules can compete with 3-digit numbers. In other words, this person is a strong man who stands at the top of the paradise of all heavens and can interact with his peers in the God of Cookery Palace. Later, the people in the God of Food Palace also remembered the battle between Wang Ping and Dao Yi, and they felt like they were scolding their mother. Damn, a 4-digit rule breaker, to be so careful when dealing with an ant with a 5-digit limit, to destroy an entire universe, and to use a low-level prop like a starburst speed, is simply too strict. Or is this person planning something and just waiting for the fish to take the bait? After all, old monsters like this have very deep thoughts, and no one knows what they are planning. For a moment, the people in the God of Cookery Palace were extremely happy that they had not chosen to speak out before. Otherwise, they will definitely be wiped out in an instant, and the 4-digit figure from the God of Cookery Palace behind them will not be able to save them. Even the god of cookery wouldn't say much. After all, it is extremely stupid to dare to provoke a 4-digit rule breaker and challenge his majesty. Even if Wang Ping destroys them, no one can say anything. It should be said that even if they go back alive, they and the big shot at the 4-digit extreme level behind them will face punishment from the god of cookery palace. After all, a 4-digit rule breaker is much more dangerous than an ordinary 3-digit number. Because of such an existence, the growth potential is too terrifying. Once you reach 3 figures, you will definitely quickly become the best among the 3 figures, and you must not mess with it at will. Sir, we used to have some friendship with Mr. Alpha. Today, I learned that some strong men were born in your power, so I came here to congratulate you. For a moment, all the powerful men in the god of cookery palace looked at Wang Ping in fear, forced a smile, and quickly took out a bunch of delicious food. Wang Ping looked at these people from the god of cookery palace and didn't say anything. He just calmly crushed their spirits as punishment, and then slapped them away. The emperor cannot be insulted. A group of 4-digit weaklings dare to attack him. If Wang Ping destroys them, the god of cookery will not say anything. However, these fat men are quite sensible, so he has no interest in arguing with these weaklings. Anyway, when this group of people go back, they and the people behind him will be punished. Next, Wang Ping's figure flashed and he returned to the villa again. He naturally took the black tea brewed by Alpha and tasted it slowly. As for the Tianta game to be held within 3 days, Wang Ping is not in a hurry now. Today is different from the past. He no longer has to worry about any powerful enemy targeting him, and he doesn't have to be so eager to do things. And when Wang Ping was very leisurely, the devil came and was quickly defeated. The story spread quickly, making the 3rd-generation chat group stand at the forefront. However, compared to the shock in the lower realm, the reaction of those big forces was greater. Because they know more things, they know that Wang Ping is Tianyan, and now they have become a 4-digit exception. For a time, many forces sighed in their hearts, feeling that the chat group was really a curious force. The 1st-generation chat group gave birth to the most amazing 2-digit number in this paradise. In the 3rd-generation chat group, another 4-digit breaker was born in a very short period of time. However, despite being amazed, these big shots were all speculating about the relationship between Wang Ping and that person. Otherwise, even if Wang Ping's talent is incredible, he will not be able to become a 4-digit exception in a very short period of time. He is really courageous. In order to break into the tower, he actually chose to train 2 double-digit beings. There were 2 figures who opened their eyes, stared at the tower, and sighed softly. Although there was that person's obstacle, everyone was a 2-digit existence. With so much information, they were able to figure out many of that person's calculations. It should be said that they don't need to use any power to calculate, and they can understand the intention of that person by making casual guesses. Because that person had no intention of hiding his thoughts at all, nor did he bother to hide them. Most of the 2-digit figures have teamed up with him to enter the tower. His purpose has always been pure, to reach the top of the sky tower. Since now, no one is qualified to enter the tower with him, then he chooses to train 2 double-digit beings who can obtain SSS-level evaluations throughout the process. This is also the reason why Tianyan will always choose the Abyss mode, because that existence has done something. No one can cultivate double digits. As for all floors reaching SSS-level evaluation, since the birth of Tianta, there has only been one of him. I don't think he can succeed. Another 2-digit being spoke, and they were communicating. That amazing talent, no one knows whether he will succeed. However, no matter whether he succeeds or not, his courage alone is not something we can compare with. The 2-digit number from before shook his head and sighed. This made the other 2 figures slightly silent. There is also a gap between 2 digits and 2 digits. They are 2 digits because they can only be 2 digits. And the one with 2 digits is because 2 digits is the highest level. After all, a single digit has never appeared, and no one knows if it actually exists. At the same time, it is only a rumor that one can become a single figure after climbing to the top of the sky tower, and the authenticity is unknown. In the Star God Palace, the star god naturally guessed that Wang Ping had a mysterious relationship with that person. This made him somewhat silent. Any two-digit number cannot be provoked by a three-digit number. That person is considered the most special one among the two figures, and he is not someone he can afford to offend. In addition, even if he puts aside that being, Wang Ping himself is no longer something he can deal with at will. Wang Ping is a four-digit breaker. It is not easy to get rid of him. If Wang Ping stayed in the lower realm, he would have no way to deal with Wang Ping. He would go down to the lower realm in the form of an incarnation and control his spiritual energy at the four-digit limit to deal with Wang Ping, which would be nothing but death. Although she is my favorite daughter, for the sake of Xingyun Palace, I can only give up hatred and compromise. Star God sighed and chose to put down his hatred. After all, he not only has one daughter, but also has many heirs. In addition, there are many disciples in Xingyun Palace. It is impossible for him to fight Wang Ping to the death for this hatred and let these innocent people die. If you do that, you will not be a great father, but a foolish leader. Afterwards, the star god was silent for a while and left the Starfall Palace. 2 days later, Wang Ping was sitting in the courtyard, basking in the sun and reading books, looking very leisurely. As for Alpha, she was like a maid, making him tea, rubbing his shoulders, and beating his legs. In the past 2 days, the lower area has not been peaceful, and the third-generation chat group is on the cusp of the storm. However, despite its fame, no one applied to join the third-generation chat group. Because this group of people are all human beings, they are all watching. After all, although Wang Ping eliminated the Demon King, it also meant that he killed the people in the Starfall Palace. Xingyun Palace is a three-digit force that no one can ignore. People in the lower areas do not know Wang Ping's details and feel that the third-generation chat group will be wiped out by Xingyun Palace sooner or later. Under such circumstances, naturally no one dared to join in the fun and apply to join the third-generation chat group. However, Wang Ping and Alpha didn't care either. Most people in lower-class areas are not eligible to join the current third-generation chat group. Those who can join the third-generation chat group must have at least 5-digit potential. Those who do not reach 5 figures are not eligible to join. This is the standard for 3-digit forces. For example, the 2-digit force only accepts those with 4-digit potential or 4-digit strength. Those below this level are not eligible to join. It seems that he can't sit still after all. However, this time, he didn't come with hostility. At this time, Wang Ping looked at the sky and chuckled. These words made Alpha startled slightly. However, she quickly reacted. 2 days ago, the god of Cookery Palace had apologized to Wang Ping and sent many precious items. As for the Xingyun Palace, there was not much movement, which made Alpha think that the Xingyun Palace seemed to have no evil intentions. Now, after hearing what Wang Ping said, Xingyun Pavilion seemed to be planning to apologize. This had to surprise Alpha. When Alpha was surprised, a star appeared here and quickly transformed into a human form. This person is clearly the Lord of Star God Palace, Star God. Fellow Taoist Tianyan, the 3-digit lower realm is a bit troublesome, so it took some time. Please forgive me. After Star God appeared, he stared at Wang Ping and said. These words shocked Alpha. Good guy, the Star God, who is considered a powerful being among the 3 figures, actually went down to the lower world to apologize in person, which is really shocking. You know, Wang Ping killed his daughter, and even killed the people of Xingyun Palace 2 days ago. I understand. Wang Ping sat upright and made a gesture to the Star God to sit down. In response to this, Star God sat down on the jade chair opposite Wang Ping and said bluntly, the people from Xingyun Palace, acted without authorization and caused some trouble to fellow Taoist Tianyan. I hereby apologize to fellow Taoist. This is my intention. I hope fellow Taoist can help me. As soon as he finished speaking, Star God took out an object. This object exudes bright starlight and looks quite magical. Wang Ping took a quick look and felt a little moved after knowing the details. 3-digit special prop, Star and Moon God. Holding this special prop can summon a 3-digit star and moon god to assist in combat. At the same time, The star and moon god can also merge with the holder to increase the holder's combat power. Fellow star god, you are so generous, Wang Ping exclaimed. Although he guessed that star god should be the one who was afraid of the first-generation chat group, he was still surprised that the other party could come up with such a precious prop. After all, this is a 3-digit special item that can summon a 3-digit being to assist in combat. And this is a special prop, which means it can be used in the Sky Tower. There was no doubt that Star God was really bleeding profusely. There are absolutely few such props even among forces like Xingyan Palace. I don't want to make fellow Taoists feel bad about our Xingyan Palace because of the grudges of some juniors. Our Xingyan Palace has always been a neutral force and will not offend any powerful people. Although the Star God felt pain in his heart, he still said very seriously, Wang Ping would not believe the Star God's lies. The so-called neutral forces are all relative. They will only remain neutral towards forces or strong men of the same level, unless his strength and possible background are beyond the expectations of the Starfall Palace. Otherwise, the Star God would not personally come to apologize. Even more so as to give away a 3-digit special prop. In the final analysis, it comes down to strength. Of course, he quite appreciated Star God's approach, which made most of his hostility towards Starfall Palace and Star God disappear. There were indeed some conflicts before, but now that fellow Star God has come to apologize and brought out such an amazing treasure, I naturally won't care about it anymore. Wang Ping smiled hypocritically, and after taking the treasure, he spoke. Fellow Star God, the style of my third-generation chat group is the same as that of my predecessor. I will not offend anyone unless the enemy attacks me, and I will not easily provoke any force. So please feel at ease. My Taoist friend said this. I feel relieved. Star God looked at Wang Ping deeply, nodded first, and then suddenly said, Please say hello to that adult for me. I will. Wang Ping's expression remained unchanged, and he nodded. Then I'll trouble you, fellow Taoist. Star God stared at Wang Ping for a while again, and then said, Now that the conflict has been resolved, I still have some things to deal with, so I will leave first. Go slowly without seeing me off. Wang Ping chuckled. Star God nodded slightly, then turned into starlight and disappeared. This time he didn't find out too much, but he also gained something. That is, even if you leave aside the person with 2 figures, Wang Ping himself is a strong man who is not weaker than him. The feeling Wang Ping gave him was no weaker than that of the long-lost Samsara Immortal Emperor. The practice systems of different worlds are different. For this reason, even if they are both in 3 figures, their combat power will be different. In some worlds, after breaking through a certain big realm, they have just reached the 3-digit threshold. In some worlds, once a certain realm is broken through, the combat power far exceeds the ordinary 3 digits. The world where the Immortal Emperor of Samsara lives is this kind of world. Although the quasi-immortal emperor is considered within the 4-digit limit, his combat power exceeds the ordinary 4-digit limit by a lot. Needless to say, the Immortal Emperor level is a real qualitative change from the quasi-immortal emperor to the Immortal Emperor level. For this reason, the power of the Immortal Emperor level is considered to be a very powerful existence among the 3-digit figures, reaching the level of 3-digit legend. The feeling Wang Ping gave him was almost the same as that of the Immortal Emperor of Samsara. Although it seemed not to be as good as the Immortal Emperor of Samsara, it was terrifying enough. He definitely reached the rating of 3-digit elite and close to 3-digit legend. What's even more terrifying is that Wang Ping has not truly broken through to the Immortal Emperor level, but is only a quasi-immortal emperor. A quasi-immortal emperor with nearly 3-digit legendary combat power is really outrageous. If Wang Ping can break through the shackles, or if Wang Ping breaks through to the Immortal Emperor level after the death of the Samsara Immortal Emperor, then Wang Ping's combat power will definitely reach 3-digit legends, and may even reach the 3-digit extreme level. After all, Wang Ping has such combat power before he becomes the Immortal Emperor. Once he becomes the Immortal Emperor, the extent of his combat power increase is really unimaginable. He was definitely not someone he could afford to offend. For this reason, Star God was very glad that he chose to come to the door to apologize in person, and even presented precious 3-digit special props. Otherwise, even if Wang Ping did not break through to the Immortal Emperor level, he would not be sure to defeat Wang Ping. If Wang Ping became the Immortal Emperor, Xingyan Palace would be destroyed, and he would also die. There is another terrifying figure in this paradise of heavens. I can only say that he is worthy of being deeply involved with that figure. With such power, it may be a matter of course. Star God sighed secretly in his heart, feeling uncomfortable and unable to calm down. It seems that my combat power is stronger than I imagined. The upper limit of strength in that fantasy world is also the top one in all the worlds. After the Star God left, Wang Ping raised the corners of his mouth slightly and murmured to himself. Originally, Wang Ping thought that the Immortal Emperor's combat power had just reached the 3-digit threshold, but he did not expect that the Immortal Emperor's level of combat power was so powerful. Although Star God was also testing his relationship with the person in the first-generation chat group, Wang Ping could also see that Star God himself was surprised by his strength. It was rumored that the Star God was a 3-digit elite-level existence. To be so surprised by the Star God, Wang Ping speculated that he had at least reached the 3-digit elite level now. When I break through to the Immortal Emperor level, I will probably reach the 3-digit limit directly. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking to himself, breaking through to the Immortal Emperor is a true transformation. In other words, before I knew it, I was already standing at the pinnacle of all heavens and worlds. Wang Ping sighed with emotion. Among all the worlds observed today, there is no world that can give birth to a 2-digit existence. The existence of 2-digit figures is basically born based on the Tianta game, and it is an exceptional existence. For this reason, the 3-digit limit is the apex of all heavens and worlds. This sentence is not wrong. It's not easy to break through the level of the Immortal Emperor, even in the paradise of heavens. However, as long as I slowly break through the tower, let alone breaking through the level of the Immortal Emperor, it will be a matter of time before I reach double digits. Wang Ping chuckled, very confident in himself. Wang Ping, you are really a pervert. Listening to Wang Ping's emotion, Alpha also complained silently. In terms of the speed of getting stronger, that one is far inferior to you. The 438-year-old those with exceptional numbers are expected to reach 3 or even 2 digits before they turn 100. That one is not as good as me. It can only be said that my talent is abnormal, but it cannot be said that my ability is worse than him. Wang Ping shook his head, very self-aware. After all, I only achieved this by relying on the talent of the supermodel of life simulator. This achievement, and that person became a double figure by relying on his own ability. Actually, it's not like he doesn't have a golden finger. Alpha said after a moment of silence. What's the meaning? Wang Ping raised his eyebrows a little surprised. It is true that the first generation of chat group members were not arranged by me to awaken their talents from the beginning, but this does not mean that some of them do not have their own opportunities. Alpha showed a look of recollection and spoke. That being is the type with profound opportunities. After he traveled through time, he obtained a special prop, which can be regarded as his golden finger. However, compared to your life simulator, this special golden finger belt, the growth rate given to him is not that scary. It relies more on his own ability to grow and overcome difficulties. I see. Wang Ping nodded thoughtfully. It seems that the first generation of people did not completely travel naked. However, this is also a very normal thing. If the first generation boss does not have his own opportunities, it will indeed be difficult to grow into a powerful person in the world. In the final analysis, there are only a few conditions that can lead to growth in this world. He has an amazing life experience and an extraordinary background. Unparalleled talent. Overwhelming everything. He is wily and calculating, and his luck is acceptable. The opportunities are profound, and the luck is amazing. Powerful to be reborn and transcend previous lives. If nothing else, the person in the first generation is somewhere between the third type and the fourth type. As for Wang, he is the second type. His pure talent and life simulator are too buggy, allowing him to become stronger in the early and midterm. Even in the later stages, I still relied on the life simulator. Of course, in a sense, he was also involved in the first situation. After all, without the one from the first generation scheming behind the scenes, he would still have to die even if he had such a perverted talent. Counting the time, it's time for me to break into the tower. Next, Wang Ping gathered his thoughts and looked in the direction of the Tianta. This time, Wang Ping did not intend to break through just one level of the tower, but planned to break through the tower continuously until he obtained the 3-digit rule stone and the opportunity to break through the immortal emperor. Otherwise, ordinary 5-digit special props and 4-digit special props are really useless to him. The Tianta game is too dangerous. Even if your strength is greatly increased and your cards are amazing, you can't be careless. I still count on you, Wang Ping, to come back and lead the 3rd-generation chat group to glory. Alpha's expression was gentle, but he reminded him very seriously. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Wang Ping smiled. Then, without saying anything more to Alpha, Wang Ping took out the park pass and communicated with his mind. The next moment, Wang Ping was wrapped in white light and appeared in the personal room of the Tianta. Player Tianyan, welcome back. The smart voice of Tianta intelligence sounded again. It was detected that the player Tianyan's combat power has reached an extraordinary 4-digit level, and his talent level has also reached a 4-digit level. He also has a 3-digit special talent and successfully triggered the hidden mechanism. The player Tianyan, you have 2 choices. What choice? Wang Ping frowned, having an unknown premonition in his heart. The first method is to continue to enter the tower in the normal mode. However, as the floors increase, if you want to continue to enter the tower, it will take longer and longer to form a team. At the same time, because the player's panel is too strong, the Tianta games the difficulty will increase. The second method is to play a special game mode. Player Tianyan, you will save the time of slowly breaking through the tower and play a personal special game. If you can pass this special game, you can break through the floors of the tower. You will go directly to the 60th floor, which is equivalent to obtaining SSS level evaluations for all the previous floors. At the same time, you will receive specific prop rewards, 3-digit rule stones, and immortal emperor opportunities. Tianta Intelligence's voice seemed a little confusing, and words appeared on the screen. Wang Ping fell into silence. This may be the Sky Tower mechanism, but it may also be that the first generation is interfering again. What is the special game? Can the talent be used as usual? Wang Ping asked expressionlessly. Player Tianyan, as the floors increase, the levels of talents and props that can exert effects will become higher and higher. This is the rule of the Tian Tower. For example, in the Abyss mode, once the 5th floor is reached, any level below 6, once it reaches the 10th level, the effects of talents and props with lower than 5 digits will disappear. Once it reaches the 29th level, the effects of talents and props with lower than 4 digits will disappear. Once it reaches the 59th level, the effects of talents and props with lower than 3-digit effects will disappear. Just tell me if you can use it as usual. Wang Ping spoke calmly. In special mode, 4-digit talents can be used, but the effect will be weakened to a certain extent. Only 3-digit talents can work normally. Tianta Intelligence's voice sounded again. Oh, according to what you said, I still made a profit. Wang Ping curled his lips. On the 59th floor, the 4-digit talent effects and props could no longer be used. However, through the special mode, he went directly to the 60th floor, which was equivalent to allowing the 4-digit talent to perform abnormally. However, this so-called special mode definitely has a big pit waiting for him. Only when the difficulty exceeds the sum of the previous floors can this special mode appear, and the rewards are so rich. Otherwise, with Tianta's urine, it would be impossible to give him these 2 choices. Of course, the difficulty here refers to the difficulty for him to break into the tower, not the difficulty for other players to break into the tower. Perhaps in the subsequent first 60 floors, his current life simulator plus his current trump card can easily break the game, so Tianta will give such a choice and force him to increase the difficulty. However, this is normal. 4-digit talent life simulator. Free simulation can also be used for memory viewing. In addition, his 4-digit talent death-free gold medal and 4-digit talent, true damage, can make him invincible. Not to mention, he now has a 3-digit special item, the Star and Moon God. With such a trump card, his subsequent attempt to enter the tower normally would not be difficult. If something like him could happen on the first 60 floors, Wang Ping felt that all those 3-digit figures would die. Player Tianyin, what is your choice? Tianta's intelligent voice sounded again, ignoring Wang Ping's complaints. Of course I chose to enter the tower normally. Wang Ping spoke calmly. He wouldn't choose any special mode that looked like a huge pit at first sight. Player Tianyin, please make your choice quickly. Tianta's intelligence voice rang again. This made Wang Ping silent and understood one thing. His grandma's, just like when he was locked in the Abyss mode, he had no choice at the beginning, and letting him choose was just a symbolic question to him. I choose special mode. Wang Ping chose to enter the tower normally for the next half hour, but unfortunately Tianta ignored him every time and directly urged him for half an hour, leaving Wang Ping helpless. For this reason, Wang Ping had no choice but to choose the special mode. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyin. You successfully selected the special mode, and the game begins. After Wang Ping made his choice, Tianta's intelligent voice rang out, and he no longer pretended to be deaf and dumb. This made Wang Ping even more speechless. The next second, Wang Ping was wrapped in white light, disappeared into the sky tower space, and was thrown into a special mode world. When Wang Ping's vision became clear again, he discovered his own abnormal situation. In terms of talents, except for the 4-digit talent, gold medal for immunity from death, the 4-digit talent, true damage, and the 4-digit talent, natural path, all other talents are unusable. At the same time, although these 4-digit talents can still be used, their effects have been severely reduced. The 4-digit talent death-free gold medal has an effect duration of 3 minutes. The effect of the 4-digit talent, true damage, is no longer a means of ignoring energy barriers. It can only take effect when it attacks the body, and not all damage is converted into real damage. The effect of the 4-digit talent, innate Tao Seed, has also been reduced, and the understanding has been greatly reduced. As for the 4-digit talent, Fearless Heart, it is a one-time talent, so it is no longer available here. And his real natural talent, the Life Simulator, was also cut down and became a free talent that could only be used once a day. It could be said that he was back before liberation. As for the paid model, it is even more unusable. Only the 3-digit special prop Xingyue Shun has not been cut. However, as before, the effect of the props in the Tianta game is different from that of the outside world, and has been adjusted accordingly. However, Wang Ping could accept the reduction of his talents and props. The key was that his memory was also partially blurred. This part is about his memory of enlightenment and practice. Those memories were like reading novels before traveling through time, which also caused his control of power skills to plummet. In other words, Wang Ping has now become a very special ordinary person, which feels quite bad. Wang Ping shook his head slightly, feeling a little headache about his situation. This so-called special mode seemed to be more troublesome than he thought. Ding! The special game, Disordered World, begins. The rules are as follows. In this game world, 5 balloons will appear every 2 days. Player Tianyin must choose one of these 5 balloons and pop it within 10 seconds. Each of the 5 balloons has different rules. Once one of the 5 balloons is popped, the rules inside will be revealed, causing the rules of the world to change. Players and the native inhabitants of this world must carry out activities under this rule, and will die if they break away from the rules. Clearance method. The host needs to ensure that more than 30% of the human population in the world can survive in 10 days. If it is less than 30%, it will be considered a failure. Ding! The game will start in 30 minutes. Player Tianyin, please be mentally prepared. Tianta Intelligence voice sounded continuously, and a screen also appeared in front of Wang Ping. Looking at the game mechanism, Wang Ping was speechless. Damn, this breaks the rules of the game and is too difficult. Each balloon has a rule, and the rules can be superimposed. At the same time, Wang Ping suspected that after selecting a balloon, the remaining balloons would not disappear or refresh, but would only increase in number. In other words, the difficulty of this special mode is incredible. If it weren't for someone else and a life simulator, they could avoid danger to the greatest extent. If it were other players, the possibility of sudden death would be too high. In fact, even he, Wang Ping, cannot guarantee that he can pass the level 100% under the current circumstances. After all, his life simulator can only run once a day. In other words, if his luck is too bad, he will not be able to understand all the balloon rules through the life simulator and make the best arrangements to avoid risks to the greatest extent. Trouble? Wang Ping frowned slightly. Under the superposition of various strange rules, it is not an easy task to ensure that more than 30% of all human beings survive. The best way to clear customs should be like this. After thinking about it, Wang Ping came up with some ideas. First, the arrival of God made most human beings believe in him in the shortest possible time, paving the way for the next step. Second, conduct a global live broadcast so that all mankind can follow how he survives under the rules. The third point is to choose the most appropriate rules to match and minimize the risk factor. Although, no matter how hard you do it, you still need some luck to pass this game, but you can only take it one step at a time. By the way, I can also create some methods to spread faith before the game starts, so that humans can believe in me to a greater extent. Even if the 4-digit natural Taoism is cut, it will be enough to help me do these things. Not to mention, you can also refer to the teachings of Taoism and Buddhism. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking to himself, "System, I want to conduct a free simulation." Then, Wang Ping said from the bottom of his heart, "Ding, the life simulator is launched, and the free simulation begins." The system's voice rang. After you make a decision, you start to create methods quickly. Although you don't have much time, it is enough to create the teachings that spread your faith. Anyway, the target of dissemination is only mortals, not monks, which is not too difficult. Nearly half an hour has passed. You have successfully created a spell and are waiting for the game to start. A few minutes later, the game starts, and 5 balloons suddenly appear in front of you, making your expression serious. The first balloon is crucial. If this balloon is not selected correctly, then after the game starts, the main body Wang Ping can only open the blind box, and there is no room for choice again. In that case, the risk factor is too great. For this reason, you took a deep breath, hoping that you were lucky enough, and chose the balloon with serial number 3. After you pop the balloon number 3, the rules inside also emerge. This rule is that humans cannot look up to the sky. If they look up to the sky, they will die suddenly. As this rule emerged, people all over the world who looked up at the sky died suddenly in an instant. However, fortunately, most of today's human beings are social animals and are working. There are not so many people looking up at the sky in idleness. For this reason, the number of deaths was not high. However, if this rule is not known, the death toll will gradually increase. Of course, you are still very happy with this result, because the rules in balloon number 3 are not particularly excessive. In other words, you are still very lucky. Of course, the degree of abnormality of the rules of the balloons that appear in each round may be increasing, and the rules in the first round of balloons are not outrageous. Everything is unknown and needs to be explored. Next, you started taking action and summoned the god of stars and moon. The successful manifestation of miracles shocked the top human beings and allowed them to spread the news of the god's appearance in the form of live broadcast, allowing you to spread your faith and save the world. This global live broadcast shocked most of humanity, except for a small number of poor people who did not see all this because there was no live broadcast. You have a plan for this. At the same time, let the top leaders of various countries take action to popularize faith among the people, and at the same time convey the rule that you cannot look up to the sky. However, although you have tried your best and many humans have become your believers, human nature is more rebellious. The more things cannot be done, the more many people like to try. For this reason, some people who have never believed have chosen to commit suicide by looking up to the sky. Then, they all died suddenly, causing great panic. This also made people believe in your words as a god even more. In this regard, 2 days have passed. In the early morning of the 3rd day, 5 more balloons appear in front of you. This makes you look solemn. After thinking about it, you chose the balloon codenamed 7. As the balloon codenamed 7 is popped by you, the rules are also revealed. The rule of balloon number 7 is that humans cannot sleep. This rule will make your expression change. After all, at this time, in the early morning, most humans have already rested, although in other time zones of the planet, some are daytime. But this rule still appeared too suddenly and too dangerously. You can already predict the tragedy that will happen next. Sure enough, after this rule was revealed, nearly half of the human race died suddenly, reducing your probability of passing the level to the dangerous level. This result will make you silent. After all, this sudden death was just the beginning. The next human beings will not be able to sleep. Under such circumstances, you don't know how long humans can last. After all, it is really dangerous for human beings not to sleep. Even if they meditate and close their eyes to rest and relax, it is difficult for many people to survive 8 days without dozing off. This special game is really dangerous. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation with an extremely serious expression. This special game depends more on luck than strength or intelligence. I was just unlucky, and I directly picked a cheating rule that was really impossible to play. Next, you spread the rule that humans cannot sleep. At the same time, you also begin to continue to create methods, hoping to create a method that allows humans to stay energetic and do not have to sleep. Relying on the understanding brought by your innate Taoism, you successfully created such a meditation method and spread it. However, in the process of your creation, some people died because of sleeping or dozing off. On this planet today, the number of surviving humans has dropped to less than 45%. In the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed, and human society has long since come to a standstill. If it weren't for you to create the religion and spread the faith, making most of the surviving humans become fanatical believers, human society would have been in extreme chaos. And during these 2 days, most of the remaining humans relied on the meditation method you created to survive and barely survive. In the early morning of the 5th day, 5 more balloons appeared. You looked at these 5 balloons and fell into silence. This time, you did not pop the balloons immediately, but you were thinking about whether you could pop the balloons in the first 2 rounds. If possible, you can try to see if the rules in the first 2 rounds of balloons are simpler. However, you are also worried that after popping, the rules will appear, but they will not be counted. You still need to pop the balloon in the 3rd round. In that case, it really exploded. In the end, after struggling, you chose stability and popped balloon number 14. As the 14th balloon was popped, the rules inside were also revealed. The rule of balloon number 14 is that humans must maintain 8 hours of sleep every day. When you see this rule, your face darkens, knowing that you are finished. After all, the rule of balloon number 7 is that humans cannot sleep, and if they sleep, they will die. Now, there is another rule that requires 8 hours of sleep. This is a dead end with no possibility of a comeback. However, in the face of difficulties, even if it is a life or death situation, you will not give up your belief in survival now. For this reason, you start racking your brains to think of ways to break the situation. Finally, you think of a way, which is to fall asleep. Although this rule states that sleep is necessary, it does not stipulate whether deep sleep, light sleep, or false sleep is required. For this reason, if all human beings are taught to imagine themselves sleeping while meditating, the conditions may also be met. Just do it. You start to continue to create methods based on the meditation method, and at the same time it spreads quickly. Eventually, through your efforts, this method spread to the minds of all humans still alive today, and they began to try to sleep in this way. However, it turns out that stuck bugs are useless. False sleep, if it can be considered sleep, can also be regarded as triggering the no-sleep rule of balloon number 7. This also resulted in many of the people you used as experimental subjects dying suddenly on the spot. This gives you a headache and you are thinking of new solutions. Eventually, you come up with a cruel solution. That is, since the survival rate of human beings is above 30%, Then as long as you can transform the human species into other species before the game starts, leaving you alone, wouldn't that be the case? 100%. In other words, as long as you ensure that you can survive, you can pass the level, or even pass it perfectly. Although so many people have died in this world, and you are already dead this time, you can definitely create a clearance route for the main body Wang Ping. Thinking of this, you start to retrieve the scientific research data of this world and search for whether there are viruses such as zombie viruses in this world. However, unfortunately, there is no such virus in this world. It is not an easy task to research it in a short time. Your race conversion plan has come to nothing. In this regard, you regret not studying various viruses before. If you have studied it, it will be much easier for the main body Wang Ping to act. Sure enough, rather than protecting human beings, if we let humans undergo racial changes, the probability of passing the level will be greater. Wang Ping looked at the content of the tech simulation and thought silently in his heart. While Wang Ping was thinking, the tech simulation continued. However, although there is no ready-made virus, you have no intention of giving up. You start to study the 3-digit special item, the ability of the star and moon god. After your research and development, you have successfully developed a special ability from the 3-digit special item star moon god. This ability is to mobilize the power of the stars in the sky and use the power of the stars and moon gods to transform humans into dependent star spirits. Next, you use the little time left to start trying to transform the remaining humans into Protoss. After your control, many humans began to be transformed into star spirits. But because the number of surviving humans is gradually decreasing, the proportion of survivors is getting smaller and smaller. You don't care about this. After all, you're dead this time. Your purpose is just for research. Finally, the time comes. The rules of balloon number 14 are triggered. All humans die. You're also eliminated and you die. Because of your death, this simulation ends. As the tech simulation ended, memory images and various experiments in the simulation also appeared in Wang Ping's mind. I thought that the newly added memory transfer function, after evolving into a 4-digit talent, was eliminated, but I didn't expect that there is still one. In this case, it will be much easier to handle. Wang Ping recalled the memory images in his mind and chuckled. Then, Wang Ping didn't want to waste any more time and directly summoned the 3-digit existence of Xingyue God. Although it is said that in the Sky Tower, after adjustment, the 3-digit existence cannot be as terrifyingly destructive as the outside world, but it is powerful enough, and it is definitely an extraordinary existence, enough to destroy the city. Then, Wang Ping merged with the star and moon god, and bright starlight appeared behind him, and his pupils became as deep as the starry sky. Then, Wang Ping flew directly into the sky, using the power of the star and moon god to attract the starlight from the sky and scatter it to every corner of the planet. This scene was so shocking that countless people exclaimed. Relevant departments from various countries also discovered Wang Ping's existence. They were equally shocked and began to think about it. However, no matter what they thought, Wang Ping didn't care. Under your control, as the stars filled the sky, some humans were shocked to find that their bodies had changed. It seems that transforming humans into other races will not lead to abnormal proportions. I can finally rest assured. When Wang Ping intentionally controlled some humans to transform into stars first, he also looked at the proportion of human deaths on the screen in front of him. When he saw that the proportion was still 100%, he was completely relieved. Then, Wang Ping no longer hesitated and increased his output, hoping to transform all humans into Protoss as quickly as possible. In the end, in just 10 minutes, Wang Ping successfully transformed most of them into Star Spirit Familiar. However, Wang Ping did not really transform all human beings into celestial beings. In order to prevent the weird situation of not being counted as a human being, Wang Ping still left 2 humans behind. However, this human being was captured by Wang Ping and controlled at any time to prevent them from seeking death. Next, Wang calmly waited for the game to start. Soon after, the game started, and Wang Ping chose balloon number 3. The rule against looking up to the sky emerged, resulting in some deaths. Wang Ping ignored this. After all, there are only 2 humans left on the Earth today, and they are both beside you, and they are in the basement, so it is impossible to look up to the sky. Next, Wang Ping immediately began to create methods like those in the life simulator, just in case of emergencies. In the blink of an eye, it was early in the morning, and a new round of balloons appeared. Wang Ping was very calm. Although Wang Ping's life simulator was still not refreshed and cooled down after the balloon appeared, making it impossible to simulate and make correct judgments, Wang Ping's creation went smoothly, and he taught it to the man who had become the humans who were his fanatical followers did not let these 2 humans sleep. For this reason, Wang Ping still chose balloon number 7 and chose the rule of not sleeping. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Wang Ping found that the cooling period of the life simulator was finally over, and he could simulate it for free again. For this reason, Wang Ping said in his heart without hesitation, "System, I want to conduct a free simulation." Ding! The life simulator starts, and the free simulation begins. The system's voice rang. Then, the screen appeared, and familiar words also appeared. Next, you continue to perfect the corresponding method and wait for the 3rd round of balloon refresh. At the same time, you're also paying close attention to changes in the outside world. Because all human beings have become star spirits, the entire society has naturally fallen into chaos. Although, because these star spirits are all your dependents, you can order them, but chaos is still inevitable. You don't pay much attention to this. After all, it doesn't matter how many protoss you have, as long as it doesn't prevent you from completing this special game. That's fine. In a blink of an eye, in the early morning of the 5th day, the balloon appeared on time. This time, you naturally avoided balloon number 14. After thinking about it, you choose balloon number 11. As you pop balloon number 11, the hidden rules are revealed. This rule is that humans must do 300 push-ups in one day. Once you start doing push-ups, you must complete them within an hour without taking a long rest. Seeing this rule, you let out a sigh of relief. 300 people standing on the ground are indeed a big trouble for ordinary people. If there are still 7 billion humans on the Earth, then under this rule, many people will definitely die. But the situation is different now. There are only 2 humans now. You can completely cheat these 2 humans, increase their power, and let them complete this rule. For this reason, you managed to live for 2 more days and allowed these 2 humans to survive. Their physical fitness has also been greatly improved. In the early morning of the 7th day, the 4th round of balloons begins to refresh. You look at these 5 balloons with a solemn expression. After thinking about it, you choose balloon number 20. As balloon number 20 is popped by you, the rules are revealed. The appearance of this rule made your expression instantly stiffen. Because the rule of balloon number 20 is that humans cannot move, with the emergence of this rule, the 2 humans died suddenly because of their actions. This made you feel a knot in your heart, thinking that you were going to be doomed. However, you found that you were not eliminated. Obviously, you who have not merged with the star and moon god are still counted among the human race. For this reason, the current human survival rate is equivalent to more than 30%. This makes you feel relieved. Next, you just need to survive 2 days until the 5th round of balloons appears. At that time, if you are lucky enough and choose a rule that is not outrageous, you may be able to pass the level. You wait motionless. In this way, 2 days passed. In the early morning of the 9th day, the balloons were refreshed again. After the 5th round of balloons appeared, you used the power of the star and moon god to destroy the 23rd balloon. As balloon number 23 was burst, the rules were revealed. The rule is that humans cannot think. The moment this rule appears, your complexion changes drastically. After all, thinking is continuous and no one can stop thinking instantly. And the moment this rule appears, death is doomed, unless that person is in a state of deep sleep. However, you reacted quickly and directly used the effect of the 4-digit talent death-free gold medal. I have to say that your reaction was very quick, and luckily the rules of death also involve a little bit of a death process. For this reason, you successfully escaped death. It's just that the effect of the 4-digit talent and death-free gold medal is only 3 minutes. In other words, you must allow yourself to enter an ethereal state within these 3 minutes. This is not a problem for you. Although your memory has been blurred, you are still one of the beings standing at the apex of all heavens and worlds. For this reason, you easily enter an ethereal state. When the 3 minutes are up, you are not dead. You just stand there quietly. In the end, when the time comes and you are still alive, you have successfully passed this special game. Because the game is over, this simulation ends here. This crappy game is really difficult. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation and sighed. This game depends so much on luck. If it hadn't been for him, the chances of other players failing would have been estimated to be as high as 99%. Even he, if it weren't for too much cheating and good luck, he wouldn't be sure to pass the level perfectly. Since I am considered a human being, there is no need to keep 2 burdens. Next, just follow the routes simulated in the text. Afterwards, Wang Ping let out a breath and began to take action, ordering the Xingyue god to transform the remaining 2 humans into star spirits. Then, Wang Ping chose the balloon and acted calmly, like a life simulation. In the end, he survived for 10 days. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyan for passing the special mode. Will you return? The pleasant voice of Tianta's intelligence rang. Return. After Tianta's intelligent voice sounded, Wang Ping came back from his ethereal state and spoke without hesitation. Following Wang Ping's answer, his body was wrapped in white light, disappeared into the game world, and returned to his blank room. Ding! It was detected that player Tianyan successfully completed the main mission and was rated A level. Ding! The survival rate of human beings is detected to be 100%. The level is passed perfectly, the evaluation is improved, the evaluation is SSS level, and an SSS level Abyss treasure chest is obtained. Ding! The player Tianyan has chosen the special mode, which will be specially rewarded with a 3-digit rule stone and an immortal emperor's chance. At the same time, the player Tianyan's floor will also reach the 60th floor, which is equivalent to pass the first 59 levels and achieve SSS level evaluation on all of them. Ding! All tower announcement, player Tianyan successfully activated the special mode, passed the special game world perfectly, and obtained an SSS level evaluation. The achievement is equivalent to the sum of the SSS level evaluations of the first 59 floors of the Abyss mode. He became the first to achieve this at the same time. The player Tianyan has obtained the qualification to reach the 60th floor. A series of sounds sounded, not so much a tower-wide announcement, but 3 times in a row, which made Wang Ping's mouth curl up a bit, and he was quite satisfied with the result. Oh, Wang Ping finally did something great that shocked the entire world, and achieved an astonishing achievement that was unique to him. This is an achievement that even the person in the first-generation chat group has not achieved. However, Wang Ping quickly calmed down and couldn't help but shake his head. He has almost become a 3-digit extreme powerhouse, and he will feel happy and proud because of this. Sure enough, the lifetime is too short, and it is still not as stable as those old monsters. Of course, that's just what Wang Ping thinks. In fact, anyone who achieves such an achievement will not be able to hide his happiness. Even an old monster will be like this, but he won't be so proud. At this moment, everyone in the entire universe who had entered the paradise was shocked. They did not expect that Wang Ping would make such a big noise in such a short period of time. Some powerful people, who have not entered the all-heavens paradise during this period, do not know that Wang Ping is already a 4-digit breaker. Before, they just thought that Wang Ping was just ruthless and courageous enough, and he had a promising future. As a result, in a blink of an eye, Wang Ping jumped directly to the 60th floor, which was ridiculous. The most terrifying thing is that he actually achieved an achievement that has never been achieved in double digits. He was the first to clear the special mode and received an SSS rating. This is really abnormal. It seems that we have underestimated him far. This is no longer a rising star. Perhaps he has become a big shot that we can't match. The strong men outside the heavenly paradise sighed in their hearts. As for the creatures in the heavenly paradise, They were all extremely shocked, even frightened. There was no way. Wang Ping had done too many things during this period, each one more outrageous than the last. Even those three-digit figures were silent. Wang Ping himself is a four-digit breaker. Now he has performed a special mode unprecedented in ancient and modern times, and even received an SSS-level evaluation. They could not imagine what kind of reward Wang Ping would receive. Perhaps soon, Wang Ping will become the most powerful being among the three-digit figures, and then he will advance to the two-digit figure. Is there going to be another two-digit person in the universe? In the palace of the god of cookery, who was eating the front leg meat of a strange creature, was also stunned, and the meat in his hand fell to the ground. However, the god of cookery ignored it and just exclaimed, "Dear me, a four-digit breaker who is less than 40 years old is expected to become a double-digit person before he is 100 years old. Don't you think this is outrageous? Star God, fortunately we apologized early, otherwise you would have been really cold." The star god was silent, feeling lucky and in a very complicated mood. After something happened, they naturally investigated Wang Ping's past and discovered Wang Ping's true age. To be honest, they were really scared. Even though they were three-digit experts who had lived for a long time, they were still frightened. It is outrageous that a four-digit person who is about 38 years old is expected to become a two-digit person before he is 100 years old. This speed of getting stronger must be frightening to even double digits. Although it is said that there is no shortage of talents that can make people stronger quickly in the paradise of heavens, such talents are invincible in the early and midterm. Later, even if the talent level is improved, they will not be so heaven-defying. For example, it is not uncommon to have a talent that makes you stronger after killing someone. If you kill someone else at a low level, you can take away their cultivation level and even their spiritual enlightenment. But after reaching 5 figures, the situation is different. Even if the level of this kind of talent is raised to 5 digits, it cannot completely capture people's understanding. After all, other people's perceptions belong to others. At the same time, if the insights you absorb are too complex and the path you follow is too confusing, you will become obsessed with it, plunge yourself into chaos, and ruin your future. Talent also has limits. However, Wang Ping seems to be a special case. His talent seems to have no shackles. With the speed at which he becomes stronger and breaks through the tower, he is indeed expected to reach double digits before he turns 100. He may set the record to a level that will make future generations despair. Star God sighed. There is no world where two-digit numbers can be born. The birth of two-digit numbers depends on the game rewards of the Sky Tower. For this reason, it is not very time-consuming. As for the problem that it takes too much time to break through the Immortal Emperor, judging from Tianyan's previous training speed, this is not a problem for him. For this reason, reaching double digits before the age of 100 is really not just talk. TSK, we are about to witness history. There is an extra perverted two-digit figure in this paradise of heavens. I don't know what will happen. The god of cookery from the god of cookery palace picked up the meat and continued eating, muttering. When 3 digits are very shocking, the presence of 2 digits makes it difficult to calm down. Originally, they felt that it was unrealistic even if that person wanted to train a person with double digits and a person with SSS level evaluations throughout the entire process. Now it seems that they're going to be slapped in the face. I can only say that he is worthy of that person. Compared with him, we are far behind. There were 2-digit size. These words made the other 2 figures fall silent. Speaking of which, even if Tianyan reaches double digits and reaches the 90th floor, there will still be one person of the same kind to start the game. 2 figures' eyes flickered, and they said with interest, "I wonder, where is his other cultivator? Who knows this? Even if we join forces, we can't deduce his plan." Faced with this question, the other 2 figures were a little curious, but they shook their heads helplessly. Again, they are both in double digits, but they really don't seem to be on the same level as that person. While the big shots in Jutian Paradise were exclaiming and exchanging words, Wang Ping also looked at his reward. Wang Ping did not directly open the SSS level Abyss treasure chest, but looked at the 3-digit rule stone, received it, and chose to directly fuse and upgrade. Soon, Wang Ping's talent was upgraded. Life Simulator successfully reached the triple-digit level. Once you reach the triple-digit Life Simulator level, there are some changes in abilities again. Free simulation and paid simulation have disappeared, becoming the three most essential capabilities of life simulators. Time and space creation, cause and effect. Time and space are reflected in the fact that Wang Ping can see the endless future and endless possibilities at a glance. Creation, you can consume the corresponding energy to create the talents and items you want. Cause and effect, reverse cause and effect, change reality. The upper limits of the innate abilities of these three essences are extremely high. It's worthy of a 3-digit innate talent. It's really too abnormal. Wang Ping saw his talent and showed an expression of amazement. With 3 abilities with extremely high upper limits, Wang Ping felt that it would be as easy for him to break through the tower in the future as eating and drinking water. Predicting the future, endless possibilities. Create talents and abilities suitable for breaking through the situation, and easily solve problems that cannot be solved in the future. If this is not enough, then spend a lot of money and forcibly reverse cause and effect. It can be said that for Wang Ping now, unless there is a 2-digit existence or an extremely abnormal rule-based game, Wang Ping is an invincible existence. Why do I feel that the ability of my innate talent has evolved in the direction of omniscience and omnipotence? Wang Ping thought of this again, his eyes deep. Predicting the endless possibilities of the future is a lower-level ability of omniscience. And creation and cause and effect are both lower-level abilities of omnipotence. I don't know what the secret of me is. Wang Ping was thoughtful, thinking that his true identity might not be that simple. However, Wang Ping knew that he could not get the answer by thinking wildly. Only when he became a 2-digit person could he know all the secrets. Otherwise, even if he reached the 3-digit limit, he could not touch those secrets. Next, Wang Ping calmed down, looked at the reward of the Immortal Emperor's opportunity, and chose to receive it. Wang Ping thought that this reward was to give him a treasure or opportunity to prompt him to find something. As a result, this is really, as the name suggests, the Immortal Emperor's opportunity, which simply and purely raised his cultivation to the Immortal Emperor level. With this, Wang Ping became the second Immortal Emperor in the fantasy world besides the Immortal Emperor of Samsara. However, he is much stronger than the Immortal Emperor of Samsara, and his rating has reached the 3-digit limit. It's really simple enough, Wang Ping exclaimed. Although he had known the mechanism of the Sky Tower for a long time, and the book also recorded the process of players obtaining cultivation rewards, the improvement of the level of the Immortal Emperor was so simple that it gave people the feeling of watering flowers, plants, and trees, which seemed too terrifying. I can only say that the rumor that you can become a single digit by climbing the Sky Tower is not groundless. Wang Ping sighed and looked at the last reward. Wang Ping was very curious about what good things could be opened in the SSS-level Abyss treasure box in this special mode. As Wang Ping received the reward and opened this special SSS-level Abyss treasure box, a dazzling golden light appeared, and the smart voice of the Sky Tower Intelligence also sounded. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the SSS-level Abyss treasure box and obtaining the following rewards. All attributes plus 10,000. 3-digit top-quality special props, proof of the living. 3-digit top-quality special props, withering of all worlds. 3-digit top-quality special props, god-eating insect. 3-digit special props, several 4-digit special props. 3-digit top-grade special props, proof of the living. This prop can revive 3-digit extreme strongmen. As long as they are not killed by 2-digit beings or 2-digit props, they can be resurrected infinitely. If they are killed by 2-digit beings or 2-digit props, they can only be resurrected 1 to 3 times, depending on the specific situation. In the Tianta game, this prop will be adjusted. The effect is to revive the player. In the game, the player can be resurrected 3 times. If the player fails to pass the game, this prop will become a one-time prop, resurrecting the player, which is equivalent to offsetting the death penalty of being eliminated in the Tianta game. 3 special props of top grade. Withering of all worlds, a one-time special prop. After using it, it can exert extremely terrifying power, causing all worlds to wither and turn into nothingness. Even if a 2-digit existence is attacked by this prop, it will be injured. P.S. This prop is a special prop, and it will be adjusted in the Tianta game. 3-digit top-grade special props, God-eating insect. It can summon a bug with extremely strong devouring ability and reach the 3-digit extreme combat power. P.S. This prop is a special prop, and it will be adjusted in the Tianta game. Wow, this 3-digit top-grade special prop is really amazing. The most important thing is that these 3 special props are also very powerful. Wang Ping looked at the reward list with a surprised expression. The proof of the living allows him to revive infinitely in the outside world. Even if he is killed by a 2-digit number, he can be resurrected 1 to 3 times, which is equivalent to an extra resurrection coin in the Tianta game. And the withering of all worlds is even more terrifying, which is equivalent to being able to exert a 2-digit level of power once, which can directly destroy the heavens and all worlds. Although it is said that Wang Ping himself will be shocked when using this item, but it is still very shocking if used well. If it is used together with the proof of the living, a special item with a 3-digit limit, Wang Ping will have a little confidence even when facing some 2-digit numbers. As for the 3-digit limit item, God Eater, this item is slightly ordinary among the 3 items. However, it is also very good to have an extra 3-digit limit combat power. Not to mention that this thing can be used in the Tianta game. Like the previous 3-digit intermediate special item, Star Moon God, it helped him a lot. Without the existence of Star Moon God, it is really difficult for Wang Ping to pass this special mode perfectly. For this reason, Wang Ping would not underestimate this type of summoning special props. Then, Wang Ping looked at his inner world again and found that he had a bunch of 4-digit special props. Among these special props, there are 4-digit low-level special props, 4-digit intermediate special props, 4-digit high-level special props, and 4-digit top-grade special props. There are even several 4-digit rule stones. Obviously, the reward after directly jumping the level can be regarded as a supplement for him. Unfortunately, for Wang Ping now, 4-digit props, even 4-digit top-grade special props, are useless. After all, 4-digit extreme props cannot be used on future floors. Although these props will definitely become the golden finger of some people if they are thrown out, the level is really too low for Wang Ping now. Then, Wang Ping looked at another pile of props. The number of props in the other pile is obviously less than the 4-digit props, only about 20 pieces. These special props are all 3-digit special props. In terms of level, they are basically low-level and intermediate 3-digit items, and there is not a single advanced one. To be honest, these special items are not very helpful to Wang Ping in the outside world. However, they should still be somewhat useful in the Sky Tower. It seems that it is difficult to refresh 3-digit special items on the floors before the 60th floor. Although I have fixed the Abyss mode and increased the reward amount, and each time I have an SSS level evaluation, the highest I can get is only a 3-digit intermediate special item. Wang Ping thought silently in his heart. If you think about it this way, 3-digit special items are indeed extremely precious, and it is estimated that there are not many of those 3-digit strongmen in their hands. In other words, Xing Xin, a 3-digit elite strongman, took out a 3-digit intermediate special item, Xing Yue Shun, as compensation, which is really a big hemorrhage among big hemorrhages. If you calculate it this way, there are probably not many 2-digit items in the hands of those 2-digit people, and those who can have 2 are considered the best among the 2-digit people. Because of this reward, Wang Ping finally had a general understanding of the situation of the strongmen in the paradise of all heavens. Special props are very precious. The reason why they are not precious is that Wang is too abnormal and his record is too exaggerated. Next, Wang Ping calmed down and left the heavenly tower. However, this time Wang Ping was not teleported to the courtyard, but came to an unfamiliar area. The energy density of this area is far higher than the lower area where Alpha is located. Various Dao rhymes, runes, and divine powers appear, which can benefit low-digit creatures a lot. So that's it. Because I have become a 3-digit limit existence, I was forcibly teleported to the middle and upper levels? This is the area where three-digit existences live. Wang Ping thought thoughtfully. In other words, if I want to go down to the world in the future, I can only go down to the world in the form of an incarnation, unless I can transcend the rules of the paradise of the heavens. While Wang Ping was thinking, countless amazing visions appeared, reflecting the entire paradise of the heavens. This scene shocked countless creatures. Many creatures were puzzled, but some creatures who had lived in the paradise of the heavens for a long time knew what this vision represented. This means that another three-digit person was born. Considering the previous announcement of the Heavenly Tower, these beings have guessed the truth of the matter. If nothing unexpected happens, the mysterious Tian Yen has already broken through from a four-digit breakthrough to a three-digit breakthrough. Obviously, the rewards for this Heavenly Tower game are quite generous. Many people are envious, but they can only envy, and they are in awe of Wang Ping in their hearts. As for those three-digit beings and two-digit beings, they are also surprised by the current anomaly, but not surprised. After all, Wang Ping's background is too big, not to mention that he has also won the only SSS-level reward for his achievement. Dayu Tian Yen, congratulations on your breakthrough to the Immortal Emperor and becoming a three-digit extreme strongman. Dayu is coming to the middle and upper levels for the first time. Why don't you go to my Xingyan Palace to be a guest? And I can also explain the situation of the middle and upper levels to Dayu. At this time, Wang Ping sighed, the starlight shone, and a figure appeared. This figure was the Star God. He was closer to here and was the first to discover Wang Ping. So he rushed over directly and congratulated with a smile. I still have some things to do, so I won't bother you anymore. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Not to mention that the Star God's props helped Wang Ping a lot. So Wang Ping also smiled and politely rejected the Star God's invitation. Although Wang Ping came to the middle and upper levels for the first time, with Wang Ping's talent, there was no secret in the middle and upper levels for him. Now, the only thing that can make Wang Ping afraid is the existence of two-digit numbers. However, there are no two-digit numbers in the middle and upper levels, so Wang Ping can use his talent to his heart's content and predict the future with infinite possibilities. Is that so? Then forget it this time. If you are free next time, you can come to my Xingyan Palace to be a guest. Star God was a little regretful and spoke again. Next time for sure. Wang Ping nodded. Then Wang Ping's figure disappeared directly, wandering in the middle and upper levels, admiring the scenery of the middle and upper levels. Half an hour later, Wang Ping suddenly stopped and looked at the sky in front of him. Over there, a petite girl wearing a light yellow hanfu and a fox mask suddenly appeared there. She looked at him with her smart black eyes and said with a smile, Wang Ping, guess what I am? Who is it? If you guess it right, maybe I will give you some small reward. Wang Ping's eyes showed a strange look, and he said, the senior of the first-generation chat group, Huang Huihui. Was it the senior who asked you to give me a message? TCH, you saw through my identity and purpose of my visit right away. It's really boring. Huang Huihui puffed out her cheeks and muttered. Wang Ping looked at this somewhat naughty senior, smiled, and said, I'm very curious. Is that senior trapped in the sky tower and unable to come out? I have nothing to say about this. The palace master asked me to take the message when I came here this time. He told you that if he wants to know your life experience and escape from his control, you can do it in the shortest possible time. It will become double digits and come to the 90th floor, otherwise you will die. Wang Ping frowned slightly. He originally thought that he could finally relax, but it seemed that the senior in the first-generation chat group didn't want to see him just relax like this. Or rather, it's not that that person is impatient, but that something shocking is about to happen, so I want to give him a hint. No matter what the situation is, it is obvious that Wang Ping must continue to break into the tower. Oh, that's right, he also told you that he promised you to complete the affairs of the Immortal Emperor of Reincarnation. I'll leave that weird thing to you to solve. Huang Huihui smiled and spoke again. Wang Ping was speechless. Because that person was involved, Wang Ping's innate ability failed to take effect. I don't know what Huang Huihui would say. Now, after knowing her purpose, Wang Ping was helpless. The senior in the first-generation chat group actually needed him to solve the cake drawn by him. This was really a bit of a trap. Although he can now do everything except resurrecting the youngest daughter of the immortal emperor of Samsara, this is really a bit of a stretch. If you want to kill that weird thing, you may have to use a 3-digit special item, the Withering of All Realms. If you want to resurrect those who have made sacrifices, you should be able to do so with a 3-digit special item, Certificate of the Living. After all, this thing can resurrect even 3-digit extreme experts, and the resurrection target is not specified. Of course, it should be possible to resurrect the little girl who died in the tower. However, Wang Ping did not want to waste such precious resurrection coins. When you find someone to do something, you have to get some reward. Wang Ping shook his head and began to ask for reward openly. Of course there is a reward. The premise is that it can only be given to you after you complete the task. If you fail to complete the task assigned by the palace master, there will be no reward. Let me tell you, this reward is very precious. If not for fear of being beaten to death, I want to keep it all to myself. Huang Huihui chuckled and said in a chatty tone, "Haha, that's something I'm really looking forward to." After Wang Ping took a deep look at Huang Huihui, he didn't say anything more, took out the Paradise Pass, and left Zhutian Paradise. In the fantasy world, Wang Ping returned here again. Originally, Wang Ping thought he would not come back in a short time, but he did not expect to come back so soon. All I can say is that fate is unpredictable. Afterwards, Wang Ping calmed down and used his natural abilities. Then, Wang Ping finally understood why the senior in the first-generation chat group asked him to return to this world to solve the mystery. Before Wang Ping reached the Immortal Emperor level, and his talent had not yet reached 3 digits, the future he simulated in his life was limited, inaccurate, and continued to be interfered with. In fact, weirdness was much stronger than he imagined, and a big conspiracy was brewing. The Immortal Emperor of Samsara could no longer suppress him. Originally, the Immortal Emperor Samsara thought he could continue to suppress the weirdness for hundreds of thousands of years. In fact, the Immortal Emperor of Samsara can only suppress Wei for about 10 years. When Wei's plan is completed, it will be the time for Wei to break out of Samsara, devour the Immortal Emperor of Samsara, and destroy this fantasy world. In the future that Wang Ping saw, without his intervention, it would all have a dark ending, and none of it would be bright. The senior in the first-generation chat group seems to be unable to take action, but even if he is in this state, there seems to be no secrets for him in all the worlds, as if he can calculate everything. Wang Ping sighed with emotion. For such a person, if he is your supporter and has no evil thoughts towards you, then you will really feel safe. On the other hand, if he has evil thoughts towards you and treats you as a pawn that must be abandoned sooner or later, that is really dangerous. Wang Ping's feelings for that person were quite complicated. However, Wang Ping didn't think too much. After gathering his thoughts, he took a step forward and came to the world of life and death. The bridge guards were completely unaware of Wang Ping's arrival, as if Wang Ping did not exist. It can only be said that Wang Ping is too strong now. If he doesn't want the bridge guard to notice, he can't see Wang Ping even if Wang Ping stands in front of him. Congratulations to fellow Taoists for successfully advancing to Immortal Emperor. To be honest, it's much faster than I thought. However, the bridge guard's body was soon shaken, and his expression changed, becoming filled with wonder. Obviously, this was the will of the Samsara Immortal Emperor taking over his body. It's just a reward for breaking through the tower, Wang Ping said with a smile. I see. Immortal Emperor Samsara nodded, not surprised. Breaking into the tower is indeed a shortcut. However, there has never been a situation like Wang Ping's being able to obtain the reward of the Immortal Emperor's chance in just a few days in the Paradise of Heavens. All we can say is that Wang Ping must have done something earth-shattering again. Fellow Taoist, are you here to help me suppress the weirdness? Immediately, the Immortal Emperor Samsara asked with a smile. I should have said that this weird thing can only be completely killed by 2 digits. I am indeed here to help you. The person who sent me told me to solve the mystery, but you can't suppress him anymore. Wang Ping nodded slightly and said seriously. What? Samsara, Immortal Emperor's pupils condensed, and he was quite surprised. That weird one is very cunning. Although he was dragged into reincarnation by you, before he was dragged in, part of his body smuggled into its world. That world has fallen into absolute darkness. When he completely recovers his power, he will. It's when you fall. Wang Ping spoke slowly. But it's weird. It's weird after all. It's too difficult to deal with. Immortal Emperor Samsara was silent for a moment and sighed. It is indeed difficult to deal with. If you want to kill this weirdo, you must completely eliminate him. However, this is difficult to do, because he has many backups, and many worlds have his dark incarnations. Wang Ping nodded and said, normally speaking, only 2 digits can kill him. You say that. You seem confident that you can kill it completely? Immortal Emperor Samsara said curiously. All I can say is I'll try my best. Wang Ping shook his head slightly. In terms of combat power alone, Wang Ping is very strong, and it is difficult to find an opponent among the 3 figures. But no matter how strong he is, it will be difficult to kill this weirdo. However, what makes Wang Ping powerful is not just his combat power. His strongest trump card is his natural talent. Afterwards, Wang Ping didn't say anything and directly took out the 3-digit top-quality special item, the Withering of All Realms. This is... Immortal Emperor Samsara looked at the black ball in Wang Ping's hand and felt inexplicably frightened, which made him very uncomfortable. A one-time 3-digit top-quality special prop that has the effect of withering the world and causing double-digit trauma. Wang Ping said this calmly. Puff! After listening to Wang Ping's words, even the Immortal Emperor Samsara was no longer calm. He looked at the props in Wang Ping's hands in astonishment and was really frightened. After all, although he is an immortal emperor and is rated as a 3-digit legend in the All Heavens Paradise, his situation is special and he rarely enters the All Heavens Paradise. For this reason, he can be said to be the poorest 3-digit person. Now, just after Wang Ping became the immortal emperor, he took out a 3-digit top-notch item that could wither the world and cause double-digit wounds. It was really shocking. You don't want to use this dangerous prop to deal with Wei, right? If you use this thing to deal with Wei, Wei may die, but we will also perish. Immortal Emperor Samsara's expression was a little distorted. He was afraid that Wang Ping would use this dangerous item on impulse and let everyone die together. Don't worry, I have resurrection tools and can revive you. The corners of Wang Ping's mouth raised slightly, and he said with some evil humor. Upon hearing this, Immortal Emperor Samsara's face turned dark, feeling that Wang Ping was a bit tricked. It's just a joke, don't take it too seriously. Wang Ping had no intention of continuing the joke and said with a smile, I took out this thing not to use its destructive power to kill weird, but to use the energy and energy contained in it. Rules sacrifice. What's the meaning? Samsara, Immortal Emperor, was a little surprised. Under normal circumstances, the weirdness cannot be solved. However, if this huge power is used as the fuel to activate my innate ability, that is not necessarily the case. Wang Ping's eyes flashed, and he spoke slowly. Whether it is using the creative ability to create one-time supermodel talents or props that destroy the weird, or directly using the ability to reverse cause and effect, there is hope to kill this difficult weird. Fuel? The Samsara, Immortal Emperor, was quite surprised. Wang Ping was too cruel. He actually used such a precious and powerful one-time 3-digit top-grade item as fuel. Of course, what made the Samsara, Immortal Emperor even more curious was what Wang Ping wanted to do. Your talent should have been upgraded as well. After thinking about it, the Samsara, Immortal Emperor spoke. It has indeed been upgraded and turned into the most essential talent ability. Wang Ping did not mean to hide it. Now he did not need to hide it. No one could do anything to him except the 2-digit number. Is that so? The Samsara, Immortal Emperor, was amazed. Except for the people of the original Earth, the rest of the people who entered the paradise of the heavens were not qualified to awaken their talents. In addition, even if there was a transaction between talents, it could only be carried out between the original Earth people. People from the heavens and the worlds were not qualified to obtain talents. Even if you took over the body of the original Earth people, it was useless and you could not obtain talents. Finally, even if it was a descendant, it must be the offspring born between two original Earth people to awaken talents, and mixed blood was not allowed. These have always been a mystery in the paradise of the heavens. For this reason, the strong men of the heavens and the worlds are often at a disadvantage compared to those people on the original Earth at the same level. Of course, the immortal Emperor of Samsara does not look down on ordinary talents. Some precious props are not inferior to some talents of the same level, and are even stronger. Only Wang Ping's abnormal talent can make the immortal Emperor of Samsara amazed, and even a little envious. Okay, I'm going to do it. After I do it, I will revive your sacrifices. Wang Ping shook his head slightly, without discussing the topic more, and his expression became serious. Hearing this, the immortal Emperor of Samsara opened his eyes a lot, and his eyes were full of waves, which seemed very uneasy. After so many years, can he finally revive those sacrifices? Although it was a little different from what he imagined, it was not the one who came to help him revive, but Wang Ping who helped him revive, which made him very surprised and unexpected. But these were not important as long as those creatures could be resurrected. Please! The immortal Emperor of Samsara said this softly, and began to protect Wang Ping. Wang Ping nodded slightly, and began to use his innate ability to reverse cause and effect. At the same time, the 3-digit top-grade special item, the Withering of All Worlds, also began to emit a terrifying strong light, and a sign of annihilation appeared. This made the immortal Emperor of Samsara look solemn, fearing that this thing would go out of control. Soon, the immortal Emperor of Samsara noticed something unusual, and the weirdness that he had dragged into the reincarnation to suppress began to scream miserably, and the endless darkness began to gradually wither and was wiped out. What a terrifying power! The immortal Emperor of Samsara was shocked and delighted. Is this the power of the immortal Emperor of Samsara? No, this can't be his power. Damn, is it that guy? Has he grown to this point? The weird voice actually resounded through the reincarnation to the outside world, full of fear and resentment, and finally turned into a hideous roar. However, you can't kill me. Even if you can eradicate the darkness of this world, I will come back in the darkness. Sooner or later, I will overturn the entire universe and become an existence that those high and mighty beings fear. You can't overturn the universe. Wang Ping looked calm, his voice was cold, and he increased his output. In an instant, Wei felt that he was being wiped out faster, and the endless darkness dissipated. How is it possible that you can also wipe out the dark seeds I left in various places in the universe? This is definitely not something that 3 digits can do. Wei sensed the changes in himself, and finally became terrified, and it was also very unbelievable. Reversing cause and effect, the result of your death has been formed, and the next step is to write the reason for your death. I want you to die, and you will have hundreds of ways to die. Wang Ping said calmly. Damn it, this is impossible. This level of ability should not be controlled by you. Wei shouted in disbelief. In the heavens and the worlds, countless darkness began to disintegrate, or be purified, or be burned, or be annihilated. In the heavens and the worlds, countless powerful people were shocked when they saw this scene, especially some miserable worlds that often fight against darkness. Seeing this scene, they were ecstatic and tears were on their faces. Your last words seem to be too many, Wang Ping said indifferently and clenched his fists suddenly. In an instant, the 3-digit top-grade special props in Wang Ping's hand, the Withering of the World, disappeared completely. Followed by those weird clones who struggled tenaciously, the dark seeds were wiped out at a very fast speed. With this terrifying weird that should have had the hope of growing into 2 digits was completely wiped out by Wang Ping and dissipated in the heavens and the worlds. Terrible power. After a silence, the immortal Emperor of Samsara exclaimed. He fought with the weird for dozens of epochs and had no way to do anything to the other party. As a result, Wang Ping only spent a few minutes to completely wipe out the weird, which was really terrifying. You are now considered the strongest person with 3 digits. Unfortunately, the gap between 3 digits and 2 digits is too big, so there has never been a person who breaks the 3 digits. Otherwise, you might be considered a person who breaks the 3 digits. After a pause, the immortal emperor Samsara sighed again. It does not matter. Wang Ping shook his head slightly. He didn't care whether he could become a 3-digit breaker. He only cared about whether he could successfully reach a double-digit number. Successfully reaching double digits is not enough. He also needs to face the senior time traveler and find a way to survive from the opponent's hands. After all, it is too dangerous to team up with such a being to play a dungeon. Next, Wang Ping took out the 3-digit top-quality special item, the Certificate of the Living, and mobilized its power to resurrect all the sacrifices of the Samsara Immortal Emperor. Your little daughter, I can't resurrect you for the time being. I will resurrect you when I reach double digits. Wang Ping looked at the Immortal Emperor of Samsara and said, he would not use the resurrection effect of the Sky Tower of the Proof of the Living easily. It was an act of cerebral palsy. After all, even Wang Ping cannot guarantee that he will be able to clear all the games without dying even once. For this reason, it will first become a 2-digit number. After the effect of the Proof of the Living is eliminated, Wang Ping will use it to resurrect the youngest daughter of the Immortal Emperor of Samsara. Of course, it is also possible if you get lower-level resurrection coins in the next tower break. Otherwise, using a 3-digit top-notch special item to resurrect a 4-digit figure would be too extravagant. However, the probability of obtaining lower-level resurrection coins was too low, and Wang Ping did not hold out much hope. Enough, that's enough. Resurrecting my little daughter is not part of the reward, so I won't force it. The Immortal Emperor of Samsara sensed that outside the realm of life and death, all the sacrificers had come back to life. Even though he was an immortal emperor, his eyes couldn't help but get wet. After all, he has been too lonely these years and has always been deeply ashamed of those who sacrifice themselves. Although it was the senior's plan, you have helped me a lot after all. You have suppressed the weird and saved this world. If I can help you resurrect, I will still try my best to help you resurrect. Wang Ping shook his head slightly and said seriously, I am a person who repays kindness with drops of water and springs of water, so there is no need to persuade me. Grateful, Immortal Emperor Samsara was very moved and bowed deeply to Wang Ping. You're welcome. Wang Ping shook his head and said, I just hope you can help me take care of my friends in the future. For Wang Ping, he didn't know whether he could survive after teaming up with the senior in the first-generation chat group to break into the tower. For this reason, it is still necessary to leave some backup before leaving. Whether it is to ask the Immortal Emperor of Samsara to take care of those friends, or to leave some means that may allow him to be resurrected, it is a necessary thing. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt them unless a 2-digit existence takes action against them. Immortal Emperor Samsara made a serious promise. With your words, I feel relieved. Wang Ping nodded slightly. Then, Wang Ping stopped chatting with Immortal Emperor Samsara and started making some plans of his own. After doing these things, Wang Ping went to the paradise of all heavens. Welcome back. Congratulations on successfully killing that weird one. If nothing else, the tower will give you a lot of world origins. With these world origins, as long as you find the chat group Origins Lost by Alpha, plus with this thing, you can hope to reach double digits. When Wang Ping returned to Zhutian Paradise, Huang Huihui smiled and said these words very playfully, and at the same time took out a bead with strange power. Didn't it say that 2-digit figures can only be promoted by climbing towers? Wang Ping frowned slightly and asked in confusion. Under normal circumstances, this is indeed the case. However, that is just a normal situation. In fact, there is another promotion method, which is also a real 2-digit promotion method. Otherwise, it would be just a pseudo 2-digit promotion. Huang Huihui nodded affirmatively at first, and then said mysteriously, You mean those 2-digit numbers in the paradise of all heavens are only counted as pseudo 2-digit numbers? Wang Ping's pupil shrank, showing an expression of surprise. The 2-digit figures who rely on the Sky Tower to reward achievements can indeed only be regarded as pseudo 2-digit figures. Only the 2-digit figures who advance on their own are the real two-digit figures. They are also called detached people, who are detached from all these things. Heaven and all realms are above all heavens and all realms. Huang Huihui chuckled and started to popularize science to Wang Ping. Only true two-digit numbers can destroy all heavens and all realms and create all heavens and all realms at will. And those false two-digit numbers, although recognized as two-digit numbers by Tianta, are also capable of destroying all heavens and all realms and creating all heavens and all realms. All realms, but they need to spend too much money to do this. At the same time, the so-called creation of all heavens and all realms only goes back to before the destruction, and it does not truly create a new heavens and all realms. Now you should know the difference between the two. In other words, only that senior is the real two-digit person who was promoted by himself. In this case, isn't he the strongest existence in the paradise of all heavens? Wang Ping's eyes flickered, and his heart could not calm down. Originally, he thought that that person was very strong, but he should still have a rival in the paradise of all heavens. However, Wang Ping did not expect that the opponent was so terrifying. He was the only two-digit figure in the paradise of all heavens, the only transcendent person. However, Alpha originally said that the first generation had not become the most powerful existence and was still far away from being the strongest. Perhaps this is because Alpha's knowledge is too shallow and he does not know the true background of the first generation. That's right, Alpha only had 4 digits when he was at his strongest, so what kind of insight could he have? Of course, there is still a long way to go before being the strongest, and there may be nothing wrong with that. Even a real 2-digit number seems too small compared to a 1-digit number. In addition, Alpha's creator has never been seen, and no one knows the secrets of the original Earth. Can the origin of the chat group actually help people be promoted to double digits? Also, what is the item in your hand? Wang Ping came back to his senses, stared at the strange bead in Huang Huihui's hand, and asked curiously. You should already know that the origin of the chat group can be transformed into the origin you need. In other words, as long as you have a large amount of the origin of the world, you can use it to transform it into the origin that helps you transcend. However, just this is still far from meeting the conditions for promotion to double digits. Huang Huihui smiled and continued to educate Wang Ping. Another condition is that you need to refine a pseudo 2-digit spirit. Add these conditions together, and you have a 10% to 30% chance of breaking through the limit and becoming a true 2-digit number. Refining a pseudo 2-digit spiritual power. Wang Ping's pupils shrank slightly. Good guy, this is too cruel. 2-digit numbers. No, the birth of the pseudo 2-digit number was so difficult, and the previous performance was so terrifying. It was actually used as material for promotion. That senior is really ruthless. So, he has already killed a pseudo 2-digit numbers? Wang Ping suddenly thought of something and asked in surprise. Yes. Huang Huihui nodded, showing an expression of reverence, and said with pride, the palace master killed a pseudo 2-digit number and refined his spiritual power before he was promoted successfully. The reason why no one in the outside world knows about this because the palace owner has basically erased all traces of his existence. No one knows about this except the existence of the pseudo 2-digit number. It's because of this matter that those pseudo 2-digit experts are scared to death of the palace master. This is also why they don't dare to have evil thoughts towards you. Otherwise, if you are so high profile, you will be dead soon. He was tricked to death. Immediately, Huang Huihui laughed again, teasing those 2-digit beings who were superior in the eyes of outsiders, and also teasing Wang Ping. If it weren't for that person, I wouldn't be so high profile. Wang Ping smiled and said casually, that's right. Huang Huihui smiled playfully. Is this thing in your hand a pseudo 2-digit spiritual power? It doesn't look like it to me. Wang Ping looked at the strange bead in Huang Huihui's hand and said, Of course not. Huang Huihui rolled her eyes, threw it to Wang Ping, and said, This is a 2-digit prop, Wan Dao. It is the only thing you can rely on to save your life in the future. Wang Ping took the props and was quite surprised. That senior's moves were really bold and arrogant. His moves were double-digit items. Then, Wang Ping glanced at the effect of this 2-digit prop, Wan Dao. Two-digit prop, 10,000 ways. Using this prop, you can add the power of the heavens and the world to your body and gain extremely huge power. The effect of this prop is simple and clear. It is pure power enhancement. In other words, just like when he fought against the dark, quasi-mortal emperor, does that person want him to rely on his own strength to kill the upcoming terrifying enemy? At the same time, it also allowed him to pave the way for his promotion to double digits. Okay, I've said everything I need to say. Next, it's up to you. If you fail, it will be miserable. Huang Huihui came over very familiarly, patted Wang Ping's arm, and muttered, "What will happen if I fail?" Wang Ping frowned slightly and said slowly, "Is it possible that all the heavens and worlds will be destroyed? Who knows, I'm just a messenger." Huang Huihui spread her hands. Wang Ping took a deep look at Huang Huihui and had no intention of continuing to ask. Wang Ping knew that even if he pressed, he wouldn't be able to find out anything. However, what he can be sure of is that a great disaster sweeping the entire universe may be about to break out. This may be that person's plan, or it may be a natural result. In short, no matter what, he must face the coming disaster. If all the heavens and worlds were destroyed, although it would not be the end, all the people he was familiar with would indeed die. As for the question of whether the heavens and worlds will be restored, Wang Ping feels that there is still suspense. After all, according to Huang Huihui, those pseudo-two-digit beings who want to destroy and resurrect the heavens and worlds will have to spend a lot of money, and those beings may not be willing to do this. In addition, what if those beings are unable to fight against the coming catastrophe? It is also possible that those pseudo-two-digit entities have been warned and are not allowed to take action. All this is impossible to say. No matter what, Wang Ping can only rely on himself and cannot place his hopes on others. "Senior, you really don't give me any time to breathe." Wang Ping shook his head helplessly. Then, Wang Ping didn't say anything more. After saying goodbye to Huang Huihui, he went somewhere. Next, he needs to regain the origin of the chat group, which is the origin of the chat group that the second-generation chat group leader Dowie sold. He saw the past and the future. It can only be said that Dowie was stupid. He didn't know how precious the origin of this chat group was, so he sold it at a low price. The force that gave Dowie the authority of the temporary demon, King, didn't know the original value of the chat group. Neither Dowie nor that huge force knew the truth about the origin of the chat group. However, the leader of that huge force is somewhat capable. He has seen the extraordinary origin of the chat group and is conducting research on it. In the future, we will also develop some methods for him and cause a bit of trouble. Of course, this future was formed on the premise that he did not take action and no major disaster occurred. The Alliance, this force, is extremely famous in Paradise. Because the One-Way Alliance is an alliance composed of demon kings, it can be said to be notorious in the Paradise of Heavens, making countless people jealous and afraid. If the alliance was not too powerful, with more than 10 three-digit demon kings in it, and its leader was even a three-digit extreme existence, otherwise this notorious force would have been destroyed long ago. Of course, if that's all, if there is any two-digit number that you don't like, you can just destroy it. However, such a force has always been complicated internally, and there are more or less double figures behind it. For this reason, this force can survive to this day, fearing everyone and being extremely cool. However, the good luck of the Alliance has come to an end. Wang Ping looked down at the Alliance below, with a calm expression and no murderous intent. It could be said that his heart was calm. For Wang Ping today, only two digits can move him. Even though the One-Way Alliance is a behemoth second only to the two-digit forces in the Paradise of all heavens, and no one dares to provoke them, this level is still not enough to move Wang Ping. Next, Wang Ping showed his momentum and instantly suppressed the headquarters of the Alliance. In an instant, the formation at the Alliance headquarters was activated layer by layer, but it was rapidly collapsing. This also alarmed all the three-digit demon kings in the Alliance. They all looked at the sky in fear. They put down their own affairs and took action to stabilize the formation. Tian Yin, our alliance has no grievances or grudges against you. It would be too arrogant for you to suddenly attack us. A three-digit Demon King looked ugly and shouted angrily. While shouting angrily, the three-digit Demon King was also frightened. He did not expect that Wang Ping would be so powerful just after becoming a three-digit figure. This kind of power is no less powerful than a three-digit extreme powerhouse. It is not something they can fight against. Your alliance is focused on the origin of the chat group. When you made the deal with Dao Yi, did you ever think that there would be no injustice or enmity? Wang Ping said indifferently. However, I'm not here to argue with you today. Lord Ouroboros, come out. Fellow Taoist, that is what the people below did, and it has nothing to do with us. If you Taoist friends hold grudges about this, I will kill them to make amends to you. At the same time, I can also come up with a three-digit special props as an apology. A snake-like figure suddenly appeared in midair and said with a smile, "Forget it. I have only one purpose, and that is to kill you all and get rid of you rats." Wang Ping ignored the Demon King and spoke indifferently. In many futures that Wang Ping saw, these Demon Kings chose to be his enemies and launch various sneak attacks. For this reason, Wang Ping was not interested in talking nonsense with them. He directly stated his intention, then killed them all and regained the origin of the chat group. If you want to kill us all, it depends on whether you have the ability. Even if you reach the three-digit extreme level, what if you face 10 three-digit Demon Kings at the same time? Do you think you were sure of victory? The Ouroboros Demon King's face was cold and full of killing intent. However, he had no idea of using the Demon King's authority to draw Wang Ping into the game world. After all, from Wang Ping's game name and Wang Ping's astonishing tower-breaking rating, it can be seen that Wang Ping is either the type with a monster's intelligence or the type with terrifying talents. In front of such an existence, rather than playing games, it is completely asking for trouble. Once the game starts, even if you are stronger than Wang Ping, you will have the possibility of defeat. After all, the Demon King game in Jutian Paradise must have a corresponding strategy that allows players to pass the level not by pure power differences, but by resourcefulness and luck. At the same time, although Jutian Paradise restricts players from fighting among themselves, it only does not allow fighting among the middle and lower class cities. In the middle and upper class cities, there is no such restriction. Even if there is, it is only a restriction between two ordinary players. The Demon King can attack others at will, but other people can also attack the Demon King at will. For this reason, Demon King's evidence has both advantages and disadvantages. Come out, God-eating insect. Wang Ping ignored the Ouroboros Demon King and didn't say much. He just took out a prop and summoned a black, 1-meter-long flying insect with a ferocious appearance. As this flying insect appeared, a terrifying aura filled the entire place, causing all the Demon Kings to change their expressions. Even the Ouroboros Demon King looked ugly. He didn't expect that Wang Ping actually had a summon object with a three-digit extreme level. Summons of this level should not be something that three-digit beings can possess. At least, in Jutian Paradise, he had never heard of any three-digit number who could come up with such a terrifying summoning item. So, what if you have three-digit limit summons? As long as they hold back that bug, I can easily deal with you. The Ouroboros Demon King's expression soon became indifferent again, and he shouted loudly before killing Wang Ping. At the same time, the other Demon Kings also attacked the God-eating insect in a tacit understanding, and each prop was used by them as if it was free of charge. Forbidden Demon Realm. In response, Wang Ping's expression was calm, and he spoke calmly. As these 4 words fell, an extremely vast invisible realm appeared here. Under this realm, all talents and props other than Wang Ping's can't be used. At the beginning, Wang Ping received a 5-digit talent from Tianta, Forbidden Demon Realm. Now that Wang Ping's talent has reached 3 digits, he can easily create the talent he wants as long as he consumes energy. Although these temporarily created talents will disappear when he stops consuming energy, they are still terrifying enough. And today's Forbidden Demon Realm is the ultimate upgraded version of the one-time 5-digit prop, the Forbidden Demon Realm, that Wang Ping temporarily created. The Ouroboros Demon King and others found that their talents and props suddenly lost their effect, and their pupils shrank violently. They have also encountered props of this type in the forbidden demon realm. However, that was also the case when we were under 3 digits. This kind of magic forbidden realm that can directly ban 3-digit talents and top-quality items has never been seen before. The most important thing is that for this type of ability, the talents and prop effects of both parties are often banned. However, Wang Ping's summons did not disappear. For a moment, the Ouroboros Demon King had an ominous premonition in his heart. Wang Ping's trump card is too terrifying. Perhaps he might really fall here today. Thinking of this, the Ouroboros Demon King and other Demon Kings all fled in different directions without hesitation, without any thought of peace with Wang Ping hard steel. However, as soon as they took action, the god-eating insect turned into a strange black light, acted one step ahead of them, appeared in front of a 3-digit Demon King, and devoured him easily. Under the Forbidden Demon Realm, props cannot be used, and this Demon King has been weakened. After all, in the Paradise of Heavens, physique is classified into the ranks of physique props. In addition, the god-eating insect is much stronger than other Demon Kings. It can only be said one by one, and it can be easily killed instantly. As for Wang Ping, he also took one step ahead of the Demon King and appeared in front of him. The power of chaos surged out to form the Chaos Immortal Fist, which carried terrifying power enough to destroy a fantasy world, plus the terrifying power of differentiation. With great force, he blasted towards the Ouroboros Demon King. The Demon King looked ugly and could only use his strongest strength to challenge Wang Ping head-on. In the next moment, the Ouroboros Demon King was directly blasted away, his body exploded, and he suffered heavy injuries. Although he recovered quickly, his face was pale and his heart was horrified. His strength just now was about the same as Wang Ping's, so theoretically no one should be able to hurt anyone. However, the result was that he was easily and severely injured by Wang Ping. Wang Ping saw through his thoughts and cracked his secret technique. At the same time, he also had a strange force that directly defused his offensive and directly attacked the spirit grid itself. That's why he was in such a mess, being hit so hard that his spirit was almost shattered. Are you really in 3 digits? The Ouroboros Demon King stared at Wang Ping and smiled bitterly. Do you think I'm a 2-digit person? Wang Ping asked with an indifferent expression. You can't be a 2-digit person. The Ouroboros Demon King was silent for a moment, then said, but you definitely can't be called a 3-digit person. The vitality of a 3-digit person is too strong. Even if a 3-digit person fights a 3-digit legend, it will take hundreds or thousands of times to completely wipe it out. And you are at the same level as me, but you almost killed me with one punch, which is far beyond the combat power level that a 3-digit person should have. However, even if you have surpassed the combat power level of a 3-digit person now and can be regarded as the strongest 3-digit person, you will have to pay the price of blood if you want to kill me. The Ouroboros Demon King paused for a moment, then continued with a ferocious expression. Boring. Your trump cards, your ideas, everything is in my eyes. So, your tricks are useless to me. Wang Ping said indifferently, took a step forward, an invisible ripple spread out. Then, the Ouroboros Demon King's face suddenly changed, and he found that his body could not move, and his power was also blocked. Is this some kind of magical skill? No, that's not right. This is a special item of the imprisonment type, and the level is at least 3-digit top grade. In front of my talent, your struggle is in vain. Wang Ping said this sentence like a villain, and then, under the frustrated eyes of the tail-bearing Demon King, he completely blew it up with one punch. Thus, a 3-digit extreme-level Demon King, second only to the 2-digit, and notorious in the Paradise of all Heavens, was killed by Wang Ping with 2 punches without even being able to take out his trump card. It can be said that he died in a very cowardly way. This cannot be said that the tail-bearing Demon King is weak, but only that Wang Ping is too strong. Now Wang Ping has whatever talent he wants, and he is invincible when he cooperates with it. Next, Wang Ping looked at the other Demon Kings. At this time, 3 of the 9 3-digit Demon Kings on the tail-bearing alliance had been killed by the god-eating bug, leaving 6. The remaining 6 demon kings looked in the direction of Wang Ping, and all of them felt cold all over and felt the emotion called fear for the first time in a long time. As 3-digit demon kings, they are feared by people no matter they are walking in the paradise of the heavens or in the 10,000 worlds. They destroyed hundreds of worlds with their own hands, and countless creatures were afraid and destroyed because of their existence. Now, they also have the emotion of fear in their hearts and see death. It seems that the 3-digit people in the paradise of the heavens are still inferior to the 3-digit people who have broken through their own practice in the outside world. Wang Ping looked at these 3-digit demon kings and made an evaluation. For example, the immortal emperor of Samsara, facing such a situation, would not have such a reaction even if he was bound to die. It can only be said that the paradise of the heavens is a good place, which can easily give birth to 4-digit and even 3-digit strongmen, but in terms of mentality, it is still inferior to those hardworking monks. In addition, the combat power in the same realm may also be a little worse. God-eating insect. How long are you going to play? Then, Wang Ping looked at the God-eating insect and taught him a lesson. This made the God-eater embarrassed to use its claws to spare its head, and then it burst out with even more terrifying speed and strength, killing the demon kings who were in a state of fear and escaped one by one. Afterwards, Wang Ping casually glanced at the demon kings below 3 digits in the headquarters of the Tail Alliance, and these demon kings exploded one after another and died without a complete body. After the death of the 3-digit demon kings, those large formations were no longer enough to resist Wang Ping's power. Next, Wang Ping took away the gold coins exploded by these demon kings, especially after taking away the origin of the chat group he left here. Because the battle was not small, 3-digit strong men came here. When they found that the Tail Alliance had been destroyed, they all showed shocked expressions and speculated who did it. Soon after, the news of the destruction of the Tail Alliance spread throughout the paradise of the heavens, shocking countless creatures. The chaos and order forces were all ecstatic. After all, the Anobi Alliance is, in a sense, the leader of the chaos and evil forces, a force that gives all the orderly forces a headache and even fear. Now that this force has been destroyed, the chaos and evil forces in the heavens and 10,000 worlds are no longer strong enough to compete with them. Unless there is a terrifying existence that supports the emergence of a new Anobi Alliance. As for the chaos and evil forces, they are all frightened and feel that they must keep a low profile, otherwise they may be found and destroyed. The heavens and 10,000 worlds are very large, but for some terrifying beings, they're also very small, so it is not difficult to find them. In the upper area, the 2-digit people who were connected with the Anobi Alliance were silent after learning about this, and they did not express their opinions. They had no courage to attack Wang Ping at all. On Wang Ping's side, after killing the Demon King of the Anobi Alliance, he came to the lower world as an incarnation and came to Alpha. Wang Ping's sudden appearance startled Alpha. When she came to her senses, she said in a daze, "Wang Ping, congratulations on breaking through to the level of a mortal emperor and becoming a 3-digit existence." Although she had been shocked many times, Wang Ping always brought her surprises and even shocks. It had only been a short time, and Wang Ping had directly become an immortal emperor. Alpha was really shocked to the point of being numb. The 38-year-old immortal emperor was really something. It's just an immortal emperor. It's nothing. Only when you become a 2-digit existence, or even an existence above 2-digit, can you be considered transcendent. Wang Ping shook his head slightly and said softly, "Oh." Alpha was speechless, completely unable to answer the question. It's time for our chat group to develop well. Now that I have reached 3 figures, theoretically, we should move to the middle and upper classes. However, I like to get things done at once, so I will wait until I become a 2nd-digit person. After several digits, I will take you directly to the upper area to develop the 3rd-generation Traveler chat group into a 2-digit force comparable to the Chun Palace. At this time, Wang Ping spoke again. "Oh." Alpha opened his mouth, not knowing how to answer, and his brain was a little overwhelmed. There was no way she could do it. She had never dreamed before that she would one day get to the upper echelons and allow the Traveler chat group to develop into a double-digit force. I believe you. In the end, Alpha could only hold back these 4 words. Are you going to break into the tower next? Next, Alpha seemed to realize something and spoke. Yes. Wang Ping nodded and said, I am here to tell you something. At the same time, I also have something to give you. It's better to give these things to me after you finish breaking into the tower. Otherwise, what you are doing now is the same as explaining the funeral arrangements. Alpha calmed down completely and said seriously, What are you talking about? Wang Ping patted Alpha on the head and rolled his eyes. How could I be explaining the funeral arrangements? Just taking some insurance measures? Although, the senior in the first-generation chat group sent someone to hint what he should do next. However, Wang Ping will not listen to everything he says, otherwise he will only remain his pawn. For this reason, if he wanted to truly jump out and transform from a chess piece to a flag bearer, Wang Ping felt that he had to play his cards differently. Although this involves certain risks, it may also help him change his identity and get rid of control. That I see. Alpha was silent for a while and did not continue to doubt. Next, Wang Ping handed many props to Alpha and said, Before I come back, you can use these resources to develop the chat group. You can recruit a large number of time travelers. At the same time, you can also train more Qin Yao and Lin Yuan Yuan. These potential members, after saying this, Wang Ping's incarnation disappeared. Wang Ping gave Alpha all the items below 3-digit top-quality items that were useless to him. In fact, Wang Ping handed over even the 3-digit top item, the God-eating insect, to Alpha for safekeeping. With these resources and special props, even if 3-digit top forces come to attack, Alpha can fight back. For this reason, Wang Ping felt at ease to the greatest extent. Next, Wang Ping's body thought and appeared in the Tianta space. Player Tianyin, welcome back. Would you like to play the game on the 60th floor of the Sky Tower immediately? However, due to the insufficient number of players, you may need to wait in the game space for a longer period of time. The smart voice of Tianta Intelligence rang out. Tian Tower Intelligence, with my current ability, slowly entering the tower and playing ordinary games has little meaning, right? Wang Ping's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, So, can you give me a special game again? Only the special game is a bit difficult. Player Tianyin, in your situation, there is indeed no need to slowly enter the tower. It is a waste of time. However, are you sure you want to play the special game again? Tianta's intelligent voice rang out, full of interest. This made Wang Ping confirm one thing again. That is, Tianta Intelligence can really operate some things secretly. Although he still didn't understand whether this was Tianta Intelligence's own idea or the interference of the senior in the first-generation chat group, Wang Ping couldn't control that much. He could only hope that this was Tianta Intelligence's own idea. Otherwise, nothing he does can escape that person's control. Okay, I hope to play a special game that will allow me to obtain pseudo-2-digit spiritual rewards. Wang Ping took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Player Tianyin, you will receive a special game with a pseudo-2-digit spiritual reward. When you pass this special game, your floor will jump directly to the 80th floor. I wish you a happy game. Tianta Intelligence's meaningful voice rang out, making Wang Ping frown slightly. However, Wang Ping could only suppress his thoughts and chose to start the game. Then Wang Ping's consciousness flashed, and his whole body was wrapped in white light, and he came to the special mode game world. After Wang Ping's vision became clear, he found himself in a small room, sitting on a chair. In front of the chair, there is a square table with a pair of cards on it. On the chair opposite, there was a blond man sitting, staring at him with his confident blue eyes, and said, Player Tianyin, welcome to my game world. This made Wang Ping frown slightly. He sensed his situation and found that it was as he expected. Under this special mode, his talent was limited again. The degree of restriction this time is even more severe than the last special mode, and you can only see the future once. At the same time, his creative abilities and causal abilities are also unavailable. This is really difficult to handle. Wang Ping sighed. This is your own choice, so you have to bear the corresponding consequences. If you don't choose the special mode and slowly enter the tower with your natural ability, you can easily reach the 85th floor. The blonde man spoke with a hint of teasing in his tone. Are you the incarnation of Tianta intelligence? Wang Ping looked at the man, narrowed his eyes, and said, Do you think I will be that kind of existence? In response to Wang Ping's inquiry, the golden man asked in reply, Maybe, maybe not, but it doesn't matter. What I have to do now is to pass this special mode, isn't it? Wang Ping calmed down and said calmly, If he were just an NPC in the game world, it would obviously be impossible to know about his choice of special mode, let alone make fun of him. For this reason, the possibility that the blonde man in front of him is the incarnation of Tianta intelligence is not small. Of course, it is also possible that Tianta intelligence told this special mode NPC about him. You're right. The blonde man nodded approvingly and said, Those are really not important. What's important is whether you can pass this game. Although, you have a chance to be resurrected. Even if the game fails this time, you can still start over. I think this is the reason why you dare to choose the special mode. The blonde man crossed his fingers to support his chin and said with a chuckle, However, I want to tell you one thing. That is, although you can be resurrected, if you fail the game, it means that you lose the opportunity to enter the special mode again. At the same time, you will also lose the SSS on all floors. I don't need to say more about the consequences of that. You only need to say what the game content is. Since I actively chose the special mode, I have considered all the consequences. Wang Ping looked calm and was not frightened. Ha! The blonde man chuckled and did not continue talking nonsense. Instead, he picked up the unopened playing cards on the table and said, The content of the game this time is very simple. That is, you and I each draw one. Play a card, and whoever has the bigger card wins. The blonde man's words made Wang Ping frown slightly. The content of this game is really simple. However, the simpler the game, the more big problems are hidden. Otherwise, this special mode is just giving away points. Especially under the premise that his talent is a predictor of the future. It is a bonus among bonus points. After all, he only needs to predict the future and look at all the cards to know where the biggest card is. In addition, there are other operations. The king is the largest, the king is the second, then the two of spades, and so on. The three of diamonds is the smallest. While Wang Ping was thinking, the blonde man spoke again. He skillfully opened the playing cards and spoke. Then in front of Wang Ping, he asked Wang Ping to confirm that these were really unopened playing cards. Next, the blonde man closed his eyes and shuffled all the cards, shuffling them very quickly. After the blonde man finished shuffling the cards, he motioned for Wang Ping to do the same. In response, Wang Ping frowned slightly and shuffled the cards with his eyes closed. During this process, the blonde man did not watch. After shuffling the cards, the blonde man closed his eyes and shuffled the cards again. At this point, no one knows where the big and small kings are. It seems that the next game depends entirely on luck. As a player, you have the authority to draw cards first, please. The blonde man looked at Wang Ping and made a gesture of invitation. Wang Ping was not moved by this. He just frowned and thought deeply. The situation in front of me is very strange. It seems that drawing cards depends entirely on luck. But in the Tianta game, there can be no game that relies solely on luck. For this reason, there must be some mystery in it. If he takes a step forward and makes a mistake in his thinking, what will happen to him will be tragedy. What? Are you too scared to smoke? The blonde man stared at Wang Ping and asked with a smile. Don't rush me. There is no set time for this game, so I can think slowly. Wang Ping's expression did not change, and he remained calm. Then think about it slowly. The blonde man didn't appear to be in a hurry and said casually. After the blonde man said these words, the room fell into deathly silence. Wang Ping was expressionless, thinking about various possibilities, and then overturned them one by one. Finally, Wang Ping thought of a possibility that chilled his heart. Although it was a bit fanciful, Wang Ping's intuition told him that the possibility was more than 30%. Nowadays, the information is too small, and the probability of more than 30% is already considered very high. Although this is Wang Ping's own probability, Wang Ping believes in his intuition. After all, luck is part of strength, and intuition can also save lives sometimes. Then, Wang Ping suddenly took action against the blonde man and punched the man in the face. This punch can be said to be fast, accurate, and cruel. Bang! However, facing Wang Ping's sudden punch, the blonde man caught it steadily without even stepping back. Hey, attacking the opponent directly is a foul. The blonde man chuckled and shook Wang Ping's fist away. You didn't say that this rule is your problem. Wang Ping calmly retracted his fist and said, Haha, it's true that I forgot to mention it. So, let me add now that you are not allowed to attack the opponent during the game. If you attack me next time, you may be punished. The blonde man spoke slowly. I see. Wang Ping nodded and took a deep look at the blonde man. From the testing just now, Wang Ping discovered some details. This made Wang Ping more certain of his guess. For this reason, he is willing to take a gamble. Suddenly, Wang Ping summoned the special item Star Moon God and fused it to enhance his power. This made the blonde man squint his eyes and stare at Wang Ping with interest, wanting to see what Wang Ping wanted to do. It was at this time that Wang Ping used his talent for simulating the future. In his simulated future, there are many possibilities. For this reason, he can easily see the position of each card. That is, after Wang Ping used this talent and made the action of drawing cards, the blonde man's eyes flickered slightly, as if he was watching the show. However, Wang Ping's next move caught him off guard. Wang Ping did not draw cards, but changed his movements and directly slapped the table, using his skill to shake the playing cards into the air. All kinds of cards could be seen with the naked eye. Seeing this, the blonde man's pupils shrank, and he secretly thought that something was wrong. He actually summoned the Star and Moon God, who was exactly the same as Wang Ping, in order to seize the king's card. However, Wang Ping summoned the Star Moon God for fusion first, and at the same time he was closer than him, and he had premeditated it. For this reason, Wang Ping easily grabbed the king card first. Then, Wang Ping looked at the blonde man and said calmly, Checkmate. I really belong to you. How did you find out my true identity? The blonde man stopped and laughed. His panel is the same as Wang Ping's. He also has the talents and props that Wang Ping has, and they are stronger. In addition, because he has superior intelligence and knows all the details about Wang Ping, as long as Wang Ping uses his natural ability first, he can use his ability to interfere and let Wang Ping see the wrong future. Maybe it's the game mechanism, or maybe you talk too much and you revealed too much information at the beginning. You know my details and my talents, so this means that there must be something when I use my talents. Big question. Wang Ping twirled the big trump card in his hand and said calmly, Later, I attacked you. You were stronger than me, but very similar to me in terms of power control skills. It makes me suspect that you copied everything about me and optimized it on this basis. That is to say, you are likely to have the ability to interfere with the future I see. For this reason, the normal game method is absolutely unworkable and is a dead end. Therefore, I must feint and grab the cards directly. It's really your fault. You made too many assumptions and assumptions. In the final analysis, you were still betting. However, you did win the bet. In this game, the more powerful talents and props you have, the more powerful you will be at a disadvantage. This is really the only way you can defeat me. Even with this method, if I am not so careless, your probability of winning is not more than 50%. The blonde man covered his forehead and sighed. However, your behavior is considered a violation. For this reason, you will also be punished for violating the rules. This punishment is death. In other words, the one-time resurrection effect of your certificate of the living is consumed. Lost. Hearing this, Wang Ping fell silent. This shitty game is really tricky. A normal game would be a dead end, but using violence to break it would still cost you your life. If someone else were to play this game, the probability of complete death would definitely be as high as 99%. After all, those people don't have such a thing as resurrection coins. Of course, those people's talents are not as strong as Wang Ping's. Under normal game conditions, the probability of passing the level by luck may be higher. However, Wang Ping also feels that this game is specially customized for him. If other players play the game in a special mode, Wang Ping feels that the content of the game may be very different. Anyway, congratulations on successfully clearing the special mode. At this time, the blonde man spoke again. As the blonde man finished speaking, Wang Ping's body was wrapped in white light. Then, Wang Ping disappeared from this game world and returned to his empty room. It seems that he is really the intelligent incarnation of Tianta. After Wang Ping came back, he narrowed his eyes. Generally speaking, after clearing the game, Tianta Intelligent's voice will sound, asking him if he will return immediately. But this time, there was no sound, which seemed very unusual. While Wang Ping was thinking, the smart voice of Tianta Intelligence finally sounded. Ding! It has been detected that player Tian Yin successfully won the special game and received an SSS level evaluation. You have received an SSS level Abyss treasure chest. Ding! Player Tian Yin, congratulations on getting the special reward, pseudo 2-digit spirit level. At the same time, player Tian Yin's floor will also reach the 80th floor, which is equivalent to clearing the first 79 floors, and all achieved SSS level evaluation. Ding! The whole tower is announcing that player Tian Yin has once again passed the special game world and obtained an SSS level evaluation. Player Tian Yin will be qualified to reach the 80th floor. I have obtained the pseudo 2-digit spiritual grid, and it has reached the 80th floor. The distance between me and that person is getting closer and closer. Wang Ping's eyes flashed brightly as he listened to Tianta's intelligent voice, muttering to himself. At this moment, everyone in the heaven paradise was shocked again, even a little numb. It's not that their character is bad, it's just that they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. There is no way. How long has it been since Wang Ping completed the special game, reached the 60th floor, became a 3-digit powerhouse, and destroyed the Alliance? As a result, Wang Ping actually made such a big noise in such a short period of time, which was really scary. This kind of achievement, even if it is 3 digits, is so shocking that I don't know how to evaluate it. Any words of praise seem extremely pale. Isn't this really cheating? Tianta must be playing tricks on him. No one else has triggered the special game. As a result, he jumped directly to the 80th floor after several consecutive jumps. Even those who are strong in double digits have some doubts about life. No matter what his situation is, there is no doubt that he is a monster. His record of breaking into the tower is probably very difficult for anyone to surpass. Yeah, this is too cruel. If nothing else goes wrong, this person should be promoted to a double-digit level. The reward for the 80th level is for someone with a double-digit spirit level. As the 2-digit number fell, no 2-digit number made any more noise and fell into a deathly silence. Their moods are very complicated. The monster from the Qin Palace appeared before, and then he broke into the tower as easily as breathing, directly setting the record to a desperate level for Tian Yin. It seemed that they were too useless. Obviously, everyone is in double digits. Why are these two so showy? The most important thing is that these two people came from the same force, which makes people even more silent. Speaking of which, that guy hasn't come out for a long time. I have some suspicions that he's already stuck on the 90th floor and can't come out. At this time, two figures suddenly spoke. Aha! What do you mean by saying this? Two figures sneered. This is an opportunity. I have been investigating over the years and discovered the powerful secret. Although we and he are both 2-digit numbers, you should all know that he is the real 2-digit number. According to my investigation, the reason why he was promoted to a real 2-digit number was because he refined a pseudo 2-digit spirit. In addition, the origin of the chat group also played a vital role. The two figures who spoke before were tempting. Now, the man who is deep in the 90th floor of the Sky Tower, as long as we take action against this Tian Yin, maybe we will have the opportunity to set foot on the real 2-digit level. By then, even if he can come out, he will not be able to cover the sky with one hand. Hung Tian, if you want to die, just go alone. Don't take us with you. Two figures laughed sarcastically. You are the person behind the Ouroboros Demon King. You must have been secretly plotting the origin of the chat group before this. So, you sent the Ouroboros Demon King to secretly take action. However, you did not expect to be exposed so quickly. At the same time, You didn't expect that Tianyin would grow so fast. And at the same time, he would have the terrifying talent to find the alliance and destroy it. Now that the matter has been revealed, you are afraid that Tianyin will seek revenge on you, but we don't have such worries. As for being promoted to a real two-digit number, hey, it is not so easy to advance to a real two-digit number. Even if there is a method, the success rate is very low. It won't be more than 10%. You want to die, but we don't want to die. After saying this, those two-digit auras all disappeared. This made the two-digit powerhouse named Hung Tian look very gloomy. A bunch of cowards? In the end, Hung Tian could only curse the other two-digit experts in his heart and plan to act alone. When things got to this point, he could no longer worry about the person in the Chun Palace. As for making an apology to Wang Ping, he had never thought about it. This is not a question of whether a man can bend or stretch, but that one of the two parties is destined to die. Hung Tian doesn't believe that Wang Ping has no idea about being promoted to double digits. Now that he has an idea, he is very likely to take action against his enemy and seize his spiritual power. This is a prerequisite for him to advance to double digits. He is a pseudo-two-digit person, and then he has to refine a pseudo-two-digit spirit. That's what the original one did. Immediately, Hung Tian began to take action, preparing to send people down to the realm to attack Alpha. If Alpha could be captured, Wang Ping might be able to get away with it. Originally, Hung Tian did not want to take action against Alpha. After all, Alpha's background is too big and her creator is too mysterious. At the same time, there is also a relationship with the person from the Chun Palace. Although the person who dismantled Alpha seized the origin of the chat group and established his own company, no one knew what he was thinking. For this reason, Hung Tian focused on the origin of the chat group in Alpha and only dared to act secretly, beguiling Dao Yi to join forces with a small force of Killing Paradise to attack Alpha, allowing Dao Yi to rebel and seize most of the remaining origins of the chat group. However, even so, he had no idea of taking action against Alpha. Whether it was the person from the Dust Palace or Alpha's creator, they all made him extremely afraid and did not dare to go too far. However, at this point, he had to take action against Alpha in a high-profile manner. He had to do this in order to survive, to advance to double digits. When the two-digit being Hung Tian took action, Wang Ping also absorbed the pseudo-two-digit spirit and successfully advanced to the pseudo-two-digit level. If Wang Ping comes to the outside world, he will definitely be regarded as the 37th two-digit number. However, Wang Ping didn't think about those things for the time being. He looked at his SSS level Abyss treasure chest and chose to open it. Ding! Congratulations on opening the SSS level Abyss treasure chest and receiving the following rewards. All attributes plus 50,000. Two-digit low-level special prop, Yongshuang. Double-digit low-level item, Maitel's Blessing. Three-digit top-quality special props, Certificate of the Living. Incomplete two-digit regular stone. Several three-digit special props. Two-digit special prop, Eternal Frost. A one-time special prop. Using this prop, you can permanently freeze a pseudo-two-digit strong person. P.S. This prop is a special prop and will undergo certain adjustments in the Tianta game. Two-digit special item, Miter's Blessing. With this item, any curses and negative effects on the holder will be erased and become ineffective. Even if you face a curse ability that exceeds the level of this item, there will be a corresponding erasure effect. P.S. This prop is a special prop and will undergo certain adjustments in the Tianta game. Three-digit top-notch special props, Certificate of the Living. Incomplete two-digit rule stone, a broken two-digit rule stone. If it can be repaired, the talent can be promoted. This reward is really generous. Wang Ping looked at the reward list and was very happy. I have used up one living certificate, and now I am rewarded with another one, which makes me very happy. Now that he has reached the pseudo-two-digit level, he no longer needs this thing, but he can consider using this to resurrect the reincarnation Immortal Emperor's little daughter. Two two-digit special props. This is the most precious reward. Wang Ping looked at the two two-digit special props with bright eyes. Yongshuang can permanently freeze a two-digit number, and the effect is very powerful. Although Wang Ping feels that the two-digit number written here is most likely a pseudo two-digit number rather than a real two-digit number, the effect is strong enough. As for the two-digit special item Miter's Blessing, it is also very powerful and can be immune to curses and negative effects. With this prop, even if Wang Ping is a new pseudo two-digit player, he doesn't have to worry about being tricked against those veteran two-digit players. Later, Wang Ping took a look at the other unexplained rewards and found that there were quite a lot of good things, including several three-digit top-notch special props. However, these special props are not as good as the evidence of the living, so they are not mentioned separately. However, it seems that it is not enough for me to get rid of that person's control now. I also need a stronger trump card. Wang Ping's eyes were deep, and he calmed down again. However, Wang Ping has no plans to continue breaking into the tower for the time being. What he has to do next is to advance to a real double-digit level, then find a way to complete the two-digit rule stones, and finally upgrade his talent. Only when he becomes a true double-digit player, and his talent rises to the double-digit level, will he have the confidence to compete with the person in the first-generation chat group. Afterwards, Wang Ping gathered his thoughts and chose to leave the Tianta space. When Wang Ping left the Tianta space, amazing visions filled the entire heavenly paradise. Ordinary people still don't know what happened, but those powerful beings who have lived for a long time understand that a new two-digit number is born. At the same time, they also guessed that Wang Ping had advanced to double digits. For this reason, many powerful people are very envious and full of awe. However, Wang Ping was not at all proud at this time, but looked gloomy. After leaving the Tianta space, his natural abilities recovered as before, and he is now a pseudo-double-digit powerhouse. To this end, he sees a future where Alpha and its third-generation chat group members are targeted. If he comes back later, even if Alpha has many trump cards he has given him, it will still be impossible to stop him if he is targeted by a two-digit force. The ending was that Alpha was captured alive, and all the old acquaintances in the third-generation chat group were also captured alive to threaten him. Hung Tian, you're looking for death. Wang Ping roared angrily, and the sound resounded throughout the paradise of all heavens. This roar shocked the entire heaven and paradise, and even all kinds of terrifying phenomena appeared in the entire world because of Wang Ping's roar. Although the two-digit number is only a pseudo-two-digit number, its power is terrifying enough to shake the entire world. For this reason, this also caused countless creatures to be frightened. They didn't know what was happening and why there were such terrifying beings. At the same time, when those powerful creatures heard the word Hung Tian, their pupils shrank and they became even more frightened. After all, Hung Tian is a two-digit powerhouse, and among the two digits, he is a very ancient existence, ranking among the top 10. Although this ranking is only the time to advance to double digits, it is enough to explain the problem. Nowadays, there is a suspected two-digit existence calling Hung Tian by his name, and even threatening that he should die. The content contained in this is too terrifying. There is no doubt that a battle between double figures may break out next. In a battle between two figures, even three figures are not qualified to participate. Even if they are watching the battle, they need to be careful. If they are not careful, they will be affected and die. Wang Ping, go outside the paradise. It's a matter of life and death between you and me. Hung Tian's cold voice rang out, causing all the heavens and worlds to shake again. For a moment, all the powerful creatures in the world showed frightened expressions, knowing that a great disaster was about to happen. For this reason, they did not care about the need to break into the tower after entering the paradise of all heavens. The four-digit existences, or the creatures who had entered the paradise of all heavens, all took out their paradise passes, as if they were fleeing and fled to the paradise of all heavens. Paradise. They knew very well that there was still a chance of survival if they escaped to the paradise of heavens. If you continue to stay in the heavens and worlds, you will definitely die. Rumor has it that two-digit beings have the power to destroy all heavens and create all worlds. In a battle between strong men at this level, the entire world will be destroyed, and all the worlds will be wiped out. At that time, even if there are two-digit experts who create the world again, Whether they will be resurrected at that time is really a question. No one is willing to bet on the two-digit mercy, so they can only actively seize the glimmer of life as much as possible. In the fantasy world, the Samsara immortal emperor was stunned. Wang Ping has already advanced to double digits. This is probably too fast. However, how could he face off against Hung Tian, an ancient two-digit powerhouse? And he was still determined to fight to the death. Hey, it looks like I can't hold on to this world anymore. Afterwards, the immortal Emperor Samsara looked deeply at his hometown in the distance and smiled helplessly. The double-digit war has spread too widely. Rumor has it that in the distant past, there was a battle between two-digit beings. That war affected all heavens and all realms and destroyed them. Although it was said that there were strong men who took action later and restored the world, but no one wanted to experience that kind of experience. Beyond that, no one can say for sure whether they will be resurrected. However, even so, the immortal Emperor of Samsara has no intention of escaping to the paradise of all heavens. There's no need for that. If Wang Ping can win, nothing will be a problem. If Wang Ping loses, then people from Wang Ping's faction will definitely be purged. At the same time, the members of the third-generation chat group who were living in different worlds and carrying out tasks were all confused. They didn't know what was going on, but when they heard the word Wang Ping, many people instinctively thought of Wang Ping, the big brother of the group leader. For this reason, people like Lin Yuanyuan contacted Wang Ping immediately. Wang Ping did not reply. At this moment, Wang Ping was on the middle and upper level of paradise, looking in the direction of Hung Tian. He looked at him and said in a cold voice, "No, not only to distinguish between superior and inferior, but also to determine life and death. No, today you will be defeated and become my second promotion, a stepping stone to digital numbers." The moment he finished speaking, Wang Ping's thought was to have all the men sent by Hung Tian die suddenly and mysteriously, completely dead. Even the resurrection tools would be useless. As expected of him, he is from the same family as that guy. He is really arrogant. Hung Tian didn't care about the death of his men. He just snorted coldly and directly tore open the space of Zhutian paradise and went to the outside world. Existences with two digits can even destroy all heavens and worlds. If you want to erase existences below two digits, you don't need any innate ability. It's really just a thought. Wang Ping sneered and also tore apart the space of the paradise of the heavens and went to the heavens and worlds, looking at Hung Tian across many worlds. Without the suppression of the rules of paradise of all heavens, when the two people's eyes met, a terrifying storm of destruction was triggered, and the worlds along the way were shattered and ceased to exist. Among them, there are many powerful worlds that can give birth to three-digit beings. Kill! Immediately afterwards, Hung Tian shouted loudly, and the sound shook the heavens and the worlds, causing countless worlds to shatter and turn into nothingness. Then, he rushed towards Wang Ping, and the endless darkness drowned everything. Time, space, past, present, and future are all meaningless in the face of this terrifying power. Wang Ping snorted coldly, and the terrifying chaos energy erupted. Infinite worlds were destroyed and reborn in the chaos energy, colliding with the endless darkness, entangled and obliterated each other. The war between the two-digit beings broke out. Because both of them are in the double digits who relied on the heavenly tower to advance, there is no difference in spiritual strength. Even though Hung Tian had already reached double digits in extremely ancient years, he still did not have any improvement in power. His power had long been locked. For this reason, Hung Tian cannot occupy a huge advantage. Of course, Wang Ping was also unable to gain any advantage, and was even in a relatively weak state. In the final analysis, although Hung Tian cannot improve his strength, he has lived for a long time. In terms of double-digit power control and double-digit combat experience, Wang Ping cannot compare. However, just like this, no one can do anything to anyone, no one can destroy the other, and the winner can be determined completely. Even if one party kills the other party once, the other party can come back to life again. As long as someone remembers the existence of Wang Ping and Hung Tian, knows Wang Ping and Hung Tian. Even if they talk about them unconsciously, Wang Ping and Hung Tian can come back to life. Of course, talking about two-digit numbers does not count, because two-digit numbers can block these rules. If you want to truly kill the opponent, you can only seize its spiritual energy and then basically erase it. However, in order to do this kind of thing, the power gap between the two sides must be huge, or they must have terrifying props. Otherwise, it would be difficult to completely kill another two-digit number by fighting alone. Hung Tian and Wang Ping collided, and with a single blow, countless worlds were exploded, causing turmoil in all the heavens and worlds. He was full of murderous intent and shouted, "Wang Ping, if you only have this ability, then you can become the nourishment for me to advance to double digits." When he said this, Hung Tian directly used a prop, and the strange darkness began to spread, and the terrifying curse began to emerge. That was a terrifying curse that could have a huge impact on two-digit beings. Obviously, this is a two-digit prop held by Hung Tian. Is it a curse? If this is your trump card, then you are nothing more than that. Wang Ping burst out with terrifying power and tried to resolve the curse, but it was in vain. However, he still did not panic, but mocked Hung Tian. These words made Hung Tian frown. He discovered that although Wang Ping's power could not resolve the curse, he was not affected by the curse. "It seems that you have a two-digit curse-free item," Hung Tian said in a deep voice. "However, even if the curse is useless to you, you will still not be my opponent. Junior, in terms of background, you are still far behind," Hung Tian shouted and used a prop again. After this prop appeared, a strange figure emerged from the darkness and attacked Wang Ping. This made Wang Ping frown slightly, because this weird black shadow also has a power close to pseudo two digits. Although it is said that at the level of pseudo double digits, even if it is 2 against 1, it is impossible to destroy the opponent in a short time. It will take an extremely long time, but in the final analysis, the opponent will still be destroyed until the end. For this reason, Wang Ping no longer held back and used a two-digit special item, Yongshuang. As the two-digit special prop Yongshuang was used by Wang Ping, the terrifying freezing rules appear in all the worlds. Whether it is many worlds, black shadows, or Hung Tian himself, they are all frozen by this terrifying frost, as if they are turning into eternal ice sculptures. Looking at this scene, the other two figures all felt awe-inspiring in their hearts. This item is so powerful that it can freeze two double digits instantly. However, what makes them feel even more complicated is that Wang Ping, a new two-digit player, actually has so many two-digit items. You know, these two-digit experts don't have many two-digit props. For ancient two-digit numbers like Hung Tian, there may be 2 or 3 two-digit props. For those two-digit numbers that were born relatively recently, it would be nice to have 1 two-digit prop. There is no way. It is too difficult to obtain two-digit props. Even on the floors above the 80th floor of the Sky Tower, it is not easy to obtain double-digit props and requires a high rating. This is really difficult. Not to mention, some of the two-digit props are disposable props and are gone after use. And at their level, no one is willing to break into the tower easily. After all, they're already at the top. Unless there are special circumstances, there is really no need to risk their lives to win a double-digit item. However, having said that, when they see a life-and-death battle between two-digit numbers again after a long absence, and they need to rely on powerful two-digit items to gain an advantage, they will still have mixed emotions. Hung Tian, you won't lose like this. There are whispers of two-digit numbers. He can't lose so easily. A two-digit number spoke calmly. He has been preparing for this day for a long time, and he even traded a two-digit special item with me not long ago. As soon as these words came out, the other two figures all showed bright eyes, knowing that the good show was yet to come. It was at this moment that the frozen body of Hung Tian burst out with terrifying black light, illuminating the entire world. Then, all the world screamed because of this dark power, while Hung Tian's aura climbed steadily, quickly breaking the eternal ice, and stared at Wang Ping with cold eyes. Wang Ping, don't think that you are the only one who has special tools to resist curses and control. If this is your last trump card, you will be completely dead. Haha, I will return this sentence to you. Wang Ping said expressionlessly. He was mentally prepared for this result. After all, the ancient two-digit strongmen are not that easy to deal with. However, if possible, Wang Ping really doesn't want to use the two-digit prop given to him by the senior in the first-generation chat group. Because once he uses this prop and can kill Heng Tian with this special prop, it means that he is really counted dead by that person. His plan included that he would not follow the rules and force his way into the tower to upgrade to double digits. At the same time, it also means that this Heng Tian is just a pawn of that senior, a sad pawn. Heng Tian thought he was working hard to advance to double digits, but all his actions were deliberately guided by that person. Afterwards, Wang Ping stopped talking nonsense. When Heng Tian launched a terrorist attack, he directly took out the two-digit special item Wandao. With the appearance of the two-digit prop Wandao and Wang Ping resonated. Wang Ping's strength also began to rise steadily, with a sense of detachment. Then, Wang Ping broke Heng Tian's attack with a casual blow and shattered his body. This change has frightened many double-digit figures. They were not frightened because of Wang Ping's power, nor were they frightened because Heng Tian's body was shattered. They were simply frightened by the appearance of the two-digit item Mando. In the beginning, it was because of the person from the Chun Palace that after using this item, he suppressed the enemy forcefully and captured his spirit. How did this prop get into Wang Ping's hands? Could it be that he planned all of this? There are two figures who are frightened in their hearts. The other two digits were also silent. It turned out that some people had some crooked ideas. Now, I have completely run out of ideas. No one knows who else that person is plotting against. If they take action at will, even if that person is really unable to leave the tower, they may be completely killed. Damn it, Wang Chun, do you want me to be a stepping stone for him? If so, then I will break your game, wipe him out completely, and make your plan come to nothing. Heng Tian also recovered his body. Feeling this familiar and terrifying power, Heng Tian's expression became distorted. He could not accept the fact that he had been plotted long ago, and he could not accept the fact that he had become a clown. For this reason, Heng Tian broke out. He was unwilling to be like the script he wrote, being wiped out by Wang Ping and taking away his spiritual power. Even if they die together, he still wants to break the situation. Looking at the crazy Heng Tian, Wang Ping fell silent. Two-digit props and 10,000 ways can draw the power of all heavens and 10,000 ways to bless oneself. This prop doesn't seem strong enough and won't be of much use in a pseudo two-digit battle. After all, even a false two-digit number can destroy the world if it costs a lot of money. However, being able to destroy all heavens and all realms does not mean that the energy level of all heavens and all realms is weak. The blessings of all the heavens and all the ways are absolutely terrifying, but the power of all the heavens and all the ways is too scattered to be twisted into a rope, so it seems that it is not as good as the false two-digit number, and you will pay a big price for the false two-digit number. Destruction. At the same time, the two-digit item Wandao has another potential ability that has not been revealed. That is, if there is a force that has a serious negative impact on the heavens and the world, and may even destroy the heavens and the world, the effect of this prop will be brought out to the greatest extent, and the heavens and the world will give the greatest power and blessing. On Wang Ping, the darker the enemy is, the stronger Wang Ping is. Therefore, when Heng Tian erupted with terrifying and strange power to corrode all heavens in 10,000 ways, and broke out of the seal, the effect of the two-digit item 10,000 ways was completely stimulated. For this reason, Wang Ping had to wonder whether the origin of Heng Tian's special prop was also related to the senior in the first-generation chat group. If so, it really frightened him. This feeling of being counted dead from beginning to end is really despairing. Therefore, Wang Ping understood Heng Tian's crazy appearance. After all, he was also the one who was plotted, but he was the one who was cultivated, while Heng Tian was the one who was used and framed. You can't break the situation. Your end has already been determined. Wang Ping sighed and took action again, fighting with Heng Tian. Wang Ping, who has special props and blessings from 10,000 ways, has completely surpassed Heng Tian in power. And as time goes by, Wang Ping's power will become stronger and stronger. For this reason, a crushing situation soon formed, and Hung Tian was ruthlessly suppressed and wiped out. In that case, then you and all the worlds will accompany me on the road. Hung Tian had a ferocious face and laughed. At this moment, his physical body was completely disintegrated. His origin was being annihilated, and his pseudo-two-digit spiritual grid was also blooming with terrifying light. Then the destruction began. All the heavens and worlds are heading towards destruction, towards the end, and everything will cease to exist. However, it was at this moment that Wang Ping's power reached its peak, and all the power of the heavens and all the ways came to support Wang Ping. Wang Ping sighed, stretched out his palm, and directly grabbed Hung Tian's pseudo-two-digit spirit that could not self-destruct. If the existence of the pseudo-two-digit number wants to destroy all heavens and worlds, it needs to abandon its body, soul, and origin, and stimulate the power of the pseudo-two-digit spiritual personality to the extreme. Although they will not die, it will make them extremely weak and unable to regenerate for a long time. In such a situation, it is undoubtedly very dangerous, and the other two digits will not watch it. After all, everyone would be jealous of a pseudo-two-digit soul. At this moment, the pseudo-two-digit spirit in Wang Ping's hand was struggling fiercely, trying to get rid of Wang Ping's restraints. Unfortunately, Wang Ping would not let him get his wish, and began to suppress him forcefully. During this process, Wang Ping ignored the destruction of all heavens and worlds. He couldn't stop this situation and could only protect himself. However, as long as he suppresses Hung Tian's spiritual energy, refines it, and advances it to a true two-digit number, then regenerating all the heavens and worlds is just a casual matter. Next, Wang Ping didn't worry about the other two figures and directly used his natural ability to create a different space. Although the three-digit talent will not have much effect in the pseudo-two-digit battle, after the battle, it is very convenient to create the talent that helps him suppress his spirit and accelerate the refining of his spirit. Seeing this scene, the other two figures were silent. From the moment Wang Ping used the two-digit item Wandao, they guessed the ending. However, when they witnessed this familiar yet unfamiliar ending, they still had mixed emotions and felt sad. So, what if it's a pseudo-two-digit number? If you don't reach the peak, you'll have no choice but to be a human being. In the end, after these pseudo-two-digit numbers silently bid farewell to Hung Tian, they looked away one by one and stopped looking at them. The other creatures in the paradise of all heavens felt relieved after the horrific news that affected the paradise of all heavens was finally over. However, they soon learned the news that all the heavens and worlds have been destroyed, and they were all shocked. What follows is sadness. After all, many people come from all heavens and realms. Now their hometown has been destroyed. It can be said that they have become creatures without a home. No matter how powerful a creature is, there will still be some nostalgia for home. Alpha, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief after knowing that Wang Ping was fine. While feeling happy, he also silently lamented Wang Ping's monster. In just a short time, he has become a double-digit warrior, and he has also defeated another double-digit warrior, which is simply unbelievable. If two two-digit numbers appear in a force, if the master knew about it, he would definitely be shocked. I just don't know where the master has gone. Alpha muttered to himself, missing his creator very much. In the blink of an eye, decades have passed, and the storm has gradually subsided, and no one even remembers the existence of the two-digit Hung Tian anymore. This lets other two-digit and three-digit beings with special circumstances know that Hung Tian has been completely wiped out. Naturally, they would not think that Wang Ping had wiped out Hung Tian, a two-digit powerhouse, in just a few decades. In that strange alien space, the speed of time must be different. With Wang Ping's cover, no one knows how long has passed in that place. Time passed, and another 2 years passed, and a breath of terror passed away in a flash. This aura was too powerful, but it appeared too quickly and secretly, and even the other two digits were not aware of it. However, the other two digits soon discovered anomalies. That is, the world has returned to its original state, and the creatures in the world do not know that the world has been destroyed, as if the war decades ago had never happened. This made the other two figures silent and guess something. That is, Wang Ping has probably been promoted to a real double digit like the one from Qin Palace. Therefore, they are no longer qualified to sense his presence. Now, we can't call him by his first name. A two-digit being sighed. The other two digits couldn't help but smile bitterly, feeling particularly complicated. If we only count outside time, Wang Ping would be less than 100 years old. As two-digit experts who have existed for a long time, they dare not call a person who is less than 100 years old by his real name. It is not too outrageous. The second true, transcendent person. There are two figures who are very envious. It is indeed the second one. However, I think there will probably be a third one. After all, there is still one person left to reach the 90th floor or above. Two figures spoke and murmured to themselves. These words silenced the two figures. They don't know who the third person is or where he is now. Perhaps that person's growth requires one of them to be his stepping stone. In other words, I don't know which two-digit number will be unlucky enough to become a pawn. It seems that the time has come to compete for luck. These two digits are all self-deprecating. This person is none other than Wang Ping. Now Wang Ping has been promoted to a real two-digit number. With a single move, he can easily destroy or create all heavens and worlds. I have to say that this power amazed Wang Ping. However, recalling the thrill of the breakthrough, Wang Ping was still frightened. He almost fell completely. If it hadn't been for the two-digit prop Wandao who suddenly instilled in him the experience and know-how of breaking through double digits at the last moment. Otherwise, he would never have been able to break through and stand up again and set foot on the real double digits. I thought that if I didn't play by the rules, I would be able to escape his control. But in the end, all my actions were planned by him, and I even needed his help to advance to double digits. It's really frustrating. Wang Ping sighed. Now that things have happened, Wang Ping has many speculations in his mind. For this reason, he can be calm and not despair. Next, Wang Ping took a step and instantly crossed an endless distance, returned to the fantasy world, and met the immortal emperor of Samsara. I can't see through you at all. The immortal emperor, Samsara, was amazed. There is a small breakthrough, and the strength has improved a bit. Wang Ping chuckled. Samsara, immortal emperor Wu Yin. Do you call this a small breakthrough? An increase in strength? If this is just a small breakthrough, then others really don't have to live. This prop can help fellow Taoist resurrect my little daughter. Please accept it. Then Wang Ping took out a three-digit special item, the Certificate of the Living, and spoke. The immortal emperor of Samsara was stunned for a moment, then showed joy, took the props, and started looking at them. Then his eyes widened, and he took a breath of air. As an immortal emperor, he is naturally knowledgeable and shouldn't be so rude, but the effect of this prop is so abnormal that he has to be shocked. It can only be said that it is too wasteful to use this thing to resurrect a four-digit existence. For a moment, the immortal emperor Samsara really didn't dare to accept such a precious thing. Don't let me become a person who breaks your word. And I came to you not just to help you resurrect your daughter, but also for another purpose. Wang Ping smiled and said, I'm going to take root at the top and create a new two-digit force. A new force needs a lot of talents when it starts. Therefore, I hope you can join the Time Traveler chat group and become a chat group elder. It's a great honor. Both me and my followers will be proud to join the Time Traveler chat group. Immortal Emperor Samsara's eyes flashed brightly, and he said without hesitation, Wang Ping nodded, not surprised by the choice of the Samsara Immortal Emperor. Although it is said that many three-digit figures are very proud and will not easily join the two-digit forces, and those two-digit forces will not easily accept the three-digit figures who join in the middle. The Samsara Immortal Emperor is in a special situation and will naturally not refuse the king. If you are flat, you will only give advice. Next, after Wang Ping said goodbye to the Immortal Emperor of Samsara, he went to see old friends such as the Tai Emperor Palace and also prepared to add some talented people to the Time Traveler chat group. As a two-digit strong man, he can naturally bring people from all heavens and worlds to the paradise of all heavens. Although, after entering Zhutian Paradise, you need to play the game immediately. The Tianta game is undoubtedly very dangerous. However, Wang Ping is not short of money now, and getting a bunch of delay props is not a problem. At that time, just wait until those people are fully prepared before playing the Sky Tower game. After taking care of these things, Wang Ping returned to the heavenly paradise, brought Alpha to the upper area, and established his own 2-digit Force Travelers chat group. Although, Alpha asked Wang Ping to change his name to a power name like Chun Wang Palace. In this regard, Wang Ping has no idea of changing the name. He still prefers the name of the Time Traveler chat group. As Wang Ping officially established the 2-digit power and Time Traveler chat group at the upper level, the big shots in Jutian Paradise could not sit still and came to congratulate him, bringing generous gifts. On top of the Immortal Banquet, Lin Yuan, Chen Yao, Kai Yonglong, Zhang Jun, and other veterans of the Time Traveler chat group were sitting in the seats, and they were all in a trance. They had no idea that in such a short period of time, Brother Wang would already reach double figures and become one of the most powerful figures in the world. And they also followed the chickens and dogs to ascend to heaven, and actually became the elders of this huge force. It was simply a joke in the world. We are really lucky to be able to join the chat group at an early stage and perform tasks together with Brother Wang. Kai Yonglong looked at the envious looks from the big shots below, feeling very subtle and happy in his heart. But more importantly, his brain was shut down and he was a little numb. Those who can participate in this banquet must have a minimum income of 4 digits, or be the descendant of some big shot. As a result, these big figures who were not even qualified to meet the outside world and could only hear about them from legends would actually envy them. It was really hard to know what to think. Hey, fortunately, since I joined the group, I have been kneeling and licking Brother Wang and hugging Brother Wang's thigh like crazy. Otherwise, Qin Tian, wouldn't be where I am today. Qin Tian also chuckled, feeling a little carried away, while Kai Yonglong and others were filled with emotion. After Wang Ping finished dealing with the 2-digit numbers, he looked at Huang Huihui, the messenger from the Qin Palace, and nodded to her. However, this time Huang Huihui was not as careless as when she first met Wang Ping. Instead, she looked serious and respected Wang Ping very much. After all, when they first met, the two were on equal terms, so Huang Huihui could talk carelessly. However, now Wang Ping has become a real double figure like her palace master, and must be treated with respect. Seeing the appearance of these juniors really makes me miss them. After Huang Huihui toasted to Wang Ping, she was filled with emotions. Oh, what does this mean? Wang Ping pretended to be curious. Back then, I only held my thighs tightly, so that I could be lucky enough to become a 3-digit existence. As the saying goes, if one person can achieve enlightenment, chickens and dogs can ascend to heaven. Rather than practicing hard on his own, investing well is the right path. Huang Huihui chuckled. Indeed. However, they don't really invest in me. I'm just nostalgic. Wang Ping shook his head and said, the one who really invested in me was Alpha. Besides that, it was my senior. At the end of the sentence, Wang Ping showed a meaningful look. Alpha, she is indeed very lucky. Huang Huihui chuckled. Lord Wang Ping, the palace master asked me to give you one last message. Go and break into the tower. When you reach the 90th floor, he will answer your questions. After a pause, Huang Huihui said respectfully with a serious face, I will go to the 90th floor, but not now. Wang Ping looked calm and spoke. The chat group has just started and has not yet developed into the scale that a real 2-digit force should have. How could he possibly break into the tower? I just have a message. You can do whatever you want. Huang Huihui said respectfully. Yes. Wang Ping nodded and did not continue to discuss this matter with Huang Huihui. A few days later, the Immortal Banquet ended completely, and all the powerful people from all sides left. However, although the Immortal Banquet is over, it is not peaceful in the paradise of all heavens. The chat group of time travelers is hotly discussed by countless creatures, and their reputation has spread to the entire heavens and worlds, allowing those who are qualified to enter the paradise of all heavens or enter. The creatures passing through the heavenly paradise are shocked. In the blink of an eye, millions of years have passed. In this million years, Wang Ping has never been forced to break into the tower because he has never been able to get the quota. For this reason, he developed the Traveler Chat Group with peace of mind. Under his efforts, the Traveler Chat Group has become a true two-digit force. Among the two-digit forces, it is second only to the Palace of Dust created by the predecessor of the first-generation chat group. Under his training, both the group members who joined the chat group before and the group members with good potential recruited in the past million years have all reached four-digit or even three-digit levels. As for people like Yi Chun and Bai Hong, who he accepted as his disciples, they were trained by him, and they all easily became quasi-immortal emperors. Some disciples, like Yi Chun and Bai Hong, were lucky enough to obtain three-digit spiritual powers and became three-digit beings. As for Alpha, needless to say, he is his appointed manager. For this reason, Alpha was forcibly raised to the three-digit limit at a great cost, and he also had many three-digit special props. It can be said that Alpha is definitely one of the most powerful existences among the three figures, and perhaps only a certain three figure in the Dust Palace can compare. The premise is that the senior in the first-generation chat group values that three-digit number as much as Wang Ping values Alpha. At this point, Wang Ping no longer has to worry about the future of the Time Traveler chat group. In the fairy court, Wang Ping sat on a chair carved from fairy jade and read a book. Behind Wang Ping, Alpha squeezed Wang Ping's shoulder skillfully. At this time, Wang Ping suddenly closed the precious fairy book, looked in the direction of the Tianta, and said, "Alpha, the Time Traveler chat group will be left to you. Although you are a bit stupid, there is the reincarnation Immortal Emperor. Assistant, I'm not worried about what will happen. Are you leaving?" Alpha stopped and asked worriedly. "Well, I should have gone to the tower a million years ago, but I delayed it until now because of the Time Traveler chat group. However, if I continue to delay, the senior may become a little emotional." Wang Ping nodded slightly and said, "However, more importantly, I also want to solve the doubts in my heart and climb to the top of the Sky Tower." "That's it." Alpha was silent for a while and did not stop Wang Ping, but said softly, "I understand. I will protect the Traveler chat group and wait for your return. I wish you good luck in martial arts." "Well, I'll come back safe and sound." Wang Ping nodded. Then, without saying anything more to Alpha, he disappeared quietly. Soon after, Wang Ping summoned the two figures from Zhutian Paradise and asked these people to accompany him to break into the tower. In response, these two figures looked at each other and fell into silence. This is not an invitation, but an order. If you don't want to die if you reach the two-digit number on the 80th floor, then accompany me to break into the tower. Wang Ping glanced at the two figures summoned by him and said calmly, "Although I don't like to act overbearingly and kill innocent people indiscriminately for the sake of my own life, I can only be overbearing for once. I hope you can understand." As soon as these words came out, several two-digit figures smiled bitterly. They have no choice. Finally, Wang Ping successfully found his teammates and started to enter the tower. Next, without the slightest surprise, a series of announcements were made in Zhutian Paradise, all of which were SSS-level evaluations. And those two-digit figures who were pulled by Wang Ping to play the game were just forced at first, but later turned into looking forward to teaming up with Wang Ping to climb the tower. Because teaming up with Wang Ping is a sure win. Although they only had mixed scores and didn't even get an S-level rating, they at least received generous rewards. Later on, they even received a two-digit special item. For a moment, these two figures who once broke into the lower floors of the tower also remembered what the person from the Dust Palace had done. That one was just trying to make up the numbers. In the end, the double figures who teamed up with him gained a lot. However, that person's methods were too ruthless, and the process of breaking into the tower was not as gentle and relaxed as Wang Ping's. Not long after, Wang Ping got through the 89th floor and reached the 90th floor as he wished. On the 90th floor, the other two figures are no longer qualified to accompany Wang Ping to enter the tower. As tool men, they can also withdraw. After Wang Ping stepped onto the 90th floor, he discovered that it was a dark space. In the dark space, there is a flash of white light. Wang Ping looked around and found that it was a stone platform paved with white jade. On the stone platform, there was a handsome man in black robe sitting on the ground, sipping a glass of wine. Wang Ping came to the stone platform and looked at the gentle-looking man with twinkling eyes and a complicated mood. "Sit down." The handsome man looked at Wang Ping, said warmly, and poured Wang Ping a glass of wine. In response, Wang Ping nodded, sat on the floor, naturally took the wine glass, and drank it down in one gulp. "I once said that when you come here, I will answer your questions." Wang Chun looked at Wang Ping with a smile on his lips and said, "So if you have any questions, just ask me. What is my relationship with you?" Wang Ping was silent for a moment before asking, "Where do you think the weirdness comes from?" Wang Chun poured himself wine and drank it down again. He didn't answer, but asked questions very naturally. "Weird." Wang Ping fell into thinking and spoke. "I think weirdness should be the dark side of the tower." "Yes, and also wrong." Wang Chun nodded and shook his head. "You should be curious about why I can interfere with Tianta. That's because I have cooperated with Tianta intelligence, so I know a lot of secrets." Wang Chun said slowly with deep eyes. "According to the understanding of people on Earth, the heavens and realms here should be the endless multiverse. But outside of the endless multiverse, there are endless multiverses. Leave this nest of dolls," Wang Ping complained. "It is indeed a bit of a nesting doll, but this is the truth. The world is too vast. Even a real two-digit number in front of it is nothing. It is difficult to see through the root of this endless world." Wang Chun chuckled. Then, Wang Chun became serious again and said in a deep voice, "In this endless multiverse, there are dark rules, full of destruction and destruction. Weirdness is a derivative of darkness. The Tower of Heaven is something created by a certain terrifying existence to suppress the rules of darkness and recycle the rules of darkness. Isn't the Sky Tower related to a one-digit number? A one-digit number is omniscient and omnipotent. It would be easy to completely erase these dark rules and weirdness." Wang Ping frowned. "That's the theory. However, true omniscience and omnipotence does not exist. It is only close to that level, and darkness and weirdness are the birth of his negative emotions. As long as he does not die, he cannot completely erase them, so he can only remove them suppression." Wang Chun shook his head and said. Hearing this, Wang Ping finally understood the origin of Tianta. "In other words, it's a lie that you can reach single digits by climbing to the top of the Sky Tower?" Wang Ping frowned again, speechless. "It's not a lie. If you reach the top of the Sky Tower, you can indeed hope to reach single digits. However, only one person can do it." Wang Chun looked at Wang Ping with a deep look. "You mean, only I can do it?" Wang Ping looked strangely and pointed at himself. "You are the master of the Sky Tower. As long as you can untie the knot in your heart, return everything to yourself, and take back your eternal heart on the 100th floor, you will naturally have the opportunity to completely set foot in that field." Wang Chun nodded and kept saying nothing. "I'm the master of the Tower of Heaven? Are you kidding me?" Wang Ping had a strange look in his eyes, feeling that this senior Wang Chun was kidding. "You are indeed the master of the Tower of Heaven." Wang Chun replied in the affirmative. He erased his memory and turned into countless Wang Pings. "Your talent is the closest to his origin, and your personality is the brightest. In other words, as long as you can reach the top of the 100th floor, there is hope become the eternal." "Okay." Wang Ping frowned in thought, but he didn't expect that he had such a big background. "However, if he really reaches the 100th floor, will he still be the same person? This is a problem. Then what's your position?" Wang Ping took a deep look at Wang Chun and said in a deep voice, "The original Earth is the center of the endless multiverse, connecting infinite worlds. It is the birthplace of that person. I can't enter and can't interfere." Wang Chun was silent for a while and said frankly, "In other words, if I want to go back and revive my parents who died to save me before I crossed over, I must let you become an eternal person. The Tianta intelligence, whether it is creating alpha or cooperating with me, is defined as reincarnated master. However, the Tianta intelligence has many restrictions and can only slightly interfere with the game mode under the rules and liberate the crossing rights of the original Earth. However, he can't interfere too much with the outside world, nor can he train people, so he can only choose to cooperate with me. It turns out that the creator of Alpha is the Tianta intelligence. Wang Ping got another piece of news and was extremely surprised. At the same time, he finally knew the good intentions of Wang Chun, the senior. It turned out that he wanted to go back and revive his parents. He was really a fool. However, even if I reach the 90th floor, I still need one more person to start the game. Wang Ping's eyes flickered and he spoke. No, the rules of the 90th floor are just a cover. In fact, as long as you come to the 90th floor, my mission will be completed. At that time, you can go directly to the 100th floor. In the final analysis, as long as you can get to this step, everything that comes next is just a formality for you. Next, you just need to go to the 100th floor easily and try to get back your own power. Wang Chun sighed, feeling very complicated. Okay. Wang Ping nodded. I hope you can successfully return to eternity and fulfill my wish. Wang Chun paused and spoke again. This time, he changed to a respectful title. Wang Ping looked at the expression of this powerful man who he had always regarded as a terrifying enemy and calculated the past, present, and future, and he was also in a complicated mood. I will. Wang Ping sighed. Then, Wang Ping's body was wrapped in white light and left here. Time is ruthless, and tens of millions of years have passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Ping had already come to the 100th floor, touched the legendary Heart of Eternity, and tried to merge with it. Hard work pays off. Wang Ping really merged the Heart of Eternity and became a new pseudo-single digit. However, unlike what Wang Chun said, his predecessor was not a pseudo-single digit, but a real single digit, a real eternal being. Omniscience and omnipotence means invincibility, and also means eternal loneliness. There are no secrets in this world for him. Therefore, negative emotions appear because of boredom. Negative emotions are the derivative of omnipotence, and are also the power he deliberately splits in order to make him imperfect. Otherwise, he can't even close himself. However, as the power of splitting becomes stronger and uncontrollable, he will create the Sky Tower to suppress it, and at the same time, he will turn himself into countless copies and no longer exist in the world. And Wang Ping is the most suitable reincarnation of the Heart of Eternity found by the Sky Tower intelligence. Now, Wang Ping has merged the Heart of Eternity and become a pseudo-single digit. As long as Wang Ping wants to take back the Sky Tower, clean up those dark filth, take back those powers and the countless him, and attribute all the great power to himself, he can become a real single digit. However, Wang Ping did not intend to do so. Wang Ping was worried that his memory would be overwritten, and he had concerns. For this reason, even if he could become a new single digit at any time, he would not do so for the time being. Whether it was a pseudo-single digit or a real single digit, they were all invincible, and there was no need to force himself to go further. At the same time, even if he could really become a single digit without any worries, Wang Ping was also worried that he would become the second suicide. Next, Wang Ping knocked on the Tianta intelligence and took a small revenge on him for teasing himself in the Tianta game before. Then, he fulfilled his promise, resurrected Wang Chen's parents, and sent them back to the original Earth. And Wang Ping also returned to the original rental house, looking at his unfinished instant noodles and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Finally, he looked at his cigarette box with a few cigarettes left, chuckled, picked it up, slowly lit one for himself, and blew a smoke ring comfortably. Becoming an eternal person, next he seemed to be able to finally live a leisurely life.